Chapter 1 Neighborly Beautiful Wife. On my 25th birthday, Linsa bought a cake and made a wish in his rented room. I've already lived a quarter of my life, great God, please change my mediocre life. Before the words were finished, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Host's sincere wish detected that many children, many blessings system is initiating binding. 10%, 50%. With a beep, many strange and bizarre interfaces suddenly appeared in Linsa's mind. Before he could react, the mechanical voice came again. Newbie task, communicate once within 6 hours to receive a Newbie gift pack. Friendly reminder, the higher your overall score, the better the rewards you will receive. Holy crap! Have I finally moved the heavens? Before Linsa could finish absorbing and digesting the information, a knock came at the door. Upon opening the door, the visitor turned out to be the married woman from next door, Soo-yeon, commonly known as Sister Sue. However, today Sister Sue has a blue panel above her head. Her detailed information was clearly recorded on it. Name, Soo-yeon. Age, 37. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 98. Appearance, 96-99 for both men and women, 100 for those readers who are about to become rich. Overall rating, 8.8 maximum score 10. 8.8 points. A fat sheep delivered right to our doorstep? He was not too familiar with Soo-yeon. The beautiful lady next door could easily be called the most beautiful girl in this neighborhood. Besides being beautiful, she is also kind-hearted, gentle, and considerate, a true virtuous wife and loving mother. He has lived in this community for 3 years, and during those 3 years, he has received countless favors from the other party. Therefore, he couldn't remember how many times he had affectionately called out the other person's name at night. Now that he's just acquired the system, the aunt he's had a crush on for so long has come knocking on his door. Isn't this a blatant hint? Just as Lin Su was overjoyed, Soo-yeon outside the door showed a puzzled expression. Xiaolin, what's wrong? Wiping away his drool, Lin Su immediately replied. Nothing, Sister Sue, is there anything I can help you with? Soo-yeon didn't think much of it and said with a smile. Isn't today your birthday? I specially made you a bowl of longevity noodles. As he spoke, Lin Su's gaze quickly fell on Soo-yeon's hands. What it was holding was a steaming bowl of longevity noodles. It's impossible not to be moved. Since graduating, he has been drifting in Y City. Apart from Soo-yeon, he had never felt warmth. He, who had originally decided to target Soo-yeon as his first experimental subject, began to struggle with the decision. However, in the blink of an eye, that insignificant struggle was completely devoured by the greedy nature of humanity. Thank you, Sister Sue. Hey, it'll only take a few minutes. Just take it and give the bowl back to me when you're done eating. Sister Sue, I bought a cake. Would you like to come in and keep me company? Is this appropriate? Is there anything wrong? Sister Sue, please come in quickly. The scene shifts, and Soo-yeon is now sitting at the makeshift dining table. Because he was alone, Linsa found a very small house in order to save money. Besides a bed, a wardrobe, a computer desk, there's only a gaming chair. Although the house was small, it was very clean and had no unpleasant odors. A short while later, with Soo-yeon as his witness, Linsa made a wish again. But when Soo-yeon tasted the cake, Linsa cried. Xiaolin, what's wrong? Soo-yeon asked with concern. I just feel like I'm living such a failed life. Linsa's voice was slightly choked, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he was trying to restrain himself. Seeing this, Soo-yeon, who was sitting to the side, quickly offered words of comfort. Xiaolin, you're still young, and you have a long life ahead of you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. However, Linsa did not feel relieved by Soo-yeon's comfort. Instead, his emotions became even more agitated. But I'm already 25. These words exploded in the room like a thunderclap, leaving Soo-yeon speechless with astonishment. A faint blush instantly appeared on her face. Clearly, she hadn't expected Linsa to say such a thing. Linsa seemed unaware of how abrupt his words were. His gaze was fixed on Soo-yeon, his eyes filled with pleading and longing. Just then, as if he had made up his mind, Linsa suddenly grabbed Soo-yeon's hands and pleaded emotionally. Sister Sue, please help me, okay? Soo-yeon was startled by Linsa's sudden action. She instinctively tried to break free from Linsa's grasp, but Linsa was too strong and she couldn't break free at all. No. I'm already married. Soo-yeon's voice was somewhat flustered. She was refusing Lin Su while desperately trying to break free from his grasp. However, Lin Su refused to give up and continued to plead. Just this once, Sister Su, I beg you, don't worry, I promise I won't tell Uncle Xiao. Suyun certainly understood Lin Su's meaning, but she was, after all, a married woman with 2 children. How could she do such a thing? No, you can't go find another woman. I'm already married, and I have 2 children. Suyun's voice was tinged with a sob, and tears welled up in her eyes, as if they might fall at any moment. Sister Su, can you really bear to see me go to jail? I can't, you let me go. Seeing that Suyun was getting more and more agitated, Lin Su had no choice but to resort to his trump card. 100,000. This 100,000 is all yours. As they were talking, a bank card was placed in front of Suyun. That was all the savings Lin Su had accumulated over the years. The reason he dared to do this was because he knew Suyun was short of money. He had heard Suyun and her man argue about money more than once. He believed that no one could resist the temptation of money. Even if this person is Suyun, who is beautiful and kind-hearted. Sure enough, Suyun's struggles weakened considerably the moment she saw the bank card. But in an instant, she struggled again. I don't want to. Let me go. Helpless, Lin Su had no choice but to lower his demands again. Sister Su, I won't go all the way. As long as you can help me, this 100,000 yuan is all yours. Upon hearing this, Suyun was clearly tempted. Really? I swear on my honor. But this is too. Suyun said shyly. Sister Su, please, just have mercy on me. Suyun looked conflicted. She originally came to deliver longevity noodles to Lin Su, but she never expected to run into this kind of trouble. If she weren't married, then it wouldn't matter. But she was already married and had 2 children. But looking at Lin Su's pitiful appearance, she really didn't know how to refuse. Chapter 2. The girl is picturesque. Lu Yang, please delete if infringing. The next morning. When the warm sunlight shone on his eyes, Lin Su, who was fast asleep, finally opened them. Staring at the ceiling he never tired of looking at, his brown eyes still showed a blank expression as always. Just then, the long-awaited notification sound finally rang in my ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the Newbie mission. Mission completion rating, SS. You have received an SS-level Newbie gift pack. Lin Su's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran into the bathroom, ignoring the beautiful woman sleeping soundly beside him. Tongzi, open the gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the following items. 10 million dragon coins. A 30 million yuan luxury apartment in Lishikwaiwan. 1 strengthening muscles and bones pill, can significantly strengthen the body. 1 nourishing pill, can significantly improve your appearance. Holy crap! 10 million. Lin Su was so excited he almost shouted out loud. He worked like a slave for 3 or 4 years, saving every penny to accumulate over 100,000 yuan. But now, just by sleeping, you can earn a whopping 10 million. No wonder so many people love cheating. This feels amazing. There's also a large single-level apartment worth 30 million. He never dared to imagine this before. System, collect the reward. As soon as a system notification sounded, Lin Su's phone, which was lying to the side, immediately vibrated. Upon opening it, I was surprised to find a bank transfer notification. He counted it several times, and it was exactly 10 million. Immediately afterwards, he focused his attention on the 2 pills in his hand. If you're going to cheat, go all the way. He opened his mouth and put 2 pills directly into it. As a warm feeling began to emanate from him, Lin Su clearly felt a change in his body. When he stood in front of the mirror, he had completely transformed. He used to have an average face, neither tall nor good-looking, a typical nerdy guy. He's only 25 and still a virgin. But now, standing in front of the mirror is a handsome man who is 180 centimeters tall and has a perfect body. Such a big change, won't people suspect something? Who cares? These days women can get plastic surgery and look different, so why can't men? While looking in the mirror, Lin Bai also saw the golden panel above his head. The panel content is as follows. Name, Lin Su. Age, 25. Height, 180. Weight, 150. Appearance, 97. Overall rating, 9. The overall score is only 9 points, but that's enough. After all, money is king compared to looks. He took a shower in the bathroom before going out. However, as soon as he went outside, he saw Soo-yeon hurriedly putting on her clothes. The next second, a deafening scream rang out. Ah! You really are Kobayashi? Despite Lin Su's repeated explanations, Soo-yeon was still somewhat skeptical. Lin Su wasn't angry, after all, he had indeed changed quite a bit. Sister Sue, I know this is hard to believe, but I am Lin Su, no doubt about it. He suddenly became unserious halfway through his sentence. If Sister Sue doesn't believe me, I can prove it to Aunt Sue. As he spoke, he leaned in again, his warm hand reaching out without hesitation. But before he could even touch Soo-yeon, she immediately got up and fled in panic. I have something to do, I'll go now. Lin Su didn't stop him. Although he coveted Soo-yeon's body, he also knew the principle that a gentleman should not take what others want. Besides, he's already got a cheat code, so there's no need for him to expend so much energy on a married woman. If he has money, plenty of young and beautiful girls are waiting for him. However, before that, he needs to put an end to the past. The scene shifts, and he arrives at a breakfast shop across from his apartment complex, a place he visits every day. Boss. 3 bowls of soy milk, 3 fried dough sticks, and 3 baskets of steamed buns, please. The breakfast shop owner was stunned by the large order. Young man, are you eating alone? Yes, that's right. You ordered too much, you can't finish it. It's alright, boss, you can go ahead and do it. The great modern philosopher Lei Jun once said, when you have money, buy 2 bowls of soy milk, drink one, and pour the other away. Now he's finally made it big. Naturally, we'll have to engage in some revenge spending. As for the issue of whether or not it's wasteful, that's not his concern. After a satisfying meal, he hailed a private car and arrived at the company building where he had worked like a slave for 3 years. When he first arrived at the company, he was full of vigor and ambition. But after experiencing the pain of the workplace, not a day went by that he didn't want to leave. But he still had to survive, so he had no choice but to endure the humiliation. Now, he is finally leaving this place. Therefore, he deliberately arrived half an hour late today. He wanted to see how that old woman would scold him. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the entrance of the office area, he saw a burly old woman standing like a mountain in front of his workstation, yelling and cursing at the top of her lungs. Look at this. Is this how you work? It's past 10 o'clock and you're still not here. All you do at work is play on your phone. You're useless at everything, except eating. The old woman's voice was deafening, as if it could lift the roof off the entire office. Not far from her, the longtime employees seemed to have long been accustomed to this scene. They remained unfazed, nonchalantly typing away on their keyboards, completely ignoring the old woman's roar. Looking around, Lin Su couldn't help but feel a surge of sorrow. In this office, not a single person was willing to say a word for him, nor did they show even the slightest concern. His work performance has deteriorated to such an extent that his interpersonal relationships have become extremely poor. Just as Lin Su was feeling sad, a clear and melodious voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Su? Lin Su snapped out of his daze and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a girl in a white dress walking quickly toward him. The girl's skin was as white as snow, as delicate as a porcelain doll, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings. And those big, clear eyes, when they smile, are like flowers blooming in spring. You're really Lin Su? The girl covered her mouth in disbelief. What? You don't recognize me after just one day? Lin Su replied with a smile. The girl in front of him was the only friend he had any real connection with at the company. She has a beautiful name, Lu Ruhua. The person lives up to their name, as if they stepped out of a painting. At this moment, as if remembering something, the girl pulled him toward the stairwell without saying a word. The girl breathed a sigh of relief after escaping the office area. I was terrified, that tigress almost saw us. You haven't done anything wrong, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid, but what about you? Knowing that tigress likes to pick on you, you still arrived this late. Do you want to quit your job? You're right, I really don't want to do this anymore. What? Chapter 3, Revenge Against the Evil Boss. Tao Xiaodao, please delete if infringing. What did you say? You're resigning? Inside the office, the burly manager, Hua Rong, stared at Lin Su in disbelief. She had originally planned to wait until Lin Su arrived at work late so that she could take the opportunity to humiliate him and vent her frustrations. Who would have thought that Lin Su would transform into the perfect handsome man who only appeared on screen? This huge difference left her somewhat at a loss. Before she could react, Lin Se tossed her a note. The words resignation application were clearly written on it. In the past, Hua Rong would definitely have signed without hesitation. After all, her subordinates were incompetent, which made her, as the supervisor, look bad. But things are different now. Even if such a handsome guy doesn't do anything, she doesn't want to send him away. He's so handsome, if I could be kept by her, that would be. But Lin Se was unaware of Hua Rong's thoughts. Then he suddenly spoke. That's right, I'm resigning. After saying that, Lin Se turned around and prepared to leave. Just as Lin Se was about to leave after seeing the delicious meat in his mouth, Hua Rong, quick-witted and agile, immediately blocked his way. No. You can't leave. Manager Hua, what do you mean by this? Lin Se frowned. Hey, Xiao So, it was Sister Hua's fault earlier. She shouldn't have scolded you in front of so many people. But you have to understand Sister Hua. She's just a working woman. Besides, she was doing it for your own good. You should behave better. As she spoke, Hua Rong's chubby hand touched Lin Se's body. At first, Lin Se was puzzled as to why this tigress had suddenly changed her temperament, but now he knew why. So it turns out she's after my newly acquired body. If she had some beauty, it would be fine, but he couldn't stomach such a fat woman. Manager Hua is joking. You are a manager, it is your duty to manage your subordinates, how could I dare to blame you? So, you're not resigning? Hua Rong was overjoyed. No. I want to resign. Why? I've already apologized to you? If you're not happy with your current job, I can transfer you to a less demanding one. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Se ruthlessly interrupted her. My mind is made up, Manager Hua, there's no need to try to persuade me anymore. Seeing that this method was not working, Hua Rong had no choice but to resort to her trump card. A raise. Didn't you complain that your salary was too low? I'll apply for a raise for you, a 3-level promotion, how about that? He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. If it were the old Lin Se, he would have agreed immediately without even thinking. But he doesn't even look down on this mere 3rd level. Seeing that Lin Se remained silent, Hua Rong mistakenly thought that he was moved. Her body pressed directly against his, and her hands began to roam over Lin Se's body. Xiao So, I was wrong before, but I promise you, as long as you follow me, I'll make sure you're well off and live a life of luxury at the company. You want to keep me as a sugar daddy? Lin Se blurted out, as if possessed. Upon hearing this, Hua Rong was also slightly taken aback. Coming to her senses, she playfully punched Lin Se. Ugh, why be so blunt? So how much are you planning to pay me per month? Give me money? What money? Hua Rong exclaimed in surprise. If you want to keep me as a sugar daddy, don't you have to pay me a fee? Xiao Se, look, I've applied for a raise for you. You'll get a few thousand more yuan a month then. But that was given to me by the company. By this point, Hua Rong was already a little angry, but she still suppressed her anger and said with a smile. So how much money do you think I should give you? Lin Se remained silent, simply extending his palm leisurely. 500? Manager Hua, even going out to prostitutes would cost more than this. 5,000? That's way too much. Hua Rong's expression changed slightly. But at that moment, Lin Se shook his head again. No. I want 50,000. What? 50,000? Are you robbing me? Hua Rong exclaimed in shock. If Manager Hua thinks it's too much, then forget it. Hey! No, Xiao So, let's talk this over. Xiao So, look, Sister Hua isn't exactly rich. 50,000 a month is way too much. Considering how I took care of you in the past, could you give me a discount? Take care of? Humiliating yourself in public every day, and you call that taking care of me? You old hag, today I'll ruin your reputation. 30,000, that's my absolute bottom line. Hearing this number, Hua Rong also felt a pang of heartache. But gazing at Lin Se's perfect physique, firm chest, and delicate face. If I take him as a sugar daddy, I won't need to look for male models anymore. In the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay. 30,000 it is. Okay, scan the code. With a quick pull of her phone, a QR code appeared in front of Hua Rong. Hey Xiao So, it's not payday yet, how about we wait a few more days? Seeing that Hua Rong didn't want to pay, Lin Se turned around and prepared to leave. Eager to take advantage of her, Hua Rong had no choice but to obediently comply. I'll pay. I'll pay. Before long, Lin Se received Hua Rongfu's first month's allowance. After paying, Hua Rong no longer tried to hide her face. He licked his lips and prepared to grope Lin Se. But at that moment, Lin Se took out his phone and played a recording. The recording clearly shows the conversation between the two of them. In an instant, not a trace of a smile could be seen on Hua Rong's face. Lin Se's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Manager Hua, if I hand this recording over to the company, what kind of punishment do you think I'll receive? You framed me. Hua Rong was so angry that she was trembling all over. If she still can't react now, she'll really be an idiot. You're the supervisor, how could I dare to plot against you? If looks could kill, Lin Se would probably have been torn to pieces by Hua Rong hundreds of times by now. Speak. What do you want? When it comes to her livelihood, Hua Rong has to get serious. Lin Se also abandoned his teasing tone and said coldly. I want you to kneel down and beg me. What did you say? Kneel down? I'll only give you 30 seconds to consider. If you don't agree, I'll immediately send the recording to the employee group. No sooner had she finished speaking than a thud was heard, and the once arrogant tigress knelt down in front of Lin Se. However, Lin Se was still not satisfied and continued to make demands. Slap yourself. Lin Se. Don't go too far. Hua Rong gritted her teeth. You only have 10 seconds. You're ruthless. With that, she raised her hand and slapped her own fleshy cheeks hard. Didn't you eat? Push harder. Slap. 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 Soon, the entire office was filled with the sound of slaps. After whipping her countless times, Lin Se finally stopped Hua Rong from harming herself. Her already chubby face was noticeably swollen, and there was even a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. You shouldn't look too disheveled. Lin Se felt incredibly relieved to be able to teach this tigress a lesson before leaving. Alright, I've submitted my resignation. Just sign it, and I won't be coming back. After saying that, Lin Se turned around and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He said this without turning his head. Oh, by the way, Manager Hua, I suggest you wear more perfume in the future, because the stench on you is just too strong. People who don't know better might think a sow has just been released from the pen. After saying that, Lin Se left. Only the tigress remained, sitting on the ground and whispering like a hungry wolf. You little beast. How dare you humiliate me like this? I, Hua Rong, swear I will make you pay 100-fold. The leader's behavior here might not be to everyone's liking, but it is actually a setup and arrangement for the development of the plot later. To be honest, I really hope to write a story where the character completely ignores others and exudes domineering charisma. However, when I considered the realities of the situation, I realized that this way of writing might not be quite appropriate. After all, in real life, it's rare to encounter someone who constantly tries to project an overbearing image. Some readers may not be satisfied with this plot and feel that the viewing experience is not good. However, I still hope that everyone can give the author another chance and continue reading. Trust me, when you get to chapter 50, you'll be amazed by what comes next. Pushing girls is super fast, no dawdling. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4: The Beautiful Female Saleswoman. Is it really absolutely necessary to quit? Looking at the girl who was genuinely reluctant to part with him, Lin Se couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge. What? You don't want me to quit? Lu Ruhua gave Lin Se a reproachful look. What do you think? You're the only person I know at the company. If you leave, I won't have anyone to chat with anymore. In that case, why don't you resign with me? Lin Se said casually. This idea sounds good, but it won't work. Why? I finally got a permanent position, what am I supposed to do if I quit? Lu Ruhua said irritably. I'll take care of you. Lin Se blurted out. What did you say? Lu Ruhua was dumbfounded. She even wondered if she was hallucinating. However, Lin Se, sitting opposite him, remained expressionless. However, his gaze was intentionally or unintentionally fixed on the top of Lu Ruhua's head, where there was a blue panel. The basic information about Lu Ruhua is clearly recorded on it. Name, Lu Ruhua. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 82. Appearance, 98. Overall rating, 9.5. This rating didn't surprise Lin so too much. If he had to name a beautiful woman he'd ever seen, it would undoubtedly be Lu Ruhua standing before him. He had previously felt somewhat inferior because of the gap between them. But now he has been completely transformed, and the chasm between them is gone. After a long while, Lu Ruhua finally broke the silence. You didn't get so much plastic surgery that it damaged your brain, did you? Lu Ruhua looked at Lin Su in disbelief. Lin Su shook his head. I mean it. These words struck Lu Ruhua like a thunderbolt. Her body trembled slightly, and even the coffee cup in her hand shook involuntarily, almost spilling the coffee. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going back to work. Lu Ruhua's voice trembled slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruhua turned and left hastily, like a startled rabbit. However, in the instant she turned around, Lin Su keenly caught a fleeting blush on her face. I didn't expect her to be so cute when she's shy. Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. More than half an hour later, Lin Su, having completed his resignation procedures, arrived at a 4S store in Y City. When he was broke, he envied those who owned cars and houses the most. Now he has money and a house. Of course, a car also needs to be provided. As soon as he entered the 4S store, a beautiful saleswoman in a suit came up to him. Hello sir, I'm Xiao Lu, your salesperson. The crisp sound instantly caught Lin Su's attention. Looking up, I was struck by the striking beauty of the woman. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 28. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 88. Appearance, 94. Overall rating, 8.7. It's amazing that I can meet a beautiful woman while buying a car. Before long, Lin Su was touring the 4S store with the beautiful saleswoman Lu Yang. During the visit, Lu Yang enthusiastically and kindly introduced various car models and styles to Lin Su. About 20 minutes later, the two finally stopped in front of a large SUV. Lu Yang's clear and melodious voice echoed in Lin Su's ears once again. Mr. Lin, this is the latest G63, 4.0T, V8 tuned, 0-100 km/h acceleration in just 4.5 seconds. Lin Su couldn't understand any of these technical terms. All he knew was that he was attracted to the car. He interrupted Lu Yang before Lu could finish his introduction. How much does this car cost? This is the latest model, priced at 5 million. In the past, Lin Su would have given up long ago. But for now, he's only feeling the pinch for a short while. After a brief silence, he looked at Lu Yang again. Can I pick up the car on the same day? Yes, Mr. Lin. All right. I'll take this car. Mr. Lin, are you telling the truth? Lu Yang's voice was trembling, showing how excited she was. Certainly. Mr. Lin, are you taking out a mortgage, or pay in full in cash? Mr. Lin, please follow me. Half an hour later, Lin Su finally got the little notebook he had been longing for, and Lu Yang also got her sales contract as she wished. Looking at the contract in his hand, Lu Yang was deeply moved. After all, this was a luxury car order worth a whopping 5 million. Based on her current commission rate of 8%, she can earn a full 400,000 yuan from this order. 400,000. This is an astronomical figure for Lu Yang. You know, she used to work hard for a whole year and still not earn this much money. However, she has now made so much money in less than an hour, how could she not be excited? Without hesitation, Lu Yang expressed his gratitude to Lin Su, saying, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, for trusting our 4S store. I will definitely serve you well." Verbal thanks are the least sincere kind of thanks. Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was taken aback. Then, Lin Su slowly said, I've already bought a car from Manager Lu, so it's not unreasonable for Manager Lu to treat me to lunch, right? Lu Yang then snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, Of course it's not excessive. What would Mr. Lin like to eat? It's on me. Lin Su seemed satisfied with Lu Yang's answer, and he smiled and asked, Anything you want to eat? Yes, either way is fine. Lu Yang answered without hesitation. After receiving Lu Yang's affirmative reply, Lin Su's smile widened, and he deliberately dragged out his words. Then I want to eat. The scene shifts, and Lin Su drives his new car to the only 6-star hotel in Y City, the Cloud Hotel. Manager Lu, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Lin So looked at Lu Yong, the beautiful saleswoman beside him, who had changed into a long dress, with a half smile. Actually, this was his first time visiting such a high-end place, but with his status, his class also rose. Lu Yang smiled and shook his head. Mr. Lin gave me such a big order, it's only right that I invite him here. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Mr. Lin, please. Before long, the two were led to a luxurious private room by a waiter. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat? Lu Yang kindly handed the menu to Lin Su. Lin Su did not take the menu, but instead looked up and said, Manager Lu, it's too formal of you to keep calling me Mr. Lin. I think we're about the same age, you can just call me Lin Su. Ha? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? With a sum of 5 million, Lu Yang dared not presume to offer such a sum. What's wrong with that? I don't care about anything else. Or is it that Manager Lu doesn't consider me a friend? No, I didn't. Since there isn't one, then it's settled. Manager Lu is a few years older than me, so I'll call you Sister Yang. Sister Yang, you can call me Brother So, or Lin So, it's fine either way. Okay then. Sister Yang, do you drink? I will drink, but I have to go to work this afternoon. Then please take a leave of absence. There are still some paperwork to be done for the car, and I'll have to trouble Sister Yang this afternoon. Okay, I'll ask for leave. Chapter 5 The clan is in peril, how to continue the lineage. There's no problem that a glass of wine can't solve. If one cup isn't enough, then have a few more. After a few glasses of red wine, a faint blush appeared on the face of the beautiful saleswoman, Lu Yang. She was already beautiful and charming, but now she looked even more alluring. The warm lighting bathed her, as if draping her in a golden veil, making her look both sexy and alluring. Sitting opposite him, Lin Su's gaze was involuntarily drawn to him. He stared intently at Lu Yang, a strange feeling welling up inside him. He had only recently lost his virginity, and it was impossible for him to resist the charm of such a beautiful woman. Noticing Lin Su's gaze, Lu Yang blushed slightly, and the blush became even more pronounced. However, Lin Su was unaware of his loss of composure, his gaze remaining fixed on Lu Yang. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Su suddenly asked a question as if possessed. Sister Yang, you're so pretty, you must have a boyfriend, right? Lu Yang was clearly not expected Lin Su to ask such a question. She paused for a moment, then nodded and responded softly. Hearing Lu Yang's answer, Lin Su felt a little disappointed. He casually said, what a pity. Although Lin Su's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by the perceptive Lu Yang. Women are inherently sensitive creatures, prone to overthinking, let alone salespeople who are used to guessing people's thoughts. Lu Yang immediately began to ponder the meaning behind Lin Su's words. What did he mean by what a pity? Could it be that he's interested in me? Lu Yang pondered to himself, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The last time she saw that look in someone's eyes was when her boyfriend was pursuing her. However, she ultimately rejected the speculation. Simply put, Lin Su was too handsome and rich, there's no need to waste energy on an older woman like her. Just as Lu Yang was lost in thought, Lin Su said something else. Sister Yang, may I ask what your boyfriend does for a living? Although Lu Yang was somewhat puzzled, he still obediently answered. However, she seemed somewhat hesitant when answering. He doesn't have a job. It was a perfectly normal answer, but Lin Su's eyes lit up. So, Yang Jia, your boyfriend is unemployed? Yes, I guess so. Lu Yang forced a smile. I thought someone as outstanding as Yang Jia would have a boyfriend who was a high-ranking executive at a big company, but I never expected this. However, this also shows that Yang Jia really loves her boyfriend, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out to work to support him. As he said this, Lin Su kept his eyes fixed on Lu Yang, trying to observe her reaction. Sure enough, Lu Yang's eyes dimmed considerably upon hearing these words. After a moment of silence, Lin Su spoke again. Sister Yang, how about you try a different lifestyle? Change your lifestyle? Lu Yang asked, puzzled. Lin Su nodded and said, that's right, Sister Yang, you are the most outstanding, most ambitious, and most capable woman I have ever met. A woman like you should be pampered, not waste her youth on such a leech. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang finally understood what Lin Su meant. How could she not want to break up with a boyfriend who was so unambitious, lazy, and idle all day? But she's already 28. I'm almost 30. After the breakup, who would want her? What's more, my family is pressuring me to get married quite a bit. At this moment, Lin Su continued. Sister Yang, I have a suggestion for you. Would you like to hear it? What suggestion? Break up with him and become my woman. Huh? Lu Yang looked surprised. She had guessed the first half of the sentence, but she never expected the second half. You're kidding me, right? No, Yang Jia, I'm serious. You're a good woman and shouldn't waste your youth on that kind of good for nothing. But I'm already 28. A woman 3 years older than a man is like holding a gold brick in your hand. Although Lin Su was very sincere, Lu Yang still refused this incredibly tempting offer. No, I can't be with you. Is it because of your boyfriend? Lin Su frowned. Lu Yang bit her red lips and said, That's partly the reason, but it's mostly because of you. Because of me? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Lu Yang nodded and explained, You're so rich and handsome, you must be the young master of a wealthy family. I'm just an ordinary person, how could I be worthy of you? If that is the reason, I think you should stay with me, Yang Jia, Lin Su replied with a smile. Why? Because I am. You really are the eldest son of a reclusive family? Lu Yang covered his mouth, looking at Lin Su in disbelief. Lin Su smiled and nodded. That's right, my father is the patriarch of the Lin clan. When you're out in the world, you give yourself your own identity. But your identity information says you are. Lu Yang couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lin Su remained calm in the face of Lu Yang's questioning. That's just a tactic to deceive people. To deceive others? Why? Our Lin family is the oldest family in the Dragon Kingdom. We have been developing for thousands of years and our duty is to protect the Dragon Kingdom. As you know, the Dragon Kingdom is vast and rich in resources, which is why many foreign enemies have coveted it throughout history. As the main lineage protecting the nation, our Lin family will naturally step forward in every time there is a crisis. It is precisely because of this that our Lin family has made countless enemies over the thousands of years. While speaking, Lin Su kept observing Lu Yang's reaction. Fortunately, the other party did not show any unusual behavior. After a brief pause, Lin Su continued. After the Dragon Kingdom stabilized, our Lin family chose to withdraw from the world, firstly to prevent enemy attacks, and secondly to recuperate and retire gracefully after achieving our goals. Since you've successfully retired, why are you out here? Lin Su sighed. Although my Lin clan is a great clan with thousands of years of history, due to years of fighting, the number of clan members has been decreasing significantly every year. Today, the total number of members in my Lin clan is less than 1,000. How many people did your Lin family have at its peak? According to ancestral records, at its peak, the Lin family numbered no less than 1 million. At that time, members of the Lin family could be found all over the country. Hiss. Lu Yang couldn't help but gasp. After a brief moment of shock, she asked again. So, what is the purpose of your trip? The clan is declining, and I am the son of the clan chief. At this time, I must stand up. Chapter 6 Lu Yang's Breakup. Traveling in a luxury car is bound to attract the attention of passers-by. Not to mention the old city area, a low-class neighborhood. It had only been parked on the roadside for a few minutes when at least 10 people took pictures of it, and countless others stopped to look at it. However, its owner, Lin Su, remained indifferent. He turned to look at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat and spoke in an incredibly gentle voice. Sister Yang, please think about what I told you before. Contact me again when you've thought it through. Also, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. Looking at the handsome, gentle, and considerate man in front of him, Lu Yang felt an indescribable sense of emotion. Thank you. I should be thanking Sister Yang. I'm so glad I met you in this vast sea of people. Not long after, Lin Su drove away from there. Lu Yang stood by the roadside, watching the departing G-Wagon. She only turned and walked into the old town after it had completely disappeared from her sight. She has lived in the old town for 7 years. She and her current boyfriend moved here after graduating from university, simply because the rent was cheap. The world changes, and things are no longer the same. A large number of people change here every year. Some people moved here because of the high rent, while others successfully escaped the prison of poverty through hard work. She witnessed too much and was disappointed too much. She was like this increasingly difficult road. Although she longed to stand out from the crowd, all she gained was a scarred body and endless disappointment. She walked for an unknown amount of time before finally arriving at her own front door. Taking a deep breath and calming herself, she pushed open the door. As usual, the narrow living room was empty. All that was left was trash carelessly tossed on the floor, and takeout boxes that hadn't been cleaned up yet on the coffee table. She quietly changed into slippers and squatted down to tidy up. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, the living room is completely transformed. After doing all this, Lu Yang walked into a small room in the inner room. That place used to be a storage area, but she complained that her boyfriend was too noisy playing games, so she had him move there. If no one is in the living room, you can definitely find him there. Sure enough, when she opened the door, she saw her boyfriend, Zhang Yang, swearing and fighting a bloody battle. Zhang Yang was engrossed in the game and didn't notice that his girlfriend Lu Yang had returned. Lu Yang seemed to have gotten used to it long ago. In the past, she would have definitely turned around and left. But today, she didn't want to spoil her like that anymore. Upon reaching the socket, she didn't hesitate at all and decisively unplugged the power cord. In an instant, the screen went completely dark. Lu Yang! What's gotten into you again? Zhang Yang's voice boomed through the room like thunder, filled with undisguised anger and astonishment. Lu Yang was startled by the sudden roar, and her body trembled slightly. She looked up, staring at the man in disbelief. You're saying I'm crazy? Lu Yang's voice trembled slightly, but she still tried her best to remain calm. I work hard outside every day, I'm exhausted like a dog, and what do? All you do is play video games at home. Her words were like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. Once it erupted, it could never be stopped. The more she talked, the more aggrieved she felt, and her emotions became increasingly agitated. Her hands seemed to have lost control. She suddenly grabbed Zhang Yang's keyboard and slammed it down on the computer. With a loud bang, the keyboard and computer screen collided, producing a crisp cracking sound. However, Lu Yang's actions did not stop there. As if driven by a tremendous force, she continued to swing the keyboard, smashing it against the computer again and again, each blow filled with anger and despair. But not long after, Zhang Yang, like an enraged beast, rushed forward and shoved Lu Yang to the ground. Lu Yang's body crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The back of her head slammed hard against the ground, and a sharp pain shot through her, almost making her faint. However, Zhang Yang did not give up. He stood in front of Lu Yang, looking down at her, and kept yelling, "Are you crazy?" Lu Yang lay on the ground, his body curled up in pain. She rested for a while before she could finally sit up. Looking at the man in front of her who was increasingly disappointing her, she could no longer suppress her anger. She was yelling and screaming angrily. That's right. I'm insane. If I weren't insane, why would I waste so many years of my youth on a piece of trash like you? Her words struck Zhang Yang's heart like a heavy hammer, causing his body to tremble violently. Zhang Yang's face turned pale instantly. He stood there blankly, looking at the woman in front of him who was crying and emotionally broken, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. But when he tried to help Lu Yang up and apologize to her, Lu Yang pushed him away forcefully. Get out of here. Then, Lu Yang could no longer suppress the grievances that had accumulated over the years and burst into tears. Zhang Yang stood to the side, feeling guilty, without saying a word. I don't know how much time passed before the crying gradually subsided. Zhang Yang, let's break up. A weak and hoarse voice came from Lu Yang's mouth. What did you say? Zhang Yang's lips trembled slightly. He and Lu Yang had argued a lot, even more fiercely than today. No matter how fierce their arguments were, neither of them ever mentioned breaking up. I never expected him to hear it today. An unprecedented sense of panic welled up inside me. I said, let's break up. Lu Yang emphasized again. In an instant, Zhang Yang's handsome face lost all color and turned deathly pale. Even his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Why? Don't you love me anymore? That's right, I don't love you anymore. Lu Yang's voice was so cold that Zhang Yang trembled. No. It's impossible, I don't believe it. You loved me so much, I can't believe you would. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yang interrupted him without any hesitation. You said it yourself, that was in the past. After saying that, Lu Yang turned around and went into the room before Zhang Yang could speak. Once he came to his senses, Zhang Yang immediately gave chase. But what awaited him was Lu Yang's cold door blocking his way. Yang, open the door. I don't want to break up. Yang, I really know I was wrong, and I promise I'll change. Oh right, didn't you want me to go to work? I'll go to work tomorrow, I'll deliver food, and I'll support you from now on. Please open the door, okay? No matter how much Zhang Yang pleaded, the door that had never closed to him before never opened again. On the other hand, after leaving the old town, Lin Su drove to Lishikwaiwan, a high-end residential community that only elites can live in. As soon as I got off the bus, a stunningly beautiful woman in a sexy bodycon dress came up to me. Mr. Lin, hello, I am your housekeeper, you can call me Hong Na. Chapter 7 Butler Hong Na. Inside the luxuriously decorated penthouse, two figures were entwined on the sofa. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the entire living room. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly separated. Upon closer inspection, the man who couldn't control himself was none other than our old Lin. The stunningly beautiful woman pinned beneath him was none other than his housekeeper, Hong Na. As for how the two got together, it all started half an hour earlier. After dropping Lu Yang off at home, he couldn't wait to go to Lishikwaiwan to visit his new home. In Y City, many upscale residential communities provide residents with a personal concierge service to make things easier for them. So he made some contact in advance. He thought they would just send any old butler, but when he saw Hong Na, he was completely amazed. A curvaceous figure, captivating eyes, smooth and delicate skin, and sexy, alluring red lips. Although she didn't have Lu Ruo's fresh and refined face, she was definitely the sexiest person Lin Su had ever seen. Besides her stunning looks, her voice was also incredibly beautiful, with a slight tremor that seemed to captivate the soul. Lin Su was originally regretting that he hadn't gotten to eat Lu Yang. Unexpectedly, an even better feast was served up next. So, while Hong Na was showing her around, he began to subtly probe her. He soon discovered that Hong Na was a complete gold digger. Upon learning this, he immediately made it clear that he wanted her to bear him a son. Hong Na was naturally stunned by the sudden demand to have a son to carry on the family line. She's only 26, in the prime of her youth, and hasn't had enough fun yet. But when she heard the conditions Lin Su offered, her breathing immediately became rapid. After the incident with Su Yun and Lu Yang, Lin Su was no longer the timid and impulsive person he used to be. He knew very well how important initiative was. So, before Hong Na could even agree, he kissed her. Although Hong Na was initially resistant, she was ultimately blinded by money. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lin Su immediately carried the beauty in front of him towards the bedroom. Hong Na knew exactly what was going to happen next, but she simply couldn't refuse. It's because this man gave so much. The moment the door closes, a little tune begins to play. By the time Lin Su came out of the room, 2 hours had quietly passed. Having just finished a strenuous workout, he urgently needed to replenish his fluids to recover his strength. So he strode into the living room, opened a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. The clear mineral water flowed into his throat like a spring, bringing a refreshing sensation. He drank so quickly that some water slid down his chin and dripped onto his strong and powerful body. Under the sunlight, these water droplets seemed to turn into golden dewdrops, adorning his skin and making him look like a golden sculpture. Just then, a pair of small, white hands reached out from behind him and hugged his waist tightly. Immediately afterwards, a soft, coquettish voice reached his ears, "I want a drink too." Lin Su didn't turn around, but he knew it was Hong Na's voice. He casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Hong Na. However, Hong Na didn't take the bottled water. Instead, she continued to whine, "I'm too tired, you feed me." As she spoke, her two little hands, like two small snakes, slithered all over Lin Su's body. It seemed as if she was deliberately provoking him. Lin Su, who had just been cooled down by ice water, instantly felt his anger ignite. "Okay. I'll feed you." Everything returned to calm when the sun set. "Was everything you said before true?" At the bedside, Hong Na stared intently at the man in front of her. "What? You don't believe me?" Lin Su asked with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "You've already slept with her, and she hasn't seen anything yet, so it's understandable that she'd be a little worried. Didn't you sleep with me? This world is so murky, finding a pure and innocent woman is like finding a needle in a haystack. Feelings are useless, making money is the only thing that matters." Hearing Lin Su's blunt words, Hong Na couldn't help but blush. Just then, her phone, which was lying to the side, vibrated. I picked up my phone and was surprised to see a bank notification that my money had been deposited into my account. But when she counted the number of zeros, she was completely dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Su with trembling lips. "Did you accidentally add an extra zero?" Lin Su smiled and said, "Do you think you're not worth it?" No, this is way too much. She didn't receive 10 or 20,000, or even 100 or 200,000, but a full million. A million. She works hard as a housekeeper, but she only earns 20,000 a month. But this man actually gave her 1 million. How could she not be shocked? However, Lin Su remained completely calm and composed. Although the $1 million hurt him a little, he believed that the effort and the reward would be proportional. I told you, if you become my woman, I will make you rich and powerful for life. If you can bear children for the Lin family, I will reward you with a truly grand gift. What is the real grand gift? Hong Na asked curiously. I can't tell you right now, but I can tell you that my reward for you will be far greater than what you're getting now. Really? Really? Hong Na's breathing quickened. In all her years of work, this was the first time she had ever met such a wealthy man. If you don't believe me, you can try getting pregnant first. Okay. I'll have your baby. For no other reason than the million yuan she was about to receive, she couldn't refuse Lin Su. Have you thought this through? I can't give you happiness, and I don't like betrayal. It's not too late for you to regret it now. What's the use of happiness? Money is much more real. Lin Su was speechless, but then he thought it made sense. After all, Hong Na is a gold digger. In that case, I'm coming. Ha? You want more? Chapter 8, Bringing Lu Yang home. That thrilling battle ultimately ended in a crushing defeat for Hong Na. Looking at Lin Su, who was on the offensive, he was full of energy and showed no signs of fatigue. All of this is thanks to that bone-strengthening pill. Lin Su is now like a strong ox, with inexhaustible energy. They say there are only oxen that die from exhaustion, not land that is ruined by plowing. He'd love to see if that's true. However, before that, he needs to collect his reward. Master, it's time to distribute the rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily communication task. Task rating, S. You have received the following rewards. 5 million dragon coins. 5x cashback card, valid only for women who have interacted with the host, valid for 3 hours, starting immediately after use, cannot be repeated. Only 5 million. After deducting the 1 million he gave to Hong Na, he made a net profit of 4 million. Although it looks very different from before, it's only been a short time since I took a nap. Moreover, he received other rewards. Get 5x cashback on your purchases. He currently has a net worth of 9 million, and if that increases fivefold, it would be 45 million. However, this only works on women he has interacted with, which is somewhat limiting. Because he has only communicated with 2 people so far. Hong Na, who is by my side, and Su Yun, who is at home. Hong Na would definitely be more than willing to spend money on this. Although Su Yun meets the criteria, she has a family and certainly won't accompany him on a lavish spending spree. He felt a pang of regret whenever Su Yun was mentioned. As the first woman in his life, Su Yun undoubtedly held special significance for him. We still have to find the time to take a chance. After a slight sigh, Lin Su put on his clothes and left. Hong Na was fast asleep, and he didn't want to wake her. I'll have to go out and find food myself. My phone vibrated shortly after I stepped out of the residential compound. He took out his phone and saw that it was Lu Yang calling. The scene shifts, and Lin Su drives to an unknown intersection. There were few vehicles and almost no people in sight. Yet, in this remote place, there was a daring woman, standing alone under the streetlights, dragging 2 suitcases. This person was none other than the beautiful saleswoman Lu Yang. Perhaps recognizing Lin Su's car, Lu Yang excitedly waved from across the main road. Sister Yang, why are you in such a remote place all by yourself? I remember you lived in the old town, didn't you? As soon as he got close, Lin Su put on a stern face. Lu Yang, who was initially very excited, immediately looked disappointed and even started to stutter when he spoke. My boyfriend kept chasing me, so I got off the bus halfway and ended up here on my own. Why is your boyfriend pursuing you? Because he doesn't want me to leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Su finally realized what was happening. So, you've already broken up with him? Lu Yang didn't say anything, but the aggrieved look on her face said it all. The two looked at each other in silence, letting the cold wind howl past. Time passed by, second by second. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Su finally spoke slowly. In that case, you'll be following me from now on. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was slightly taken aback, a complex expression appearing on her face. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. Are you really not bothered that I've been dating him for 8 years? Linsa raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and asked in return, then do you mind that I came to you because I want you to continue the lineage of my Lin clan? Lu Yang's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, took a deep breath, and answered seriously. If you don't mind, I don't mind. A hint of surprise flashed in Linsa's eyes. If you don't mind, then of course I don't mind either. A warm feeling welled up in Lu Yang's heart. She looked at Linsa gratefully and said softly, Thank you, Linsu. Linsu waved his hand and smiled, saying, I should be thanking you. But the person I should really thank is your boyfriend, or rather, your ex-boyfriend. If it weren't for him, how would I have had the chance to meet someone as perfect as you? Can you please not mention him in front of me? I don't want to hear his name. How about we go out for lunch? You celebrated my new car at noon, now it's my turn to celebrate your rebirth, how about that? Can I eat whatever I want? More than an hour later, Linsu brought Lu Yang back to Lishikwaiwan. But when the two arrived at the door, Lu Yang suddenly felt like backing away. She grabbed Linsa's arm and said, Maybe I should find a hotel to stay in for a while? Linsa glanced at the door, smiled, and shook his head. Don't worry, she's very open-minded and won't say anything. But. Lu Yang was about to say something, but Linsa cut him off. Lu Yang was taken aback at first, but then responded enthusiastically. After a long while, their lips parted. Now you're mine too, aren't you scared? If I said I was afraid, would you still come after me? Lu Yang said with a hint of resentment. Linsa smiled slightly, why don't you give it a try? Lu Yang rolled her eyes at Linsa and said reproachfully. You wish. Open the door now, I'm starving. Not long after, Lu Yang stepped into this luxurious penthouse worth 30 million yuan. Upon entering, she was stunned by the sight before her. Her mouth gaped open involuntarily, her face filled with disbelief. Especially those bright eyes, which now shone like stars in the night sky. This is really your house? Lu Yang stammered, his voice filled with shock. Linsa raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. My Lin clan has a history of thousands of years, so buying a large single-level apartment is a piece of cake. If I weren't worried about being too conspicuous, I would buy the whole building. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was momentarily at a loss for words and could only let out a soft You pack your things first, I'll go call her, Linsa said, and walked towards one of the rooms. After Linsa left, Lu Yang finally came to his senses and began to look around the luxurious living room. The interior design is simple yet sophisticated, and the furniture is all from top brands, each piece exuding an air of elegance. Compared to the old, dilapidated house she used to live in, this place is simply paradise. A dozen minutes later, the temporary members of the family finally gathered at the dining table. Alright, let's all get to know each other, Linsa said with a smile, breaking the ice. As soon as he finished speaking, the easygoing Hongna took the lead and warmly extended her hand to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Hong Na, nice to meet you. Although Lu Yang seemed a little shy, he became much more open after feeling Hong Na's enthusiasm. Hello, my name is Lu Yang. I see you're a bit older than me, so I'll call you Sister Yang from now on. You can just call me Nana, Sister Yang. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Nana. Both of them work in the service industry, so they are naturally good at interpersonal skills. After a few words, the two became good friends. Chapter 9 Pregnancy Probability. Night fell, and the moonlight was bright. In the interplay of light and shadow, two figures can be vaguely seen on the bed. The sounds of panting rose and fell, and the sounds of daydreaming drifted through the air. After a long while, the two slowly separated. In the dim light, the man gazed tenderly at the rosebud before him. Are you really ready? The woman, her eyes sparkling with desire, bit her red lips and spoke with a plaintive air. You've already stripped me naked, and now you're asking me this question? Isn't it a bit too late? In that case, I'm coming, Sister Yang. Meanwhile, in the next room, Hongna, who was eavesdropping, blushed when she heard the suggestive voice. This guy has incredible energy. We've fought so many battles, and he can still fight again. It seems his family is really facing a life or death situation, otherwise this young master wouldn't be fighting so desperately. If things continue at this pace, I should soon have a whole bunch of sisters. It's absolutely impossible not to mind at all. Whether you're a bad girl or an innocent young woman, who doesn't want a perfect man and a sweet romance? Besides, Hong Na isn't a bad woman at all, so how could she not care at all? However, her initial disappointment was quickly replaced by her bright vision for the future. How about we contact Xiao Tao? Anyway, his goal is to continue the family line. Instead of bringing other people home, I might as well find someone myself. Without hesitation, Hong Na immediately abandoned her plan to eavesdrop and picked up her phone to contact her best friend. Hey, Peach baby, what are you doing? If you're free, come visit me tomorrow. Okay, I'll send you the address in a bit. Oh, and remember to dress up nicely tomorrow, and bring out your battle robes. Don't ask anymore, you'll know when you come tomorrow. Are you sure? I'm just afraid that once you come, you won't want to leave. Okay, that's settled then. See you tomorrow, bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the room next door where the sounds were still faintly coming from, and muttered with slight dissatisfaction. You jerk, you're lucky you ran into me. If it were anyone else, who would bother finding you a woman? After venting her frustrations briefly, she lay on the bed and started browsing online for treasures. With 1 million yuan in my account, I'm bound to go on a spending spree. Meanwhile, the battle continues on the other side. Although Lu Yang doesn't have Hong Na's sexy and shapely figure, nor her superb skills, she is in no way inferior to Hong Na, and may even be better. Upon hearing this, Lin Se felt a sudden surge of impulse. Before Lu Yang had even finished resting, he pressed himself against him. Half an hour later, Lin Se leaned against the headboard with a satisfied look on his face. As for Lu Yang, he had long since collapsed from exhaustion and fallen into a deep sleep. Just then, the system beeped again. Congratulations, host, on completing the communication task. Task rating, S+. You have received the following rewards. 7 million dragon coins. Access the pregnancy probability interface. This allows you to check the pregnancy probability of a target person. The higher the probability, the greater the chance of conception. S+ rating? Master, how was this rating determined? Reporting to the host, the mission rating is based on the host's level of excitement. So that's how it is. No wonder it has a high rating. Others may not know how excited he was, but he knew it perfectly well. But this second reward is quite interesting. It can check the pregnancy probability of a target person. Isn't this tailor-made for me? As he muttered to himself, he looked at the sleeping Lu Yang and, sure enough, found a new section on her blue panel. Pregnancy probability, 90% and 100% within 7 days. Holy crap! The chance of getting pregnant within 7 days is 100%. System, is this data wrong? Reporting to the host, all system data is absolutely true and reliable, and there will be no deviation. Okay. He had originally worried about what would happen if the woman he found couldn't have his children, but now that worry is gone. Go check Hong Na's chances of getting pregnant. A short while later, he arrived at Hong Na's room. Hong Na was still shopping and had no idea that someone had come to her room. Lin Se didn't disturb him and stood there checking Hong Na's panel. Name, Hong Na. Age, 26. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 93. Appearance, 96. Probability of pregnancy, 60%, with a 70% probability of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 8.9. 60%? How can it be so low? It makes sense when you think about it. How could it be that both women he chooses are the most compatible with his fertile constitution? But that's okay, if the probability isn't high enough, we'll make up for it with more attempts. She's really your best friend? Standing by the bedside, Lin Se looked at Hong Na in disbelief. A true best friend. Hong Na smiled. But I remember she's an internet celebrity, right? How come you, a housekeeper, are best friends with her? Lin Se asked in confusion. I used to work in sales, and she was my client. We became best friends over time. Sales? Selling what? It's a secret, I won't tell you. Hong Na winked playfully. The next second, she snuggled into Lin Se's arms like a lazy kitten and started to act coquettishly. I'm introducing you to such a beautiful woman, aren't you going to show your appreciation? Tell me, what do you want? My little glutton. I just saw a bag I really liked. Didn't I transfer 1 million to you today? But I want you to give it to me. Okay, I'll take you to buy it tomorrow. Oh. Honey, I love you to death. Do you love me, or do you love my money? Of course I love them all. I don't believe it unless you let me verify it. I haven't. Wa'ada. Chapter 10 Soo Yun is pregnant? The next morning, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew. Lu Yang, who was lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. Looking up at the brand new yet unfamiliar ceiling, there was not a trace of panic in her eyes. All they have are dreams and aspirations for a better future. After lying in bed for a while, she dragged her somewhat tired body into the bathroom. When she came out, she had changed into beautiful clothes and put on exquisite makeup. When she was dating Zhang Yang, she had to work during the day and clean the house when she got home at night, keeping her busy from morning till night. She couldn't remember the last time she dressed like this. Now, she never wants to live that kind of life again. She also longed to live a free and happy life, just like her friends and classmates on social media. Just as Lin Se said, she wanted to say goodbye to the past completely and start a new life. But when she arrived at the living room, she found that the man was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a barefoot beauty was leisurely lying on the sofa. She had originally wanted to show that person what her lace dress looked like. Just as she was feeling dejected, a clear, surprised exclamation suddenly rang in her ears. Wow! Yang Jia, you look so beautiful today. Meanwhile, Lin Se, who was not at home, arrived at his old home in the Malinshan community early in the morning. Looking at the clean little nest where he had lived for 3 years, Lin Se felt a deep sense of reluctance. A moment later, he quickly packed his things, picked up his suitcase, and left home. As luck would have it, when he arrived at Soo Yun's house, the tightly closed door opened with a click. The person standing in front of him right now, if not Soo Yun who helped him lose his virginity, then who else could it be? However, she looked somewhat haggard, as if she hadn't slept in a long time. Upon seeing Lin Se, a hint of panic flashed in Soo Yun's eyes. The next second, her gaze fell on the suitcase in Lin Se's hand. You're going on a trip? She finally broke the awkward silence between them, as if by some strange impulse. No, I'm moving out. Lin Se shook his head, his tone calm, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. But those deep eyes revealed a complex expression. What? You're moving out? Soo Yun's expression changed. Because she was afraid of embarrassment, she stayed at home all day yesterday, just in case she ran into Lin Se. I didn't expect to run into them so early this morning. What surprised her even more was that Lin Se was actually moving out. After a brief moment of shock, she bit her red lips and asked, Is it because of me? Lin Se smiled and shook his head. Not entirely. I've lived here for 3 years now, it's time to move to a new place. Soo Yun didn't hear what Lin Se said after that. All she could think about was Lin Se's words, not entirely. Not entirely. It means he moved away from here because of me. She should be happy. If Lin Se moves away and disappears from her life, she can return to a normal life. But for some reason, she felt very disappointed. I even felt an urge to keep it. At this moment, Lin Se suddenly remembered something and continued. Oh, right, Sister Sue, you forgot to take your card when you left yesterday. As he spoke, Lin Se took out the bank card he had just found in the room. Staring at the bank card worth 100,000 yuan, Soo Yun hesitated to take any action. Those sparkling, beautiful eyes seemed to be saying something. After a long while, she finally spoke. No need, you can keep it, I don't need it. Lin Se didn't insist, all right then. Sister Sue, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After bowing deeply to Soo Yun, Lin Se pulled his suitcase and prepared to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard Soo Yun's tense and trembling voice behind him. Well, I cooked some lean pork porridge. Would you like some before you leave? Lin Se stopped in his tracks, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Okay. The scene shifts, and he reappears at Soo Yun's home as a guest. That's right, this wasn't his first time visiting Soo Yun's house. He had visited several times before. He didn't really want to cause trouble, but his neighbors were too hospitable. He thought that after having that kind of relationship with Soo Yun, she would keep avoiding him, but he never expected. Oh, right, check the pregnancy probability. He immediately turned his gaze to the beautiful woman who was busy in the kitchen. Name, Soo Yun. Age, 37. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 98. Appearance, 96. Pregnancy probability, 100% target is currently conceiving. Overall rating, 8.8. Holy crap! I'm pregnant. Is that what I meant? Chief, come out and explain yourself. Reporting to the host, Soo-Yun is pregnant and will be able to nurture a new life form in just a few days. Holy crap! It really hit the mark on the first try. He originally thought Liu Yang would be the first to get pregnant. Who would have thought that Soo-Yun would be the first to get pregnant? If that's the case, then he can't just leave like that. In the kitchen, Soo-Yun was cooking lean meat porridge. She's been cooking porridge for decades, and she's very familiar with every step of the process. Even with her eyes closed, she can still make porridge. But now she looks so absent-minded, and you can even feel a faint sadness between her brows. Just then, a pair of warm, large hands, as fast as lightning, suddenly hugged her tightly from behind. The sudden hug caught her completely off guard. There were only the two of them at home, so she didn't need to turn around to know who the hands belonged to. What are you doing? Let me go right now, she stammered, desperately trying to break free of the large hands that were gripping her tightly. However, Lin Su was too strong, and no matter how she struggled, she could not budge him at all. Seeing that the man wouldn't let go no matter what she did, she became increasingly anxious, and her eyes almost turned red with worry. Just when she was about to despair, a deep, pleading voice suddenly came from beside her ear. I'm moving out soon, can I hug you for a bit? The voice seemed to carry endless sorrow, making one feel pity in the listener. Her body seemed to have been paused, instantly stiffening, and all her struggles came to an abrupt halt. Seemingly sensing Soo-Yun's change, Lin Su unconsciously tightened his grip on her, as if he wanted to pull her entirely into his embrace. And so, the two stood silently in front of the stove, neither speaking, only the steam rising from the pot. It was unclear how much time had passed before Lin Su finally broke the ambiguous yet rare tranquility. Soo-Yun, I like you. What did you say? Soo-Yun's eyes widened, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, I really like you. The scene shifts, and only Soo-Yun remains. It took her a long time to come to her senses. Looking at the bank card on the stove, her feelings became increasingly complicated. That bastard. Chapter 11 First Meeting with Tao Xiaotao. What did you say? You want them all? Inside a luxury store, the beautiful store manager stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her, stammering. Besides her, Hong Na and Liu Yang, who were standing next to her, also looked completely bewildered. However, Lin Su did not explain anything, but just smiled faintly, wrap up everything they just looked at. The beautiful shop manager, regaining her senses, immediately became overjoyed. Okay, please wait a moment. Then she told the shop assistant to start packing it up. Before long, more than a dozen packaging bags were piled up in front of Hong Na and Liu Yang. Looking at the two silent women, Lin Su couldn't help but ask. What? You don't want it? No, you bought way too much. Hong Na couldn't help but smile wryly. Although she was materialistic and loved designer brands, she knew the importance of acquiring them ethically. However, Lin Su's purchase of so many items left her somewhat bewildered. As for Liu Yang standing to the side, there's no need to say more. She has almost never used designer brands, and with so many designer bags in front of her, her mind went blank. Lin Bai remained calm in response. I've said it before, being my woman will bring you a lifetime of wealth and honor, and this is just the beginning. Then we'll accept it? I've already paid, are you going to refuse it and expect me to give it to another woman? Lin Si said jokingly. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Na, who was protective of her food, took action. Dream on. These are all mine. In the blink of an eye, Hong Na's hands and body were covered with bags of various colors. However, there were still many untouched bags on the ground. Seeing this, Hong Na immediately shoved Liu Yang, who was standing next to her. Sister Yang, why aren't you taking it? This guy's going to give it to another woman later. Although Liu Yang was interested, he was still clearly a little embarrassed. I. Just as Liu Yang was struggling, a clear and melodious voice suddenly echoed in the store. What's going on here? Are you raiding the shops? Following the sound, a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed in a pink princess dress and resembling a porcelain doll, walked into the shop. Just then, another scream suddenly rang out. Ah! Then, an excited Hong Na rushed towards the pretty girl at the door, carrying large and small bags. Peach, look! My husband bought all of these for me, they're all the latest styles. When did you get a husband? The girl frowned. I forgot to introduce you, Peach baby, come with me. Before long, Hong Na brought the girl to Lin Su. Peach baby, let me introduce you. This is my husband Lin Su. He's an incredibly rich tycoon. Honey, this is my best friend, Tao Xiaotao, a super popular internet celebrity with over 300,000 followers on Douyin. Lin Su smiled slightly and politely extended his hand. Hello, I've heard so much about you. But the beautiful girl in front of him didn't seem to want to pay attention to him and dragged Hong Na to a corner. Lin Su wasn't angry. He turned his gaze and started checking the profile of this big internet celebrity. Name, Tao Xiaotao. Age, 22. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 82. Appearance, 97. Probability of pregnancy, 75%, with a 78% probability of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.1. The chances of getting pregnant are a bit lower, but her looks are truly resilient. Especially those two big lights. No wonder she's a heartthrob for otaku. Just as Lin Su was pondering how to win over Tao Xiaotao, a small hand gently tugged at him. When he turned around, he saw Lu Yang biting her red lips, still looking hesitant. What's wrong? Lin Su asked. I only need one bag, you can return the rest, Lu Yang said softly. Lin Su glanced at the packaging on the ground, smiled, and shook his head. There's no reason to take back what I've given away. But these are too expensive. Lu Yang bit her lip. Lu Yang, now that you're with me, you need to abandon your old ways of thinking and have no worries. Just live happily as a woman. Can I really do it? Of course, I'm also counting on you to carry on my family line. I understand, thank you. A dozen minutes later, Lin Su left the store with two women and Tao Xiaotao, who had just arrived. However, after talking with Hong Na, Tao Xiaotao became a little strange. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Su, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. Soon, the four of them arrived at a designer clothing store. Since we are saying goodbye to the past, we naturally need to change everything. The first thing that comes to mind is clothing. As soon as she arrived at the store, Hong Na picked out a few pretty clothes and went into the fitting room. After his frank conversation with Lin Su, Lu Yang no longer hesitated. After selecting a few clothes I liked, I went into the fitting room. Outside, only Lin Su and Tao Xiaotao remained. They've all gone to try on clothes, aren't you going? Lin Su broke the silence by asking. Tao Xiaotao rolled her eyes at Lin Su and said irritably. They're all your women, and they're all using your cards. Why should I try on clothes with them? That makes sense, but I think you can give it a try. Maybe I'd be willing to pay for it. No. I won't eat food offered with contempt. Tao Xiaotao refused. Lin Su didn't expect Tao Xiaotao to refuse so decisively. He thought Tao Xiaotao was materialistic like Hong Na, but it seems he was overthinking it. But it's okay. You can run away on the first day of the month, but can you run away on the 15th? He refused to believe that Tao Xiaotao would remain unmoved. And so, the two of them found themselves with nothing to do outside. Hong Na and Lu Yang, on the other hand, kept picking out clothes they liked. Every time they tried on an item, Lin Su would have them packed up. Gradually, the number of packaging bags in the store piled up more and more. Tao Xiaotao, who had remained unfazed even when Mount Tai collapsed before her, began to struggle more and more. At this moment, Lin Su picked out a long dress that suited Tao Xiaotao very well and walked up to her. But before he could even speak, Tao Xiaotao rejected him. What? I already said I don't want your charity. Lin Su didn't take it to heart and said with a smile. This is not charity, it is a gift between friends. Seeing that Tao Xiaotao remained unmoved, Lin Su had no choice but to resort to his trump card. We're going to go to a lot of stores and buy a lot of things later. Do you really want to just keep looking around like this? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Su suddenly felt his hand go empty. Looking again, I saw Tao Xiaotao had already taken the long dress and walked into the fitting room. Of course, besides the long dress, she also grabbed a few other clothes. So what if someone's an internet celebrity? Who can resist the lure of money? Just as Lin Su was feeling smug, another timid little hand tugged at the hem of his clothes. Looking back, I was surprised to see that it was one of the shop assistants serving customers. She timidly bit her red lips and said, Sir, may I be your woman? But I already have 2 girlfriends, maybe 3 soon. I don't mind, I'm very easy to take care of. Chapter 12 Tao Xiaotao's shock. Hey! How much were those clothes? Give me the bill, and I'll transfer the money to you. Not long after leaving the clothing store, Tao Xiaotao called out to Lin Su, who was walking ahead of her. No need, just consider it a gift from me. Who needs you to deliver it? I have my own money. Tao Xiaotao puffed out her chest confidently. She is, after all, an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers, and belongs to the truly high-income group. Why would I take advantage of someone else? What's more, that person was Lin Su. So, you're saying you absolutely have to pay for it yourself? Lin Su narrowed his eyes, speaking with a half-smile. That's right. Give me the bill now. Okay, let's transfer the money, 1 million. Mr. Tao, are you transferring it directly, or? Before he could finish speaking, a scream interrupted Lin Su. What? 1 million? You're robbing me. You chose to pay for it yourself. I'm only paying my own bill. I didn't ask you to give me the whole bill. Seeing that Tao Xiaotao was about to have a meltdown, her best friend Hong Na immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Xiaotao, he's just joking with you, don't take it seriously. I think he did it on purpose. How could that be? How about this, just consider it a gift from me to you, is that alright? After much persuasion from Hong Na, Tao Xiaotao finally gave up. However, there was a clear hint of resentment in her eyes as she looked at Lin Su. After the little incident, Lin Su continued to lead the three women to raid every shop. Don't buy what's right, just buy what's expensive. He only has 3 hours and must spend all the money he has. It's a pity that 16 million is too much. Even though he spent a fortune buying all sorts of items for the three women, he only spent less than 10 million. There is now less than an hour left before the deadline. However, he quickly came up with a way to clear the balance. The scene shifts, and the four of them arrive at the 4S store closest to the commercial street. Honey, what did you bring us here for? Hong Na asked sweetly. If she had some doubts about Lin Su before, then now, everything will be gone. She now has only one goal, to be Lin Su's woman obediently and to bear him children. What else can we do? Of course, we'll buy you cars. Tao Xiaotao suddenly said sarcastically. Because she insisted on paying the bill earlier, Lin Su didn't pay for anything she liked while shopping later. She couldn't possibly ask him to pay, so she had to pay out of her own pocket by card. Although she is rich, they only shop at high-end brands. After going through all that, the balance in her card had clearly shrunk considerably. She bought it herself, so she can't blame anyone else. However, she harbored a grudge against Lin Su, the culprit. Since we've already paid the bill, we should make sure we pay the full price. What's the point of buying it once and not buying it again? Hong Na's eyes lit up when she heard about buying a car. Although she didn't know how much money Lin Su had spent today, she could roughly guess that it was an astronomical figure. Having spent so much money, buying a car is a possibility. She put her arm around Lin Su and asked excitedly. Honey, are you really going to buy us a car? Although Lu Yang on the other side did not speak, his expectant eyes said it all. Why did we bring you to the dealership if we're not going to buy a car? That's right. This is Lin Su's last resort to spend all the money he has. Buying luxury goods is fine, but you'll end up with too many things and they'll take up a lot of space. A car, being both expensive and a status symbol, is more suitable for the two beauties. Ah! Honey, you're so wonderful, I love you to death. An excited Hong Na kissed and hugged Lin Su right in front of the 4S store. But her joy was short-lived, as Tao Xiaotao poured cold water on her happiness. Don't be too happy yet. Have you forgotten that you failed your driving test 8 times? Upon hearing this, Hong Na immediately pouted unhappily. I'm sorry, honey, I don't have a driver's license yet, so I probably can't buy a car. Lin Su frowned. He hadn't expected such a blunder to happen at such a crucial moment. Then, he looked at Lu Yang on the other side and asked. Sister Yang, what about you? You don't have a driver's license either, do you? No. I have a driver's license, Lu Yang quickly denied. Lin Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. That makes sense. Lu Yang works at a 4S dealership, so how could he not have a driver's license? Alright, let's go in. Half an hour later, the four reappeared outside the 4S store. Unlike before, Lu Yang and Hong Na now each have an additional car purchase contract in their hands. That's right, Lin Su still bought a car for both women. Even though Hong Na doesn't have a driver's license. Hong Na bought a foreign sports car, worth around 4 million. Lu Yang, on the other hand, bought a practical commercial vehicle, which was priced slightly lower at only 2 million yuan. Unfortunately, the store didn't have any cars in stock, so the two women would have to wait a while longer to pick up their vehicles. Tao Xiaotao was quite shocked to witness the two of them signing their names. Clothes, bags, cosmetics, and other luxury goods are just things used to please women. If they are ever abandoned, these things might still need to be returned. But cars are different, they are real fixed assets. Once you sign your name, it becomes your own, and its meaning changes completely. Buying a car is one thing, she can accept that. After all, some cars are good and some are bad. But she never expected that this man would just wave his hand and say 6 million. That's outrageously extravagant. Now she understood why Hongna insisted she wear her battle armor to the appointment. However, Tao Xiaotao is not a woman who will be easily blinded by money. Now that I've bought the car, I'll head back now. I have some things to take care of this afternoon. Aren't you going to eat with us? Hongna raised an eyebrow. Tao Xiaotao shook her head. Next time. She couldn't stay any longer if she did. This man would drive her to question the meaning of life. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. It's best to leave. After saying goodbye to Hongna and Lu Yang, Tao Xiaotao left. Of course, as she left, she also gave Lin Su a friendly middle finger. As soon as Tao Xiaotao left, Lin Su looked at Hongna with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say she was easy to get? I don't see any ease in her at all. Hongna also looked puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Xiaotao told me that her biggest wish was to marry a rich man. That's why she became an internet celebrity and started showing her face in public. Could it be because she minds that you already have 2 girlfriends? Lu Yang suddenly asked. We cannot rule out this possibility. I originally thought our big family would be able to gain another member today, but it seems we'll have to wait for another opportunity. No increase? Has it increased? You don't actually think we didn't see you flirting with those pretty waitresses, do you? Flirting? When? How come I didn't know? Sure enough. Men are all big pigs, always wanting more than they have. Well, I'm doing this so that the clan can continue its lineage. Chapter 13, Asking for a bag? Intermittent sounds emanated from the suite, which had an unusual atmosphere. Are you really sure you've made up your mind? Well, I don't care if you've been married before, or if you have a girlfriend. As long as you give me a little money every month, I'll be happy to be your mistress on the side. And what about your boyfriend? I will cut all ties with him. Okay, then we'll do as we said. I'll find you a house and give you 50,000 a month. 50,000? What? You think it's not enough? No, I mean too much, too much. Giving you 50,000 comes with conditions. What conditions? Give me a child. Huh? Give birth to a child? Yes, I need a child. But we're just packaging. An hour later. System, distribute the rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. Task rating, you have received a reward of 1 million dragon coins. Only 1 million dragon coins. But thinking about it, it's normal, since the overall rating of this communication partner is somewhat low. The woman on the bed was none other than the beautiful waitress who had offered to be his sugar daddy this morning. Her name is Wang Ying, and it sounds lovely. Age 24, height 165 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms. However, its appearance score is only 83, and its overall score is only 7.1. Compared to the likes of Lu Yang and Hong Na, she's far inferior. However, her chances of getting pregnant are very high. The overall probability is 89%, and the probability of getting pregnant within 7 days is as high as 98%. This data is almost identical to Lu Yang's. Therefore, he decisively decided to bring it under his command. Anyway, this kind of thing is quite common. Which of those wealthy and powerful people doesn't keep several mistresses on the side? So what if he imitates them? You're not happy? Well, that's what happens when you're broke. After withdrawing his gaze from Wang Ying, Lin Su checked his bank card balance. 76,843,951.11. You read that right, it's 8 figures. As for where all that money came from, it was of course thanks to the 5-fold consumer rebate program. If he had spent all 16 million he had, his net worth would now be over 80 million. However, he was already very satisfied with the result. Just 2 days ago, he was nothing more than a nobody at the company, a lowly employee who was often ridiculed by his superiors. But in less than 2 days, he achieved a life-changing turnaround. He did what countless men wanted to do. It's absolutely dreamlike. Thinking of his previous company, the unforgettable figure in his mind came to mind. If Soo-Yun was the first woman in his life, then Lu Ruhua was the first woman he fell in love with. It's a pity that one of them has a family, and the other is too perfect, so perfect that even he isn't confident he can win her over. Just then, a soft moan suddenly came from over there. It turned out that Wang Ying, who had been fast asleep, had woken up. "Why are you sitting there all by yourself?" Whether it was an illusion or not, for a moment, Lin Su actually mistook Wang Ying for Lu Ruhua. Same body shape, same eyes, even the way they yawn is exactly the same. Unable to control his emotions, Lin Su walked up to Wang Ying. "Is there something on my face?" Wang Ying asked, puzzled. "No, this way is fine, this way is just right." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying was even more surprised. Before she could think any further, thick lips pressed against hers. They then both collapsed, their spring dream vanishing without a trace. An hour later, the two of them left the hotel. "Go back and pack your things first, I'll pick you up tomorrow." After regaining his senses, Lin Su no longer felt the same impulsiveness towards Wang Ying. "Well, then I'll be going now." Then, under Lin Su's watchful gaze, Wang Ying kept turning back to look at him, and it took her a long time to disappear from his sight. Lin Su took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hey, Hongna, do you know any real estate agents?" More than half an hour later, Lin Su drove to a mid to high-end residential area called Harem. As soon as I got off the bus, a pretty female salesperson came up to me and introduced herself. "Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Xiao Wang from sales." Lin Su glanced at her panel and found that her appearance was even better than Wang Ying's, who had just broken up with her boyfriend, and her overall score even reached 8 points. However, the overall pregnancy rate is as low as 30%. With a little effort, there's still a chance of getting pregnant. However, this would definitely waste a lot of time and energy. After careful consideration, Lin Su decisively gave up on her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he followed Xiao Wang into the residential area. This residential complex was recently put on the market, and there aren't many residents yet, which is why Lin Su chose this location. Although he doesn't care about what others think, it's always good to be a little more private. A short while later, the two arrived at a model apartment. The house isn't particularly big, but it's not particularly small either. A full 80 square meters. It has a separate bedroom, living room, kitchen, and even a small study. The interior decoration is also very high-end, and all kinds of home appliances are available. Lin Su nodded, then looked at Xiao Wang and asked, "Are all the other houses equipped with the same configuration?" Xiao Wang quickly replied, "Yes, Mr. Lin." "How much would a house like this cost?" Lin Su asked again. "This is a high-end studio apartment. If Mr. Lin is really interested, I can offer him 5 million. 5 million for a set?" Lin Su frowned. He guessed the price might be high, but he didn't expect it to be this high. If this place could accommodate several people, that would be fine, but it's a studio apartment, so there's absolutely no need for him to waste his money. Seemingly sensing something, Xiao Wang spoke again. "If Mr. Lin feels that buying the whole house is not cost-effective, he can also rent it out on an annual basis." "Oh? You can rent this place?" "Yes, Mr. Lin." "How much would it cost to rent it for a month?" 20,000. This price isn't too expensive. Renting a house here means you can enjoy the same services as the landlord, which is a great deal, Mr. Lin, what do you think? "Okay, rent me one first." "Mr. Lin, let's find another place to sign the contract." The scene shifts, and the two are now sitting in an elevator. But the elevator stopped when it reached the 12th floor. Immediately afterwards, a delinquent girl with a full head of blonde hair, wearing super short shorts and a jacket, walked in. Lin Su's eyes lit up when he saw the girl. Not only because of her stunning looks, but also because the chances of her getting pregnant were very high. "I searched high and low without finding it, but then it came to me effortlessly. I never expected to run into one while looking at apartments. The food has already been fed to him, it wouldn't be right for him not to eat, would it?" Chapter 14 by Ruoruo, The Delinquent Girl. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before?" After Lin Su stared at the blonde girl with a strange look for an unknown period of time, the girl finally couldn't hold back and snapped. However, Lin Su didn't take it to heart. Indeed, this is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful woman as you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang, who was standing to the side, was completely stunned. Even the blonde girl was visibly taken aback. But soon, she reverted to a mocking expression. He is indeed quite handsome, but your approach to picking him up is far too cliché. I'm just telling the truth, Lin Su chuckled, his gaze remaining fixed on the girl. It's less about her body and more about the panel. Name, Bai Ruoro. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 79. To clarify the weight, many people say he's skin and bones, but there really are people that thin. The author has friends like that in real life, and there's no exaggeration at all. Appearance, 97. Pregnancy probability, 95% and 100% within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.5. This pregnancy probability, excluding Su Yun who is currently pregnant, is the highest Lin Su has ever seen. Moreover, its appearance and overall score are quite high. He certainly wouldn't let the other party off the hook. Could you give me your WeChat ID? Lin Su asked directly. Give you my WeChat? Why should I? Just because you're handsome? Bai Ruoro said with a hint of disdain. Is that not allowed? Such blunt and narcissistic remarks left the two women in the elevator speechless. Bai Ruoro didn't speak until the elevator stopped on the first floor. Sure, but I don't like your type, so don't waste your time on me, old man. After giving Lin Su the middle finger, Bai Ruoro swaggered out of the elevator. He only looked away when her figure had completely disappeared from Lin Su's sight. Interesting. We'll meet again, Bai Ruoro. The scene shifts, and Lin Su returns to Leisure Garden. He had barely stepped into his house when a beautiful figure suddenly pounced on him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the person was none other than Hong Na. Honey, where have you been? Why are you only just getting back? Didn't I tell you I went to look at houses? Upon hearing this, Hong Na's eyes visibly brightened. So, honey, you really went to buy us a house? No, the house isn't for you to live in. Huh? It's not for us. Hong Na's disappointment was visibly apparent. Lin Su wasn't surprised. He looked up and glanced around the empty living room, then asked, Where's Lu Yang? Sister Yang went out to buy groceries. What are you going out to buy groceries for? Yang Jia said you bought her so many things today, and she wants to cook you a big meal to thank you. And what about you? I can't cook, so I didn't go. I'm asking you, aren't you going to thank me? I've spent no less than 8 million on you today. Of course I'm grateful, that's why I came as soon as you got back. Honey, when do you think I'll be able to get pregnant? Are you in a hurry? Lin Su asked curiously. No, it's just that I'm really curious about what that reward you mentioned is. Lin Su was actually quite curious about the reward himself. But right now he's only completing daily tasks, he hasn't finished a single core main quest. He didn't know what the reward would be. However, one thing is certain, the rewards will be much better than those for daily tasks. Since you're curious, then you should try harder and get pregnant soon, then you can find out. I want to get pregnant too, but getting pregnant isn't something you can just do on a whim, Hong Na said, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. After a brief period of unhappiness, Hong Na suddenly said something else. Honey, I mean, if I can't continue your family line, will you abandon me? Do you think I would? I don't think you, honey, would do that. Why? Because I'm Hong Na. As she spoke, Hong Na, having recovered, pressed herself against him again, her hands moving like nimble snakes. You little vixen. That's right, I'm the little devil who's always bothering my master. By the time the two left the room, it was already dark. But Lu Yang was still busy in the kitchen. Having probably sensed something, Lu Yang happily turned around to look at the two who had just come out. The food will be ready soon, please have a seat. Before long, the three of them sat down around the dining table. How is it? Is it delicious? Lu Yang looked at the man in front of her with anticipation, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of nervousness and excitement. Hong Na was still chewing food when she heard Lu Yang's question. She nodded quickly and mumbled something indistinctly. Delicious. Super delicious. Even better than what chefs in restaurants make. At this moment, Lin Su, who had been silent, also put down his chopsticks. He looked at Lu Yang curiously and asked, Aren't you a car salesman? How come your cooking is so delicious? Clearly, he was also amazed by Lu Yang's culinary skills. He originally thought Lu Yang was just an ordinary car saleswoman, but he didn't expect her to have such good cooking skills. Lu Yang smiled slightly, revealing two adorable dimples. I was born in the countryside, and my family wasn't well off, so I learned to cook some simple meals from a young age. After starting work, although I was very busy, I would cook for myself whenever I had time, making dishes that I liked. Over time, my cooking skills naturally became more and more refined. Wow, to have such culinary skills without any systematic training, it seems you have a great talent for cooking, Yang Jie. Isn't that right, honey? Hong Na exclaimed. Linsa nodded, yes, he does have a lot of talent. Lu Yang smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said modestly, I just did it casually when I had nothing else to do. You can achieve this level even with just a little trial and error, which proves that you have extraordinary talent, Yang Jie. Hong Na emphasized again. Okay, stop praising me. Hurry up and eat, or the food won't taste good when it gets cold. Don't worry, I'll definitely eat every last bite. Slow down, no one's going to take it from you. After dinner, the two sisters sat on the sofa and chatted happily. As for Lin Su, he lay on the sofa and watched the livestream. Upon closer inspection, one can discover that the beautiful girl in the livestream is none other than Tao Xiaotao, the internet celebrity who just met Lin Su today. On the screen, Tao Xiaotao was wearing a long red dress, looking like a bride about to get married. Meanwhile, in the livestream, the eager viewers were frantically calling out, "Wife!" Of course, besides his wife, there were many other outrageous statements. For example, a netizen with the username 9527 suddenly called out "Mom" in front of thousands of viewers in the livestream. For example, a netizen with the username JJ openly spammed the livestream chat with the message, "Mother of my child, I've finally found you." Lin Su, however, was full of disdain. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a carnival gift. Wow! Thank you so much, Brother Sima Benting, for bringing such a carnival. Sending you love. Chapter 15 Live Streaming for Money? Wow! Thank you so much, Brother Sima Benting, for yet another carnival. Brother, please don't send any more. It's too much of a waste. As she watched the special effects flashing across the screen, Tao Xiaotao could barely suppress a smile. Because I spent a lot of money with Linsa today, I was thinking of starting my broadcast early to earn more money. Unexpectedly, as soon as the broadcast started, some idiot began spamming the chat with messages. In just a few minutes, she received no fewer than 20 carnivals. You know, a carnival costs 3,000, and the platform takes half of that, so she only gets 1,500. One costs 1,500, 10 of them would cost 15,000. Although it doesn't reach the amount she spent today, this income is already equivalent to several days' worth of her live streaming earnings. And this is just the beginning. Just as Tao Xiaotao was feigning concern and advising her older brother to consume rationally, a howl of wolves erupted in the livestream. Codename 007, does our little Peach finally have an older brother? 9527, Brother Galloping Horse, need any underlings? 10 years of experience as an underling, absolutely honest and trustworthy. I don't eat cilantro, Brother Sima Benting, please check your private messages. Aside from these sycophantic remarks, the most frequent shouts in the livestream were about going to engage in PvP battles. This is also a favorite activity for many live streamers. Because the PK player versus player system accumulates points based on the gifts viewers send. There was once a big spender who went to great lengths for a woman and spent millions of dollars on a single streamer. After deducting platform commissions, taxes, etc., you'll get at least 1 million dragon coins. Compared to the routine of live streaming begging, PK battles are undoubtedly the most lucrative project. Seeing that the online trolls had already set the tone, Tao Xiaotao didn't rush to start making money. Her main target was still the galloping horse brother who had just arrived in the livestream. She had to serve him well. Brother, what activity would you like to see Xiaotao do? Today, Xiaotao will follow your instructions. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden barrage of comments appeared in the middle of the screen. That's a floating barrage of comments that only VIP members can enjoy. Galloping horse, just arrived in Y City, let's add each other on WeChat. Simple and straightforward. Tao Xiaotao was also taken aback. But she quickly regained her playful demeanor. Xiaotao doesn't add people on WeChat easily. The subtext is, bro, you haven't been posting enough. You'll need to post more if you want to add me on WeChat. As a result, the live stream room with only 3,000 viewers started flooding the screen again. Carnivals worth 3,000 dragon coins were held one after another. In no time, the livestream was pushed into the top 3 of Vice City's livestream popularity chart. The number of viewers in the livestream also surged to tens of thousands. Tao Xiaotao, who had never experienced such popularity before, suddenly became breathless. She's lost count of how many carnivals she's received. 50? Or 100? My little ones, I need to take a call. Please listen to some music first, and I'll be right back. After leaving behind a single sentence, Tao Xiaotao left the livestream at lightning speed. Those viewers who had watched from beginning to end began to wail in despair. Why City's Daniel Wu, no. Peach. Didn't we agree that you'd only love me for the rest of your life? How could you add someone else? Giant Eagle King, I hate it. Why am I so poor? JJ exploded, mother of my child, how could you betray me? Clearly, they all knew why Tao Xiaotao had suddenly left. Seeing this, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the next second, he received a private message from someone. That person is none other than Tao Xiaotao, an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers. Tao Xiaotao, big brother, this is my WeChat ID, please add me. Before long, Lin Su added Tao Xiaotao on WeChat. He asked for his WeChat ID more than once during the day. But Tao Xiaotao absolutely refused to give it to her. I never imagined that changing my identity would make it so easy to obtain. Sure enough, no one can resist the temptation of money. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Su got straight to the point. Lin Su, I'm in Y City, want to grab a bite to eat? Tao Xiaotao, big brother, Xiaotao still has to do a live stream. Lin Su, take a day off. The gifts I sent you today should be enough to meet your sales target. Tao Xiaotao, but Xiaotao also has the guild's requirements for live streaming hours, and she has already asked for leave once before. Lin Su. Tao Xiaotao, okay, big brother, can you help me win 2 PK matches? Once I've improved my stats, the guild should make an exception and approve my leave request. Lin Su, okay, then you drive. Tao Xiaotao, thank you, brother. Sending you love. Back in the live stream, Tao Xiaotao immediately started putting on an act. Sorry, everyone, my dad just called to say my mom is in the hospital, so I might have to end my stream early today. However, I just promised you guys I'd play some PvP matches, so I'll play 2 PvP matches before ending the stream. The unsuspecting netizens were deeply moved. Blue Ocean, the streamer is so great. Even with her mother sick, she still led us into battle. Don't worry, even if I have to go bankrupt, I'll help you win this PK today. Sharpening our knives, for mom's sake, let's go. With everyone's support, Tao Xiaotao started her first PK. On the other end of the line is a cute girl named Meng Wanzi, who has millions of fans and a live stream with as many as 20,000 viewers. But Tao Xiaotao has less than 6,000 people left. But she wasn't flustered at all, because she had her older brother. Little sister, wanna play a PK? Tao Xiaotao greeted her warmly. When you're out and about, you need to have expressive facial expressions and show off your cleavage, otherwise, how can you attract passers-by? Generally speaking, Meng Wanzi doesn't play against players of lower rank if the opponent doesn't have any points, she won't be able to earn any money. But when she saw the astonishing gift value at the top of the list, she instantly changed her mind. As her dimples appeared, a clear, crisp sound echoed. Okay, sister, how do we play? Whoever loses has to give the other 10 carnivals. Hearing about the punishment, Meng Wanzi was also startled. Sister, your intention to swindle money is way too obvious. To fight or not to fight? 10 carnivals is no small number. Although she had 20,000 viewers in her live stream, the other side. Wait, how come there are already 15,000 people? Where am I? Upon closer inspection, it turned out that all 5,000 people had been lured away by that fairy on the other side. The two, who were initially very mismatched, were now evenly matched. Just as she was hesitating, a golden floating screen message appeared. Dongfang Jiubai, fight. Give them a good beating. Since Brother Dongfang has spoken, then Meng Meng will accept the challenge. Brother Dongfang, you have to help me get votes, or Meng Meng won't talk to you anymore. He keeps calling me brother, who can resist that? Sure enough, before the PK even started, the mysterious big shot named Dongfang Jiubai started spamming the livestream chat. The various gift effects made the cute girl giggle continuously. The comments below were all the same. Dude, are you stupid? Tao Xiaotao, on the other hand, also used a variety of tricks and techniques, all in an effort to score more points in the upcoming PK. Babies, my mom is sick and I haven't even gotten there yet. You guys won't let me lose the PK, right? Chapter 16 is over. We've run into a real big brother. It's finally here after much anticipation. After both sides had made their preparations, the epic battle between Tao Xiaotao and Mang Wanzi officially began. Tao Xiaotao, babies, you can start voting now. Tao Xiaotao, wow. Thank you 9527 for the 520 little hearts. Love you. Tao Xiaotao, thank you, brother 1314, for the 10 large beers. Sending you love. Tao Xiaotao, thank you so much for the big rocket, big brother. Kiss. Under Tao Xiaotao's powerful emotional appeal, everyone in the livestream contributed their efforts. Before long, her score reached an astonishing 10086. This moment truly exemplifies the power of numbers. Seeing the aggressive approach from the other side, Mang Wanzi immediately started campaigning for votes as well. Mang Wanzi, everyone, if you have any votes, please vote. We absolutely cannot lose. If we lose, Meng Meng won't have money for food. The brothers probably don't want Meng Meng to go hungry, right? The answer, of course, is no. A mountain pressing down, 2nd Battalion Commander, fire the cannons. Grey mood, Meng Meng, I'm giving you all the Douyin coins I've saved up for a month. Keep it up. Deep affection will never be betrayed. If you have money, please support us financially. If you don't have money, please support us by sharing the livestream and helping Meng Meng. With the help of a bunch of sycophants, Mang Wanzi easily surpassed Tao Xiaotao in PK points. And that's exactly when double points time arrived. Within 1 minute, the same gift earns double the points. This is also the fastest time to gain points during streamer PK battles. Seeing that the time was right, Tao Xiaotao immediately called out to her big brother in the livestream. Brothers, it's time to make your move. Double the points now, let's crush their health bars. As soon as he finished speaking, level 59 little white dragon in the waves started spamming special effects in the livestream. Tao Xiaotao, thank you, brother Long, for sending such a big rocket. Tao Xiaotao, thank you, brother Long, for the Ferris wheel. In just a few seconds, the score was overtaken. But Mang Wanzi looked disdainful. Her older brother hasn't made a move yet. She pouted and immediately put on a pitiful look. The next moment, a 10-shot carnival dazzled the entire venue. The enemy's health bar, which had just been pushed forward, was instantly countered. Seeing this, Tao Xiaotao had no choice but to use her second soul skill, acting cute. Brother Long, Xiaotao's health bar is about to run out. Can you bear to see Xiaotao being beaten and crying? The answer is, of course, impossible. 9527, 2nd Battalion Commander, open fire. The white dragon in the waves launched a direct attack on Zhao Lianhua. Mang Wanzi was also startled. Seeing that the other party hadn't made a move, she thought they had run out of tricks, but unexpectedly. Mang Wanzi, brother Dongfang, the other side is bullying us. Dongfang Zhoubai, just wait and see how I'll whittle down their health bar. After the screen floats, dragons with special effects begin to coil around the screen. That's a symbol of status and prestige on Douyin, the roar of the dragon. 1 dragon is worth 10,000 dragon coins. 10 dragons march forth, leaving not a blade of grass standing. The two, who were originally evenly matched, suddenly found themselves in a one-sided situation. Just as Dongfang Zhoubai said, the opponent's health bar was indeed depleted by him. Tao Xiaotao turned pale upon seeing this. She knew the enemy had a lot of firepower, but she didn't expect it to be this much. Before she could even ask the white dragon in the waves for help, the other party sent a message begging for mercy. Little white dragon in the waves, Peach, I tried my best, let it go, the other guy is too strong. Forget it, how could I possibly forget it? She's a money-grabbing livestreamer. She picked up her phone and started acting cute towards the mysterious older man. Big brother, the stats for this PK are almost there, but you have to help me win this PK so that Tao Tao can have dinner with you. Big brother, you'll help Tao Tao, right? The older brother isn't replying, he's just spending money recklessly. The usered Galloping Horse presents the gift Dragon's Roar. The usered Galloping Horse will receive 2 Dragon's Roar gifts. Users gallop freely. Codename 007, here he comes. The real boss has arrived. 9527, next up is Li Shihao's elder brother, the most handsome man in the entire universe, galloping on horseback. Generation Y, holy crap, how many dragon roars is that? 20, 30? I don't like cilantro, Dad, please check my private messages, please. With the sudden addition of galloping horses, the previously one-sided situation was reversed once again. Meng Wanzi's lips were trembling. The health bar is truly invisible now. That was just her health bar. No, we can't just give up like this. Even if I lose, I want to win as many rounds as possible. I can't afford to lose. She choked up after applying some eye drops. Brother Dongfang, what do we do now? The viewers in the live stream were also chattering away. Green-haired turtle at Dongfang Zhoubai, hurry up and attack. Three's company, bro, hurry up and kill them. They're so damn arrogant. However, Dongfang Zhoubai, the person directly involved, felt a chill run down his spine. In previous PvP battles, once he unleashed 10 dragons, the opponent would basically surrender. I never expected to run into such a tough opponent this time. No way. I've been growing this cabbage for so long, I can't give up halfway. Immediately afterwards, Dongfang Zhoubai started spamming the screen again. User Dongfang Zhoubai gifted the Dragon's Roar. User Dongfang Zhoubai has gifted 2 Dragon's Roar items. Strangely, no matter how much he fed, the health bar didn't change at all. It turns out the guy on the other side was also feeding the enemy. Moreover, now that the double points period is over, he has no choice but to keep grinding if he wants to win. And so, the PK points in the live stream skyrocketed. Soon, only 30 seconds remained in the PK battle. But the health bar remained unchanged. The East has been utterly defeated. He slayed more than 50 dragons. More than 500,000. With that money, he could eat any kind of internet celebrity's food. We can't be taken advantage of anymore. A true man should be able to bend and stretch. And so, Meng Wanzi saw this comment. Dongfang Zhoubai, Meng, I've reached my spending limit, this is all I can do for you. You have to admit defeat. I'll pay for the 10 carnivals you're supposed to participate in as punishment. With 50 dragon roars and various other gifts, Meng Wanzi earned 300,000 yuan in this livestream. She was grinning from ear to ear, so naturally she wouldn't blame her older brother. No need, brother Dongfang, you've already done your best. Victory and defeat are common in war, you don't need to take it to heart. Aside from the dejected Dongfang Zhoubai, the other spectators were also wailing in despair. They are all veterans who followed Meng Wanzi into battle. In the past, the land was barren, but today it suffered a crushing defeat. Compared to Meng Wanzi's desolate livestream, Tao Xiaotao's livestream was incredibly lively. At its peak, it only had about 10,000 people. After the streamer galloped around and spammed hundreds of dragon roars, the number of viewers in the livestream immediately exceeded 100,000. Its popularity even made it into the top 10 nationwide. Codename 007, such a grand occasion is all because of one person. It's truly spectacular. 9527, once a big brother, always a big brother. Chapter 17, meeting Tao Xiaotao at the hotel. Thank you, Meng Wanzi, for sending 10 carnivals. In the live stream, Tao Xiaotao was grinning from ear to ear. Meng Wanzi is a major internet celebrity with millions of followers. He is renowned in the PK player versus player community and rarely suffers defeat. But now, this very person has been defeated by himself. How could she not be excited? Looking at Meng Wanzi, although she looks a little unhappy, she's actually not that unhappy. After all, she didn't lose out in this competition. Does winning or losing matter? Normally, it is important. But it's nothing compared to money. Thinking of this, she curiously clicked on the user information of the screen name Galloping Horse. Just as she was about to check it out, she received a friend request. What a coincidence that person's name was also Sima Benting, meaning Galloping Horses. Now that the PK is over, I'll be leaving. Goodbye, Sister Xiaotao. I'll challenge you to another PK next time. Goodbye, Maruko-chan. After saying goodbye to Meng Wanzi, Tao Xiaotao excitedly looked at the tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. This was the highlight of her life. We have to take a picture to commemorate this. But as soon as she took out her phone, a message popped up. Galloping on horseback older brother, Lanting Hotel, I'm waiting for you. In the past, she wouldn't have paid any attention to this kind of information. But now, she can't ignore it anymore. Tao Xiaotao, okay, I'll be right there. After composing herself, she returned to the screen. Thank you all for your strong support, especially Brother Sima Benting and Brother Long. Thank you both. Xiao Tao wishes Big Brother auspicious days and joy, abundant harvests, wealth and longevity, long life, and many more. May you be blessed with wealth, prosperity, and noble children, with filial sons and virtuous grandchildren bringing glory to your family for generations. May you enjoy wealth and honor year after year, and have money, power, and a bright future. Babies, please give these two big brothers a little more attention. Originally, the little white dragon in the waves was somewhat embarrassed. After all, he chickened out at the crucial moment. Unexpectedly, Tao Xiaotao still chose him in the end. It's no wonder he spends money in the livestream every day. Tao Xiaotao, nonsense, I'm not stupid. You're the eldest brother, shouldn't I help keep him under control? Alright, everyone, that's all for today's livestream. New viewers, please follow the streamer. See you tomorrow at the same time. After saying that, the live stream screen went black. The streamer you are following has ended their broadcast. Codename 007, wait, you're leaving already? I was just getting into the swing of things. 9527, holy crap. Don't go. I haven't even sworn brotherhood with my older brother yet. 9527, big brother, are you still there? Your loyal little brother is calling for you online. On the other side, Lin Su also put away his phone and prepared to leave. Where are you going so late? Hong Na asked, puzzled. Lin Su smiled mysteriously, let's go out and ride horses. Galloping on horseback? What does that mean? The scene shifts, and Lin Su arrives at the 5-star Lanting Hotel in Y City. However, just as he stepped into the hotel, a clear and familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, you there, stop right there. The voice seemed to possess a magical power, causing Lin Su to involuntarily stop in his tracks. He slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the sound, where he saw a figure standing not far away. That's Tao Xiaotao, who else could it be? At this moment, Tao Xiaotao is still wearing a bright red dress, just like a blooming red rose. However, unlike her bridal attire in the livestream, she was now wearing a sexy red dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. With her exquisite makeup, she looked both charming and captivating. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Lin Su's face showed a hint of doubt. His voice was calm and gentle, as if he was not surprised by Tao Xiaotao's appearance. Tao Xiaotao strode forward angrily. The crisp sound of her high heels on the ground seemed to be a reflection of her inner anger. Tell me what's wrong. Instead of being home with your wife in the middle of the night, you've come to a hotel. Faced with Tao Xiaotao's questioning, Lin Bai appeared unusually calm. He smiled slightly and replied unhurriedly, I'm here to meet a client. Tao Xiaotao was clearly not satisfied with this answer. She sneered and mocked, meeting a client? Are you really that bad at making up lies? Do you think anyone will believe you? Lin Su was not angered by Tao Xiaotao's words. He still smiled and asked her a question. Where's Tao, the internet celebrity? Shouldn't you be live streaming at this time? Why are you here? I'm here to meet a friend. Tao Xiaotao said confidently, puffing out her chest without the slightest hint of embarrassment. What kind of friend? A male friend? Or a female girlfriend? Lin Su asked again. What's it to you? We're friends, I'm just showing you some concern. Who needs your concern? Mind your own business. After glaring at Lin Su, Tao Xiaotao shoved him aside and walked into the hotel. Lin Su was not angry at all. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. I'd like to see how you'll talk back later. After saying that, he followed. A short while later, the two appeared in the same corridor. Tao Xiaotao, who was walking in front, stopped and glared angrily at Lin Su behind her. How long are you going to follow me? With you? I'm not with you. Lin Su asked, bewildered. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Lin Su, Tao Xiaotao would have really wanted to go up and give this man a good beating. There was nothing she could do but suppress her anger for the time being. She took a deep breath and said seriously. Lin Su, listen carefully. Nana has told me everything about you. I'm going to give you an answer right here and now. I, Tao Xiaotao, will never become your breeding machine. So please stop following me. Okay, I understand. You know what's going on, so why aren't you leaving? Are you sure you want me to leave? Absolutely certain. Get out of my sight right now. Alright then, you'll regret it. After saying that, Lin Su turned and left. Screw your regrets. I'm going to meet a big shot. If you ruin my plans, I'll fight you to the death. Only after Lin Su had completely disappeared from sight did Tao Xiaotao turn around and continue on her way. This hotel is huge. Found it, 808. After some effort, Tao Xiaotao finally arrived outside the agreed-upon private room. Calm yourself down and knock on the door. Surprisingly, no one responded to her. She didn't dare to go in rashly, so she waited at the door. However, she waited for 10 minutes, but there was still no movement. Unable to bear it any longer, she finally pushed open the door. Sorry, I knocked on the door but no one answered. When she entered the private room, she found that there was no one there at all. What happened? I got stood up? She immediately sent 3 question marks to brother Sima Benteng. All she received in response was read but not replied. What does this mean? You invited me here but won't meet me? Just as Tao Xiaotao was in a daze, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly came from the doorway. I'm sorry I'm late. Tao Xiaotao subconsciously looked up. But when she saw who it was, she was completely stunned. It's you? Chapter 18 Tao Xiaotao's Past. What are you doing here? Inside the private room, Tao Xiaotao looked at the newcomer with a gloomy expression. Faced with Tao Xiaotao's questioning, Lin Su remained calm and relaxed, sitting comfortably on the sofa and speaking leisurely. This is the private room I booked. What does Tao, the internet celebrity, think I'm here for? Tao Xiaotao screamed at the top of her lungs. You booked a private room? Impossible. But halfway through her sentence, as if she had suddenly remembered something, her delicate face instantly became extremely flustered. Even his voice trembled slightly. Lin Su, galloping on horseback? Is it really you? Lin Su smiled, so, the internet celebrity Tao has finally realized what's going on. Ah! I'm going to kill you. How dare you mock me? With a scream, Tao Xiaotao, who was enjoying immense popularity in the livestream, pounced directly on Lin Su. After his body was enhanced, Lin Su's strength increased significantly. Now he could easily kill a bull with one punch. How could a mere Tao Xiaotao possibly do anything to him? As expected, Tao Xiaotao was subdued by Lin Su on the sofa in the blink of an eye. Even after being subdued, Tao Xiaotao remained defiant. Let me go right now. Or I'll call the police. Call the police? Are you sure? We're having a one-night stand here. If the police come, do you think you can still keep your job? Who asked you out? I came here to have dinner with you, to keep you company. Tao Xiaotao stammered. You might be able to fool others with that, but do you think you can fool yourself? As he spoke, Lin Su's hand had already reached out to stroke it. The moment their skin touched, Tao Xiaotao visibly trembled. Her face, which had been full of anger, suddenly became flustered. What do you want to do? Lin Su gently stroked Tao Xiaotao's almost perfect face with his slender fingers while speaking in a tender yet ambiguous tone. Xiaotao, you know I'm interested in you. Be my woman, okay? I'll give you a lifetime of wealth and luxury. No. I don't want to. I don't want to have a child with a scumbag like you. Let me go. As she spoke, Tao Xiaotao began to struggle violently again. However, Lin Su was simply too strong, and she couldn't do anything to him. Lin Su's actions became increasingly unrestrained at this point. 2 hands roamed over her body like long snakes. Just as Lin Su was about to break through the barrier and go deeper, Tao Xiaotao, whom he had subdued, suddenly started crying. Lin Su, who had originally planned to have his way with Tao Xiaotao that night, was at a loss when he saw this. Hey, don't cry, I haven't done anything yet. I was just kidding. I won't do anything, okay? No matter how much he tried to comfort her, Tao Xiaotao showed no signs of improvement. In an instant, the entire private room was filled with the other person's aggrieved and heartbreaking sobs. I don't know how much time passed before the crying gradually subsided. I never expected that Tao Xiaotao, who has hundreds of thousands of fans, would cry like a child, and I couldn't comfort her no matter what I did. Mind your own business. Tao Xiaotao blared at Lin Su, annoyed. I don't want to get involved, but I've spent millions on your live stream, and now you're unwilling to give yourself to me. You have to give me an explanation for this. You were the one who swiped it, what does it have to do with me? What happened before was indeed none of your business, but you begged me when we were fighting, and I have the chat history here. It's not going to be easy for you to renege on your promise. Tao Xiaotao bit her red lips, I'll give it back to you. Alright, let's transfer the money. After all, it's almost 1 million. What? 1 million? You didn't swipe that much. Nearly 100 dragon roars, at 10,000 each, that's 1 million, isn't it? Linsa said innocently. Yes, but the platform takes a cut, so I'll only get a maximum of 500,000. I don't care, I spent so much money, you have to give me a full refund, and you didn't lose anything at all, I brought you so much buzz. Do you have to be so heartless? Tao Xiaotao frowned. I can be kind, as long as you agree to be my woman. Lin Su winked and leaned closer. But before he could get close, Tao Xiaotao pushed him away. You've got it. Even if I, Tao Xiaotao, become an internet beggar, I will never be your breeding machine. Lin Su frowned. He hadn't expected Tao Xiaotao to be so resistant to the idea of giving herself to him. Can you tell me why? Lin Su suddenly asked. Why what? It's about being with me. Why should I tell you? You're nobody to me. As she spoke, a fleeting look of melancholy flashed across Tao Xiaotao's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Lin Su still managed to capture it. If you tell me the real reason, I won't make you pay the 1 million. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's eyes lit up. Really? Words of a gentleman. Although Tao Xiaotao was very tempted, this matter involved her past, and she really didn't want to reopen old wounds. After struggling with the decision, she finally decided to confess. After all, 1 million is no small number. It turns out that Tao Xiaotao had a relationship during her university years. The man treated her very well, and with the encouragement of a group of people, she ended up being with him. After that, the two went to class, ate, dated, and traveled together like any other college couple. That person's meticulous care also made Tao Xiaotao fall for him. On their 100th anniversary, an accident occurred. A woman barged into their private room and, without saying a word, grabbed a drink from the side and poured it on her. At first, she thought the woman was crazy. But she later found out that the woman was actually her boyfriend's official girlfriend. Her boyfriend and his wife were in a long-distance relationship, but he couldn't resist the allure of university and pursued her. And she became a mistress without even realizing it. Although the incident didn't cause a big stir, no one around her criticized her. But she still completely broke down. For many days in a row, she locked herself in her dormitory. Later, she voluntarily dropped out of school and left that city. After staying in her hometown for a while, she came to the distant city of Wei, where she met Hongna while looking for a place to live. She really liked Hongna's positive and optimistic personality. Gradually, the two became friends. Influenced by Hongna, she also came to understand the principle of money being paramount. So she started live streaming. Initially, she wanted to marry a rich man and become a wealthy wife. But to everyone's surprise, those netizens seemed to really like her style. She unexpectedly became famous in less than a month of live streaming. As her live streaming career flourished, her initial thoughts changed. Now, she's just making more money. Then use that money to do what you want to do. As for men, they're all big jerks, she doesn't want them. Linsa felt very sorry for Tao Xiaotao after learning the truth. Tao Xiaotao seems carefree and easygoing, but no one would have guessed that she has such a little-known past. Now it seems that her unwillingness to be with me is mostly because of her past as a mistress. If I told you that none of the things you're worried about will happen with me, would you be my woman? I've already said all this, and you still won't give up? I also wanted to give up, but you are just too beautiful. And don't forget, I'm the number one on the leaderboard. Just a heads up, some people might think this is a bit too sycophantic, and it is, but it's a reasonable arrangement. It's not like a mindless wish fulfillment story where you just push things out directly. Besides, she's an internet celebrity and has her own pride. To reiterate, Tao Xiaotao's actions in the early stages were somewhat obsequious, but this was a necessary step for the male lead before his mindset changed. If you've read this far, please continue reading. The male lead will change later and will never fawn over anyone again. Let's talk money, not feelings. I'm begging you all. I really won't be licking boots anymore. If there's still any licking boots after chapter 50, may the author pay with their head. Chapter 19 Teasing Tao Xiaotao. Does it have to be me? With your money, you can find any woman you want. Inside the private room, Tao Xiaotao looked at Lin Su with a complicated expression. She never expected that even after revealing her past, this man would still not let her go. Finding a beautiful woman is easy, but finding one as beautiful as you who also fits my taste is really difficult. As he spoke, Lin Su had already moved close to Tao Xiaotao. Xiao Tao, I really like you. The overwhelming masculine scent made Tao Xiaotao, who hadn't been in contact with a man for a long time, blush instantly. Even his voice started to stutter. No, you said you wouldn't force me. How about we try dating first? And then you can make it official when you feel it's right? Lin Su suddenly suggested. Should we try dating first? Tao Xiaotao frowned. Yes, what you're worried about is being deceived by a man again, so let's try dating first. Tao Xiaotao seemed somewhat tempted upon hearing this. Then, what about the other things? What's going on? Lin Su asked, puzzled. It's about those things between men and women. Tao Xiaotao said, blushing and stammering. Oh, what are you talking about, Xiaotao? I like you as a person, not your body. Don't worry, I will never touch you without your permission. But you're already touching me. Lin Su looked down and saw that his hand had somehow touched Tao Xiaotao's thigh. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. But to be fair, young girls are just so youthful. Hongna, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm old? So? You won't refuse now, will you? Tao Xiaotao bit her red lips, looking hesitant. Just 1 week. Let's be a couple for 1 week. You want me that much? Lin Su smiled. Who wouldn't want a beautiful woman? Tao Xiaotao was slightly taken aback. She couldn't remember the last time she had heard such touching words of love. However, having already been injured once, she was not so easily fooled. She snorted and said, All right, I'll give you a chance. So, does that mean you've agreed to be my girlfriend? Let me correct you, it's not be my girlfriend, it's 7-day contract girlfriend. We'll break up after 7 days. So, can I kiss you now? Kiss me? No way, damn it. Why? Aren't I your boyfriend? He's a good boyfriend, but we've only just started dating, and you promised me you wouldn't do anything reckless. Tao Xiaotao's voice grew softer and softer, and her head drooped lower and lower, as if she wanted to hide her flushed cheeks. You haven't kissed anyone before, have you? The astute Lin Su asked boldly. How did you know? Tao Xiaotao looked up in surprise. But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. He immediately denied it outright. No way. Who said I've never kissed anyone? When I was dating that jerk, we kissed every single day. I don't believe it. I'm telling the truth, he's been bothering me every day. I don't believe it. No matter how Tao Xiaotao tried to explain, Lin Su only gave 2 words in response, I don't believe you. Tao Xiaotao was trembling with anger because her lifelong reputation was ruined by her loose tongue. Then you can stay here and not believe me, I'm going back. She glared at Lin Su fiercely, then turned to leave. But she had only taken 2 steps when a warm, large hand grabbed her. What are you trying to do now? She had just turned around when her thick lips pressed against hers. Tao Xiaotao stared wide-eyed at Lin Su in disbelief. She never expected that this man would actually dare. Coming to her senses, she immediately struggled. But Lin Su seemed to have anticipated this and easily subdued her. Slowly, she returned to her place. The atmosphere in the room became ambiguous. It's unclear how much time passed before Lin Su finally released Tao Xiaotao. At this moment, Tao Xiaotao's face was as red as an apple. Especially her rosy lips, which shimmered with a dazzling luster. However, what's most striking is her gaze, which seems to want to devour Lin Su alive. But Lin Su didn't seem to mind making things worse, and said with a half-smile. Now I believe you really have kissed someone else. You filthy scoundrel, just you wait. If I don't kick you to the curb in a week, I'm not a Tao. There's still a long time until a week from now, so don't make any promises you can't keep. No one can change the decisions I, Tao Xiaotao, have made. Oh? Really? Then why didn't you struggle afterwards? Mind your own business and get out of my way. The female lead has left, so there's no need for him to stay. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go home. Instead, he took the elevator. Soon, he arrived outside the luxury suite. Knock on the door. Not long after, a cute little girl in a pink princess dress appeared in front of him. Brother Su, you're back. Meanwhile, back in the car, Tao Xiaotao grew angrier the more she thought about it. She dated that scumbag for 100 days, but he never kissed her even once. But she only met that scumbag Lin Su twice, and her first kiss was stolen. What's even more outrageous is that he also knows his own weaknesses. No, we have to teach him a lesson. Hey Nana, it's me. There's something I feel I need to tell you, it's about Lin Su. Chapter 20 Cute Maruko Li Shimeng. Meng, what about what I told you before? Have you thought it over? On the sofa, Lin Su was fiddling with the girl's hair while talking casually. The girl slowly raised her head, her large, clear eyes sparkling with doubt and suspicion. Brother So, are you really a young master from a reclusive family? The girl's voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale singing in a valley, captivating all who heard it. Looking at the girl's innocent face, Lin Su couldn't help but smile. What? Meng doesn't believe me? The girl quickly shook her head. No. I believe in Brother Su. However, the girl still felt uneasy. She bit her lip and continued. I'm just a little scared. Lin suppressed. Meng, what are you afraid of? The girl lowered her head and whispered, I'm actually afraid that Brother Su will abandon me. Abandon? How could you think that? Lin Su frowned slightly, clearly surprised by the girl's concern. The girl looked up, a tear glistening in her eyes. Didn't Brother Su say that you approached Meng to help your clan continue its lineage? Meng is willing to have Brother Su's child, but Brother Su's status is so noble. If I give birth to the child, Brother Su won't want me anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Su finally understood. So, this little girl lacks a sense of security. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, so he quickly hugged the girl tightly and gently comforted her. Although I, Lin Su, am not a particularly virtuous person, I am definitely not the kind of person who would abandon his wife and children. Besides, my Meng is so cute, how could I bear to abandon you? Really? Brother Su really won't abandon me? The girl looked up, half believing and half doubting. Lin Su smiled and nodded, of course. Meng helped our Lin family continue its lineage, so you are a great benefactor to our Lin family. Even if I wanted to abandon you, my father and the elders of the Lin family would absolutely not agree. That's great, Brother Su is the best. The girl happily jumped into Lin Su's arms. They're so young, they're so easily fooled. However, Lin Su wasn't lying. Although he was taking advantage of the young girl, he would never abandon his wife and children. As long as these women he's found don't leave, he'll give them a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Meng, are you no longer worried? No. Let's talk somewhere else then. Change locations? Where? Due to unforeseen circumstances, a million words have been omitted. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Su finally leaned against the headboard with a contented expression. Although he guessed that success would be easy, he didn't expect it to be this easy. To his surprise, she was also a beginner. This she is none other than Meng Wanzi, the lowly streamer with millions of fans that Lin Su just hooked up with today. Real name Li Shimeng. The reason he hooked up with Li Shimeng was simply because he thought the streamer might be easier for him to win over. After all, those female streamers who call each other Big Brother and Godfather online every day are definitely easier to take advantage of than in real life. He made an appointment with Li Shimeng, just to give it a try. To my surprise, the other party agreed without any hesitation. Li Shimeng, nonsense. If a guy like that spends $1 million in one night, of course I'll come if he invites me. After being driven away by Tao Xiaohao, he took the opportunity to meet with Li Shimeng. But he booked a suite, not a private room. He didn't know Li Shimeng's overall score or her chances of getting pregnant, and he didn't intend to waste any more time on it. If things go according to his expectations, he will quickly win over the other party in his own way. If it doesn't fit, he plans to part ways with the other person after the one-night stand. Don't blame Lao Lin for turning his back on you after you've done your bidding. The pace of society is just too fast. Only by developing the memory of a fish can he live a more wonderful and perfect life. Fortunately, Li Shimeng is not an online fraudster, and she is just as beautiful and sweet in person as she is on livestream. Its overall score is even as high as 8.9. The overall pregnancy probability is also above 75%. Although it's not very high, it's definitely not low either. So he went straight to the point and stated his purpose. Unexpectedly, the little girl was easily fooled by the story he told. But he also knew that this couldn't be achieved solely through his words. The key is still his handsome appearance. When that little girl looked at me, her eyes were sparkling like stars. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. So, he easily used the guise of a massage to push Li Shimeng down. There's no such thing as a man who can remain unmoved by a woman's advances. There's only one explanation for why someone can remain unmoved even with a beautiful woman right in front of them: that person isn't a man at all. Master, why haven't you distributed the rewards yet? Congratulations, host, on completing the communication task. Task rating, S+. You have received the following rewards: 7 million dragon coins. Ownership of 1 floor of Tianhai building. Another S+ rating. It seems that the value of Suyan's SS grade is still rising. An ordinary 7 million. But this second reward is amazing. Ownership of 1 floor of Tianhai building. Tianhai building is the tallest office building in Y City. It has a full 108 floors. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a landmark building in Y City. The rent for 1 floor of such a building would be at least 1 million yuan a month. But now he actually owns an entire floor of the Tianhai building. This is incredible. It seems that pushing that little girl was definitely a wise move. Just as Lin Su was overjoyed, a voice full of doubt suddenly came over. Brother Su, what are you laughing at? It turned out that Li Shimeng, overwhelmed by the burden, had woken up. Lin Su smiled and quickly pulled Li Shimeng into his arms. I just told my family about us. When they found out I had such a lovely wife, they immediately rewarded me with an entire floor. 1 floor? Really? Of course it's true. How could Brother Su lie to our adorable little Shimeng? Which building? Tianhai building. Where? Tianhai building? Now you know how powerful your Brother Su's family is, right? Brother Su, you really won't abandon me, right? Of course, I'm your first man. Brother Su, you're so kind. Chapter 21: Li Shimeng's advice. Brother Su, Tao Xiaotao is also someone you chose, right? After her gentle words, Li Shimeng suddenly said something. How did you know? Lin Su asked, feigning surprise. Li Shimeng gave Lin Su a reproachful look. You spent millions in her livestream today, how could I not know? Is my little cutie jealous? Lin Su grinned mischievously. What do you think? You beat me up so badly in front of so many people. Li Shimeng pouted unhappily. Lin Su chuckled and reached out to pinch Li Shimeng's cute cheek. I think you should be happy. Happy? Why? Because if it weren't for Xiaotao, we wouldn't have met. That's because you lied to me. You clearly said you'd only. The little girl pouted, her eyes filled with resentment. It's not that Meng Meng is too cute, I can't handle her. I don't believe it. How about I prove it to you? How can you prove it? Of course, we'll do it again. Ah. No. Brother Su, I have a good idea. After catching her breath, Li Shimeng spoke again. What's the good idea? Lin Su asked curiously. Brother Su wants to continue the family line, right? I think you could start a guild. Guild? The kind of guild you stream in? Li Shimeng nodded, that's right. Nowadays, many young and beautiful girls don't want to work, they want to become internet celebrities. Brother Su, you can take advantage of their desire to become famous. First, invite them to join the guild, and then take them down one by one. Li Shimeng's idea caught Lin Su's eye. Although he has a system that allows him to choose wherever he goes. But this would undoubtedly be a waste of both time and effort. In comparison, wouldn't it be much easier for him to set up a guild, wait for the beautiful women to come to him, and then screen them one by one? Indeed, behind every successful man, there is a woman silently making sacrifices. However, he still couldn't believe that these words could come from the mouth of the seemingly harmless Li Shimeng. Brother Su, why are you staring at me like that? Li Shimeng blinked her big eyes in confusion. If I remember correctly, you're a streamer too, right? And you have 1 million followers. How could you betray your junior like this? Li Shimeng blushed and stammered. I didn't cheat them at all. I'm helping them, okay? Brother Su, you're so rich, it's their good fortune to be with you, okay? And what about you? Lin Su suddenly asked. Me? What happened to me? Li Shimeng asked, puzzled. If I really do as you say, I'll only have more and more women in the future. Are you really not worried about that? How could I not mind? But I know you're doing this for the family, so I don't want to put you in a difficult position. As long as you care about me, I'll be content. Looking at Xiao Luo with such deep affection in her eyes, Lin Su felt an indescribable sense of emotion. Meng Meng, how about I make you the top female guild member after Brother So finishes setting it up? Real? As long as I live, you'll always be number one. That's great, Brother So, I love you to death. The next morning, Lin Su opened his eyes and saw two large, bright eyes staring at him without blinking. Who else could those eyes belong to but Li Shimeng? Why are you staring at me? Of course it's because Brother Su is handsome. Li Shimeng said innocently. So how good looking do you think I am? Lin Su asked again. Li Shimeng rested her chin on her hand and pondered for a while before speaking. He's better looking than all the internet celebrities Meng Meng knows, but some male celebrities aren't as good looking as Brother Su. Is it really as exaggerated as you say? No exaggeration, Brother Su is really super handsome. If Brother Su became an internet celebrity, he would definitely charm a lot of young and beautiful girls. Li Shimeng said earnestly. Okay, once the guild is set up, I'll also create an internet celebrity identity for myself to play around with. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Shimeng rejected the suggestion. No way. Brother Su can't become an internet celebrity. Didn't you say I was suitable? It is indeed suitable, but if it's not right, it's not right. Why? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Because Brother Su, you belong to me and my sisters. Only we can see your face, no one else can. Lin Su suddenly realized. Oh. So, Meng Meng, you want to monopolize me? Who can blame us when Brother Su's face is just too captivating? How about I do something even more alluring? Hey! Brother Su, what are you doing? Meng Meng, you are the guild's top female player and the future face of the guild. You must master multiple skills, so I have decided to give you special training every day from now on. More than an hour later. Are you really not coming back with me? Lin Su asked again. Li Shimeng pouted resentfully. How can I face anyone looking like this? That's none other than your best friend. That won't do either. I'm an internet celebrity, I have a reputation to maintain. Seeing that Li Shimeng insisted, Lin Su did not force her. Alright then, be careful on your way back. Okay, bye-bye, Brother Su. With a wave of her hand, Li Shimeng sat in her mini-car. Just then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she immediately rolled down the car window and said to Lin Su. Alright, Brother Su, don't forget our promise to help me get revenge tonight. Lin Su laughed and said, don't worry, I guarantee you'll make a name for yourself in the PK world tonight. That's more like it. Shortly after, Li Shimeng drove away from the Lanting Hotel. Lin Su didn't linger either, and drove off in his flashy G-Wagon. About half an hour later, he arrived at the foot of a hotel that didn't look very impressive. Outside the hotel, a particularly elegantly dressed woman was already waiting by the roadside with her suitcase. That person was none other than Wang Ying, who had taken the initiative to come to their door. Upon seeing Lin Su, Wang Ying excitedly waved her hand. As he got closer, Lin Su couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Didn't we agree to pick you up from your house? What are you doing here? Wang Ying bit her red lips and stammered. He rented the apartment. We broke up, so I moved out. Goodness, turns out the last one was an ATM too. Brother, don't blame me, I really didn't mean to ruin your relationship. But don't worry, I'll teach that scumbag a lesson for you. Ex-boyfriend, may I ask how you would like to be taught a lesson, young hero? Lin Su, no matter what, I have to make her have 5, 6, 7, or 8 children for me. How about that? Is that ruthless enough? Ex-boyfriend. Chapter 22 Re-encounter with Bairuoro. We're here, get off. Lin Su's voice suddenly came. Wang Ying snapped out of her daze as if waking from a dream. Ha? We've arrived? Lin Su nodded, then pointed out the car window and said, yes, that's it. Following his gaze, one could see a building not far away with 2 eye-catching characters written on it, harem. Her eyes widened, and she muttered to herself. Why would a residential community have such a strange name? Stop spacing out, get off the bus now. Oh well. Before long, she followed Lin Su with great anticipation into the residential area called harem. Just as the two were standing in front of the elevator waiting, a beautiful figure suddenly came into their view. It was a blonde girl. Her appearance was like a beautiful sight, instantly attracting their attention. She was wearing a bright yellow sweatshirt, which was eye-catching. She wore a pair of super short shorts on her lower body, which showed off her fair thighs. She was wearing a pair of sandals with rabbit ears on her feet. And the lollipop dangling from his mouth gives off a cute and playful vibe. And looking at the girl's appearance, it was absolutely stunning. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were exquisitely beautiful. Especially her big eyes, which are as deep as lakes, making people easily lose themselves in them. Moreover, she exudes a youthful and vibrant aura, like a flower blooming in spring. Even Wang Ying, who was also a woman, couldn't help but be deeply attracted by her almost flawless face. While Wang Ying was still marveling at the girl's perfect appearance, Lin Su had already greeted her. What a coincidence, we meet again. Bai Ruoruo raised her head and blinked innocently. Uncle, do I know you? Lin Su laughed and said, I thought you were ignoring me. Uncle, what are you talking about? Do we know each other? Bai Ruoruo still looked like she didn't understand anything. Just as Lin Su was about to say something, the long-awaited elevator stopped on the first floor. Bai Ruoruo sucked on the lollipop in her mouth, then swaggered into the elevator. At the same time, she also kindly reminded Lin Su. Uncle, are you coming in or not? If not, I'm closing the door. Certainly. And so, Lin Su and Bai Ruoruo rode in the same elevator again, only this time Wang Ying was the one riding with them. They remained silent until the elevator stopped on the 12th floor, at which point Bai Ruoruo turned to look at Lin Su. Uncle, you didn't forget to press the floor button, did you? Lin Su curled his lips into a faint smile. Do you think my memory is that bad? After saying that, Lin Su walked around Bai Ruoruo and stepped out of the elevator. Wang Ying followed behind them as they walked out. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Bai Ruoruo couldn't help but mutter to herself. I'd like to see what kind of trouble you're up to. The scene shifts, and Lin Su brings Wang Ying to the door of room 1202. Across the street was room 1201, and standing in front of the door was none other than the young girl Bai Ruoruo. With a crisp sound of the door opening, the door to 1202 swung open. Bai Ruoruo's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. He really became my neighbor? Then, Lin Su walked into the house calmly, seemingly unaware of Bai Ruoruo's shocked gaze. However, just as Wang Ying was about to lift her foot to follow, Bai Ruoruo's voice suddenly came from behind her. Etc. Wang Ying was somewhat surprised. She stopped and slowly turned around, looking at Bai Ruoruo and asking in confusion. What's up? Bai Ruoruo walked quickly to Wang Ying, looked her up and down, and then asked. You're his girlfriend, right? Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Although her relationship with Lin Su was one of being kept and being kept, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. The next moment, Bai Ruoruo suddenly leaned forward and said in a mysterious tone. Sister, for the sake of us being women, I'm kindly reminding you that your boyfriend isn't a reliable person. You'd better break up with him as soon as possible, or you'll regret it. Wang Ying was bewildered by Bai Ruoruo's sudden words, her face full of confusion. Why? Bai Ruoruo glanced around the room, and only after confirming that Lin Su wasn't eavesdropping did she continue speaking. That man kept staring at me lewdly in the elevator yesterday, and even tried to ask for my WeChat. Ah? Wang Ying exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this, clearly shocked by the news. But in a moment, she returned to normal. Seeing that Wang Ying recovered so quickly, Bai Ruoruo was also very shocked, but she didn't think too much about it and continued speaking. Also, he was with another woman yesterday. I suspect he's two-timing, so sister, please don't be fooled by his looks. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Ying interrupted her. Why are you telling me all this? What I hate most are scumbags, especially those who take advantage of their good looks to casually play with women. The young girl, Bai Ruoruo, spoke indignantly, her fists waving incessantly as if protesting something. Wang Ying was also amused by the cute girl and made a sound. Thank you. My name is Wang Ying. What's your name? Bai Ruoruo smiled slightly. My name is Bai Ruoruo, you can just call me Ruoruo, sister. Bai Ruoruo, what a lovely name. We'll be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me, Ruoruo. No, sister, aren't you planning to break up with that scumbag? Bai Ruoruo exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Ying smiled and shook her head. Why? The girl asked, puzzled. Just consider me an incurable woman. Incurable? What do you mean? The girl was even more confused. Wang Ying offered no explanation, leaving behind a cryptic remark before turning and walking inside. You'll understand later. Bai Ruoruo was left standing there in a daze. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally came to her senses. What the hell? I don't understand a word. On the other side, inside the door, Lin So had already pulled Wang Ying into his arms. His long, slender fingers traced across her face as he spoke in an ambiguous tone. What did she just say to you? Wang Ying blushed and stammered as she spoke. She said you were two-timing me and told me to break up with you. Oh? So you want to break up with me? Wang Ying shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to. Lin So smiled and said, you did such a good job, how should I reward you? Please, young Master Lin, have mercy on me. Chapter 23 Wang Ying's Loyalty. They're all for me? Standing by the bedside, Wang Ying stared in astonishment at the man in front of her. What? You think it's not enough? Lin So teased. Wang Ying waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's because you're giving too much, young Master Lin. Didn't we agree on 50,000 per month before? Before she could finish speaking, Lin So interrupted her. Monthly payments are too troublesome, it's much easier to pay annually. Even if it's paid annually, Mr. Lin, you're still giving too much. I'd better return it to you. As she spoke, Wang Ying prepared to begin the operation. But the next second, Lin So stopped her. No need, the extra money is for you. You can use it to buy delicious food and fun things. As long as you're happy, you can spend it however you want, I won't interfere. Isn't young Master Lin afraid that I'll run away with this million? Wang Ying raised her head with a complicated expression. That's right, she didn't get 50,000, or even 600,000, but a full 1 million. A million? How many clothes would she have to sell in her old clothing store to earn that much commission? But this man gave her a full 1 million yuan, how could she not be excited? Lin So smiled and shook his head. A million is a lot of money, but it's not enough to guarantee you a comfortable life. I believe you won't do anything to ruin your future. Although what he said was very realistic, Wang Ying felt a deep sense of trust from him, something she had never experienced before. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and said very seriously. Don't worry, young Master Lin, Inger will definitely live up to your expectations and give birth to your child as soon as possible. This child is teachable. The two entered the house at 9 o'clock in the morning, but left at noon. As luck would have it, the two ran into their neighbor, Bai Ruoro, who was also heading out. Wang Ying, with her radiant complexion, instantly caught her attention. They're both women, how could she not know what that man did to Wang Ying? Before she could even greet Wang Ying, Lin So led Wang Ying away. He didn't look at Bai Ruoro even once throughout the entire process. On the contrary, Wang Ying kept looking at her with an apologetic expression. The huge difference left her stunned for a moment. What's going on? Are you pretending not to recognize me? By the time she came to her senses, the two of them had vanished. What on earth is that scumbag up to now? Could he be playing hard to get? Definitely, that's the trick that scumbags love most. However, these are all tricks I've used before, they won't work on me. This old man is really hopeless. While Bai Ruoro was still speculating about Lin So's scheme, Lin So had already led Wang Ying to the apartment building. Young Master Lin, didn't you take a fancy to that girl? Why didn't you greet her just now? Wang Ying couldn't help but ask curiously. Have you ever heard of the technique of playing hard to get? Wang Ying thought for a moment and then said. But I think Lin Xiao's attempt to play hard to get won her over. Oh? How so? Lin So asked curiously. Bai Ruoro is already wary of Lin Xiao, so she can definitely guess that Lin So did this on purpose. Lin So nodded in agreement. After Wang Ying said that, he realized how ridiculous his plan was. So what do you think I should do? Young Master Lin, if you trust me, why don't you leave this matter to me? Wang Ying suddenly suggested. Give it to you? Lin So was somewhat surprised. Wang Ying nodded. Yes, women understand women best. I can definitely help young Master Lin win over Bai Ruoro. What are the chances of success? Lin So seemed somewhat tempted. I wouldn't dare say more, but it's at least 80%. Alright, you can give it a try. If you can really convince her, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Then Inger thanks young Master Lin in advance. I already told you not to call me young Master Lin when there are two of you. Are you trying to punish me again? I was wrong, please forgive me this time, Master. I'll forgive you this time because your apology was so sincere. But if it happens again, I'll make sure you're punished severely. Yes, master. The scene shifts, and the two find themselves inside a restaurant called Juxinlu. After working for several hours, we need to replenish our energy. Master, what would you like to eat? Order whatever you like, this meal is on me. Wang Ying said generously. Oh? You're treating? Really? Wang Ying smiled and nodded. Everything Inger has now is given to her by Master, so she should treat Master to a meal. Besides, Master is overworked because of Inger, so... Her voice grew softer and softer, and her cheeks grew redder and redder. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Shortly after we ordered, the waiters started serving the dishes one by one. As the food was being served, Lin Su's gaze kept wandering over the female waitresses in the restaurant. As a qualified eldest son of the clan, he must always consider the future of the clan. Unfortunately, most of the female waitresses in the store are of average appearance. Although some of them are very attractive, their chances of getting pregnant are so low that there is absolutely no need to consider them. Just then, Wang Ying, who was sitting opposite, suddenly spoke up. Young Master Lin, is there anyone you fancy? If you like anyone, Inger can help you get their contact information. She comes from a sales background, so her communication skills are absolutely top-notch. Lin Su glanced at the waitresses again, then shook his head. Let's forget about it. Didn't young Master Lin find anyone he liked? Wang Ying asked in surprise. I guess so. Wang Ying was even more confused now. In her opinion, there were several waitresses in the store who were just as beautiful as her. But Lin Su didn't like any of them. That's really quite strange. Or does he have some kind of standard for selecting people? Just as Wang Ying was pondering to herself, a stunningly beautiful figure entered Lin Su's field of vision. She was a stunningly beautiful woman in a long red dress. She looks to be around 30 years old. Shoulder-length hair, delicate skin, stunning beauty, sweet voice, and sexy figure all exude captivating charm. Such a beauty must have an appearance score of at least 95. Moreover, Lin Su had a hunch that this woman's chances of getting pregnant were definitely not low. Sure enough, he was overjoyed when he saw the woman's profile. Name, Tanya. Age, 31. Height, 170. Weight, 100. Appearance, 96. Pregnancy probability, 95%, with a 100% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.3. Besides by Ruoro, she's another stunning beauty. It seems he made the right choice coming to the harem today. He absolutely must have this woman. Chapter 24 Beautiful Boss Lady Tanya. Young Master Lin, have you taken a fancy to that proprietress? Wang Ying's words instantly caught Lin Su's attention. How do you know she's the owner of this restaurant? Because of the skirt she was wearing. A skirt? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Wang Ying explained with a smile, the dress she's wearing is the latest design from a very well-known brand, and it costs tens of thousands of yuan. Ordinary people can't afford it. Lin Su suddenly realized, I see. At this point, Wang Ying continued, actually, there's another aspect that can also reveal her identity. Tell me about it, Lin Su said, seemingly intrigued. Have you noticed those waiters, young Master Lin? Waitresses? Lin Su glanced at the young female waitresses he had been observing earlier. Yes, whenever she passes by, the waiters all behave with utmost respect. Lin Su hadn't really paid attention to this. His attention had been focused on Tang Yi's beauty. Even so, we can't say she's the boss's wife, can we? Lin Su finally raised his question. That alone is not enough, but I have other evidence. What's the basis for that? Lin Su asked curiously. Young Master Lin, please take a look. Following the direction Wang Ying pointed, Lin Su suddenly realized. Not far away, at the counter, two women in different uniforms were being judged by the woman in red. He recognized the two women. One was the manager of Juxinlu restaurant, and the other was its head chef. Two people of such high status stood beside the woman in red like children who had made a mistake. What kind of person do you think she is? Lin Su looked away and admired Wang Ying. It's such a waste of your talents to put you in sales. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. I simply enjoy observing. No need to be modest, your strength lies in your keen observation skills. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Lin. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, has good observation skills, and most importantly, is very obedient. Lin Su hadn't known how to arrange things for Wang Ying before, but now he had a reasonable place for her in his mind. But before he could tell Wang Ying the good news, she interrupted him. Young Master Lin, do you need Inger's help? Can you help me win her over? Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Wang Ying shook her head. I can't win her over, but I can make her develop feelings for young Master Lin. Tell me more. Young Master Lin, let's do this first, then this, and finally this. There are security cameras here. Are you sure this is okay? Young Master Lin, trust me, she won't doubt it. After giving Lin Su a reassuring look, Wang Ying clutched her stomach and began to wail. Ouch! My stomach hurts so much, it hurts so much. With actor Wang Ying officially taking her place, actor Lin Su, the second actor, immediately joined the storyline. Yinger, what's wrong? Are you alright? The two were speaking loudly, which quickly attracted the attention of other diners in the restaurant. It's human nature to enjoy watching a spectacle. Before long, the two were surrounded by a large group of people. It has to be said that Wayne Wang is truly talented in acting. His face was deathly pale, and his body was trembling. On the other hand, Lin Su, although he was quite capable, was still a bit lacking compared to Wang Ying. Could it be food poisoning? Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. The once quiet restaurant suddenly became lively. Those in the food service industry are most afraid of customers getting sick from their food. Fortunately, Tanya appeared at the crucial moment. Excuse me, sir, may I take a look? The crisp sound gave Lin Su a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. He subconsciously released his grip on Wang Ying's hand. Tanya then began the examination. Miss, can you hear me? Miss, tell me where it hurts. She was as professional as a doctor, while Wang Ying was just pretending and naturally wouldn't cooperate. Finally, to avoid her questioning, Wang Ying even pretended to faint. There was no other way. Tanya had to call an ambulance. In the blink of an eye, Lin Su followed Wang Ying, who was pretending to be unconscious, into the ambulance. As for Tanya, she stayed behind to clean up the mess. There are still quite a few customers in the restaurant today, and she can't ruin her restaurant's reputation. I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal. That lady may have accidentally ingested something that caused food poisoning. Please rest assured, Juxinlu will not shirk its responsibility and will take full responsibility for that lady. In addition, everyone's order today will be free. Besides that, Juxinlu will also provide you with 3 times the compensation on top of the free order. We hope you can understand our small shop. The diners themselves were fine, just a little frightened. Faced with Tanya's sincere and responsible attitude, they naturally had no reason to say anything more to her. After exchanging a few words with the manager, Tanya drove towards the hospital. Meanwhile, after arriving at the hospital, Wang Ying was immediately taken to the emergency room. The doctors quickly joined the fight. But just as the doctor was preparing to operate, Wang Ying suddenly woke up. Judging from Wang Ying's embarrassed smile, the doctor instantly realized they had been tricked. The scene shifts, and Wang Ying is now sitting on a hospital bed. Lin Su stood aside, utterly astonished. Master, is there something on my face? Wang Ying looked at Lin Su in confusion. Lin Su shook his head. I'm just curious, how exactly did you convince that doctor to act in the play? Actually, it's nothing. I just made up a tragic yet beautiful story. Making up a story? Well, that doctor happened to be a woman, so I used my emotions and reason to make up a story. And then? You succeeded just like that? Yes. Lin Su was speechless. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but rather that it was simply too absurd. Just then, the door opened. The person who arrived was none other than the beautiful proprietress, Tanya. Miss Wang, are you alright? Wang Ying smiled and shook her head. It's nothing, I just have really bad menstrual cramps. Oh, it was menstrual cramps. Tanya visibly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Fainting in your shop must have caused quite a stir, right? Wang Ying said apologetically. Tanya shook her head. As long as you're alright, that's fine. How can this be allowed? You're in the restaurant business, ma'am, this will definitely have a big impact on you. Brother, you should add the boss's wife on WeChat right away and compensate her for all the losses incurred in the store. Lin Su was completely bewildered upon hearing the address brother. I am your master, yet you call me brother. Fortunately, he understood Wang Ying's intention in time and quickly took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer the compensation to you. You can contact me if there are any other losses incurred by the store afterward. No, no way. You had an accident in our store, how can we expect you to compensate us? Tanya refused repeatedly. But two fists can't fight four hands, and in the end she reluctantly added Lin Su on WeChat. Lin Su revealed a triumphant smile. You've already added me on WeChat, how do you think you can escape? Boss lady, my sister is fine now. I'll take her home after she rests for a while. If you're busy, you can leave now. Just contact me anytime about things at the shop. Alright, I won't bother you any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tanya left the ward. Wang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death, I almost gave myself away. You gave yourself away? I thought you acted quite well, Sister Ying. Master, my master, I was just acting. I know you acted very well, so I'm going to give you a big reward. Master, you wouldn't be thinking of staying here? What do you think, Sister Ying? On the other side, Tanya, after leaving the ward, still felt that something was wrong. It's clearly food poisoning, how did it turn into menstrual cramps? And shouldn't she be the one to pay compensation? She actually received compensation. Feeling increasingly uneasy, she eventually arrived outside a doctor's office. A clear, crisp sound came from the door. If Wang Ying were here, she would definitely recognize that the voice was that of the surgeon she had just fooled. Xiao Ya? What brings you here? Chapter 25 Tanya and Mayor. So, Wang Ying really was faking her illness? The office was quiet, except for Tanya's voice, which echoed in the air and sounded slightly out of place. After a while, a clear laugh suddenly rang out, as if in response to Tanya. She wasn't really faking illness? She was definitely faking it. The laughter was crisp and melodious, yet tinged with disdain, making one curious about the speaker. Following the sound, my gaze traveled across the room and finally landed on the desk. There sat a woman dressed in a white robe. Her figure was as pure as a snowflake, yet she exuded a charm that was impossible to ignore. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and behind the lenses were her beautiful eyes, as bright and deep as the brightest stars in the night sky, seemingly able to see through all the secrets of the world. Those eyes, as they moved, seemed to contain endless wisdom and gentleness, making one unable to help but be captivated. Looking at her face, she is absolutely stunning. Her fair skin was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, making one want to touch it. Beneath her high, straight nose, her lips were painted with a light lipstick, like a blooming flower, delicate and alluring. Her figure was curvaceous and shapely, and her white robe accentuated her elegant demeanor, making her look like a fairy descended from heaven. Even compared to a stunning beauty like Tanya, she was in no way inferior, and could even be said to be superior. Her beauty lies not only in her appearance, but also in the temperament and charm that emanates from within. Even Tanya, who was also a woman, would sometimes lose herself in thought when looking at the other person. Mayor, why do you think she did that? Tanya asked, puzzled, as she came to her senses. The woman called Mayor smiled slightly and said casually, of course, there's a purpose to doing this. Then what do you think her purpose is? Tanya's curiosity was completely piqued, and she couldn't wait to ask. There are only two kinds of motives for someone with impure intentions. One is to seek money, but she did not extort money from you, and even took the initiative to compensate you for all your losses, so it is clear that she did not seek money. What is the second purpose? Tanya asked again. If it's not about money, then it can only be about sex. Huh? You want my sex? Tanya's mouth gaped open, her face full of astonishment, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Xiaoya, you mean she's that one? Tanya seemed to understand Mayor's meaning, but asked uncertainly. That? Which one? Mayor asked with a mischievous smile, pretending not to understand. Tanya's pretty face flushed red instantly, and she said, somewhat embarrassed and angry, You know perfectly well what I mean. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Mayor burst into laughter without any restraint. Ha ha ha. I thought you really knew nothing about this, Xiaoya. I didn't expect you to know everything. Mayor laughed so hard she almost fell over, her clear laughter instantly filling the entire room. If you laugh again, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Tanya's face turned even redder, and she said somewhat angrily. Oh. Is Xiaoya shy? Seeing this, Mayor not only didn't stop laughing, but instead teased Tanya. Who's shy? Tanya's voice was clearly lacking in confidence as she stammered in response. If you're not shy, why are you blushing? Mayor persisted, pressing for an answer. I'm not blushing at all. Tanya touched her cheek, seemingly trying to hide her already flushed face. Mayer smiled softly, then suddenly leaned forward and whispered in a seductive voice. How about it? Shoya, do you want to give it a try? Try what? Tanya looked blank, completely not understanding Mayer's meaning. Of course it's about women. Huh? A girl? How could she? If it's possible for men and women, why can't it be possible for women to be together? Tanya stared wide-eyed at Mayer in disbelief. If she hadn't heard it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that these words came from her closest friend. Seeing Tanya's appearance, Mayer could no longer suppress the wildly upturned corners of her mouth and burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. I was just kidding you. Look at your expression, it's hilarious, ha ha. Realizing she had been tricked, Tanya immediately rolled her eyes at Mayer. If you ever make that kind of joke again, I'll never talk to you again. Don't be angry, I just thought you were bored living alone, so I thought I'd give you some fun. Even if you're just looking for fun, you can't make jokes like that. Tanya said irritably. Although I went too far, I wasn't joking. What do you mean? Tanya asked, puzzled. What I mean is that what I said about seeking pleasure was not an exaggeration, it's just that the person seeking pleasure is not wanging. It's not wanging, it's... Halfway through her sentence, Tanya seemed to finally realize something, and her beautiful face instantly became incredibly expressive. You said it's Lin so? Tanya's voice involuntarily rose 8 octaves. Seeing Tanya's reaction, Mayer's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. So the person who was after my sister is named Lin Su. A hint of shyness flashed across Tanya's face, and she explained somewhat embarrassedly. But I'm 31, and he looks only about 25. Why would he be interested in me? Mayer didn't care. So what if she's 31? A 31-year-old woman is the most charming. Besides, Mayer has such a great figure. Even I can't help but want to kiss her. As she spoke, Mayer's hands inexplicably reached out towards Tanya. Before she could even touch him, Tanya slapped him away and then scolded him playfully. You're talking nonsense again. Mayer disagreed and continued to persuade him, whether he's talking nonsense or not, you'll know if you ask him out for a chat. Tanya hesitated for a moment, you want me to ask him out? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with that? Didn't you say he's very handsome? You two could make a perfect couple. Upon hearing this, Tanya's pretty face flushed even more. Huh? Maybe we shouldn't. I'm so much older than him. Seeing this, Mayer pretended to be serious and said, are you really going to stay single forever? I don't think being single is a bad thing. There's nothing inherently bad about it, except that you'll have to eat alone, shower alone, sleep alone, and grow old alone. Forehead. Xiaoya, listen to me, go and meet this Lin Su. Then I'll meet him? This child is teachable. Teach you my foot. All you do is resort to crooked and evil methods. I'm doing this for your future. And what about you? Aren't you single too? I'm different. I'm a doctor, and I have to save lives. Where would I find the time to fall in love? Nobody would believe you. Chapter 26 Humane Media. Honey, where did you go? Why did it take you so long to come back? I thought you didn't want me anymore. After his trip to the hospital, Lin Su dragged his exhausted body back to Lishikwaiwan. However, as soon as he stepped into the house, Hongna flew into his arms like a cheerful little bird, coquettishly pouting. Lin Su smiled slightly, gently lifted Hongna's delicate chin, and said in a slightly teasing tone. I've spent so much money on you, if I were to abandon you now, wouldn't I be losing out big time? Upon hearing this, Hongna immediately looked at Lin Su with her big, watery eyes and said softly. So, what does your husband plan to do with her now? Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. So what do you think I should do with you? Hongna's face flushed red instantly. She lowered her head shyly, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, and whispered. There's no one disturbing us at home now, so I think we can go inside and discuss how to handle this in detail. What do you think, husband? I think your idea is very good. After saying that, Lin Su picked up Hongna and rushed into the bedroom like a gust of wind. Before long, 2 figures were found entwined on the bed inside the room. With no one home, the two became increasingly unrestrained. Once everything had calmed down, the two nestled together on the bedside table, their knees touching. Honey, did you go see Xiao Tao last night? Faced with Hong Na's question, Lin's face remained completely expressionless, as if he had already anticipated that Hong Na would ask such a question. He was silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. She told you everything? Hong Na nodded gently and replied, Lin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. So what do you plan to do? Are you going to avenge her? Hong Na quickly shook her head and said coquettishly. I wouldn't do that. Linsa raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, Oh? Why? Isn't she your best friend? Seeing this, Hong Na giggled and moved closer to Linsa, a faint fragrance wafting towards him. She is indeed my best friend, but you are my man. How could I betray my man for my best friend? Upon hearing this, Linsa felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled and said, So, you've chosen me over the two of us? Hong Na nodded without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Of course, you're my husband. Upon hearing this, Linsa's smile grew even brighter, even carrying a hint of teasing. You've suddenly become so nice to me. Are you trying to get me to buy you something again? Hong Na pouted reproachfully. Honey, you're thinking way too badly of her. Although I like money, I still have a conscience. Besides, honey, you bought me so many beautiful bags, jewelry, and even a luxury car yesterday. What reason do I have to be greedy? So, you're being sincere? Otherwise, why would they introduce Xiao Tao to you? Hong Na pouted resentfully, her tone revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. So, it seems I misunderstood you. Of course, her husband has broken her heart. Oh? Really? Then let your husband check you out? No, I haven't. Wa'ada. I don't know how much time passed, but the sky was gradually shrouded in darkness, and night quietly fell. Just then, the tightly closed door slowly opened, and two figures walked out. You're back? Linsa's gaze fell on Lu Yang on the sofa like two bolts of lightning. Upon hearing Linsa's voice, Lu Yang seemed to suddenly snap out of his daze, absent-mindedly standing up and stammering, Yes, I'm back. If you look closely, you'll notice that Lu Yang's neck, and even the area around his ears, has a faint blush, like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Hong Na couldn't help but feel a little strange. She blinked her big, watery eyes and asked innocently, Sister Yang, why is your face red? When Hong Na asked Lu Yang this question, she panicked and quickly explained, But, maybe I'm just too tired from just getting back. You guys sit down for a while, I'll go make some food. As he spoke, Lu Yang turned around hastily, like a startled rabbit, to leave the living room. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she heard Linsa's voice behind her. Let's not cook tonight, let's go out to eat. Eat out? The scene shifts, and the three find themselves in a high-end nighttime restaurant. Isn't it too extravagant to come to a place like this just for a casual meal? Looking at the exorbitant price, Lu Yang felt a pang of heartache. The dishes they just ordered would cost more than a month's salary for her. Oh, Yang Jia, don't be so distressed. It's not like your husband is short of money. Besides, today is just a special day. Hong Na quickly offered words of comfort. A special day? What kind of special day is it? Lu Yang asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Hong Na's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile, and she said softly, You'll have to ask our husbands about that. As she spoke, she winked playfully at Lu Yang. Following Hong Na's gaze, one could see Linsa sitting at the other end of the dining table, holding a wineglass in his hand. The wineglass seemed to come alive in his hand. It keeps spinning, and the red wine flows slowly in the glass, forming a beautiful arc. Under the light, it looks bright and charming, like a ruby, radiating an alluring luster. When he was poor, Linsu was always puzzled by the way rich people fiddled with their wine glasses while eating. However, now that he has money himself, he has come to understand these people's mindset to some extent. Perhaps this is not just a simple act, but a pursuit and enjoyment of quality of life. After playing with the wineglass for a while, Linsa slowly put it down, raised his head, and met Lu Yang's gaze. Nana said you went back to the 4S store today? Lu Yang paused for a moment, then answered softly. Yes, I'll go back today to complete my resignation procedures. It's perfect that you resigned. I'm planning to start a company anyway, so why don't you come and work for me? Linsa said. Huh? Start a company? Lu Yang looked surprised. At this moment, Hongya, who was standing to the side, could no longer suppress her excitement and stepped forward to reveal the secret. Sister Yang, my husband is planning to start a guild and sign online celebrities like Xiao Tao and the others. Is what Nana said true? So, would you like to become a founding member of our Yume Media? I do. Chapter 27: An unexpected encounter with my ex-boyfriend. Oh my god. Honey, am I dreaming? This whole floor is really ours? In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Tianhai building, Hong-na covered her mouth tightly with her hand, seemingly suppressing something. However, she couldn't stop trembling, as if she wanted to release all the joy in her heart. Although Lu Yang wasn't as excited as Hong-na, her beautiful eyes still sparkled with excitement. She stared at Lin so silently, as if trying to confirm the truth of the news from his expression. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In this vast floor, it seemed that only their breathing and heartbeats could be heard. Finally, Lin broke the silence, his voice calm and firm. That's right, this entire floor is ours. These words were like a lightning bolt piercing the night sky, instantly igniting the passion in Hong-na's heart. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she screamed and lunged at Lin Su. Ah! The screams echoed through the room, as if they were about to burst through the roof. Immediately afterwards, Hong-na, like a happy little bird, flew straight into Lin Su's arms. Honey, you're amazing. I love you to death. Hong-na hugged Lin Su tightly, kissing his cheek repeatedly, trying to express her love. But Lin Su remained calm and even made a sarcastic remark. Are you sure you love me, and not my money? Hong-na seemed surprised that Lin Su would ask such a question, and she was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly realized what was happening and pouted, scolding him playfully. It's not just about money, I love everything about you. Lin Su smiled and gently stroked Hong-na's hair, speaking softly. Really? Then I'll have to check it out carefully. So Lin Su started to misbehave. Oh, Yang Jia is still here. Wa'ada. By the time the three of them got into the elevator and left, it was already late at night. Before long, the elevator stopped on the first floor. The three of them exited the elevator one after the other. Just as Lu Yang stepped out of the elevator, a joyful and excited voice suddenly rang out. Yang Yan. The familiar voice sent a shiver down Lu Yang's spine. When she looked up, a familiar face suddenly appeared in front of her. Zhang Yan? That's right, this person is Zhang Yang, Lu Yang's ex-boyfriend whom she dated for 8 years and who just lazed around at home all day. However, he has changed a lot compared to a few days ago. His skin was noticeably darker, and he looked much more tired, especially with those heavy dark circles under his eyes. To be honest, seeing Zhang Yang like this, Lu Yang felt terrible. After all, they had been friends for so many years. But in an instant, she put all her negative emotions behind her. There's no other reason than that her relationship with Zhang Yang was over. What is it? A cold voice drifted out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang was visibly taken aback. He had thought that his reunion with Lu Yang would be a reconciliation, but unexpectedly. No. I can't give up yet. Yang, I was really wrong before. I've repented. Let's get back together, okay? Zhang Yang's voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of pleading. However, Lu Yang's expression remained unusually calm, without the slightest ripple. She simply looked at Zhang Yang quietly, as if his words had nothing to do with her. Seeing this, Zhang Yang became even more anxious. Yang, look, this is my employee number. I've joined JD.com and become a full-time food delivery writer. From now on, you can stay home and enjoy yourself, and I'll go out and earn money to support you. As Zhang Yang spoke, he handed his employee badge to Lu Yang, showing him his new job. Lu Yang's gaze lingered on the employee badge for only a moment before shifting away, and he remained silent. At this moment, Zhang Yang seemed to remember something and continued speaking. Oh right, and the games. I sold all my game accounts for over 90,000 yuan. Adding that to my savings over the years, it's over 100,000 yuan. As he spoke, he pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yang with trembling hands. Yang, haven't you always wanted a stable home? Let's get married. I know this money might not be enough, but don't worry, I'm working hard, and I'll definitely give you a big house and a happy life. Zhang Yang's voice grew increasingly excited, and his hands trembled slightly with nervousness. Finally, he said, almost pleadingly. Yang, will you marry me? Seeing Zhang Yang's earnest expression, Lu Yang's eyes finally welled up with tears. Once upon a time, this was the scene she looked forward to the most. She had always hoped that Zhang Yang would wake up and do something for their future. But Zhang Yang is a complete failure, utterly hopeless. Now that she's gone, Zhang Yang has finally changed. As a friend, she was happy for Zhang Yang. But as former lovers, they can't go back. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I'm sorry, Zhang Yang, it's over. Why? I've already made changes. Or do you not believe me? Zhang Yang said, his voice trembling. Lu Yang shook his head. No. I believe you. Then why won't you accept my proposal? Don't you love me the most? Zhang Yang cried out in anguish. Lu Yang bit her red lips, looking hesitant. If she confronts Zhang Yang, he will definitely be greatly affected, and might even give up on himself again. But if I don't confront him, he'll definitely keep bothering me, which will definitely make that person angry. Just as she was hesitating, the man stepped forward and made the choice for her. Because she is my woman now. The familiar voice made Lu Yang pause slightly. When she turned around, the man standing behind her was none other than Lin Su. You should know the principle of making a decisive decision when necessary, right? Faced with Lin Su's questioning, Lu Yang felt not only guilty but also deeply ashamed. I hope this is the first and the last time. After saying that, Lin Su walked past Lu Yang and stood in front of Zhang Yang. Who are you? Zhang Yang looked at Lin Su warily. Didn't you hear me? I said she's my woman. Chapter 28 Lu Yang's final choice. Yang Yang, you must be lying to me. You love me so much, how could you possibly break up with me for someone else? Zhang Yang stared at Lu Yang in disbelief, a wave of pain washing over him. I know, he must be an actor you hired. You're trying to make me angry on purpose, aren't you? Zhang Yang stared wide-eyed at Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang simply stood there quietly, looking at him expressionlessly, without giving any response. Looking at Zhang Yang, who was acting like a clown and trying to justify himself, Lin Su's feelings were also complicated. If he could, he would also like to be a good person. But he had no choice, that was the harsh reality. How pathetic. No wonder she broke up with you. Lin Su's voice was full of sarcasm. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang roared at him like a powder keg that had been lit. Shut up. Yang Yang and I haven't broken up. Zhang Yang's furious roar echoed in the air, making Lin Su's ears ring. Looking at Zhang Yang's face, contorted with anger, he felt a surge of disgust. Zhang Yang glared venomously at Lin Su before turning his gaze back to Lu Yang. Yang Yang, what he just said isn't true. However, before he could finish speaking, Lu Yang interrupted him without any mercy. Lu Yang took a deep breath, as if he had finally made up his mind, and spoke loudly. No. What he said is true, I am indeed his woman now. As they spoke, Lu Yang took the initiative to hold Lin Su's hand. The interlocked fingers seemed to be proving something. In an instant, Zhang Yang's once handsome face lost all color and turned deathly pale. Even his body was trembling slightly. No, it's impossible. You love me so much, how could you be with someone else? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. That was before, I don't love you anymore. Lu Yang's icy voice continued. After saying that, she took Lin Su's hand and turned to leave. But just as the two turned around, they heard a loud thump. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yang's hysterical pleading voice came from behind. No. Yang Yang, I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our years of relationship, come back. I really can't live without you, Yang Yang. However, no matter how much he pleaded, the woman he thought would stay by his side for life never looked back. Yang Yang. The scene shifts, and the three people who left the building embark on their journey home. With no outsiders around, Lu Yang could no longer suppress her surging emotions and burst into tears. In an instant, the entire carriage was filled with her heartbreaking cries. I don't know how much time passed before the crying gradually subsided. It was at this moment that Lin Su, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. If you regret it, I can let you make another choice. No matter what you choose, I won't blame you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang, who had just stopped crying, and Hong Na, who was comforting Lu Yang, were both slightly taken aback. But Lu Yang made his choice very quickly. She wiped away her tears, her gaze resolute. No. It's over between us. Really? You're not like her, clinging to me and refusing to leave just because of my money, are you? Lin Su had barely finished speaking when Hong Na expressed her dissatisfaction. Honey, didn't you say you wouldn't bring this up again? Lin Su smiled without saying a word, then glanced at Lu Yang in the back seat through the rearview mirror, as if waiting for something. After a long while, Lu Yang finally spoke. If I said that I'm like Nana, and that I'm only with you for your money, would you kick me out? Yang Jia, you're just like your husband. You two are so annoying, I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, an angry Hong Na leaned to the side, leaving the battle to the two of them. Time passed by, second by second. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes, or even 5 minutes. The silent man finally made a move. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Immediately, a melodious sound echoed throughout the carriage. If I kick you out, who will have my babies? Thank you. Silent journey, filled only with tenderness. Soon, the three returned to Leisure Garden. As soon as she entered the door, Hong Na made an excuse and slipped away as if she had greased her feet. Oh dear, I suddenly remembered that Xiao Tao wants to talk to me. I have to go back to my room now. You two can chat for a while. Before Hong Na could finish speaking, she had already vanished like a gust of wind, leaving Lu Yang and Lin Su alone in the large living room, where the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Lu Yang's face flushed red instantly. She rubbed her small hands shyly, lowered her head, and looked completely at a loss. Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Since she's gone back to her room, let's go back to our rooms and rest too. Huh? Now? Lu Yang looked up in astonishment. What? You don't want to? Lin Su looked at Lu Yang with a half smile, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. No, I. Lu Yang's face turned even redder. She stammered as she tried to explain, but the more she spoke, the more incoherent she became. You don't expect me to hug you, do you? Lin Su suddenly took a step forward, getting closer to Lu Yang. No need. Lu Yang took a few steps back like a startled rabbit, her heart pounding like a drum, as if it were about to jump out of her throat. However, Lin Su did not give up. He continued to press forward until Lu Yang's back was pressed against the wall, leaving him with nowhere to retreat, at which point he stopped. So what exactly do you want? Lin Su's breath brushed gently against Lu Yang's ear. His voice was tender yet alluring. Lu Yang's mind went completely blank. She had no idea how to deal with the situation. Just then, Lin Su suddenly reached out and gently lifted her chin, making her look into his eyes. I'll ask you one last time, are you really staying by my side willingly? Lin Su's gaze was deep and intense, as if he wanted to see into the depths of Lu Yang's heart through her eyes. Lu Yang's heart pounded harder and harder, and her lips trembled slightly. Finally, she mustered her courage and said, of course. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yang suddenly raised his head and pressed his lips to Lin Su's in a proactive and passionate manner. This kiss was different from all the previous ones. Lu Yang was no longer a passive recipient, but became an active pursuer. Her hands clung tightly to Lin Su's neck. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the whole world consisted of just the two of them. Chapter 29: Exploring Li Shiming's home. The joy that comes from emotional resonance is incomparable to the joy that money or other means can bring. Lin Su understood this all too well. The thought that Lu Yang would be his in the future made him extremely happy. He had gotten a beautiful woman for free. Moreover, he had a very strong premonition. This time, Lu Yang will be pregnant. Lu Yang's overall probability of pregnancy is 90%, and the probability of pregnancy within 7 days is 100%. She's the woman with the highest probability of winning him over so far. Today is the 3rd day that Lu Yang has been with him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, today is the day the bid is awarded. But he doesn't know yet. It will take a few more days. If Lu Yang becomes pregnant, he will have 2 children to carry to term. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Su Yun, the woman who took his virginity. When he moved house earlier, he deliberately showed a hint of affection. Although Su Yun's performance at the time satisfied him, women are fickle, especially since she had a family. Therefore, he was unsure about the actual results. Let's go take a look again sometime. However, before that, I need to make sure my second baby is born safely. Just then, the phone rang. Why are you bothering me in the middle of the night? You should answer it. It might be urgent. Never mind, we'll talk about it tomorrow. She was really into it. Just catch it, I'm not going to run away. I can't stand women who act cute and coquettish. In the end, Lin Su gave in. But when she saw the phone number on the screen, her dead memories instantly resurfaced. Oh no, I forgot about the important matter. What did you forget? Lu Yang asked curiously. I'll explain later. After calming himself down, Lin Su answered the phone. Hey, Meng Meng. That's right, the caller was none other than Li Shimeng, who had danced wildly with Lin Su just last night. Brother Su, didn't you promise to help me get revenge today? Why haven't you replied to any of my messages? You wouldn't be thinking of running away after eating Meng Meng, would you? Hearing Li Shimeng's choked and aggrieved voice, Lin Su felt a chill run down his spine. He was having so much fun today that he completely forgot about what they had agreed upon. Fortunately, he wasn't completely blinded by lust, otherwise this little girl would be heartbroken tonight. If he lost such a cute little girl, he would have nowhere to cry. Meng Meng is my precious darling, how could I possibly take advantage of her and then just leave? While dealing with the situation, Lin Su asked Lu Yang to help him get dressed. Then why haven't you replied to my messages? Do you know how many messages I've sent? Li Shimeng continued typing. I've been so busy, I haven't had time. Of course it's true. How could Brother Su deceive our cute and kind Meng Meng? If Meng Meng doesn't believe me, how about I come over to your place right now? After a great deal of effort, Lin Su finally managed to hang up the phone. Are you going to her place now? Lu Yan looked at Lin Su with a knowing expression, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Lin Su nodded slightly. She's been living alone for a long time, so it's inevitable that she'll be a bit sensitive. I need to go over and comfort her. After hearing this, Lu Yan, though somewhat reluctant, nodded understandingly and said, all right then. Seeing this, Lin Su sighed softly. He walked up to Lu Yang, reached out and gently patted her cute head, and said softly, Sweetie, you go to sleep first, don't wait for me. Faced with Lin Su's gentle actions, Lu Yang was completely stunned, sitting there blankly. When she came to her senses, Lin Su was no longer in the room. She slowly raised her hand and stroked the spot where Lin Su had just rubbed, as if she could still feel his warmth and tenderness. So this is what it feels like to be loved? On the other hand, after leaving Li Shikwaiwan, Lin Su rushed to the residential area where Li Shimeng lived. Swan Mansion is a mid to high-end residential community. Although not as luxurious as Lin Su's Li Shiyuan, it is still a place that ordinary people could never afford in their entire lives. Not long after he got off the bus, a petite figure rushed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Who else could it be but Li Shimeng? Brother Su, you're finally here. Meng Meng thought you didn't want me anymore, wah. Although it was night, there were still quite a few pedestrians outside the residential area. Lin Su couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed by the attention he received. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Shimeng finally calmed down. Your clothes are soaked. Are you satisfied now? Who told you not to reply to my messages? Li Shimeng pouted resentfully. I was busy, and besides, I'm not like you, I can't stay in front of the screen 24 hours a day. Alright, take me to see where you live. Why would you want to go to my place? Li Shimeng blinked innocently. Perhaps because she had just cried, her eyes were as bright and dazzling as stars in the sky. However, Lin Su showed no appreciation whatsoever. He forced a smile and said, of course I'll check if you've finished the homework I assigned you yesterday. No way. My mom said we can't just let any man into Meng Meng's room. But I'm not some other man. It seems so. Then let's go, Brother Su. Before long, Lin Su returned home with Li Shimeng. Brother Su, wait here for me for a moment, I'll go find you some clothes. After leaving those words behind, Li Shimeng ran into the room on her short legs. Lin Su also began to examine the house. It's naturally incomparable to his large single-level apartment. But it's so much better than Wang Ying's studio apartment. After a quick look around, he arrived at a brightly lit room on the left. That's the live streaming room that Li Shimeng set up herself. Soft lighting, the old rag dolls, and many other sparkly things. In addition, there is a large transparent cabinet filled with various clothes. There are tang suits, hanfu, and all kinds of cosplay costumes. There seem to be even bolder outfits in the deepest part. Before he could even search, Li Shimeng, who had returned with the clothes, blocked his way. Brother Su, how could you rummage through someone's closet while they were out? I'm not translating, I'm learning. Chapter 30 Tao Xiao Tao and Meng Wanzi reconnect? Brother Su, I'm going in. You mustn't peek, or Meng Meng will get angry. I swear on my integrity that I will never peek. Hearing this, Li Shimeng felt relieved and took the mysterious clothes in her hand into the changing room. As for why the person who was supposed to change clothes suddenly changed from Lin Su to Li Shimeng, that goes back to more than 10 minutes ago. Lin Su came to Li Shimeng's live broadcast room out of curiosity. There he discovered Li Shimeng's treasured collection of various clothes. Although Li Shimeng appeared in time at the crucial moment to stop him from continuing his exploration, how could he let go of such a golden opportunity? After much coaxing and cajoling, Li Shimeng finally agreed to wear it for him just this once. The thought of seeing that scene, which only existed in his imagination, made Lin's blood boil. After he paced back and forth countless times, the door to the room finally opened slowly. Due to unforeseen circumstances, a detailed description is not possible here. Please use your imagination to picture what the cat-eared girl looks like. Rapid breathing, nosebleed, brain freeze. Linsa stood there blankly, as if he had gone mad. Li Shimeng lowered her head shyly and remained silent. She bought this outfit on a whim a long time ago, but has never worn it. The reason is simple: she was too revealing. She's a cute, lowly-like streamer known for her adorable looks. She can't let others think she's a borderline streamer. However, at Linsa's earnest request, she still broke the taboo today. At that moment, she felt nothing but shyness. Time passed by, second by second. It's unclear how much time passed before the idiot man finally made a move. He took a few steps forward and walked up to Li Shimeng. He reached out and gently brushed aside the stray hairs by her ear, speaking in a tender yet ambiguous tone. "Meng, you are so beautiful." "Really? Really?" Li Shimeng looked up with delight. "Of course, Meng is the most beautiful and adorable girl I've ever seen," Linsa continued softly. "I don't believe it. If I were really that good, why haven't you contacted me for so long, Brother Si? How about Brother Si makes it up to Meng? I don't want to make it up to you." Li Shimeng pouted. "No need to make amends, I'll head back now." "Oh. They were just joking." Linsa smiled gently, then stepped forward and hugged the young girl in front of him. Sensing something was wrong, Li Shimeng's voice trembled. "Su, Brother Su, what are you doing?" "Of course, it's to make up for my adorable little one." Meanwhile, at the home of Tao Xiaotao, who is also an internet celebrity. At this moment, Tao Xiaotao is sitting in front of her computer, conducting her daily money-making livestream. Because of Linsa's extravagant spending yesterday, Tao Xiaotao gained a lot of attention. At its peak, the number of online users even exceeded 150,000. Although the hype has died down today, her livestream still attracted tens of thousands of viewers shortly after it started. Most of these people came to witness the charisma of the mysterious big shot known as Galloping Horse. Tao Xiaotao was well aware of this, so she openly kept these people in suspense during her livestreams. However, he secretly contacted Lin Su. As for the purpose, it was obviously to get Lin Su to open another account and show off in her livestream. Not only can it attract a huge amount of traffic, but it can also leech off that guy's lifeblood. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the best of both worlds. You ask her why she's so confident. Of course, it's because Lin Su needs her help. Don't even think about doing that until you've won her over. Sha. No, that's not right. Even if you manage to appease her, don't even think about doing that. She's a virgin, how could she be involved with that kind of man? However, the reality was that she sent Lin Su a whole bunch of messages, but Lin Su didn't reply to a single one. She strongly suspected that Lin Su did it on purpose. After all, there are such plots in novels. When male protagonists are trying to win over female protagonists, they often use the tactic of playing hard to get. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge her at all. But with so many people in the live stream today, that's all money. She can't afford to mess with money, no matter who she's at odds with. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and prepared to leave. However, she had just gotten up when she received a message. Streamer Meng Wanzi has sent you a PK challenge. Accept or reject. Cute Maruko? The little girl who almost cried yesterday? Could they be here for revenge? What to do? Answer or not? The highlight of their duel yesterday has been widely circulated online and is trending on social media. If the two were to have another showdown, it would definitely attract a lot of onlookers. That's a significant amount of traffic. But she only won by sheer luck yesterday because of that guy. If I were to fight her head on, I would have almost no chance of winning. What should I do? What should I do? After some struggle, Tao Xiaotao finally chose to accept it. Besides being unable to resist the overwhelming amount of traffic, the more important reason was that she didn't want to bow down to that guy. Tao Xiaotao would rather die standing than beg him. Moreover, she currently has nearly 20,000 viewers in her livestream, so it's not impossible for a new big spender to emerge. It's just a PvP match, let's fight. As expected, when Li Shimeng appeared on the PK screen, the tens of thousands of people waiting in the live broadcast room instantly went wild. The first to be affected was, of course, the loyal follower of the galloping horse, a netizen with the ID 9527. However, he changed his name today. 9527 older brother, galloping on horseback. 9527 brother, galloping on horseback, he's here. He's finally here. Get the cannons ready to welcome my big brother. Besides him, many familiar faces also made appearances. 007, Battalion Commander, prepare to fire. I don't eat cilantro, is my husband coming again? JJ explodes, brothers, follow me into battle. However, no matter how much the live stream chattered, Tao Xiaotao remained deaf to it. At this moment, her gaze was fixed on Li Shimeng. She wondered if she was being too sensitive, but she felt that Li Shimeng was exceptionally beautiful today, and that her every move exuded a unique charm that only mature women possess. Could it be that someone stole her virginity? Once the thought crossed my mind, I couldn't shake it off. The two fought fiercely yesterday, and both received a lot of votes. She got over 1 million views, and Li Shimeng got at least 500,000. Although a significant portion will be deducted from the final amount received, it is still a considerable sum. It's inevitable that some streamers will lose themselves because of money. For example, she had her first kiss stolen by that guy. Although Li Shimeng isn't as pretty as her, she's a cute little girl, so adorable. There are definitely more men who like her than she is. While Tao Xiaotao was still lost in thought, Li Shimeng had already taken the initiative to state her purpose. Sister Xiaotao, wanna have a PK? Ming Ming's got plenty of ammo ready today. Chapter 31, Yume Media launches the battle. Sure, what would you like to do today, little sister? Tao Xiaotao knew that Meng Wanzi was up to no good, and she also knew that she was very likely to lose if that guy didn't make a move. But she really didn't have the courage to refuse. Whether it's due to this massive influx of traffic or some other unspoken reason. As the initiator of the PK, Li Shimeng's goal was simple: to avenge her previous defeat. She's a well-known figure in the PK player versus player world, so she still has to save face. A slight smile played on her lips, revealing shallow dimples, and her sweet voice echoed in both live stream rooms. Just like yesterday, whoever loses has to spend 10 carnivals. So they really are here for revenge. Tao Xiaotao sighed inwardly. Fine, I'll give it back to you. Anyway, she's guaranteed to make a profit by capitalizing on this surge in traffic. Okay, no problem, just 10 Jiali Anua. Little did she know that Tao Xiaotao would soon pay a heavy price for her decision. Since Sister Tao is okay with it, let's mute our microphones and start campaigning. After turning off her microphone, Tao Xiaotao began to use her signature skill acting cute to garner votes. Babies, the PK has begun. If you have any votes, please help Xiaotao get on the leaderboard. Thanks to the brother from the south and the brother from the north for sending a rocket. Thank you, brother Zongheng Jianghu, for sending me the Douyin account number 1. Thank you, brother Shui Yinchuan, for the Ferris wheel. Just as Tao Xiaotao had thought, there were indeed many wealthy men among these 20,000 people. Although she can't compare to that idiot Lin Se, she's already received quite a few special effects. However, when she glanced at the PK health bar by chance, she was completely stunned. No! Where's my health bar? I have 65,432 points. Why is my health bar just a single line? But when she turned her gaze to Li Shimeng, she was dumbfounded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. An 8-figure score. No, lady, are you cheating? It's not double points time yet. Besides Tao Xiaotao, the viewers in her livestream were also amazed. 007, holy crap, they're cheating. Blue Ocean, they really came prepared. 9527 brother, galloping horse at galloping horse, big brother, come quick. My sister-in-law's health bar is about to be depleted. However, very few people spoke. Because most people flocked to Li Shimeng's livestream at that time. Originally, Tao Xiaotao had 20,000 people here. In the blink of an eye, only 5,000 people remained in the livestream. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they'd been brought back to their original state. Jade Sword Immortal, holy crap, the other side is too strong. Streamer, I'm going to take my leave now. Thumbs up, host, I'll go scout out the military situation for you. Looking at the rapidly shrinking number of live streaming rooms, Tao Xiaotao felt nothing but sorrow. She knew Li Shimeng had come prepared, but she never expected the older brother on the other side to be so ruthless. They didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Given the current situation, she has almost no chance of winning except by calling on Lin Su. Last time, when Lin Su made his move, she gave him her first kiss. If he intervenes again this time, she will definitely take advantage of his kindness. Just as she was hesitating, a special effect that filled the entire screen caught her attention. She thought Lin Su had come to the rescue. But when she looked at the notification, she realized that it was actually the dragon's roar sent by her older brother, Little White Dragon in the Waves. Level 59 Little White Dragon in the Waves presents the gift, Dragon's Roar. Level 59 Little White Dragon in the Waves presents the gift, Dragon's Roar. Before long, Tao Xiaotao received 10 dragon roars from the White Dragon in the Waves. Her points skyrocketed as a result. Although it can't compare to the terrifying 8 figures on the other side. But at least her health bar is no longer just a single line. Moreover, the popularity of the livestream has rebounded significantly because of these 10 blue dragons. As expected, in a life or death situation, the only person she could rely on was her older brother who had always been there for her. Just as Tao Xiaotao was about to express her gratitude, a golden floating screen flashed out. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden message from the level 60 veteran, Little White Dragon in the Waves. The content is as follows. Little Peach, the other side is too rich, Brother Long can only help you this much. For some reason, Tao Xiaotao felt a pang of sadness when she saw the message from her older brother. Of course, besides feeling heartbroken, I was also deeply moved. After all, everyone knows that it's almost impossible for her to turn things around. Even so, the older brother still transferred 100,000 yuan to her, how could she not be moved? Moved, her gaze then fell on the group of people who had returned to the livestream. Thumbs up, streamer, you should surrender. The top spender on the other side is from a guild, and they've spent a whopping 1.5 million. 007, damn it, the other side has no sportsmanship, they actually brought in a guild. A guild? Tao Xiaotao's heart skipped a beat. There are generally only 2 situations where a guild sends gifts. One scenario is when a guild's top streamer needs support during an annual event or a large-scale PvP battle, and the guild will then step in. But she clearly remembered that Meng Wanzi, like her, had not joined any guild. Therefore, only the second scenario remains. A guild has its eye on Li Shimeng, or rather, Li Shimeng has already decided to join a certain guild. What kind of agreement might have been reached between the 2 parties for the guild to promote Li Shimeng during the livestream? Regardless of the reason, it shows that the guild behind Li Shimeng is not simple. After all, that's 1.5 million. Even if Li Shimeng returns all the money she received, the guild will still suffer a loss of at least 750,000. That's no small number. She had to go and see what kind of guild it was, spending so much money before even signing a contract. Before long, Tao Xiaotao entered Li Shimeng's livestream using her alternate account. But before she could even see the true face of that mysterious guild, she was completely stunned. Yesterday, Lin Su spent millions in his livestream, but his peak popularity only reached the top 10 nationwide. But Li Shimeng has already broken into the top 3 in the national rankings. The livestream chat was flooded with comments. A rough estimate suggests that there are at least 200,000 plus people online. As a fellow woman, and both being PK streamers, Tao Xiaotao naturally felt very unbalanced. A bunch of old perverts who like Lolas. After expressing her disdain, she finally opened the leaderboard. What immediately catches the eye is that outrageous list of contributions. She thought she had reached the pinnacle of her life yesterday, but who would have thought that she would be thrown off a cliff today? Indeed, there are always people more capable than you. You main media? Does Douyin have such a guild? And why is the profile picture a duck? Looking at the top of the list, Tao Xiaotao fell into deep thought. But no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't find any relevant memories. With a question in her mind, she clicked on the profile picture. I thought I would see a video about recruiting live streamers, or some contact information. To everyone's surprise, there was nothing there. Only the 3 large characters shining brightly are displayed, indicating that the information is verified. Besides that, the most eye-catching thing is the rapidly increasing number of followers. I'm being completely humiliated by a new guild. This is outrageous. Chapter 32. He's jealous, I must say. Thank you, Sister Xiaotao, for sending 10 Jialianua cigarettes. The voice was so clear and pleasant, but to Tao Xiaotao it sounded so grating. She was still expressing her gratitude to Li Shimeng yesterday. Today it's her turn. It really is true what they say, mountains and rivers may meet again. What's infuriating is that she has to force a smile. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives records her screen, they'll definitely say she's all smiles when she wins and crying when she loses. Now that the PK is over, I'll head out. With a forced smile, Tao Xiaotao prepared to leave. But Li Shimeng stopped her at the crucial moment. Wait, Sister Xiaotao. What's wrong? Tao Xiaotao had a bad feeling. I just wanted to ask Sister Tao, is that guy who galloped on horseback yesterday not here? I remember he was really good at firepower. Tao Xiaotao would just laugh off any ordinary provocation. But when it comes to Lin Su, she really can't control herself. The anger spread rapidly, like burning willow catkins. What's even more infuriating is that she still had to force a smile and pretend not to care as she explained. My brother is busy today and isn't here. That's such a pity. Li Shimeng said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's face instantly darkened. What a load of rubbish. It's not like you didn't make any money. Even excluding the 1.5 million that the guild spent, the gifts that other people gave to Li Shimeng were also a considerable amount. To put it simply, it's at least 100,000 or 200,000. She originally had a good impression of this harmless and cute little girl. But after doing this, all that's left is disgust. Just as Tao Xiaotao was secretly slandering someone, Li Shimeng across from her suddenly made a suggestion. How about this, Sister Tao, let's schedule a time for another PK battle? Another PK? Tao Xiaotao asked in surprise. Clearly, she had no idea the other party would do this. The PK can be scheduled in advance, and both sides can contact their mentor sisters beforehand to prepare ammunition. This is something many PK streamers like to do. Especially those with conflicts and friction. A showdown between the two sides not only generates a lot of traffic, but also presents an excellent opportunity to make money. It's impossible not to be tempted. After all, she wasn't exactly a loser today. Although she lost, she gained nearly 10,000 followers. Gifts were pouring in during the livestream. The only thing I lost was face. What does face matter compared to money? Moreover, it's perfectly normal to win and lose in a competition. Alright. I accept the challenge. After some thought, Tao Xiaotao decisively accepted the challenge. From any perspective, she had no reason to refuse. Seeing that Tao Xiaotao had taken the bait, Li Shimeng also revealed a triumphant smile. In that case, it's a deal. See you tomorrow night at 10 p.m. See you there. After turning off the live stream, Tao Xiaotao finally looked at the comments section. All that could be heard there was a uniform sound of regret. Xiaotao, are you being foolish? She has a guild, how can you fight her? Of course, besides feeling sorry, there are also many loyal fans who have always supported Tao Xiaotao. For example, netizen number 007 commented, "It seems it's time for me to reveal my identity as the heir." 9527, sister-in-law, don't worry, tomorrow is the big battle, I will definitely bring the whole village to cheer you on. 9527, sister-in-law, just one more question, my older brother should be there tomorrow, right? Although most of the remarks were in jest, Tao Xiaotao was still very pleased. Thank you everyone for today, especially Brother Long. On the other side, after expressing her gratitude to all the young female fans in front of the screen, Li Shimeng quickly ended the broadcast. However, just as she closed the live stream, a pair of warm, large hands, like a ghost, quietly reached out from behind her and hugged her tightly. This sudden action caught Li Shimeng off guard. Her body trembled slightly, and she slowly turned her head, raising her head with a resentful expression to look at the person behind her. Brother Su, you big pervert. Meng Meng just finished her live stream, and you've already started touching me. The person standing behind her was none other than Lin Su. His lips curled up slightly, forming a wicked smile, and his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Oh dear, Meng Meng, I didn't mean to lay a hand on you, but what can I do? You're just so cute. Humph, you're such a lecher. Li Shimeng pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction. Hey! What are you doing? Li Shimeng suddenly exclaimed, her body trembling violently as she tried to break free from Lin Su's embrace. Of course, it's to provide after-school tutoring for Meng Meng, Lin Su replied with a mischievous grin. No way, I just finished my livestream and haven't even showered yet. Half an hour later. Brother Su, you're so mean. Meng Meng will never talk to Brother Su again. Why are you suddenly ignoring me? Lin Su asked, feigning confusion. What do you think? Nobody does that, they do it to other people's places. Li Shimeng pouted resentfully. Where is that? Lin Su continued to play dumb. Li Shimeng blushed. Oh dear, Brother Su, you're teasing Meng Meng on purpose. Meng Meng is ignoring you now. Are you sure you really don't want to talk to Brother Su anymore? Ouch. Don't tickle my feet, they're so itchy, giggle. Are you going to talk to me now or not? Lily, I was wrong. The apology wasn't sincere, it seems I have to continue. No, I was wrong. Before long, the entire room was filled with Li Shimeng's desperate pleas for mercy. After a long while, Li Shimeng nestled gently in Lin Su's arms. She gently drew circles on Lin Su's chest with one small hand, while her other hand fiddled with the hem of his clothes, and she was saying weakly, Brother Su, do you have a crush on Sister Xiao Tao? Lin Su was taken aback at first, then smiled and replied. What do you think? Li Shimeng pouted and said coquettishly, Of course. Otherwise, why would you send her so many gifts? Lin Su's smile deepened, and he teased, So, is our Meng Meng jealous? Li Shimeng's face flushed red instantly, and she quickly turned her head away, stubbornly saying, I'm not jealous at all. Meng Meng? What? You look so cute when you're jealous. I'm not jealous. But what can I do about Meng Meng, who loves to get jealous? Then go find Meng Meng who's jealous. I'm not jealous. So where do you think I should look? Where you go is none of my business. Oh? Is that so? Ugh. You're here again, wah. Chapter 33 Breakup? I never expected you would invite me to a place like this. Under the moonlight, Lin Su toyed with the wine glass in his hand while looking at the woman opposite him with a smile. Not long ago, he was still deeply in love with Li Shimeng. Just as the two were deeply in love, an untimely phone call interrupted them. The person calling was none other than the stunningly beautiful woman in front of me, Tao Xiaotao. Faced with Lin Su's teasing words, Tao Xiaotao's anger, which was already burning, intensified. Even his voice was filled with anger. What on earth did you do today? Why didn't you reply to a single message? What? You've only just become my girlfriend, and you're already exercising your girlfriend rights? Lin Su continued to tease. I don't know if these words provoked Tao Xiaotao. As soon as Lin Su finished speaking, Tao Xiaotao started roaring. Answer me. Lin Su frowned deeply, clearly not expecting Tao Xiaotao to react so strongly. After a moment of distraction, he put down his wine glass and slowly began to speak. Actually, I didn't do much. I just arranged accommodation for one of my women and took her out for a meal. So Lin Su honestly told Tao Xiaotao everything he had done that day. However, compared to before, the tone he used when he confessed was noticeably colder. It even subtly revealed a sense of unfamiliarity. Tao Xiaotao, who was sitting opposite, also noticed this. But she didn't think much of it. At that moment, she had only one thought. That was to give this man a warning. Let him know that she is fundamentally different from those women who can be easily obtained. In this way, she can take the initiative in their relationship, instead of catering to him like a pet. After that, I went to another woman's place, and we had a wonderful time together. Just as we were preparing for the third battle, you called, and that's when I came here. Do you think my account is detailed enough? Lin Su said with a smile. Tao Xiaotao didn't expect this guy to explain in such detail. They even described how they made love and what positions they used. I was just shy, nothing but shy. Her delicate face looked as if it had been painted with a layer of red dye, vibrant and alluring. Just as she was feeling shy, Lin Su, who was sitting opposite her, suddenly stood up and said something. Since Miss Tao has no further questions, I will take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Tao. Tao Xiaotao's face darkened. What do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything, I just think Miss Tao is right. A forced relationship may quench thirst, but it's never sweet. Since Miss Tao looks down on our Lin family, then Lin Su will not bother Miss Tao any longer. Let's just leave each other alone. Tao Xiaotao trembled violently, and her lips also trembled slightly. You want to break up with me? Lin Su shook his head. Miss Tao is joking. We've never been together, so there's no question of breaking up. But we agreed to be a couple for 7 days. As Miss Tao said, it was just a 7-day relationship. Whether they were really a couple or not, you should know better than I do. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaodao's face turned deathly pale, and her body began to tremble. Lin Su, who witnessed all of this, felt no emotion whatsoever. He really wanted to win Tao Xiaodao's heart, but he wasn't a simp. Since you're unwilling, then I'll leave. He's rich, he can't find any woman he wants. Only a fool would hang himself on one tree. Goodbye, Miss Tao. After saying those words, Lin Su left. Tao Xiaotao was left sitting there alone, heartbroken. How could it end like this? No. This must be a trick of his to lure me in. He's definitely trying to manipulate me, that's why he put on this show in front of me. That's right. That must be it. After thinking everything through, she, who had been very sad, reverted to her previous unruly demeanor. Unfortunately, she was wrong this time. Lin Su was truly determined not to waste any more time on her. On the other side, after leaving here, Lin Su arrived at the neighborhood called Harem. He originally wanted to go back to Li Shimeng's place. After all, he hadn't had enough of the lowly stuff yet. He tried calling the little girl several times, but no one answered. She must have been too tired and fallen asleep. Returning to Li Shiquaiwan is too far. In the dead of night, he could only come to Wang Ying's place. Fate is a truly wonderful thing. It's already midnight, and he still managed to run into someone. In this neighborhood, the only person you could call a chance encounter is Bai Ruoruo, who lives next door to Wang Ying. However, she was not alone at this moment. Beside her stood a blonde-haired boy. The boy was quite handsome, but compared to him, he was still slightly inferior. Moreover, judging from the two exposed tattooed arms, this blonde-haired man was also a delinquent. He glanced at it briefly, then looked away and walked into the residential area with a blank expression. However, he had only taken a few steps when suddenly, a hurried jogging sound came from behind him. Immediately afterwards, a soft little hand, as fast as lightning, tightly embraced his right arm. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the owner of the small hand was none other than Bai Ruoruo. Before he could even speak, he heard Bai Ruoruo say anxiously, "Don't stop, and don't turn back, hurry up and go." Although Lin Su was filled with doubts, he followed the little girl's instructions without hesitation and walked into the residential area stiffly and quickly, like a robot. Behind them, the blonde-haired boy continued to shout, "Ruoruo, I will definitely come back." The scene shifts, and the two are now in an elevator. Bai Ruoruo breathed a sigh of relief only when the elevator doors slowly closed with a soft click. At that very moment, Lin Su, who had been silent all along, finally made a move. "Is it comfortable to be held?" His voice suddenly rang in Bai Ruoruo's ear, with a hint of teasing and mockery. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo was taken aback at first, then as if she had finally realized something, she quickly let go of her hand. I didn't mean to." However, Lin Su didn't seem to care. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat lewd smile. "Actually, I don't mind at all. If you want, you can keep hugging me like this." Bai Ruoruo's pretty face flushed red. She glared at Lin Su with wide eyes and a hint of annoyance. "You don't mind?" "I do." After saying that, she pouted, looking incredibly cute. Upon seeing this, Lin Su couldn't help but chuckle. However, Lin Su quickly stopped smiling. As if he had suddenly remembered something, he asked, "By the way, who was that blonde guy just now? Why were you avoiding him? What's it to you?" Bai Ruoruo clearly didn't want to talk. Lin Su wasn't surprised. He wasn't so narcissistic as to think that he could get close to Bai Ruoruo just by helping her. "I know even if you don't say it, he's your boyfriend, right? How did you know?" Chapter 34 Drunken Sexual Misconduct. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. Everything seemed so quiet and peaceful. But not long after, a scream that pierced the sky shattered the rare tranquility. "Ah!" Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a lightly clothed blonde girl tightly wrapped in a blanket. Not far from her, a naked man was painfully waking up from his sleep. "What are you yelling about so early in the morning? Can't a person get any sleep?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a pillow was thrown at his face. Completely enraged, the man immediately lashed out. "Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Wait, what are you doing here?" But halfway through his sentence, he realized that the woman who had yelled was not Wang Ying, but Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo gritted her teeth and said, "This is my home. Why would I be here?" "Your home?" Lin Su asked, starting to look around the room. Although they were all studio apartments with the same style, Linsa still noticed some differences. For example, all sorts of toys, and those wine bottles scattered carelessly on the ground. However, he soon realized what was going on. Holy crap! How come I'm naked? Before long, the scene turned eerie. Bairuoro wrapped herself tightly in the only blanket, while Linsa used the only pillow to protect his younger brother. The two kept to themselves and didn't interfere with each other. But Bairuoro's beautiful eyes revealed a clear killing intent. Tell me. What exactly did you do to me? Linsa glanced at Bairuoro, who was radiating murderous intent, and shook his head helplessly. I think the current situation needs no further explanation. Bairuoro glared fiercely at Linsa, gritting her teeth as she said. So, you're admitting you raped me? That's right, I admit it, Linsa blurted out. But as soon as he said it, Linsa realized something was wrong. What? You're saying I raped you? Bairuoro ignored Linsa and picked up her phone to call the police to arrest the rapist. Seemingly sensing something, Linsa, quick as a flash, snatched the phone before Bairuoro could press the dial button. Lin Sechang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the emergency call had not yet been dialed. What are you doing? Give me back my phone. Bairuoro's voice was filled with anger and fear, and her body trembled slightly with excitement. Linsa took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. He looked at Bairuoro and slowly said, I can return it, but you can't call the police. Why should I? Bairuoro's emotions became increasingly agitated. She glared at Linsa and shouted. You raped me, why won't you let me call the police? Why? Because the phone is in my hands right now. You bastard, I'll fight you to the death. With a shout, Bairuoro, wrapped in the blanket, pounced on him. Because the area was so large, she actually pounced on Linsa. But when she tried to grab the phone, she realized how agile Linsa's arm was. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grab the phone. Finally, she broke down and sat on the bed crying. Seeing this, Linsa frowned even more deeply. He can't stand women crying, especially beautiful women. Oh, why are you crying? Don't cry. He tried to comfort her, but it was no use. In fact, she cried even harder. Having no other choice, he had to resort to his last trump card. Don't cry, I'll give your phone back. Really? Really? Bairuoro's voice trembled, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Linsa looked at Bairuoro, feeling somewhat helpless. I can give you back your phone, but you can't call the police. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. However, Bairuoro seemed to be provoked and shouted at Linsa again. Why? You raped me, took my virginity, why can't I call the police? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, quickly soaking the sheets beneath her. Linsa was startled by Bairuoro's reaction, but when he heard Bairuoro say it was the first time, his heart tightened. No, what did you just say? This is your first time? He asked urgently, as if trying to confirm something. Bairuoro only glanced at Linsa, then lowered her head and continued to cry loudly. Her cries echoed in the room, sounding so desolate and so sorrowful. Finally, Linsa, unable to bear it any longer, exploded. He suddenly stood up and roared at Bairuoro. Enough, stop crying. His voice was like thunder, and the whole room seemed to tremble slightly at his roar. Bairuoro, who was the first to be hit, was startled by Linsa's roar. Her crying stopped abruptly, and her body trembled involuntarily. However, she looked even more aggrieved. She pouted and looked at Linsa with teary eyes, as if she had been greatly wronged. Seeing that Bairuoro had finally calmed down, Linsa took a deep breath and slowly said, I'm asking you, what did you mean by first time? Are you still a virgin? Upon hearing this, Bairuoro first nodded, then shook her head. This bizarre move immediately baffled Linsa. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. Faced with Linsa's reprimand, Bairuoro visibly trembled, but she still suppressed her panic and said in a trembling voice. Yes, it used to be, but it's not anymore. It was true before, but not anymore? Linsa didn't seem to understand yet, but when he followed Bairuoro's gaze to his naked body, he suddenly realized. So, before today, you were a virgin? Bairuoro bit her red lips and nodded reluctantly. Linsa smiled slightly. If that's the case, then you don't need to call the police. Bairuoro blinked in surprise. It seems you really know nothing. Linsa laughed. Bairuoro was even more surprised. Alright then, I'll give you a lesson today. So, you're saying nothing really happened between us? Bairuoro spoke excitedly by the bedside. To be honest, Lin Su was very unhappy to see Bairuoro like this. No matter what, he's now a rich, handsome, and successful man, yet Bairuoro, this delinquent girl, actually despises him like this. That's incredibly audacious. If I really violated you, do you think there wouldn't be blood on these sheets? Besides, it's your body, don't you know whether you feel it or not? Yes. I'm just a little dizzy and nauseous, but I don't feel any pain at all. So that means nothing really happened. That's great. That's really great. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bairuoro hugged Lin Su and screamed wildly. Although I enjoy being embraced by beautiful women, I still have to remind you, the blanket fell off and you're exposed. Ah. You close your eyes, close them. Chapter 35 The Shy Bairuoro. Well, I misunderstood you about what happened before, and I apologize. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, Bairuoro also recalled what happened last night. At the time, her ex-boyfriend was harassing her. Linsa happened to be passing by, and she decisively used him as a shield. Perhaps because she was in a bad mood, she brought Linsa home without really thinking about it. Then came the incident of us sleeping together under the same quilt. Fortunately, they were both drunk, so nothing happened. For Bairuoro, this was the best outcome. But for Lin Su, he was filled with deep regret. Because he truly cares about Bairuoro. Unexpectedly, this girl had an unusually high alcohol tolerance and managed to get him drunk. However, he did not intend to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Isn't just an apology a bit insincere? I almost got framed and arrested by you. Bairuoro bit her cherry red lips and said coquettishly, so what do you want to do? Linsa's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. How about you give me a kiss? Bairuoro stared wide-eyed at the man, her face full of disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. What did you say? Seeing this, the man not only didn't restrain himself, but laughed even more smugly. He raised an eyebrow and continued. It should be a good deal, after all, I'm so handsome. Bairuoro glared fiercely at the man and angrily rebuked him. What a bargain! I don't want to kiss you. Linsa seemed to have expected this, and he calmly replied, Hey! You're the one who should compensate me. Bairuoro's face turned red with anger. She stomped her foot and said loudly. I meant I wanted to compensate you, but I didn't say in this way. The man crossed his arms and said with a roguish expression. No. I only accept this kind of compensation. If you don't agree, then I'll have to tell everyone what I saw. Upon hearing this, Bairuoro's heart tightened immediately, and she quickly asked, You saw it? What did you see? Linsa's smile grew increasingly mocking. Actually, it's nothing, I just saw that someone has a cute butterfly tattooed on their chest. No sooner had he finished speaking than a scream echoed through the living room once again. Ah! You filthy scoundrel, I'll kill you. With a scream, Bairuoro lunged at Lin Su again. Even in bed, she was no match for Lin Su. Now that she's on the ground, how can she possibly do anything to him? Without breaking a sweat, Linsa pinned the little girl Bairuoro against the wall in an extremely ambiguous position. Bairuoro, who had never been so intimate with a man before, blushed instantly, and even her voice trembled slightly. What do you want to do? A lone man and a lone woman, what do you think I'm planning to do? As he spoke, Linsa reached out one hand toward Bairuoro's flawless, porcelain-like cheek. The moment their skin touched, Bairuoro trembled involuntarily. What followed was unprecedented panic. You better not do anything reckless, or I'll call the police. Then go ahead and report it. After today, everyone will know about the flower butterfly. Lin Su said dismissively. You're threatening me. Bairuoro's face darkened. I just want my payment. Or are you saying that you're not only a virgin, but you haven't even had your first kiss yet? Lin Su said with a half smile. Whether Lin Su guessed correctly or not, Bairuoro visibly panicked a bit. He even started to stutter when he spoke. How could this be? I've had 6 boyfriends already, how could this be? What? However, before she could finish speaking, thick lips pressed against hers. Bairuoro stared wide-eyed at Lin Su in disbelief. She quickly got up to check herself, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she had not been harmed by that guy. Just then, the phone that was placed to the side suddenly vibrated. When I picked up my phone, I was surprised to find it was a text message from an unknown number. The content is as follows. I've bought breakfast for you, it's right outside the door. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Ruoro fell into deep thought. Finally, she dragged her tired body to the entrance. Pushing open the door, I found the breakfast mentioned in the text message: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Of course, the most obvious one is that bowl of hangover soup. Now she doesn't need to guess, she knows who sent the text message. You filthy scoundrel, at least you have some conscience. After venting her frustration by swinging her fist at the room opposite, Ruoro finally closed the door. Of course, breakfasts also disappeared along with them. Meanwhile, inside 1201. Lin Su, who had been drinking heavily all night, lay on the bed with a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Wang Ying blinked her big, curious eyes and suddenly blurted out a sentence. Ruoro, she wouldn't. Upon hearing Wang Ying's question, Lin Su didn't even lift his eyelids, simply giving a casual reply. What do you think? With Master's abilities, he should have already taken it down. Why do you sound a little unhappy? Wang Ying was flustered when Lin Su asked her this question. She bit her red lips and stammered. Master, I. Just say what you want to say. I hate women who are all coy and hesitant. Wang Ying hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered up her courage and said. I just feel so useless. As soon as she said those words, Wang Ying lowered her head. However, to Wang Ying's surprise, Lin Su, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly turned over after hearing her words and looked at her with a surprised expression. What's the meaning? Wang Ying took a deep breath and then slowly said. It's because my master gave me such good conditions, yet I can't help him solve his problems. Hearing this, Lin Su finally understood what Wang Ying meant. Looking at the forlorn woman before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pity. So, you feel useless, is that right? Lin Su asked softly. Wang Ying nodded silently, tears welling up in her eyes, but she held them back. Lin Su took a deep breath and said, if that's what you think, then I can only tell you that you're overthinking it. Just as Wang Ying was about to say something, Lin Su raised his hand to interrupt her, and then said in a domineering tone. The reason I accepted you is not to have you solve my problems, but to have you carry on my family line. Unless you tell me you are infertile, don't say things like you're useless in front of me. Master Wang Ying looked at Lin Su with teary eyes. She didn't know why she was like this, she just couldn't stop herself from crying. He reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Wang Ying's eyes. Besides, didn't you help me get the boss's wife's WeChat yesterday? That means you're not just a pretty face. Yes, thank you, Master. I've figured it out. Chapter 36, Tang Yi's Invitation. I have something I'd like to tell my owner. I've already said I'd speak my mind. If you do this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Alright, just say what you have to say. Wang Ying bit her red lips and then said. Actually, she's my sister. You have a younger sister? Lin Su suddenly opened his eyes. Wang Ying nodded, she studies at university in Y City. What year are you in? Lin Su asked curiously. I'm a sophomore this year. Lin Su's eyes lit up. Sophomore year is great. In the prime of youth. The key is purity. He forced down his excitement. So? My sister knows I moved, and she's been nagging me to come and stay here for a couple of days. While speaking, Wang Ying kept observing Lin Su's expression, afraid that she might offend him. Even after she finished speaking, Lin Su's expression did not change at all. Wang Ying mistakenly thought Lin Su was unhappy, so she quickly changed her mind. If Master doesn't want her to come, then I'll wait a bit. But before she could finish speaking, Lin Su interrupted her. No. I did not mean to not want to. Wang Ying was overjoyed, so, Master, you agree? Lin Su smiled and nodded. Although you were brought here by me to carry on the Lin family line, in a sense, you are also a member of the Lin family. How can I stop you from seeing your relatives? Wang Ying's eyes welled up with tears. Master, it is my blessing to have met you. Since you think it's a blessing, then you'd better have a good belly and give birth to an heir for the Lin family as soon as possible. When the sun was high in the sky, the two of them finally stepped out of their house together. However, this time, the two did not encounter that little girl, Ruoro. Just as the two were discussing where to find food, an unfamiliar number suddenly rang. As soon as the call connected, a clear and melodious female voice, like celestial music, filled the air. Lin Su recognized the voice. It came from the restaurant they had carefully planned yesterday, Juxianlu, owned by the proprietress. What's wrong, master? Wang Ying looked at Lin Su with surprise as he suddenly revealed a strange smile. Looks like we've got our lunch sorted out. The scene shifts, and the siblings are once again outside the restaurant called Juxianlu. The two of them made quite a commotion yesterday. An ambulance even had to be called. But Juxianlu is still bustling with customers today, seemingly unaffected at all. The two people who started it were still somewhat shocked. Just as the two were in shock, a clear voice rang in their ears. I thought I would have to wait a while, but I didn't expect you two to arrive so quickly. Looking in the direction of the sound, the stunningly beautiful woman slowly walking towards the two of them was none other than Tanya. Tanya was dressed very brightly as usual today. Exquisite makeup, slender figure. Paired with that sexy pink dress, she looked charming and elegant. Lin Su smiled slightly and said in a slightly teasing tone. If someone isn't enthusiastic about eating, doesn't that mean there's something wrong with their thinking? Don't you agree, Boss Tang? It's unclear whether Tanya understood the deeper meaning behind Lin Su's words, or if it was for some other reason. A faint blush appeared on her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. From a distance, it looks like a peach blossom bud about to bloom, bright and charming. Since you two are here, please come in. Before long, the two followed Tanya to a private room that was almost never open to the public. Please have a seat for a while, I'll go to the kitchen and urge them on. After saying that, Tanya left the room, leaving behind a captivating silhouette. At this moment, Wang Ying could no longer suppress her curiosity. Master, is she here to settle scores with us? If it were about settling accounts, do you think she would have brought us here? Lin Su said meaningfully. Wang Ying seemed to have grasped something, and her stunningly beautiful face instantly became fascinating. Even his voice carried a hint of excitement. Master, you don't mean. This is just my guess, Inger. Later, do this, like this. After the two sat in the private room for 5 minutes, Tanya finally arrived late. Of course, a variety of dishes also arrived with them. Mr. Tang, it's just a simple meal, isn't it a bit too much food for you to prepare? Wang Ying asked, her face full of astonishment. The private room they were in was quite large. It could easily accommodate 20 people for a meal. But now this huge dining table is filled with dishes. That's really quite scary. Tanya responded with a smile and an explanation. I don't know what you two like to eat, so I can only ask the kitchen to bring out all the dishes. Hiss. Wang Ying gasped. Even when she had a big feast back home, she had never seen such a grand scene. Compared to Wang Ying's shock, Lin Su remained calm. Moreover, ever since Tanya entered, his gaze has been fixed on her and has never left her. Please start eating, you two. You didn't get to try much of our food yesterday, so you should definitely give it a good taste today. In that case, my brother and I won't stand on ceremony. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the two picked up their chopsticks and began to taste the food. Just as Lin Su was meeting with Tanya, the home in Lishiquaiwan welcomed its first guest. Xiao Tao, why didn't you say anything before coming here so suddenly? Hong Na said with a hint of reproach. It turns out that this uninvited guest was none other than Tao Xiaotao, an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers. I just wanted to get away for a while, and I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd stop by and take a look. As she explained, Tao Xiaotao's gaze kept scanning the room, as if she were searching for something. Take a break? Did something upset you? Hong Na asked with concern upon hearing this. No, I'm just feeling a bit bored staying at home all day doing live streams, so I came out for some fresh air. Oh, I see. Have you eaten yet? Hong Na continued to ask. Not yet. Tao Xiaotao shook her head. That's great. Yang Jia just finished cooking, why don't you stay and eat with us? Hong Na warmly invited. Isn't this too much trouble? Oh, you're my best friend, what's the trouble? Besides, you know Yang Jia. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. If you're going to be polite, I'll turn on you. Chapter 37 Breaking the Screen. How is it? Is the dish to your liking? Upon hearing this, Lin Su first put down his chopsticks, then slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile. The dishes recommended by Boss Tang are naturally excellent. Upon hearing this, Tanya was taken aback at first, but quickly regained her smile and continued to respond with a smile. Mr. Lin, do you prefer mapo tofu or stir-fried lettuce? Lin Suan carefully examined the two dishes placed in front of him before slowly speaking. Although the tofu in this mapo tofu is a bit tough, it melts in your mouth. It's spicy, numbing, and fragrant, and the rich broth is unforgettable. However, the only drawback is that the dish was a little cold. If it had been freshly cooked, this mapo tofu would have been a truly perfect dish. Tanya was quite surprised after hearing this. She hadn't expected Lin So to be so particular about cooking at such a young age. So she smiled and praised, "I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so knowledgeable about cooking at such a young age." Lin So quickly shook his head, "I'm just a glutton." Tanya smiled without saying a word. After a brief pause, she continued to ask, "How about the stir-fried lettuce? What do you think, Mr. Lin?" Lin So glanced at the stir-fried lettuce and answered without hesitation, "The stir-fried lettuce is perfect. Both its color and taste are just right." "Oh? How so?" Tanya asked curiously. "First of all, the lettuce itself is extremely tender, and secondly, Mr. Tang's culinary skills are very high, and he can properly control the heat. This stir-fried lettuce not only has no bitterness at all, but also has a slight sweetness, and it's incredibly crisp and chewy." "So, Mr. Lin prefers stir-fried lettuce to these two dishes?" Tanya asked again. If you look closely, you can see a hint of disappointment flashing deep in her beautiful eyes. "I really like this stir-fried lettuce, but I'm the kind of person who responds better to gentle persuasion than force." Tanya, who had looked slightly disappointed just a second ago, brightened up instantly after Lin So said those words. Even their voices were much more excited. "You must be telling the truth?" Lin So smiled and nodded, "I never lie, especially to beautiful women." Upon hearing this, Tanya's pretty face turned even redder. Just as the atmosphere between the two was gradually developing in an ambiguous direction, an untimely voice interrupted its progress. "Ah!" Looking in the direction of the sound, it turned out that Wang Ying had accidentally knocked over a wineglass, and the bright red wine quickly soaked her dress. "Miss Wang, are you all right?" Tanya asked with concern. "I'm fine, my clothes are just wet." "Then let me take you to change your clothes. I happen to have a few outfits at the store." With that, Tanya prepared to get up and leave. But Wang Ying stopped her at that moment. No need. My place isn't far from here. I can just go back and change." "But, are you really sure it's okay for you to go out like this?" "It's alright, you guys eat first, I'll be back soon." After giving Lin So a meaningful look, Wang Ying left first. Now, only the two of them remained in the large private room. Tanya, who had been calm and composed, suddenly became nervous, and even started to stutter when she spoke. "Mr. Lin, do you think this is enough? If not, I'll ask the kitchen to add some more." "Mr. Tang, you're joking. You've already prepared a Manchu Han imperial feast, how could I dare say it's not enough?" As he spoke, Lin So kept his eyes fixed on Tanya. The greed in their eyes was now undisguised. Tanya's hands were trembling as if she had sensed something. Finally, after enduring Lin So's gaze for 52 seconds, Tanya could no longer sit still. "Mr. Lin, please eat first. I'm going to the restroom." After saying that, Tanya got up and prepared to leave. But just as she passed Lin So, a warm, large hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Tanya looked at Lin So in astonishment. "Mr. Lin, what's going on?" Lin So slowly stood up and said in a teasing tone, "Boss Tang, you're not avoiding me, are you?" Tanya was slightly taken aback. "How could that be? I just wanted to go to the restroom." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin So suddenly pressed himself against her. "Then why doesn't Boss Tang dare to look at me?" I. Tanya stammered. At this moment, Lin So suddenly leaned close to Tanya's ear and said something. "Mr. Tang, you already know that yesterday's accident was all an act, right?" Tanya's pupils suddenly contracted, and she began to stammer. How did you know?" "Yeah, how would I know?" Lin So narrowed his eyes and silently reached out with his other hand. He hadn't initially thought of it that way, but Tanya's sudden invitation to dinner was really strange. If it's just about the hotel's compensation, then so be it. But even though they were almost finished eating, Tanya didn't mention it at all. On the contrary, they were extremely curious about him. They asked me almost everything: name, age, job, place of origin, friends, etc. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a blind date. Of course, the most important thing was that he sensed a shyness in Tanya's eyes that only a young woman could express. Considering her unusual behavior today, he concluded that Tanya was certain they were acting yesterday. And she also knew that he had feelings for Tanya, which is why she asked so many private questions. At this moment, Tanya seemed to finally realize what was happening, and looked at Linbai with a face full of astonishment. You all planned her leaving just now? Linsa smiled slightly, otherwise, how would I have had the opportunity to be alone with Boss Tang? Why did you do this? And yesterday too, why? Tanya asked, trembling. Doesn't Mr. Tang know? As he spoke, Linsa's hands began to wander. Tanya wanted to resist, but she was as if she had been frozen in place, unable to move at all except for her mouth. You really came here for me? That's right, I came here for Boss Tang. Boss Tang has a stunningly beautiful face. I fell in love with you at first sight, which is why I resorted to this tactic. Although she already knew most of the details, Tanya was still shocked to hear Linsa confess his feelings to her. But I'm 5 years older than you, are you really not bothered? A woman 3 years older than her husband is like holding a gold brick. I'm holding 1.5. Others are too envious to even think about it. But I've also been married. Tanya revealed again. Everyone has a painful past, and I, Linsu, don't mind your past. Really? You really don't mind? Whether I mind or not is not important. What's important is whether you're willing to give me a chance to take care of you. I don't know. Since you don't know, then I'll make the choice for you. No. Why? Chapter 38 Loneliness, Tang Yalan and Suan. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but inside, it was pitch black. And on the bed deep inside, two people were whispering to each other. Maybe we should just forget about it. I think we're moving too fast. Young people should enjoy life while they can, otherwise they will regret it for the rest of their lives when they get old. But I'm not young anymore. No. You are young and beautiful. Of all the women I know, you are the most beautiful. Really? Really? Of course. I never lie to women. But I'm still very scared. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle. You really won't abandon me, right? I, Linsu, swear that I will never abandon you. Unlike other women, Tanya is not a gold digger. Not only that, she was already very wealthy. For example, the mansion where the two of them are currently located is worth at least half a small fortune. How could Linsu have managed to win over such a wealthy and beautiful woman? The answer is that Tanya has a fatal flaw. She was very lonely and isolated. Before she even graduated from university, she married a wealthy businessman in Y City and became a rich wife. Although he had money, he lost contact with his previous social circle. The people I met later were mostly people with whom I had a business relationship. Therefore, her married life was unhappy. In addition, her husband was always away on business trips, so her only companions all day long were the servants and cold electronic devices. Her personality gradually became cold. Whether in bed or out of bed. Gradually, the wealthy businessman lost interest in her and began having affairs. Later, the two divorced. She received half of the wealthy businessman's fortune and officially began living alone. The thing she does most at home is study recipes. So after her divorce, she opened the Jukshinlu restaurant. Although it didn't make much money, and she even lost money occasionally, it brought a lot of fun to her dull life. But this can only relieve the fatigue temporarily. Every night when she lay alone in bed, she felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Although she was single during this period, her close friends kept trying to find her a boyfriend. But she didn't find any of them appealing. Because they're either after her body or her money. Until she met Lin Su. This man's intentions were equally obvious. Unlike those who were simply lusting after her body, Lin Su, while also lusting after her, also harbored a subtle infatuation. This infatuation is a deep, heartfelt infatuation. It is a man's expression of his true feelings for a woman. Of course, most importantly, she felt warmth from Lin Su, the kind of warmth that only a lover can give. Regardless of what the future holds, at least for now, she is willing to dedicate everything to Lin Su. Just like Lin Su said, they are still young, and they will be too old if they don't go crazy now. And she really should let loose a bit. Otherwise, she would hardly feel any meaning in living. As for Lin Su, he couldn't read minds, so naturally he didn't know Tang's true thoughts. But one thing he was certain of was that the woman he had been longing for was now truly his. After a long while, Lin Su leaned against the headboard with a contented look on his face. In his arms, Tanya was like a docile kitten, shyly nestled in his embrace. The two remained silent, fully enjoying this rare and heartwarming moment. But good times are always fleeting. Before long, a bell rang, breaking the silence. That's Lin Su's phone. The caller was still an unknown number. But as soon as the call connected, Lin Su knew who it was. Okay, let's do it according to the blueprints. Okay, thank you for your hard work. As soon as the phone call ended, Tanya looked up expectantly. You're not leaving, are you? Seeing how adorable Tanya was, Lin Su couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge to tease her. What? You don't want me to leave? Tanya pouted her lips resentfully. What do you think? We've only just started dating. If you leave now, it would be too heartless of you. Since you think I'm heartless, then I won't leave. Really? Tanya exclaimed with delight. Those beautiful eyes shone like stars in the sky. With such a beautiful wife in front of me, how could I bear to leave? As he spoke, Lin Su stuck it on again. Oh no! I haven't rested yet. Wa'ada. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated. You hit too hard. Tanya playfully punched Lin Su. I didn't want to either, but you're so beautiful. He's full of sweet talk and must have deceived many women. Not many, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus you, 6 in total. Lin Su said casually. Tanya was stunned when she heard this. At this moment, Lin Su suddenly changed the subject. I was just kidding you, you didn't actually believe me, did you? You scared me to death. I thought you were telling the truth. After the two playfully wrestled on the bed for a while, Tanya finally left the room. Looking at the messy room, Lin Su couldn't help but sigh. But he quickly composed himself. System, distribute the rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily communication task. Task rating, SS. You have received the following rewards. 10 million dragon coins. Access to affection level interface allows you to check the target character's affection level towards the host. The higher the affection level, the higher the loyalty. Wow! It's an SS rating. No wonder she's a stunning beauty with an overall rating of 9.3. Making a small profit of 10 million is not bad. This affinity rating interface is quite interesting. Although he could usually win over women with money, there were always exceptions. For example, Suyun money might not be enough to make her give up everything. And Tanya today is another example. She already has money. This time it was all just good luck that I ran into Tanya, such a lonely woman. Otherwise, he'd probably be squatting somewhere right now. Now that we can check the favorability rating, things are different. He can check their favorability ratings at any time. Then, based on their level of affection, choose different approaches to pursue them. Of course, there is another very important point. That is, the higher the favorability rating, the higher the loyalty rating. What people fear most is not being poor, nor is it going hungry. It was betrayal by those closest to you. Even someone as cheating as him is no exception. Once he has a good impression of her, he can monitor every woman at any time. Although he desires many children for good fortune, he doesn't want to accept just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Previously, you needed to be good-looking, have a high overall score, and have a pregnancy rate of at least 60%. Now we need to add one more thing. The favorability rating cannot be lower than 60. This is his bottom line. Chapter 39. Best friend catches her cheating partner? After liberation, Tanya's overall mental state improved significantly. Not only is my skin more moisturized, but I also look much younger and more beautiful. Especially her slightly flushed cheeks, like those of a shy young girl, are both cute and charming. Once in the kitchen, she did what she did best. Cooking. Sharp knife skills, precise control of heat. You absolutely cannot do this without several years of cooking experience. Soon, an enticing aroma filled the large living room. Perhaps they were genuinely attracted by the aroma. A burly man wearing a bathrobe walked over. Meanwhile, Tanya was happily cooking in the kitchen, completely unaware that someone had come up to her. It wasn't until two warm, large hands and those broad, strong arms touched her that she realized what was happening. She turned around and looked at the person with a coquettish expression. I'm chopping vegetables. What if I get so scared that I accidentally cut my finger? The man spoke with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, a half smile playing on his lips. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll have to make it up to you. The scene shifts, and the two are now sitting around a dining table. Tanya looked at Lin Su expectantly and asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Lin Su calmly put down his chopsticks and slowly said, "This is probably the best dish I've ever had outside of a restaurant. Even some restaurant chefs aren't as good at cooking as you." Lin Su wasn't deliberately flattering Tanya, it was a heartfelt compliment. The last person to receive such praise was Liu Yang. Both of them are excellent cooks, but if Lin Su had to choose one, he would choose Tanya. Because Tanya's cooking really suited his taste. Hearing Lin Su's high praise, Tanya's smile widened even more. She pressed her advantage and pushed a plate of mapo tofu toward Lin Su. "Then try this one. It's fresh out of the pot, so it should suit your taste better than the one from this morning." Lin Su didn't immediately pick up the spoon, but instead made a sarcastic remark. "It seems there's a reason why Mr. Tang is such a good cook. I gave my evaluation this morning, and you made changes this afternoon." Tanya blushed. How could she not know what Lin Su meant? She pouted and scolded him. "All right, hurry up and eat, or you'll say it won't taste good when it gets cold." But Lin Su wouldn't let it go and continued to tease him. "If Boss Tang is so eager for me to eat this tofu, could it be that he's put something in it? Like that kind of drug that makes people fall into a deep sleep and never wake up?" Tanya's face flushed even more intensely. But she also has a temper, so how could she let others tease her like that? "Fine, if you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself." Out of spite, she picked up a spoon and scooped some tofu into her mouth. But as soon as the tofu entered her mouth, something unexpected happened. "It's not the tofu that's burning your mouth, it's the person." "That's right, Lin Su actually came up to me at this time." Tanya, who had always been a virtuous woman, had never done anything so shameful before. Her neck and even the roots of her ears turned bright red. More importantly, she tried to push Lin Su away, but she couldn't push him away at all. He was like a giant human lock, tightly binding her. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Su finally separated from him. "I do like eating it fresh out of the pot, but I like it even more when it's been cooked and then exported." Tanya raised her head with a resentful expression. "You filthy scoundrel." Lin Su smirked. "So, do you like scoundrels?" "I don't like it. What I hate most are scoundrels who spout flowery words." "Oh? Really? Then I'll have to verify it." With that, Lin Su began his operation. But it seems that fate doesn't want him to be so quick to agree. Just as the two were joking around, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly echoed in the room. Tanya, who had been blushing, seemed to suddenly realize something and pushed Lin Su to the ground. Lin Su looked at Tanya in astonishment. "What's wrong?" Tanya spoke in a flustered manner. "Mayor is here. What should we do?" "Mayor is here." "Mayor? Who is that?" Lin Su was completely confused. "She's my best friend. She's probably here to ask about you. You'd better go upstairs and hide right now. Since she's asking about my situation, I don't need to hide it. I'll tell her face to face. There's a saying that goes, birds of a feather flock together. Conversely, fragrances also tend to cluster together. Tanya is so beautiful, how could her best friend be any less? If we can manage to eat 2 of them on this trip, we'll make a fortune." But Tanya didn't think so. She only agreed to meet with Mayor and Lin Su once. Unexpectedly, the two ended up sleeping together. "If she finds out, she'll laugh at me for the rest of my life." "No. You need to go up and hide right now." Ultimately, at Tanya's insistence, Lin Su went upstairs to hide. After destroying all evidence related to Lin Su, Tanya hurriedly arrived at the gate. After calming my nerves, I opened the door. Who else could it be but her only best friend, Xiaomei, standing in front of her? However, at this moment, her face was filled with suspicion. "What are you doing sneaking around in the house? Why are you only opening the door now?" "Well, I was cooking, it'll be ready soon, so it took a little while." "Are you sure you're cooking? But the way you're acting, it feels like you're having an affair," Xiaomei said, narrowing her eyes. It's not that she's suspicious, but Tanya's current appearance is just too suspicious. Slightly flushed skin, panicked eyes. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is this sexy nightgown. Although it's normal to wear pajamas at home, it's only a little past 5 in the afternoon, and it's not even dark yet. Moreover, in her impression, Tanya was not such a casual woman. In conclusion, she can only draw one conclusion. That means Tanya was hiding a man in her house. At that moment, Tanya felt a chill run down her spine. She knew her best friend was shrewd, but she didn't expect Xiao Mei to be just as shrewd. However, for the sake of her future career, she decided to stick to her guns today. Mayor, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly hide a man in my house? Really? Then move aside, I'll go in and check. I'll let you check, but if you don't find anything today, you have to apologize to me. No problem, don't even mention apologizing, I'd even kowtow to you. Then come in. Now that things have come to this, Tanya can only beg Lin Su to find a secluded spot to hide. But she still overestimated Lin Su. Chapter 40 The Sexy Beauty Xiao Mei. This is the man you were talking about who has no secrets. On the sofa, Xiao Mei, with her legs crossed, looked at Tanya with a half smile. If a hole appeared in front of Tanya right now, she would definitely crawl into it without hesitation. That's right, Lin Su, whom she tried so hard to hide, was eventually discovered by Xiao Mei on the rooftop. If Lin Su had hidden it poorly, that would be one thing, but he hid it on the very rooftop of the roof. Ordinary people would never be able to discover it. But Xiao Mei discovered it. If she had known this would be the outcome, she would never have agreed to let Xiao Mei search the house. Otherwise, she wouldn't be being humiliated like this by Xiao Mei right now. Compared to Tanya, who was so ashamed she wanted to disappear, Lin Su, standing to the side, was extremely calm. Not only that, but I could even sense a hint of excitement deep in his eyes. The reason was simple, the woman in front of him, named Xiao Mei, was just as he had guessed a stunning beauty who was in no way inferior to Tanya, and perhaps even surpassed her in some aspects. Willow leaf eyebrows, peach blossom eyes, cherry lips. Her smooth and delicate skin, along with her devilish figure, exudes sex appeal at all times. Of all the women he's been in contact with so far, only Hongna can be compared to her. But if we had to say who was the sexiest of the two, it would undoubtedly be the woman in front of us named Xiao Mei. Her looks and figure are both top-notch. Next, let's look at other aspects. The view shifted to Xiao Mei's parents, and the panel appeared. Name, Xiao Mei. Age, 33. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 96. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 30. Pregnancy probability, 87%, with a 90% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.4. Holy crap! 33 years old. Is it true or false? Could it be the heavenly child granny? He couldn't tell at all that Xiao Mei looked 30 years old. At most, it's only 27 or 28. Who would have thought that she was actually older than Tanya? She really knows how to stay young. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Su began to examine Xiao Mei's other data. Lin Su felt that a score of 96 for appearance was a bit low. Such a stunning beauty must be at least 97 years old. However, it could also be her natural appearance without makeup. Soon, his gaze fell on the favorability rating section. This was the first time he had checked the favorability rating. He thought he would end up with a negative impression, but Xiao Mei surprised him even more than he expected. As for the probability of pregnancy, the overall score did not give Lin Su any indication. The probability of getting pregnant is not very high, but it is not low either. Moreover, with such a beautiful woman in front of him, even if the probability of her getting pregnant was 0, he would not let Xiao Mei go. But how do we begin? Her outfit makes her look like someone who's short of money. Is he going to target weaknesses, just like Tanya? But what is her weakness? Just as Lin Su was pondering a solution, Xiao Mei, who was sitting on the sofa, made a move again. The person she was looking at wasn't Tanya, but Lin Su. Little brother, you ate my good sister, aren't you going to say anything? Her voice was crisp and clear, just as pleasant as Tanya's. It even gave him the feeling of his ears getting pregnant. Sure enough, beautiful women always seem to flock together. After a moment of infatuation, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Hello, Sister Xiao, my name is Lin Su. I just met Sister Tanya yesterday. Xiao Mei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You're the delinquent little brother who caused my Yor to end up in the hospital yesterday? Sister Xiao knows me? Lin Su was also a little surprised. Xiao Mei glanced at Tanya, who was still bowing her head and remaining silent, then turned to Lin Su and smiled. Do you know who the doctor was who saved your female partner who was faking illness in the emergency room yesterday? Lin Su was slightly taken aback. Could it be Sister Xiao? What do you think? Lin Su suddenly realized what was going on. He had been wondering how Tanya knew they were there. At first, he thought Tanya was truly intelligent. It seems that Xiaomei was the one giving the instructions behind the scenes. Moreover, he had a hunch that Tanya's invitation to dinner was likely orchestrated by Xiaomei. As for the purpose, it should be to get his handsome younger brother to help Tanya solve her problems. At this moment, Xiaomei suddenly asked with a gossipy look on her face. "Little brother, I'm asking you, you've already eaten my yor, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, Tanya, who had been silent, immediately retorted excitedly. "No. I just invited him to dinner, nothing happened between us." "I didn't ask you, why are you getting so worked up? Are you feeling guilty?" Xiaomei couldn't help but tease. I didn't." Tanya was about to retort when a warm, large hand took hers. What followed was Lin Su's firm and unquestionable declaration. "That's right. Yeah, Jia and I have done everything we were supposed to do." Tanya looked at Lin Su in disbelief. "He's insane. He actually dared to." Compared to Tanya's shock, Xiaomei remained extremely calm, as if she had already guessed this outcome. A faint smile appeared on his lips. "Now that you've admitted it, what are you planning to do next, little brother?" Although Lin Su liked provocative terms of address, the words little brother really sounded uncomfortable. "Who's the younger one? Come on, let's have a one-on-one fight." After a brief period of slander, he gave a solemn reply. "I will take responsibility for Sister Ya." "Take responsibility for her?" Men are all like that, they just sleep with a woman and then treat her like their possession. However, before Xiaomei could finish her slightly sarcastic words, Lin Su interrupted her without hesitation. "No. I'm different from those people." Xiaomei raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Then tell me how you plan to take responsibility for your..." "Don't blame me for not reminding you, my your has a net worth of over 100 million. I don't have 100 million in cash, but I do have a building." "You have a building? What kind of building? A toy building?" "Part of the Tianhai building belongs to me." "What did you say? Tianhai building?" Xiaomei's voice became shrill, showing how shocked she was. Tanya, standing next to Lin Su, was also dumbfounded. She thought she had just found a handsome guy with a little money, but she never expected that he actually owned an apartment. "That's right, I own one floor of the Tianhai building," Lin Su said, emphasizing each word. "Who exactly are you?" Xiaomei could no longer remain nonchalant after all, that was the Tianhai building. Although it was only ownership of one floor, it was still an extremely impressive property. "I can tell you my identity, but you must promise not to tell any outsiders." "Huh?" The two women became even more curious upon hearing this. "Okay. I can guarantee it will never be leaked. Actually, I am a member of the Lin clan." Chapter 41 Tang is Heartbreak. "I don't care whether you are the young master of the clan or not. I only have one question for you, do you have other women besides your..." In the quiet living room, Xiaomei's muffled and slightly trembling angry voice suddenly rang out. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Xiaomei still sitting on the sofa. However, that perfect face was now covered with a cold expression, and even his hands were clenched tightly together. The slightly trembling body seemed to be restraining something. Tanya, standing in front of her, looked even more unpleasant. Not only was it completely bloodless, but its lips were also trembling slightly. Those reddened eyes looked so pitiful. All of this is thanks to Lin Su. If he hadn't revealed his identity, these two wouldn't have gotten so excited. He first took a deep breath, then spoke slowly and deliberately. "That's right, I have other women, and more than one." Upon hearing this, Tanya seemed to lose all support and collapsed. Fortunately, Lin Su intervened at the crucial moment, preventing the beauty from falling to the ground. Before he could check on Tanya's condition, Xiaomei, unable to suppress her anger any longer, pushed him away. "Get out of here and don't touch my yaoer." The scene shifts, and Tanya is seen holding Xiaomei, crying her heart out. As for Lin Su, he had long been kicked out of his home. If you ask him if he regrets it, the answer will of course be no. Even if he were given the chance to choose again, he would still tell him everything. If you want money, he can give it to you. If you want warmth, he can provide it. He can even provide companionship if you want it. But wanting love is absolutely impossible. He'll definitely have a harem in the future. If everyone wants love, he'll be busy as a dog. He had done what he was supposed to do and said what he was supposed to say. The choice was now up to Tanya. As for Xiao Mei, she probably has no chance until Tanya wins her over. With a soft sigh, Linsa started the car and prepared to leave. Just then, the phone next to me suddenly vibrated. Upon opening the caller ID, I found it was Hongna calling. Hey, what's up? I was just about to go back. Why did she go? Okay, I understand. I'll go back now. After hanging up the phone, Linsa glanced back at the expensive villa one last time before driving away. However, no sooner had Linsa left than two figures appeared in front of the window above the villa. If Linsa were there, he would immediately recognize that the two people were Xiao Mei, the one who had kicked him out of the house. There was also Tanya, a beautiful young woman who had been deeply in love with him not long ago, but whose eyes were now filled with tears. See? That's what men are like. They run away faster than anyone else when they encounter even the slightest setback. Tanya was able to control herself somewhat at first, but after hearing Xiao Mei's words, her crying became noticeably louder. He's just a jerk, what's there to cry about? I'll introduce you to someone better another day. You still dare to say that? It's all your fault. If you hadn't made me go see him, how could I have? What? I asked you to go see him, but I didn't ask you to sleep with him on your first meeting. I don't care, it's all your fault. You're the one who made me lose my virginity, you have to compensate me. Compensate you? I'll give you my virginity in return? Who wants your virginity? Wa'ada. On the other hand, after leaving Tanya, Linsa rushed back to Lishaquaiman without stopping. However, before returning to his residential compound, he went to a pharmacy outside the compound. After buying something I don't know what it was, I returned home. As soon as I entered, a burst of excited screams rang out. When he stepped into the living room, the scene before him completely stunned this seasoned driver. Two familiar figures, seemingly out of their minds, were dancing wildly in the living room. One of them was Tao Xiaotao, an unexpected guest. The other one was Lu Yang, whom Linsa never expected. Just then, Hongna also saw Lin Su. She rushed over as if she had seen a savior. Honey, you need to do something about those two. They've gone completely mad. Hongna's voice was filled with anxiety. Linsa looked around and saw that the living room was in a mess, with various items scattered all over the floor. He frowned and said with a hint of helplessness, "Go open the door to the room." Hongna understood immediately and hurriedly ran away. Linsa sighed softly and slowly walked toward the two women who were still dancing wildly in the center of the living room. Although Lu Yang was somewhat dazed at the moment, she still recognized Lin Su at a glance. She playfully snuggled into Linsa's arms, muttering, "Honey, kiss me, Yang Yang wants a kiss." Looking at Lu Yang, whose face was dirty and who reeked of disgust, Linsa's face was filled with resistance. Tao Xiaotao, who was standing nearby, seemed to be attracted by this scene as well. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then surprisingly stuck it on in a similar manner, muttering the same words. "I want one too, I want a kiss too." "Okay, honey, this is for you to kiss." The scene shifts, and the two are now lying neatly on the bed. At the bedside, feeling guilty, Hong Na didn't even dare to lift her head. Finally, after an unknown period of silence, Lin So slowly spoke. "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Upon hearing this, Hong Na was taken aback at first, then stammered. "Yes, I'm sorry." Lin So turned around with a gloomy expression. "So it was you who encouraged them to drink." It's understandable that Tao Xiaotao might feel bad about being abandoned by him. Lu Yang, who is usually such a quiet person, has now gone mad like this. He doesn't believe anyone encouraged him to do this. I was actually thinking of you, my husband, Hong Na said, biting her bright red lips, her voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's face darkened. "Thinking of me? Then tell me, how are you thinking of me?" Hong Na took a deep breath and then continued. "Honey, didn't you say you wanted Xiaotao to help you continue your bloodline? I noticed she's in a bad mood today, so I thought I'd get her drunk, and then you could have sex with her while she's drunk. This way, my husband can get what he wants without making Xiaotao feel too embarrassed." Linsa stared wide-eyed at Hong Na in disbelief, momentarily speechless. This is what a great girlfriend from China should be like. After a long while, Linsa finally came to his senses and said in a slightly low voice. "She's still your best friend. Aren't you afraid she'll wake up and fight you to the death if you scheme against her like this?" Hong Na quickly shook her head and said with certainty. "Xiaotao won't do that, and besides, I still have my husband. I believe he will protect me." Lin Su was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know whether he should thank Hong Na or blame her for her unscrupulous methods. After a moment of silence, Lin Se suddenly remembered something, and his face turned gloomy again. What about Lu Yang? You got your best friend drunk, fine, but why did you get her drunk too? This is unexpected. I didn't expect that Sister Yang and Xiao Tao would hit it off so quickly and get drunk right away. Ultimately, it's still your fault. Look at this living room now, does it even look like a place for a human to live? I'm sorry, honey, I was wrong. Chapter 42 Tao Xiaotao's Dream. Everyone says hangovers are awful, but drinking during the day is just as bad. Sure enough, the first thing Tao Xiaotao did after waking up from her drunken stupor was to vomit. Fortunately, she was still civilized enough not to vomit directly on the ground. Otherwise, Lin Se's 30 million yuan mansion would be a complete waste. Once she located the toilet, she rushed over. Then came the waterfall plunging 3,000 feet. When she came out, she looked completely exhausted. Only then did she begin to take this unfamiliar place seriously. Where am I? How did I get here? As she looked around, her gaze settled on the woman who was still fast asleep on the bed. Just as she was slowly recalling what had happened, a series of intermittent sounds quietly drifted over. It sounds like someone is begging for mercy. But there was also a hint of excitement hidden within. Driven by curiosity, she eventually followed the sound to a doorway. I wonder if the people inside were in such a hurry that they didn't even close the door. Through the small crack in the door, Tao Xiaotao witnessed a scene she would never forget. Some people may never have eaten pork, but they've seen pigs run. But Tao Xiaotao had never eaten pork, nor had she ever seen a pig run. The vivid and moving scene unfolded before her, and her mind went completely blank. She forgot why she came here, forgot why she got drunk, and even forgot her own name. Only a demented body remained standing there. She didn't know how much time had passed until the commotion inside the house gradually subsided, and Tao Xiaotao finally came to her senses. Oh my god! Am I crazy? I was actually peeping here. In a panic, she turned to leave, but ended up bumping into the corner of the wall because of her excessive panic. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Se immediately shouted out. Who? Who's outside? Realizing she had been noticed, Tao Xiaotao dared not linger and quickly fled the scene of the crime. When Lin Se walked out of the room, Tao Xiaotao was no longer there. But being wary, he still went to Lu Yang's room. However, Tao Xiaotao, who had escaped, quickly ran back to her bed and pretended to be half asleep. Therefore, Lin Se did not notice anything. Only after Lin Se closed the door did Tao Xiaotao, who was pretending to be asleep, open her eyes and start panting heavily. That moment was absolutely the most nerve-wracking moment of Tao Xiaotao's life, without a doubt. I was so scared, I almost got caught. Meanwhile, back in his room, Lin Se felt increasingly uneasy. His hearing is now so good that it's almost impossible for him to mishear. But in the end, he gained nothing. Just as he was racking his brains, Hong Na pressed herself against him again. Honey, what are you thinking about so seriously? I'm thinking about how to teach you a lesson, you spendthrift woman. I'm not being wasteful at all. I'm just thinking of you, my husband, Hong Na said coquettishly. For me? I think you're doing it for yourself. In the next room, Tao Xiaotao had just recovered a little from the shock, but when she turned her head, that tormenting sound burrowed into her ears like a demon once again. Despite her tightly covering her ears with her hands, the sound continued to penetrate her ears like an ever-present ghost. Moreover, the sound kept growing louder, like a ferocious monster trying to devour her. As time went on, Tao Xiaotao began to become delirious. Some blurry images gradually appeared before her eyes. These images kept intertwining and overlapping in her mind, making her feel dizzy. In the hazy light, she seemed to see Lin Se's figure. The man stood there expressionless, like a cold sculpture. Immediately afterwards, one figure after another appeared. The first to appear was the sexy and charming Hong Na, who swayed her hips and walked towards Lin Se with great allure. Then came the mature and intellectual Lu Yang, who smiled elegantly and slowly approached Lin Se. After that, one unfamiliar woman after another appeared like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They were either glamorous, innocent, or feisty, each exuding a unique charm. Before long, Lin Se was surrounded by this group of women, with no way to get through. She, who should have been only a step away from Lin Se, was somehow pushed several meters away by the surging crowd. As she watched the man's figure gradually disappear into the crowd, her anxiety grew. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, she decided to take action. She forcefully pushed aside the woman in front of her and, like an eel, nimbly slipped into the crowd. However, the crowd was so dense that she moved forward at an unusually slow pace. Every small step forward requires tremendous effort, involving pushing and shoving against those around you. Nevertheless, she did not give up. She didn't know why she was doing this, even though they had already broken up. But a voice inside her urged her to return to that man's side as soon as possible. After a long and arduous struggle, she finally returned to that man. By this time, she was soaked through, sweat streaming down her face, soaking her clothes in the ground. But she was completely unaware, her face always beaming with a happy and radiant smile. Because she finally returned to his side. In that instant, all her weariness vanished, and she couldn't help but reach out her hand to the man. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the man's lips, something unexpected happened. The once solid ground suddenly seemed to have been sucked away, instantly turning into a pitch-black, bottomless abyss. Caught completely off guard, she, like those women who flashed by, unexpectedly fell into the abyss. In the instant she fell, her gaze met that man's. In a daze, she seemed to see a strange smile curl up at the corner of the man's mouth. It was at this moment that she finally woke up. Ah! It was only accompanied by a scream when I woke up. Upon hearing the scream, Hongna rushed to the room. Seeing Tao Xiaotao, who was drenched in sweat and looked terrified, Hongna's expression changed drastically. Xiaotao, did you have a nightmare? You look so pale. Tao Xiaotao first looked at Hongna blankly, then asked mechanically. Nana, how long have I been asleep? Chapter 43 Tao Xiaotao cried. What? 3 hours. A scream as loud as thunder suddenly rang out, instantly attracting Lin's attention from the sofa. However, he only glanced at the room where the sound came from before focusing his gaze on the woman in front of him. Drinking so much in broad daylight is one thing, but then acting crazy at home while drunk? I really underestimated you. Following his gaze, one could see a beautiful woman, filled with shame, standing silently before him. This person was none other than Lu Yang, one of the two madmen. She had just woken up. After being informed by Hongna, she quickly learned what she had done, which led to the current situation. At this moment, faced with Lin Bai's reprimand, she didn't even dare to raise her head and could only speak in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Yes, I'm sorry, it was my fault. Did you drink so much that you ruined your vocal cords? Lin Su's voice remained cold, even carrying a hint of anger. Lu Yang knew he was wrong, and he also knew why Lin Su was so angry. But for some reason, she felt very wronged, her eyes involuntarily reddened, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Just then, Lin Su suddenly said something else. Come to me. Lu Yang was slightly taken aback, but still obediently walked over. When she got close to Lin Su, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her chin. Immediately afterwards, she was forced to raise her head against her will. You drank so much of my alcohol and made such a mess of the house, and instead of apologizing, you're acting all aggrieved? Lu Yang remained silent, only continuing to look at Lin Su with a wronged and pitiful expression. I'm really done for. I hope this is the first and last time. If this happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Lin Su turned and left. Lu Yang was left standing there in a daze. She was stunned not because of those heartless words, but because of the box of medicine someone had just placed in her hand. The name is complicated, but the words sobering up in the product description are very eye-catching. Lu Yang, who was initially feeling wronged, burst into laughter after seeing the box of medicine, and her complexion became much rosier. On the other side, Lin Su, who had just left the sofa, turned around and bumped into Tao Xiaotao, who was rushing out of the room. Tao Xiaotao was stunned when she saw Lin Su. Especially those peach blossom eyes, which clearly became more complicated. But in an instant, she composed herself, bypassed Lin Su, and rushed toward the door. Lin Su looked completely bewildered. They drank my wine and slept in my bed. They left without even saying goodbye? That's incredibly rude. But Hongna, who was walking out in a hurry, gave him an explanation. Tao Xiaotao has a PK competition at 10 p.m. tonight, and it's already past 9 p.m. She needs to hurry back. Lin Su then remembered the PK incident. After all, it was he who brought this up. However, good manners have nothing to do with fighting. Some people wouldn't be very nice to him even without a competition. Fortunately, he pulled back from the brink and stopped in time. Otherwise, if we really brought such a wild horse under our control, the family would definitely be in chaos in the future. Today is a living example. But Hongna had no idea what Lin Su was thinking, and she kept speaking up for Tao Xiaotao. Honey, Xiaotao didn't drive here today. Why don't you give her a ride? It'll be a good opportunity to get to know her better. I'm not going. Why? Don't you want to push Xiaotao down anymore? On the other side, Tao Xiaotao, in a great hurry, quickly arrived at the entrance of the residential area. However, because this is an upscale residential area, there aren't many people around, so hailing a taxi isn't as easy as in other places. In addition, it's nighttime now, making it even harder to hail a taxi. With the appointed time fast approaching, Tao Xiaotao grew increasingly anxious as she couldn't hail a ride. Just then, a familiar voice came from over. Hey, need a ride? I need to go to the Lan residence. Lanfu is the residential community where Tao Xiaotao lives. When Tao Xiaotao turned around, the man standing behind her was none other than Lin Su. Are you really going to the Lan residence on business? Tao Xiaotao questioned. I kindly offered you a ride, and you're questioning me? Well then, you can just wait here. Lin Su was already reluctant to get down, and with Tao Xiaotao's attitude, he didn't hesitate at all and turned to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when a soft little hand hurriedly grabbed him. Don't go. It was my fault. Let me hitch a ride with you. The scene shifts, and Tao Xiaotao is now sitting in the passenger seat of Lin Su's car. However, there were an unusually large number of cars tonight. Looking at the endless dragon, Tao Xiaotao's eyebrows furrowed into a line. How much longer until we reach the Lan residence? Tao Xiaotao asked. Lin Su glanced at the navigation and said casually. At this rate, it will take at least an hour and a half to get through the traffic jam. What? More than an hour? Tao Xiaotao exclaimed. It's already 9:30. If she gets stuck in traffic for another hour, by the time she gets home, it'll be too late. Why are you yelling so loudly? You're making my ears go deaf. Lin Su's voice revealed a hint of disgust. Normally, Tao Xiaotao would have exploded long ago. But now she was living under someone else's roof and had no choice but to bow her head. She took a deep breath and tried to speak calmly. Can we take another route? It's Friday today, and students and office workers are all out and about, so every road is congested. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's face instantly turned pale. What should I do? I still have a live stream today. However, Lin Su started to speak in a sarcastic tone at this moment. It's just a live broadcast, missing one won't kill you. Perhaps he had really angered Tao Xiaotao, because the latter could no longer tolerate it and retorted loudly. For a rich person like you, it's just an ordinary live stream, but for me, it's my faith, the only thing that keeps me going. Her voice was so loud that Lin Su was stunned and stood there. When he came to his senses, he realized that Tao Xiaotao's eyes were already wet. For some reason, seeing Tao Xiaotao like this gave him a strange feeling. Finally, after who knows how long, he softened. If I help you sort out the livestream, you won't have to rush back, right? What do you mean? You just need to answer yes or no. I don't want to talk to you. You have no idea how important this livestream is to me. Are you sure you don't want to talk to me? If you miss the livestream and break your appointments with other people, don't blame me. Broken up with a promise? How did you know? Chapter 44, I was forcibly kissed? What have you done? In the passenger seat, Tao Xiaotao stared in disbelief at the man in front of her. Not long ago, she was anxious and restless because she was stuck on the elevated road and couldn't go home. She was so anxious she almost cried. But this man in front of her actually solved everything for her with just one phone call. How crazy! However, seeing Tao Xiaotao's shock, Lin Su glanced at her lightly and then said in a calm voice. Didn't she already tell you about tonight's epic showdown being cancelled? At first, Tao Xiaotao was completely confused. Suddenly, it was as if her Rin and Du meridians had been opened, and her thoughts instantly became clear. She stammered, pointing at her phone. You and Meng Wanzi, what kind of relationship do you have? Why do you look so shocked? Lin Su spoke in a serious tone, but his deep eyes were full of teasing. Tao Xiaotao's face darkened. Nonsense. That's Meng Wanzi, a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers. How could she not be shocked? For some reason, she felt empty inside. It felt like losing something extremely important. Moreover, the bizarre dream she had at Lin Su's house resurfaced in her mind. Moreover, compared to the dream, the feeling of losing everything was particularly intense this time. His breathing gradually became rapid, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Linsa frowned as he witnessed all of this. What's going on? Sweating? My air conditioner is on, isn't it? Soon, Linsa noticed that something was wrong. Because Tao Xiaotao's body started to tremble. Hey, are you alright? Linsa looked at Tao Xiaotao in the passenger seat and couldn't help but feel worried. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but rather that he was worried that if the girl got stuck in the car, his multi-million-dollar luxury car would be ruined. As Linsa pondered this, he reached out his hand, wanting to check on Tao Xiaotao's condition. But who would have thought that before his hand even touched Tao Xiaotao, two hands suddenly reached out and grabbed him like lightning. Lin Su was startled. He looked closely and saw that Tao Xiaotao's eyes were slightly red and tears were welling up in them. Even his voice was trembling. Is your breakup with me related to Meng Wanzi? Lin Su was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Tao Xiaotao to suddenly ask this question. Coming to his senses, he immediately gave a perfunctory response. Break up? Meng Wanzi? You're overthinking it. Tao Xiaotao clearly didn't believe him. She raised her voice 8 octaves and asked again. Then why did you break up with me? Lin Su frowned, clearly showing that he was getting a little impatient. But Tao Xiaotao held his hand tightly, and he couldn't break free, so he could only continue to chat with her for a few more minutes. Because I found that, apart from the necessary conditions, there are many factors about you that I cannot accept, such as your personality. Character? That's right. Although I'm willing to give everything for the continuation of the clan, that doesn't mean I'll grovel without any confidence. There are countless women in this world, and I don't need to waste my time on someone with a fiery temper and who is very disobedient. Just because I have a bad temper, you want to break up with me and then go after the well-behaved Meng Wanzi, is that it? When she said this, Tao Xiaotao's voice was clearly choked up, and even her beautiful eyes were moist. But she still forced back her tears. But even faced with such a pitiful beauty, the man in the driver's seat showed no pity whatsoever. That's right. The voice remained cold and devoid of any emotion. As the saying goes, hesitation leads to chaos. To survive in this chaotic society, he has to be ruthless. He will never bow down unless women obey him. Upon hearing Lin Su's words, Tao Xiaotao's sorrow deepened, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. I know I have a bad temper and sometimes I throw tantrums, but I'm just trying to protect myself. As a man, can't you put aside your pride a little and comfort me? However, Lin Su remained unmoved and coldly replied, Sorry, I don't have the habit of coaxing people. Tao Xiaotao felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She hadn't expected Lin Su's attitude to be so resolute. At first, she thought Lin Su was playing hard to get, but now that she thinks about it, she was really ridiculous. No, I don't want to break up. You started this, you can't just dump me like that. Before she could finish speaking, Tao Xiaotao seemed to have suddenly lost her mind and pounced on Lin Su like a madwoman. Because of her petite and light stature, her pounce easily pinned the unsuspecting Lin Su to the ground. Lin Su was not expected that Tao Xiaotao would do such a thing, and his face immediately showed obvious disgust. What are you doing? Get out of the way. However, Tao Xiaotao ignored Lin Su's reprimand. She maintained her pitiful appearance, slowly approached Lin Su, and continued to sob. Just this once, just this once. If you just lower your head this once, I promise I'll never disobey you again in this lifetime, okay? Tao Xiaotao's voice was soft and trembling, like a flower swaying in the wind, which made people feel pity. Lin Su stared at Tao Xiaotao. He saw the tears in her eyes and the humble pleading in them. He, who had been unmoved, was now beginning to waver. However, in the instant he hesitated, Tao Xiaotao suddenly seemed to lose her last shred of reason, and unable to control herself, she rushed towards Lin Su and kissed his lips without hesitation. This kiss, like lightning suddenly piercing the night sky, caught Lin Su completely off guard. His eyes widened, and he stood frozen in place, completely forgetting how to respond. By the time he came to his senses, it was already too late. Tao Xiaotao's passion burned like a flame, enveloping him tightly and making it impossible for him to escape. The scene shifts, and the two appear by the roadside. In front of the two men, a traffic policeman was reprimanding them. No matter how much you lose control, you can't let yourself go on the elevated highway. Do you know how many cars are stuck behind you? If your actions cause a chain reaction, can you take responsibility? In front of the traffic police, the two acted like children who had made a mistake, not daring to even raise their heads. However, since this is your first time, I won't give you any other punishment. After giving the two men some more instructions, the traffic police officer left. Watching the traffic policeman's retreating figure, Tao Xiaotao breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. I thought I was going to end up in jail. I'd rather you go to jail. Lin Su gritted his teeth. You're so heartless. It's not just my fault. But it's my driver's license that should be revoked. Then, will they compensate you? Chapter 45 Tao Xiaotao's Obedience. Jingle. With a crisp knock, the door slowly opened, revealing Tao Xiaotao's little nest in the lawn residence to Lin Su without reservation. As a mid to high-end residential community, Lanfu has attracted many online celebrities to live here due to its beautiful environment and complete facilities. This is why housing prices here have skyrocketed, even exceeding the prices of some upscale neighborhoods. If the system doesn't reward Lin Su with a large apartment, the first place he'll have to buy is definitely the lawn mansion. However, when Lin Su entered Tao Xiaotao's house, he found that it was not as spacious as he had imagined. Roughly estimated, it's at most around 120 square meters, which is nothing compared to his large single-level apartment. Even compared to Li Shiming's little nest, it pales in comparison. The only comparable place is probably Wang Ying's 80 square meter studio apartment. How is it? Isn't it great here? I bought this house with my own savings. Tao Xiaotao said with a smug look on her face, looking exactly like a student waiting for the teacher's praise. Lin Su's lips curled slightly, and he replied with a half-smile. It's really good, but what does that have to do with me? As he spoke, he slowly approached Tao Xiaotao, each step appearing so calm and firm. Tao Xiaotao seemed to have anticipated Lin Su's actions. Suddenly, a blush appeared on her pretty face, like a ripe apple, making her look incredibly endearing. Not only that, but he even started to stutter when he spoke, no longer as eloquent as before. Of course it's related. This is my house, and it will be your house in the future. Oh, and I also bought a jacuzzi. It's super comfortable. Let me show you. As soon as she finished speaking, Tao Xiaotao turned to leave. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt a strong hand gripping her tightly. Tao Xiaotao couldn't help but scream, losing her balance and falling straight backward. Just when she thought she was going to fall to the ground, she unexpectedly landed in a warm and firm embrace. Upon closer inspection, the person was none other than Lin Su. What do you want to do? Tao Xiaotao's voice trembled slightly, and her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. You got me banned from driving, so what do you think I want to do? Lin Su's voice was deep and magnetic, as if it possessed an irresistible magic. As he spoke, his slender fingers slowly reached towards Tao Xiaotao's smooth and delicate face, which was as smooth as porcelain. When his fingertips gently touched Tao Xiaotao's skin, her body trembled violently as if she had been electrocuted. However, this time Tao Xiaotao did not struggle as before. Instead, she blushed and stammered shyly. This is my first time. It's okay, it's not my first time, I'll teach you. But I'm afraid of pain. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Are you sure? Nana clearly said it hurt a lot? She's lying to you. Really? Of course, I never lie to women. But you clearly lied to me. Wa'ada. The red curtains are drawn, the candlelight is warm. After an unknown amount of time, a scream shattered the tranquility of the night. You murdered your husband. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see Lin Su clutching his arm with a furious expression. His already muscular arm was trembling slightly with rage. Where his large hand hadn't fully covered, a clearly visible teeth mark was starkly revealed. It looked as if it had been bitten by some ferocious beast. Not far from Lin Su sat the very person who had started this whole thing, Xiaotao. However, in stark contrast to Lin Su's anger, Tao Xiaotao showed no remorse whatsoever. Not only that, she also complained to Lin Su, feeling wronged. Serves you right. Who told you to lie to me? Tao Xiaotao pouted, looking aggrieved. Lin Su, who was originally furious, gradually calmed down after seeing Tao Xiaotao's aggrieved look. He sighed helplessly, his tone softening considerably. Since you're so scared, I had no other choice but to resort to this. However, before he could finish speaking, his tone suddenly became somewhat provocative. Besides, you were only in pain for a short while, and you were quite happy afterwards. Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Tao Xiaotao seemed to remember something, and her beautiful cheeks instantly flushed with a deep blush. Even his voice became stuttering. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm not talking to you anymore. Tao Xiaotao said coquettishly, then turned her head away shyly, refusing to look at Lin Su again. But how could Lin Su let Tao Xiaotao off so easily? A sly smile crept across his lips. Then he leaned closer to Tao Xiaotao again, lowering his voice so low that it seemed only the two of them could hear him. Then you should give your opinion. Am I better, or was your ex-boyfriend better? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Your ex-boyfriend couldn't even take your first kiss. Lin Su's words were laced with undisguised mockery, making one want to laugh. However, Tao Xiaotao couldn't laugh at all. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She didn't even have the courage to look Lin Su in the eye. But Lin Su showed absolutely no tact and, like a curious child, bombarded him with a series of questions. You mean he might be impotent? But that doesn't make sense. I remember he has a girlfriend. By the way, what's going on between you two? I remember you two were dating for a while, right? Why didn't anything happen between you two, but I got a great deal instead? Faced with Lin Su's barrage of questions, Tao Xiaotao felt her face growing hotter and hotter, completely at a loss for how to answer them. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, she exploded. Hey! Can you please stop asking? This is so annoying. But Lin Su's next words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly throwing her into disarray. You're annoyed now? So all that stuff you said to me in the car was a lie? His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it carried a hint of mockery that was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing this, Tao Xiaotao's face turned deathly pale. No, I'm serious. Her voice trembled slightly as she quickly waved her hands to explain. So, you genuinely want to be my woman, and I didn't force you? Lin Su's lips curled slightly, looking at Tao Xiaotao with a half-smile. Tao Xiaotao knew what this guy was up to. In the past, she would rather die than submit. But now, she can no longer be willful. Otherwise, she really would fall into the abyss like in her dream and never see this man again. She took a deep breath and then said firmly. Yes. I truly want to be your woman, and I'm willing to have your children and carry on your family line. And what about your status in the family? I remember someone saying that they would listen to me obediently from now on? Yes. I will be obedient, and I will never act like that again. But what if I don't believe it? Lin Su frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Tao Xiaotao's answer. I'm telling the truth, please believe me? I've given myself to you, and if you don't want me, I can't go on living. Tao Xiaotao could no longer suppress her panic and shed tears of fear, her body trembling slightly. Why didn't you do this earlier? You've wasted so much of my time. Chapter 46: A Godlike Being. As the saying goes, a cigarette after the deed is better than being a god. However, Lin Su doesn't smoke, so he can only enjoy the jacuzzi that Tao Xiaotao highly praised. Immerse yourself in the warm and comfortable bath. Feeling the warm water enveloping my body, all my fatigue seemed to vanish in that instant. Behind him, Tao Xiaotao began to give his head a full body massage. Her fingers were gentle yet strong, allowing his mind to fully relax. In addition, Tao Xiaotao would occasionally feed him some fruit or snacks, so that he could enjoy delicious food while feeling comfortable. It's no exaggeration to say that Tao Xiaotao at this moment is completely different from the unapproachable figure she appears on screen. Her posture was humble and cautious, her movements gentle and skillful. She was practically a living maid. If Lin Su hadn't just helped her lose her virginity, he would have suspected that Tao Xiaotao had attended a brothel before becoming a live streamer. Thinking of the club, an idea suddenly came to him. There are indeed many beautiful women online, so many that it's dazzling. But if we're talking about where the most beautiful women are in real life, then it's definitely bars, nightclubs, and high-end clubs. He didn't like the bars and nightclubs because they were too noisy. In comparison, a private club is a much better option. The key is that the girls in the club are all carefully selected and have excellent looks. Isn't it faster to find them there than through open auditions? Besides clubs, there are also maid cafes and escort services, places that use borderline tactics to grab attention. Back then, on the eve of his graduation from university, he went to a maid cafe with a few roommates for a night of indulgence. The place is filled with enticing aromas and surrounded by beautiful women. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a paradise for men. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have lost his virginity at the maids' quarters long ago. Even so, he still couldn't forget the scene from that day. Young and pretty sister, Sha. Just as he was being fickle, Tao Xiaotao, who was giving him a massage, suddenly said in a sweet, coquettish tone. Master, what are you thinking about? This sudden question caught Lin Su off guard, and he quickly replied, No, I wasn't thinking about anything. However, his voice sounded noticeably unnatural, as if he were carrying a hint of guilt. Tao Xiaotao clearly didn't believe Lin Su's explanation. She said coquettishly, "Master, you're lying. You've already made a sound." Upon hearing this, Lin Su immediately looked down and indeed found something amiss in the water. "Isn't that embarrassing?" Lin Su tried to explain. But Tao Xiaotao would never trust Lin Su again. "I don't believe it. Even the master can't see me. You must be thinking about something else." However, before she could finish speaking, an accident occurred. Lin Su suddenly sat up, and then his hand shot out like lightning, tightly gripping Tao Xiaotao's arms. Immediately afterwards, Lin Su exerted force with both hands, and Tao Xiaotao spun around in the air like a light butterfly before landing steadily in the bathtub. "Master, what are you going to do?" Lin Su's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. "You don't believe me? I'll prove it to you now. But here. True strength never falters because of circumstances. The only thing that can defeat them is themselves." After an unknown amount of time, Lin Su finally carried Tao Xiaotao out of the bathroom. After placing it on the bed, Lin Su began to check the rewards. Tonzi, distribute the rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. Task rating, SS. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following rewards. 10 million dragon coins. Charm aura. Wearing a charm aura will greatly increase the host's charm value. In addition, it can also provide a favorability bonus to different targets. It even has an SS rating. This truly surprised Lin Su, because he didn't feel any difference from before. Never mind, as long as there's a reward. Aura of charm, increasing attractiveness. Someone as handsome as me, do I need to increase my charm? Don't ask, the answer is yes. What's more, this charismatic aura can also increase favorability, making it an absolute must-have for him when it comes to picking up girls. System, quickly equip me with the charm halo. Reporting to the host, the charm aura will be automatically activated once acquired. Huh? Then why don't I feel anything at all? System, you're not trying to trick your dad, are you? Please be careful with your words, host. Any further insulting remarks against this system will result in disciplinary action. Lin Su was speechless. She has quite a temper, just like this sleeping woman. When Tao Xiaotao was mentioned, Lin Su seemed to remember something and quickly focused his gaze on her forehead. The next second, a blue panel appeared in front of him. Name, Tao Xiaotao. Age, 22. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 82. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 88. Probability of pregnancy, currently conceiving. Overall rating, 9.1. Favorability, 88. Holy crap! Could this girl really be in love with me? Thinking back on this girl's crazy behavior today, it's not impossible. But when Lin Su focused his attention on the pregnancy probability section, he was completely dumbfounded. What fa? I'm currently pregnant. I hit the bullseye again. He didn't know the probability of Su Yun getting pregnant, but he knew perfectly well that Tao Xiaotao was pregnant. The overall probability of pregnancy is 75%. The probability of getting pregnant within 7 days is only 78%. Among the women he has been in contact with so far, they are not the least attractive, but they are not far off. This is one of the main reasons why he so decisively gave up on Tao Xiaotao before. But who would have thought that Tao Xiaotao would give him such a big surprise? While others with a 90% chance of getting pregnant haven't conceived yet, those with a 75% chance managed to conceive on the first try. That's absolutely crazy. Perhaps it was because he learned that Tao Xiaotao was about to become pregnant that Lin Su's gaze towards her changed. Although I still can't feel any love, at least there's a touch more tenderness in her eyes. Just then, the phone that was placed to the side suddenly vibrated. That's Lin Su's phone. Coincidentally, the call came from the other one of the two pregnant women, Su Yun. Why is Aunt Su calling at this hour? It's 12:30 a.m. right now. Although he was puzzled, he still answered the phone. Hello? Aunt Su, what's up so late? Chapter 47, Su Yun's appointment. Late at night, outside the Oriental Hotel. A beautiful woman with delicate features was pacing back and forth outside like an ant on a hot pan. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Throughout this long period of hesitation, her lips never stopped moving, constantly muttering incomprehensible words. It's not true, it can't be true. Time ticked by, and finally, a black G-Class slowly pulled up in front of her. The beautiful woman who had been lingering stopped and looked at the car that had suddenly appeared with suspicion. But when she saw clearly who was in the driver's seat, she was completely stunned, as if she had been frozen in place. Her mouth was wide open and her eyes were wide open, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. After the car came to a stop, the person in the passenger seat quickly opened the door and hurriedly walked to the beautiful woman. "Sister Sue, what happened? Why did you call me here in the middle of the night?" The visitor asked anxiously, a hint of concern in his voice. The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Lin Soo, who had just rushed over from the lawn residence. The beautiful woman standing in front of him was none other than his beautiful neighbor, Soo-yun, with whom he had a brief encounter. The moment Soo-yun saw Lin Soo, her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her body trembled involuntarily. She seemed to have 1,000 words to say to Lin Soo, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. He could only manage to squeeze out a few words with difficulty. "Xiao, Xiaolin." Seeing Soo-yun acting so strangely, Lin Soo, who was completely bewildered, panicked. If it were any other woman, he might not have paid any attention to her at all, and might even have found her annoying. But Soo-yun is different. She is the first woman in Lin Soo's life. Moreover, Soo-yun is currently carrying his child. He would never be a heartless man, no matter what. "Sister Sue, please don't cry." Lin Soo tried various methods, but none of them could appease the heartbroken beauty. At this moment, Lin Soo seemed to suddenly realize something and spoke in astonishment. "Sister Sue, could it be related to Brother Xiao?" Lin Soo wasn't narcissistic. He knew perfectly well that Soo-yun definitely didn't want him to go to a hotel. He was even certain that Soo-yun's sadness had absolutely nothing to do with him. If it wasn't him, then it's obvious who it was. Sure enough, Soo-yun's body visibly trembled upon hearing that person's name. This further solidified Lin Soo's resolve. It seems it really is related to that person. This is a hotel, and Soo-yun is still so heartbroken. There's only one possibility: that person cheated on their partner. The corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. Logically speaking, this is unethical. However, he simply couldn't control himself. After all, Soo-yun is different from other women. Soo-yun was the woman of his dreams, the woman he would get no matter the cost. However, Soo-yun had a family and concerns before, and he couldn't do something like breaking up someone else's family. That's why he chose to proceed gradually. But now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived. If he can seize this opportunity, Soo-yun will no longer be someone else's wife, but his woman. "So he betrayed you?" Lin Soo's voice was somewhat sad, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. However, Lin Soo was met with Soo-yun's increasingly heartbreaking sobs. Lin Soo sighed softly, intending to step forward and embrace Soo-yun. But as soon as he reached out his hand, the grief-stricken Soo-yun threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lin Soo began to gently comfort her. It took Soo-yun an unknown amount of time before she finally calmed down. Lin Soo's clothes were soaked in water once again. Looking at her masterpiece, Soo-yun's face turned completely red. "Yes, I'm sorry. It's nothing, just a piece of clothing. As long as you're all right, Aunt Sue," Lin Soo said nonchalantly. "Thank you, Xiaolin." Soo-yun was very touched. "I'll express my gratitude later. Aunt Sue, please tell me the whole story as soon as possible." Soo-yun nodded, and then began to tell her story. It turns out Xiao Tang, Soo-yun's husband, came back at noon today. At first, everything was normal. The two had a reunion dinner, talked about their business trip, and got along well. But that evening, Xiao Tang went out immediately after receiving a phone call. Soo-yun didn't think much of it, because that's how Xiao Tang's work is. He often leaves in the middle of the night. So, Soo-yun lay on the sofa alone and watched TV. She didn't return to her room until she felt sleepy. It was at this moment that her phone received a text message from an unknown number. The text message was from Oriental Hotel, room 1518. At first, she thought it was spam and didn't pay attention to it. But just as she lay down, another text message arrived. This time it wasn't text she couldn't understand, but several pictures of men, and pictures of women. She didn't recognize the woman, but she would recognize the man even if he were reduced to ashes. That's right, that man was her husband, Xiao Tang. Collapse, despair, pain and other negative emotions came one after another, but she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart. With technology so advanced these days, it's not necessarily fake. So she rushed to the hotel. But when she arrived at the hotel entrance, she couldn't bring herself to go in, which led to her calling Lin Su. She was initially skeptical about the matter. But for some reason, upon seeing Lin Su, she broke down uncontrollably, and what was previously uncertain became a fact in her subconscious. After learning everything, Lin Su was filled with mixed emotions. Soo-yun is too sentimental, and he is somewhat naive. The two of them hadn't even caught each other in bed together yet, but they'd already accused each other of cheating. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, then this would be a huge joke. However, looking at it from another perspective, the reason he thinks this way is entirely because that's what he subconsciously hopes for. But what gives Soo-yun the right? Could it be that Soo-yun is like him? Did she secretly hope that Xiao Tang would cheat on her? That shouldn't be possible, right? Whether it's possible or not, let's check it out first. Holy crap! 70 favorability. That's not low, is it? Could it really be true? Lin Su really wanted to test the waters here. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. Sister Su, now that we've sent you the room number, let's go check it out. But, what if it's just someone else's prank? Soo-yun seemed hesitant. But what if it's true? Are you planning to pretend you know nothing and continue living with that person? Since you don't know how to choose, I'll help you. As he spoke, Lin Su took Soo-yun's hand. Then, under Lin Su's forceful guidance, Soo-yun stepped into the hotel she had never dared to enter before. Before long, the two arrived outside room 1518, which was mentioned in the text message. To make it easier to catch them in the act, Lin Su even called a room attendant to come along. Sister Su, are you ready? Lin Su turned to look at Soo-yun beside him and asked. At this moment, Soo-yun no longer showed any sign of sadness. All that remained was tension and bewilderment. Xiaolin, maybe we should just forget about it, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that the person inside really is him, or are you afraid that your family will be torn apart because of this? Soo-yun bit her red lips, her face showing a conflicted expression. The room attendant looked shocked upon hearing this. I thought I was here to help, but I ended up getting to watch the drama unfold. His gaze inadvertently fell on Soo-yun, and he was completely stunned. No way. Are the people in here crazy? You don't want such a beautiful wife? Please give it to me if you don't want it. Damn it, today I, Zhang-san, must teach you a lesson, you beast, on behalf of this beautiful lady. Seeing that Soo-yun remained silent, Lin Su decisively gave Zhang-san a wink. The latter received the signal and immediately nodded. What followed was a truly classic scene. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Although they were separated by a door, Lin Su recognized the person inside immediately. It was definitely Xiao Tang. Furthermore, even if he misheard, Soo-yun, whose body was trembling, couldn't have misheard. Excuse me, sir, room service is not available. Room service? I didn't order room service. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Tang? Yes, it's me. That's right, room service was ordered from room 1518. Could you please open the door to confirm? Then please wait a moment. Free gifts and bookshelves added. Tomorrow we'll take you to catch cheaters, fight, steal. My reading comprehension of this chapter is too poor. I'm begging you all to keep reading. Sob sob. It gets really exciting later on. Please, it's so hard. Chapter 48. Soo-yun is heartbroken. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. She finally emerged after much coaxing, still half concealing her face behind the door. However, even through that half of his face, one could still clearly see the person's appearance. A clean and sharp chin, thin lips, a high and straight nose, deep-set eyes, and thin eyebrows. And those silver-rimmed glasses he wore made him look refined and polite. When waiter Zhang-san first saw Xiao Tang's true face, he was completely stunned. As a hotel waiter, he had seen far too many men cheat on their wives. But he had never seen anyone with such a refined appearance before. Does this really prove that saying true? Outwardly refined, but actually a refined scoundrel? You look so refined, yet you dare to cheat on your partner. Watch how I, Zhang Asen, teach you a lesson today and avenge my goddess. Lin Su, who is your goddess? Soo-yun, me? Didn't you say room service? What kind of service do you offer? Xiao Tang asked, looking puzzled, from behind the door. He was very cautious and only opened half of the door. He could only see Zhang San in front of him, completely unaware that his wife was standing on the other side of the door with a man. Zhang San laughed and said, "Of course, we'll provide courteous service." Polite service? When did such a bizarre service become a thing? Xiao Tang was even more surprised. This is not a hotel service, but my personal service, Zhang San continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang San stopped wasting time and immediately unleashed his invincible Hong Kong foot technique, which he had practiced diligently for 9,987 days. Immediately afterwards, the door was kicked open. You finished the sentence. Xiao Tang was still wondering if this person was there to extort him, but to his surprise, Zhang San kicked him. Caught completely off guard, he was kicked to the ground. The heavy wooden door also made a clanging sound. Although he kicked down a door, he still suffered a considerable impact. He lay on the ground for several seconds before finally coming to his senses. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw his wife and a strange man appear in his line of sight. In an instant, his face turned deathly pale. Even his body started to tremble. Wife. But repentance only lasts for a moment. In his panic, Xiao Tang seemed to suddenly realize something. Without bothering to explain, he turned around and prepared to run away. However, he had only run a couple of steps when a black figure suddenly darted up to him. The person who made the move was none other than Zhang San, a kind-hearted citizen. Zhang San kicked Xiao Tang to the ground, then grabbed him by the throat, firmly subduing the fleeing Xiao Tang. I'm a 3-time consecutive martial arts champion. You dare to run away from me? You're really overestimating yourself. Lin Su was astonished to see the chubby-faced Zhang San so easily subdue Xiao Tang. Brother, I just asked you to knock on the door for me. Why are you adding all this drama to your life? Zhang San, brotherhood is in our hearts. Even if you don't say it, I know what you mean, so just leave it to me. Brother, I'll protect you. Lin Su, no, what do I mean? Zhang San, we're all men, you know what I mean. While Lin Su was still having a virtual conversation with Zhang San, Su Yun, with an icy expression, had already entered the room. However, just as she passed by Xiao Tang, the latter suddenly grabbed Su Yun's foot tightly with his hand. At the same time, he was still pleading with difficulty. Wife, please don't go in. But Su Yun acted as if she hadn't heard, and strode straight in. At the same time, Lin Su finally came to his senses. He glanced coldly at Xiao Tang, then quickly followed after him. Xiao Tang booked a suite, the kind that cost several thousand yuan a night. The living room is fully equipped with a sofa, refrigerator, and other amenities. After searching the living room without success, the two of them arrived at the door of the only bedroom without prior arrangement. Just as Su Yun was about to open the door, Lin Su suddenly reached out to stop her. Are you really sure? If you open this door, you and he will never be able to go back. Upon hearing this, Su Yun also hesitated. She first glanced at the man in front of her, then turned back to look at Xiao Tang, who was being held firmly to the ground. Xiao Tang was staring intently, his eyes bloodshot, his lips moving slightly as if he were saying something. Although Su Yun couldn't hear, she could guess what it was. Just then, Lin Su's voice echoed in her ears again. Maybe we should just let it go. The child is already so old. If she finds out about this, she'll definitely be very sad. Upon hearing this, Su Yun looked again at the man who had once deceived her and even flirted with her afterwards. You really don't want me to go in? Do you want to hear the truth, or a lie? Lie. The lie is that I don't want you to go in. You don't want me to go in, and you're stopping me. Su Yun rolled her eyes at Lin Su, annoyed. Well, I have to at least pretend, right? What if you kick me out of the house again like before? Su Yun seemed to have thought of something, and a faint blush appeared on her originally pale cheeks. After the digression, the two became serious. Are you really sure this time? I have to face it eventually, don't I? In that case, I'm coming. As the door opened, the scene behind this last door was finally revealed to the two of them. Su Yun felt her vision go black, and then her body involuntarily slumped over. Fortunately, Lin Su intervened in time, preventing Su Yun from falling to the ground. Aunt Su, are you all right? Su Yun remained silent, but her pale face and slightly trembling body indicated that she was not feeling well. Lin Su quickly helped Su Yun into the room and closed the door behind him. No. However, before Xiao Tang could utter a few words of lamentation, Zhang San, unable to bear it any longer, slapped him on the head. What are you yelling about? Who told you to do such a shameful thing? Xiao Tang had been angry with Zhang San ever since Zhang San kicked him to the ground. Add to that the flying kick, the chokehold, the suppression, and now the unbridled beating. Xiao Tang is now seething with anger. Even a mouse will get angry if you push it too far. What's more, he's a living, breathing man. Who the hell are you? Let me go right now. However, Zhang San remained disdainful in the face of Xiao Tung's roar and casually introduced himself. I never change my name or surname, I am Zhang San. Zhang San? Isn't that the name of a minor character? Before Xiao Tang could finish his questioning words, Zhang San slapped him again. You're the one playing a minor role. I'm the messenger of justice, a knight dedicated to dealing with disloyal people like you. I don't care if you're some kind of champion of justice or knight, get off me right now. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. Xiao Tang threatened. Oh ho, you're the one who cheated, and you actually dare to call the police? Here, take my phone, let's see if you dare to call the police. Don't push me. If you push me too far, I'm capable of anything. Force you? So what if I force you? Go ahead and call the police, go ahead and call them. Chapter 49, helping you forget everything. Come out, I know you're here. After calming down, Su Yun suddenly said something to the air. Lin Su, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. Could it be that Su Yun knows the woman who cheated on Xiao Tang? Just then, a very small noise suddenly came from the wardrobe next to them. Lin Su immediately realized that someone was hiding in the closet. Just as he was about to go forward to check, Su Yun grabbed him and continued to speak into the air. Get out of here while I'm still calm, or I don't know what I might do, Qianqian. The mention of Qianqian at the end resolved Lin Su's doubts. Unexpectedly, Su Yun actually knew that person. Moreover, he had a premonition that Su Yun and this woman named Qianqian might have a special relationship. If that's the case, then Su Yun has been betrayed by two of her closest relatives. Betrayed by two people on the same day, both of whom were his closest relatives. Lin Su dared not imagine how much pain Su Yun must be in right now. Finally, under Su Yun's veiled threat, the wardrobe moved. As the cabinet door slowly opened, what came into Lin Su's view was a woman who was about the same age as Su Yun. She was wrapped in a bathrobe, her feet gripping the floor tightly, her hands clenched together, and her whole being screamed, utterly bewildered. The moment Lin Su saw this woman, memories began to surface one by one in his mind. Although he's a homebody, he still has to go out eventually, which inevitably means he'll run into other people. He had encountered this woman several times before. Although he didn't know her name, he knew that this person was one of Su Yun's few close friends. Besides being best friends, the two were also college classmates, roommates, and comrades in arms. With so many relationships piled up on the two of them, it's no wonder Su Yun almost fainted at the door just now. Out of curiosity, Lin Su checked the woman's profile. But the result was unremarkable. In the end, all he remembered about this woman was her name, Ma Qian. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Meanwhile, in the living room, Zhang San continued to torment Xiao Tang. Didn't you say you were going to call the police? Go ahead and call them. As Zhang San spoke, he slapped Xiao Tang on the head repeatedly. Xiao Tang used to look quite refined. After being tormented by Zhang San for a while, he lost all his former refinement. Her hair was messy, and her face and neck were dyed red. Even his glasses fell to the ground. However, even in this unseemly manner, he still glared fiercely at Zhang San and stubbornly retorted. Don't push me too far, or I'll really fight you to the death. But Zhang San still looked disdainful. Fight to the death? You'd better be qualified to fight me. I could take on 8 pieces of trash like you by myself. As he spoke, Zhang San even showed off his well-developed muscles. Xiao Tang, who had been fearless in the face of death, collapsed instantly. At this moment, Xiao Tang seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, 10,000. I'll give you 10,000 if you let me go. 10,000 yin coins? Zhang San narrowed his eyes. No, 10,000 dragon coins, and I'll transfer it immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang San clearly hesitated. Xiao Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was very quick-witted. But his joy lasted only a few seconds before his face fell again. Suddenly, Zhang San spoke with righteous indignation. I'm sorry, I don't accept bribes. No, brother, this has nothing to do with you. Wouldn't it be better for you to just take the 10,000 yuan and leave? It doesn't smell good. Are you worried that I'll settle scores with you later? Don't worry, I assure you here today that I will absolutely not cause you any trouble afterward, nor will I report you to the hotel. Despite Xiao Tang's sincere words, Zhang San still showed no intention of letting him go. Left with no other option, Xiaotang had to escalate the stakes once again. 50,000. I'll give you 50,000 if you let me go. Zhang San was clearly tempted by what he heard, but he still pretended to be upright as he spoke. I'm sorry, but the education I received from childhood doesn't allow me to do such a thing. 100,000. Xiaotang said through gritted teeth. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang San performed a dramatic change of expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I was very rude earlier. I'll let you go right now. Although Xiaotang disliked Zhang San's mercenary manner, he had no other choice at the moment. Before long, Zhang San received a huge sum of money from Xiaotang. Thank you for the generous donation, Mr. Xiao. I wish you good health, all the best, prosperity, good fortune, many children, and a long and happy marriage. Alright, you should just leave now. After dismissing Zhang San, Xiaotang limped to the bedroom door. But just as he was about to eavesdrop on what was happening inside, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Who else could it be but Su Yun who came out? However, at this moment, she did not show any sadness, only endless coldness. Xiaotang dared not hesitate for even a moment. He knelt down on the ground with a thud. He pleaded tearfully. Wife, I was confused for a moment, I was bewitched by that woman, please forgive me, please. His head made a series of crisp cracking sounds against the cold ground. But Su Yun's expression did not change at all. Finally, after Xiaotang cowed out countless times, Su Yun spoke, but her voice was icy cold. Enough. Stop making me look down on you. Xiaotang trembled slightly, then raised his head with delight. Honey, you've forgiven me? You don't deserve forgiveness. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. After saying that, Su Yun walked past Xiaotang and left. Undeterred, Xiaotang wanted to try and salvage the situation one more time. But just as he was about to pounce on Su Yun, another figure descended from the sky. This time, Xiaotang couldn't hold back and swore. Why the hell are you back again? That's right, it was Zhang San again. Wherever there is a need, there Zhang San will be. Zhang, you son of a bitch, get out of my way. Zhang, I'll move aside, but this time it's double. Xiao, you're fucking robbing me. Zhang, didn't I say that? As Su Yun's figure receded into the distance, Xiaotang could only let out a sorrowful wail. No. Since these are all mature readers, I won't add background music. No matter how Xiaotang cried out in anguish, Su Yun did not stop for a moment. It wasn't until she left the room and Lin Se closed the door that she could no longer contain her grief and threw herself into Lin Se's arms, crying her heart out. Don't cry, he's not worth it. He's not worth it, but are you? You deceived me just the same way. Su Yun looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. No, I'm not like him. What's different? You're all liars. I may be a liar, but I won't deceive your feelings. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Se kissed Su Yun in shock. On the other side, after battling with Xiaotang for who knows how long, Zhang San finally left the room, satisfied. But when he tried to find his two benefactors, he discovered that they had long since disappeared. Never mind, I've already helped out. If we're meant to meet again, we'll meet again someday. I've made so much money today, I should be able to go to a maid cafe and hire a pretty girl, hee. Inside the room, the atmosphere was not as heavy as expected. Instead, it exuded a hint of conspiracy. Brother Tang, we acted so well, now your divorce should be a done deal, right? Didn't you see how she looked just now? So, can we go withdraw the money now? Let's wait until we get divorced tomorrow, otherwise this will be premarital property. That makes sense. By the way, Brother Tang, do you know that man next to Su Yun? He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Could it be her lover? You mean she cheated on me too? Chapter 50. Each with their own ulterior motives. Seeing this, Lin Se was somewhat surprised. He didn't understand why Su Yun was so panicked, so he repeated himself. I said I felt something was off? Su Yun hurriedly waved her hand and said, no, not that sentence. Lin Se became increasingly puzzled and pressed. Which sentence was that? The sentence before this one. Lin Se suddenly realized, you mean treasure. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yun's almost perfect cheeks turned bright red. From a distance, she looked like a human-shaped apple, vibrant and alluring. Her face flushed, and she stammered shyly, Who allowed you to call me baby? Aren't you ashamed? Looking at Su Yun's shy and adorable appearance, Lin Se couldn't help but smile up, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Then, he slowly leaned close to Suyun's ear and whispered in a deep, seductive voice. We've already been completely honest with each other twice, so can't I call you that, baby? His voice seemed to possess a peculiar magic, making Suyun feel weak and limp. Even his eyes started to look a little unfocused. When Suyun finally came to her senses, she was already lying in bed as before. And standing in front of her was Lin So, who looked like a hungry wolf, eyeing her menacingly. Suyun swallowed nervously and stammered, What are you going to do? After a long while, Suyun playfully punched Lin So. You say he's not someone to rely on? I don't think you're any better. Lin So not only didn't take it to heart, but also grinned shamelessly. That's because the baby is too beautiful. I don't believe you. Although she denied it, Suyun was actually very happy inside, because she hadn't felt this way since she married Xiao Tang and became a full-time housewife. She thought her life would end like this, but she never expected that she would ultimately experience the cruel reality that many women face. After a brief moment of sadness, she seemed to suddenly remember something, immediately looked up, and asked. By the way, what did you mean when you said something was off? If Suyun hadn't mentioned it, Lin So would have completely forgotten about it. It's like this. Upon hearing Lin So's guess, Suyun's expression turned serious. She pondered for a moment, then spoke. So, you mean that today's performance was actually staged by Xiao Tang and Ma Qian on purpose for me? Lin So nodded. Only this possibility can perfectly explain why you received those 2 text messages. But why would they do that? Suyun asked, puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, their goal is to make you divorce Xiao Tang. Lin So said seriously. If he wants a divorce, he can just tell me directly. Why go through all this trouble? Suyun was even more puzzled. But what if he has a secret he's hiding? What's the meaning? If a man wants a quick divorce, even resorting to underhanded tactics, there are only 2 possibilities: he's after money or sex. For money? For sex? Lin So nodded and continued his analysis. Xiao Tang has both good looks and a great figure. Even though he's almost 40, he can still find a young and beautiful woman without much trouble. Although Ma Qian is somewhat attractive, I don't think Xiao Tang would abandon his wife and children for her. So Xiao Tang definitely doesn't want to divorce you because of a woman. If it's not because of a woman, then it's because of money? But our family doesn't have any money at all. Suyun became increasingly confused. Honey, you don't have much money as a housewife, but Xiao Tang, who is a man outside, might not. Although Suyun had almost gotten used to Lin So calling her baby, she still couldn't help but feel shy whenever he did. Seeing the blush on Suyun's face, Lin So was also puzzled, but before he could think about it, Suyun interrupted him. You mean Xiao Tang is hiding money outside? You can understand it that way too. But I have Xiao Tang's salary card. Honey, have you ever heard of unexpected wealth? Unexpected windfall? Meanwhile, in Xiao Tang's suite, a thrilling battle has just ended. Ma Qian nestled affectionately in Xiao Tang's arms. Brother Tang, you're amazing. If I'm not good enough, can I satisfy you? Xiao Tang lifted Ma Qian's chin and said provocatively. Although Ma Qian was not as pretty as Suyun, the pleasure she brought to Xiao Tang was incomparable to that of Suyun. As for the reason, it's obviously because Suyun's personality is too cold. Therefore, she is naturally comparable to the fiery-tempered Ma Qian. Lin So, it's clearly you who's hogging this prime spot and doesn't know how to use it properly, and besides, you're so small. You're so annoying. Ma Qian playfully punched Xiao Tang. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and spoke. By the way, Brother Tang, do you think we should make use of that handsome young man? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang frowned. Are you talking about the lover Suyun found? Now that we're putting on this act, you're definitely going to leave with nothing. Although you don't have much in assets, the house is worth a lot of money. It would be such a waste to give it all to Suyun. Xiao Tang was quite clever and realized what was going on immediately. You wouldn't be thinking of using that man to make me and Suyun fight over the house, would you? Ma Qian nodded without hesitation. Although doing this is a bit unfair to Suyun, the house was bought with your hard work after all. No. She's been with me for so many years and gave me such a lovely daughter. I can't treat her like this. You're kind to her, but how does Suyun treat you? Didn't she still take advantage of your absence to hook up with a younger man? Xiao Tang, who had been so confident, immediately became hesitant after hearing these words. Upon seeing this, Ma Qian immediately began to move her little hands around. Brother Tang, just listen to her. She's doing this for our future. Besides, Su Yun has found someone younger. Are you worried she'll starve? You're right. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Since Su Yun has betrayed me, there's no need for me to leave her any way out. This is the Tangage I love the most. Your encouragement is the author's motivation. Please give a 5-star review with your lucky hands, and the author will be writing like crazy. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 51. Su Yunshin is in a state of confusion. The next morning. As the warm sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains, the beautiful woman lying in bed slowly opened her eyes. Confused, surprised, at a loss. What place is this? How did I get here? As she pondered this, she seemed to sense something amiss in her surroundings. She slowly turned her head, her gaze settling on the person beside her. There, a man was sleeping peacefully. His face was handsome, and beneath his tightly closed eyes, his eyelashes trembled slightly like feather fans. Su Yun's heart suddenly started racing, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. At that moment, those memories that Su Yun had buried deep in her heart surged up like a tide. She recalled everything that had happened yesterday, those chaotic yet passionate moments, now vividly clear before her eyes. She was initially clueless, but then it was as if she had been struck by an invisible force, and a deep blush spread across her entire body. However, this shyness did not last long. Soon, her expression became complicated. Because she realized that she had also cheated on her husband. Although she had cheated on him once before, that time was different from this one. That incident happened entirely under someone's semi-coercion. But this time, she laid down on her own initiative. Although her husband Xiao Tang's infidelity was a contributing factor, it cannot justify her indulgence. Thinking of this, Su Yun felt filled with guilt and self-reproach. This guilt was certainly not directed at Xiao Tang, but rather at her beloved daughter, on whom she had placed high hopes. She had multiple relationships with younger men even before her divorce, and she doesn't know how to face her daughter in the future, let alone how her daughter will view her after finding out all this. If she hates herself or even rejects herself because of this, then she really doesn't know what to do. In her panic, a gentle and comforting voice suddenly echoed in her ears. What's wrong? Why do you look so flustered? Looking up again, she was surprised to find the man, who should have been fast asleep, looking at her with a tender expression. Surprisingly, Su Yun, who had been somewhat panicked, calmed down inexplicably. Even more unexpectedly, the heart that had been dormant for so long, seemingly devoid of vitality, was rekindled at this moment and began to beat wildly. And nothing. Su Yun seemed to be trying to hide her inner turmoil, but her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Finally, she could no longer bear Lin Su's increasingly intense and unsettling gaze. She sat up, ready to turn and flee this place that made her increasingly uncomfortable. However, just as she turned around, a warm and strong hand reached out like lightning and grabbed her wrist tightly. Su Yun's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition welled up in her mind. Her body trembled slightly, and her voice involuntarily became somewhat stuttering. What are you going to do? Let me go. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yun finished speaking, the large hand suddenly exerted force, and she was pulled back to her original position. Immediately afterwards, a broad and solid chest pressed tightly against her back like a wall. At the same time, a deep and magnetic voice began to gently sound in her ear. Of course, I'll have a good talk with you about life, my darling. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing Su Yun's body to tremble involuntarily, and even her eyes gradually became hazy. However, deep down, a sliver of reason still lingered within her, struggling against the odds. No, I can't be with you anymore. However, in the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile and powerless. An hour later, the two of them left the room. Having fallen for her again, Su Yun felt even more conflicted. But this guy truly possessed a peculiar magic that made it impossible for her to refuse him. No, I can't let myself sink like this. Whether for my own sake or for Xian'er's, I have to push him away. After everything is over, I will make things clear with him, then sever ties and never have any contact with him again. But can I really push him away and stop having anything to do with him? Looking at the man walking ahead, Su Yun once again felt lost and confused. Just then, Lin Su, who was in front, suddenly stopped. Su Yun thought that Lin Su had discovered her abnormality again and was preparing to brainwash her again. But to her surprise, the other person said something she couldn't understand at all. It seems you don't need to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as Su-yun was confused, a voice that Su-yun would never forget in her life came over. You actually brought your lover to catch us cheating, Su-yun. It seems I've always underestimated you. Looking in the direction of the sound, who else could it be but Ma Qian walking slowly towards them? However, she was not alone. Xiao Tang, whose face was notoriously gloomy, was with her. Ma Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever have a lover? Su-yun shouted angrily, embarrassed and furious. Ma Qian's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Oh? Who's that handsome guy next to you? Don't tell me you two slept in separate rooms last night. Su-yun's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm. What does this have to do with you? The two were once the closest of best friends. But now they're actually fighting in the hotel corridor. What a twist of fate. It really has nothing to do with me, but it has a lot to do with my husband, Lao Xiao, don't you think so, Brother Tang? As they spoke, Ma Qian skillfully took Xiao Tang's arm and rubbed her cleavage against his arm. Although she knew Ma Qian was doing it on purpose, Su-yun couldn't help but feel a surge of inexplicable anger. Just then, Xiao Tang, who had been silent all along, finally made a move. Come with me, I have something to tell you. Xiao Tang gave Lin Su a cold look, then turned and left. Su-yun knew that Xiao Tang was talking to her, so she took a deep breath and prepared to follow him. But Lin Su grabbed her at that moment. Don't go. She had just recently made up her mind to stay away from Lin Su. But looking at Lin Su's worried eyes, Su-yun's heart wavered once again. Finally, she patted Lin Su's hand and said gently, Don't worry, he won't dare to do anything to me. After saying that, Su-yun followed without expression. However, as she passed by Ma Qian, the other party couldn't resist her reckless impulse and provoked Su-yun again. Yuner, don't blame me for stealing your man. Blame it on your frigidity. I told you long ago that men like passion, but you just wouldn't. However, before she could finish speaking, Su-yun interrupted her without any mercy. Shut up. You bitch. What did you call me? Chapter 52 Ma Qian's Temptation. You really are having an affair with that kid, aren't you? On the rooftop, Xiao Tang's face was extremely gloomy. He stared intently at Su-yun in front of him, as if trying to see through her. However, Su-yun remained unusually calm in the face of Xiao Tang's stern questioning. She straightened her body, met Xiao Tang's gaze without fear, and then answered in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. So what if it is? These 4 words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Xiao Tang's heart. He had never expected Su-yun to admit it so readily. He had prepared a whole host of questions, but now it felt like someone had suddenly grabbed him by the throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Images of Su-yun and that man together kept flashing through his mind, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, which he could no longer suppress. Are you crazy? You have a family and children. How could you do such a thing? Xiao Tang's roar echoed on the rooftop, filled with boundless anger and disappointment. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su-yun's roar. And what about you? Don't you also have a family, a wife, and children? Why did you cheat on me? Why? Su-yun's voice was deafening. Her long-suppressed emotions finally erupted at this moment. This series of questions caught Xiao Tang off guard. He felt as if he had been stripped naked, and an indescribable sense of shame welled up inside him. At the same time, he was also very shocked by Su-yun's reaction. Su-yun has always played the role of a gentle and virtuous wife at home, always doting on him and taking excellent care of the children. If it weren't for this incident, he would have almost forgotten that Su-yun, like him, could also get angry. He stared blankly at Su-yun, at her cheeks flushed with excitement, at the anger and pain in her eyes, and his complex emotions grew stronger. On the other side, in the hotel corridor, Ma Qian was still reeling from the humiliation Su-yun had inflicted on her not long ago. Bitch? She actually dared to call me a bitch? As Ma Qian grew angrier, her pretty face quickly became contorted, and even her body trembled slightly. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Ma Qian regained her composure in the blink of an eye. Then, she swayed her hips and walked towards Lin Su, who was not far away, with a smile on her face. I was in such a rush yesterday that I didn't have time to say hello to the handsome young man. I wonder what his name is. Lin Su. Lin Su? My little brother's name is really nice. As Ma Qian spoke in a coquettish voice, she subtly put one arm around Lin Su's arm. Lin Su glanced at his arm and smiled faintly. I also think my name sounds nice. My little brother is really funny, Ma Qian chuckled. Waiting for them here is really boring. Little brother Lin Su, why don't you come with your sister to a fun place? As she spoke, Ma Qian subtly licked her lips, the seductive intent all too obvious. Lin Su chuckled softly, okay. Then let's go, little brother Lin Su. The scene shifts, and the two find themselves in a suite. Lin Su was familiar with this suite. It was the room where he and Su Yun had come to catch their husband cheating last night. Sister Qian, what are you doing? He pretended to be shy, just like a male model being teased by a rich woman. Of course, it's about doing what all you men want to do. No, Sister Qian, please let me go. I can let the little brother go, but he has to answer a few questions from his older sister first. Okay. As long as Sister Qian lets me go, I'll answer a few questions. Lin Su said in a very painful manner. Then let me ask you, did your brother really have a relationship with Su Yun? Yes. We had sex. Upon hearing this, Ma Qian's beautiful eyes visibly brightened. She suppressed her excitement and asked again. How many times have you had sex? Where was your first time? And last night, did you two also? Lin Su was very cooperative, answering Ma Qian's questions honestly, no matter how private the content was. This has happened twice. The first time was at my home, and last night we were at a hotel too. Having personally confirmed Su Yun's infidelity with Lin Su, Ma Qian was incredibly excited. Su Yun, you shameless woman, how dare you insult me? You're a hypocrite, pretending to be virtuous while being a prostitute. Looking at the shy, trembling young man in front of her, Ma Qian suddenly had a brilliant idea. She pressed herself against Lin Su again and spoke in a seductive voice. Little brother, do you want to be a real man for once? Qian, Sister Qian, what do you mean by that? What do you think? Ma Qian said with a mischievous grin. No. I can't betray Sister Yun. Don't worry, little brother, I won't tell Su Yun. Let's keep it a secret between us. But. Meanwhile, on the rooftop. After a period of internal struggle, Xiaotang finally decided to become a ruthless man. The marriage is destined to end in divorce. You can have the car, the family savings, and even the children if you want, but the house will belong to me. What did you say? Su Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. When she heard the first part of the sentence, she was quite moved and felt that although Xiaotang had cheated on his wife, he was still a good father. But after hearing the second half of his sentence, she felt that Xiaotang was a complete scumbag. She married Xiaotang when she was 19, and within 2 years of marriage, she retired from the limelight to become a full-time housewife. She sacrificed the best years of her youth for this family, but what did she get in return? Xiaotang's infidelity. What surprised her even more was that Xiaotang shamelessly demanded the house. Even without a husband, she can earn money to support herself. But without a house, where will she and her daughter live? Xiaotang took a deep breath and emphasized again. I said everything else, including our daughter, can be yours, but the house must be mine. Why should I? You were the one who cheated first, not me. But you still cheated on me in the end. If it goes to court, you might not even get custody of your daughter. You're threatening me. I'm just stating the facts. Do you have to be so heartless? I worked hard to buy this house, shouldn't I get it back? Xiaotang, I must have been blind to marry someone like you. Chapter 53. Who's playing whom? How did you know? The more ruthless and cold-blooded Xiaotang had been before, the more shocked and panicked he was now. He originally thought that as long as he brought up Lin Su, he could control Su Yun and then take back his house. But who would have thought that Su Yun, who seemed to know nothing, actually found out about his unexpected windfall? However, what he didn't know was that Su Yun was actually only half believing in this matter. After all, the probability of getting unexpected wealth is too low. However, after seeing Xiaotang's shocked expression, she became convinced that this was not just a rumor. She gave a cold snort. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. In an instant, Xiaotang's face lost all color, and even his body began to tremble slightly. He really squandered a winning hand. If he hadn't acted recklessly and hadn't brought up the house, wouldn't it have been better to just divorce Su Yun directly? What should we do now that things have turned out like this? If Su Yun doesn't agree to the divorce, or if she files for divorce, then my money will be gone. In her panic, Su Yun suddenly blurted out something. Don't worry, I won't try to take your money. Really? Xiaotang looked up in disbelief. Seeing Xiaotang's money-grubbing attitude, Soo-yeon regretted even more why she had married such a person. However, I have two conditions. What are the conditions? Xiao Tang asked hurriedly. He no longer has the leverage to negotiate, he can only do his best to protect his so-called windfall. First, you bought the car, and you worked hard to earn all the savings, so they all belong to you. But the house and custody of our daughter belong to me. Xiao Tang was not surprised by the issues regarding the house and custody. But he didn't expect that Soo-yeon not only didn't want the car, but also didn't want the family's savings. You don't have a driver's license, so I can take the car, but you should keep your savings. You don't have a job and you have to raise a child, so you can't do without money. I don't need your charity. Soo-yeon was unmoved. Xiao Tang sighed softly. This isn't charity. I truly feel I've wronged you and your daughter. I should have left with nothing. I told you I don't want your charity. Soo-yeon's emotions became increasingly agitated. Xiao Tang was also startled. If that's the case, then so be it. He wanted to be a good husband and father one last time, but people didn't appreciate it, so what could he do? My second condition is that you must never appear in front of Xiner again from this day forward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang's face clearly showed more anger. Isn't this condition going too far? I made a mistake, but it doesn't warrant death. Besides, I'm Xiner's biological father, you wouldn't. But before he could finish speaking, Soo-yeon interrupted him. Otherwise, do you want Xiner to know how dirty the things her parents have done? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tang's face turned deathly pale. Even his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Soo-yeon showed no sign of heartache. She left a single sentence and turned to leave. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 2 p.m. Just as she reached the door, Xiao Tang's somewhat puzzled voice suddenly came from behind her. Aren't you curious about how much money I actually won? Soo-yeon paused, then spoke without turning her head. Not curious. After saying that, she walked into the room and disappeared completely from Xiao Tang's sight. Looking at the empty rooftop, Xiao Tang felt a pang of regret for the first time. Meanwhile, inside a hotel suite. How are you, little brother? Are you feeling comfortable? So comfortable, so very comfortable. Would the younger brother like to do something more comfortable? I want it, I really want it. Sister Qian, please, give it to me. Seeing that Lin Su had taken the bait, Ma Chen didn't mince words and immediately revealed her purpose. Don't worry, little brother. As long as you promise to do one thing for your sister, I'll do whatever you say today. Really? Lin Su's eyes lit up. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd never seen a woman before. Since your sister has already done that kind of thing for your brother, how could she possibly lie to him? Ma Qian said coquettishly. Then, what does my sister want me to do? I want my younger brother to help me. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sister Yun has been very good to me, I can't betray her like this. Lin Su looked troubled. Then how can you bear to disappoint your sister? Ma Qian immediately put on a pitiful look. This put Lin Su in an even more difficult position. But. Having no other choice, Ma Qian had to resort to her trump card. As long as the younger brother helps his older sister with this favor, the older sister can make an exception and show her brother her unique skill. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's breathing became rapid. Sister, is what you said true? Of course it's true. As long as my little brother does me even this small favor, I'll definitely grant him any wish. As they spoke, Ma Qian's body clung to Lin Su again, like a water snake. However, just as she was preparing to use her charm to win Lin Su over, suddenly, a large, merciless hand reached out and grabbed her shoulder tightly, stopping her movement. Ma Qian looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting Lin Su's. To her surprise, Lin Su's face showed no trace of shyness, but rather endless indifference and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. But what if I think you're dirty? A cold voice came from Lin Su's mouth. Ma Qian was slightly taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Su, who had previously been so shy and submissive to her, to say such a thing. Brother, what did you say? Ma Qian's voice trembled, and her face turned particularly pale. Her original charm and allure had vanished, leaving only a face full of astonishment and disbelief. Lin Su's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a cold smile, before he repeated. I said, I despise you, you're dirty. Chapter 54 Humiliating Ma Qian. You were just acting the whole time. Finally realizing what was happening, Ma Qian's face visibly darkened, and her voice became much colder. Otherwise what? Do you really think I'd be seduced by an old woman like you? Lin Se sneered. Upon hearing this, Ma Qian instantly exploded, her voice becoming extremely shrill, and her body trembling slightly. What did you say? I'm an old woman? Isn't that right? They're all sagging. Lin Se looked at Ma Qian's impressive figure with a hint of something. This isn't sagging. It's a natural phenomenon caused by its size. Ma Qian retorted sharply. But Lin Se didn't seem to care at all. So what? Aren't you still an old woman? Ma Qian was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Compared to Lin Se, she was indeed a bit older. But she doesn't deserve to be called an old woman. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Lin Se, she really wanted to tear Lin Se to pieces right now. Pretending to be stupid is one thing, but daring to humiliate her is another. Saying her skin is sagging? However, she quickly found a way to fight back. She snorted coldly and said with a sarcastic expression. If I'm an old woman, then wouldn't your sister Suyun be even older than an old woman? After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment, seemingly observing Lin Se's reaction. However, Lin Se did not show the surprise or anger she had expected, which surprised her. However, Ma Qian did not give up, but continued to speak in a sarcastic tone. You probably don't know this, but your sister Suyun is a whole year older than me. She specifically emphasized the number 1 year, as if that 1 year difference could prove that she was much younger than Suyun. Despite Ma Qian's provocation, Lin Se remained unmoved, not even raising an eyebrow. So what? Seeing that her attacks were hitting cotton and had no effect, Ma Qian's anger grew even stronger. She raised her voice, almost roaring. So, your sister Suyun is the old woman. I'm not. Her voice resounded through the sky and lingered for a long time. However, Lin Se remained calm, like a still pond, without the slightest ripple. After a long while, Lin Se finally spoke slowly, but his tone remained calm. Sister Yun is indeed a bit older, but coincidentally, I just like women with her charm. Ma Qian's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. What the hell? Am I a sagging old woman in your eyes? Is Suyun really a woman of charm? Even if it's favoritism, I can't be this biased. She felt she had been greatly insulted. Startled, Lin Se added another sentence. Of course, there's another very important point. Sister Yun isn't like you, a piece of trash. Ma Qian seemed to have been struck by a bolt of lightning. Her body trembled violently, her once delicate face instantly contorted, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. What did you say? I said, you're a piece of trash. Lin Se repeated it mercilessly, each word like a sharp blade piercing Ma Qian's heart. Before she could finish speaking, Ma Qian's screams echoed wildly once again in the spacious living room. Ah! The scream was filled with anger, as if it would burst through the roof and reach the sky. She can tolerate being called old after all, time waits for no one. She could suppress her anger at being told her skin was sagging, after all, it was just a minor flaw in her appearance. You could say she was a piece of trash. Her last line of defense had finally been completely broken. How dare you call me trash? I'll fight you to the death. Ma Qian's eyes turned bloodshot, and like a maddened beast, she pounced straight at Lin Se. However, before she could even touch Lin Se, he swiftly kicked her hard in the stomach. Ma Qian flew through the air like a punching bag before crashing heavily to the ground. Ouch! My stomach hurts so much. She curled up on the ground, clutching her stomach tightly with both hands, groaning in pain. But Lin Se, the instigator, showed no sign of remorse. After a long while, Ma Qian finally managed to get up from the ground with great difficulty, enduring the excruciating pain. You actually assaulted me. You wait, I'm calling the police to arrest you. Ma Qian gasped for breath as she reached for her phone, her hand trembling, ready to dial the police. It was at this moment that Lin Se finally made a move. If I were you, I would never do such a stupid thing. His voice was cold and calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. You assaulted me, and I can't even call the police to arrest you? You attacked me first. If we have to pursue this matter, I will ultimately be judged to have acted in self-defense. But you still verbally abused me. Humiliate? When have I ever humiliated you? Lin Se asked, puzzled. Ma Qian glared at Lin Se and said through gritted teeth. You called me a piece of trash. Lin Se suddenly realized, oh, so that's what it is. But I don't think this is an insult, because it's the truth. What did you say? Ma Qian's face was full of disbelief. Although Sister Yun is a year older than you, she at least knows that when looking for a man, he should look for a young and strong one. But you, younger than her, have found a 40-year-old man. Not only that, you even tried to seduce me while Sister Yun was away. Any normal woman would never do something like this, but your movements are far too practiced. I haven't even asked you to, and you've already knelt down on your own initiative. If you're not trash, then who is? I'm not a piece of trash. Ma Qian said, trembling all over. If looks could kill, Lin Su would probably have been torn to pieces by Ma Qian tens of thousands of times over. You can think whatever you want, as long as you're happy, but I still have to tell you that some identities are destined to remain unchanged. That's all I have to say, I have to go now. After saying that, Lin Su turned and walked towards the door. However, just as he was about to step out of the room, he suddenly stopped. Then, without turning his head, he said, I forgot to mention, even if you were given to me for free, I wouldn't want someone like you. After saying that, Lin Su walked out of the room. Only after the door slammed shut did Ma Qian start screaming wildly. Ah! On the other side, shortly after leaving the suite, Lin Su met Su Yun in the hotel lobby. How was it? Did he give you any trouble? Lin Su asked with a worried expression. Su Yun smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I didn't let him succeed. Shall we go eat next? Okay, I happen to have something to tell you. What's wrong? We'll talk about it later. All right. Chapter 55 An unexpected encounter with an old friend. We just wanted to grab a quick meal, isn't coming here a bit too much? Oh, this is to celebrate your rebirth, right? Since you're already here, why don't you come in and take a look? With a mix of reluctance and acceptance, Su Yun followed Lin Su into the restaurant called Rose. The thought of roses inevitably evokes images of romance and love. That's right, this restaurant called Rose is a very famous and popular couples restaurant in Y City. As the name suggests, the store is filled with roses as soon as you enter. Bathed in soft, warm lighting, these roses appear exceptionally vibrant and exude a captivating fragrance, making one utterly enchanted. Even a housewife like Su Yun, who isn't particularly interested in flowers, couldn't resist the allure of this picturesque scenery and was unconsciously drawn in. Of course, the most eye-catching thing in the store is not the roses that can be seen everywhere, but the huge bouquet of roses that is several meters high and sealed in a special cabinet. This bouquet is meticulously crafted from 99,999 roses. From a distance, it looks like a castle made of flowers. Besides their striking and beautiful appearance, these roses have another unique characteristic. That is, they are all made of special materials, and are truly roses that will never wither. The gathering of so many roses symbolizes eternal love. That's why this restaurant has become a romantic haven for countless couples. Every day, a steady stream of couples come to this place, hoping to create beautiful memories in front of this giant bouquet of roses. There are at least 5 couples standing in front of them right now, all surrounded by roses. Lin Su and Su Yun didn't know where to start when they wanted to take a picture. However, Su Yun had no intention of competing with them. After a brief pause, I followed the waiter to a window seat. Why don't you go take pictures? Lin Su asked curiously as soon as he sat down. Su Yun glanced at the handsome young men and beautiful young women in front of the bouquet of roses and shook her head in disappointment. I'm too old for that, I don't want to join in the fun. You may be old in years, but you can be young at heart. As long as you have a good attitude, you'll always be 18. Besides, I don't think you're old at all. Looking at Lin Su, who genuinely wanted to comfort her, Su Yun felt a surge of emotion. But that was only for a fleeting moment. Because she's going to sever ties with planner Lin today. Kobayashi, let's end it here. Upon hearing this, Lin Su was completely stunned. It took him quite a while to finally come to his senses. Lin Su smiled wryly. I thought this was a victory celebration, but it turned out to be a farewell dinner. Su Yun remained silent, but her delicate face was filled with guilt and helplessness. After a brief silence, Lin Su finally spoke with a complicated expression. Is it because of your daughter? Su Yun nodded slightly. What if I said I don't mind that you have a daughter, and I'm willing to take care of you and your daughter? Su Yun looked up in surprise. What did you say? Lin Su smiled slightly. I know that after what happened with Xiao Tang, it's hard for you to trust other men, but I'm serious. I like you, and I want to be with you forever. Upon hearing this, Suyun's heart began to pound uncontrollably, even more so than before. After a moment of excitement, Suyun still rejected Lin Su. "No, I can't be with you." "Why?" Lin Su asked. "There's no reason why, we just can't be together." "Is there really absolutely no chance?" Suyun bit her red lips, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she said, word by word, "Not a single bit. It's impossible not to feel heartbroken." After all, Suyun was his first woman, and the one he had truly fallen for. However, he is not so easily defeated. Suyun's current resistance is entirely due to the child, but what if she knew she was pregnant with Lin Su's child? Judging by the timeline, it will be within the next couple of days, and Suyun's pregnancy will be a done deal. He didn't believe Suyun would be so heartless as to kill the child. By then, wouldn't Suyun be completely at his mercy? After figuring it out, he calmed down. "In that case, let's have a farewell dinner, and then go our separate ways." Seeing Lin Su's rapid shift from disbelief to indifference, Suyun felt a pang of sadness. Was this guy just playing with me all along? Does he actually not like me at all? Were those words just for show? It has to be said, women's imaginations are truly terrifying. If Lin Su were to observe Suyun's favorability rating, he would definitely notice that it has increased significantly compared to before. However, Lin Su didn't have time to observe at the moment. Because someone I knew also came to this restaurant. Lin Su. Lu Hu. The man who was passionately colliding with Lin Su was none other than Lu Hu, Lin Su's classmate and roommate during his university years. Of course, besides these two identities, there is another layer of relationship between the two. That means he and Lu Hu are from the same hometown. The two of them came to Y City from the same city to take the college entrance exam. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, their eyes well up with tears. The two immediately staged a touching reunion scene. "I thought I was seeing things, but it really is you. You've changed so much. You're one to talk, but you've changed a lot too." However, despite being moved, the person still needs to be introduced. "Old Lin, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Fongfeng." With that, Lu Hu pulled his female companion in front of Lin Su. Lin Su first greeted her politely, and then looked at the woman named Zhang Fongfeng. Although her name is a bit rustic and her appearance isn't particularly striking, she has something about her that attracts Lin Su. Your gaze falls on his forehead, and a panel appears. Name, Zhang Fongfeng. Age, 21. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 89. Appearance, 85. Favorability, 55. Pregnancy probability, guaranteed to result in pregnancy. Overall rating, 8.2. 55% favorability upon first meeting. But what shocked Lin Su the most was yet to come. A single, decisive blow. "Tonesy, does this sure hit mean that if I sleep with her, she'll get pregnant?" "Yes, host." "Holy crap, this is awesome. But Zhang Fongfeng is Lu Hu's girlfriend, isn't she? My brother's wife, how could I possibly bully her?" "Host, please follow your heart. Don't slander me. I didn't have any ulterior motives." "Don't believe it. It's slandering me. It's slandering me." Just as Lin Su was struggling with his inner thoughts, Suyun stood up. "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. You guys continue chatting. Don't go. We haven't eaten yet." Suyun shook her head. "No, you guys eat." No sooner had Suyun left than Lu Hu, with a wicked grin on his face, came up to her. "Old Lin, you're something else. You can't judge a book by its cover, you've even managed to hook up with a married woman." Roll. Chapter 56 Zhang Fongfeng's Ulterior Motives. When brothers reunite, they inevitably have to catch up on the old days. Sure enough, not long after Suyun left, Lu Hu took Lin Su to a nearby restaurant. Of course, Lu Hu's girlfriend, Zhang Fongfeng, who was being targeted by Lin Su, also accompanied them. "You guys talk first, I'm going out to make a phone call." Not long after entering the private room, Zhang Fongfeng made an excuse to make a phone call and left. Lin Su immediately seized the opportunity to try and extract information about Zhang Fongfeng from Lu Hu. "Old Lu, what's going on with your girlfriend? I don't remember her being your previous girlfriend, right? I broke up with the previous one a long time ago. Fongfeng is the girl I just got together with." Lu Hu didn't notice anything unusual. Lin Su's eyes lit up. Just got her? So you two haven't been together for very long? Yes, we've only been together for less than a week. You've treated her like this in less than a week, are you afraid she'll break up with you? Lin Su asked, feigning concern. Lu Hu knew that Lin Su was referring to the sudden change of venue from Ro's restaurant to this unremarkable restaurant. However, he didn't care at all. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just playing around with her. Once I'm tired of her, I'll break up with her. Although Lin Su knew that Lu Hu had always been known as a playboy, hearing such irritating remarks again after so long still made him want to beat Lu Hu up. After a brief period of slander, Lin Su asked again. So, Lao Lu, you succeeded directly? Not yet, Lu Hu blurted out. Not yet? Lin Su was clearly surprised. When it comes to picking up girls, Land Rover is all about speed. During my university years, I frequently set various records. What, hitting a home run after just one drink? What, buying a bag and getting an Imperial set? Some even couldn't wait to get in the car with Land Rover just because they saw his luxury car. It's no exaggeration to say that any beautiful woman targeted by Lu Hu will be completely taken advantage of within a day. But now, the fact that Zhang Fangfang hasn't been eaten by Lu Hu for a whole week has truly shocked him. Lin Su's reaction did not surprise Lu Hu. After all, they had shared a room for 4 years and knew each other quite well. He sighed. Old Lin, you don't know this, but this Zhang Fangfang is quite different from the girls I've dated before. What's different? Isn't it all about your money? Lin Su said deliberately. Lu Hu was slightly taken aback, then immediately denied it. This time it really isn't. In all the time we've been dating, she hasn't asked for a single penny, nor has she ever asked for any luxury items. Are you sure? Lin Su clearly didn't believe him. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the transfer records. With that, Lu Hu took out his phone. After checking, Lin Su indeed found no relevant transfer records. Furthermore, he discovered that Zhang Fangfang's chat history with Lu Hu revealed her gentleness and virtuousness throughout. Am I overthinking things? Lin Su fell into self-doubt. At this moment, Lu Hu suddenly said excitedly. Old Lin, I have a feeling that Fangfang is my true love. Just because she didn't ask you for money? Isn't that enough? Lu Hu retorted. Lin Su was speechless. But you said before that you would break up with her once you got tired of her. Men, they all like to talk big. We've been classmates for so many years, don't you know me? Lu Hu said somewhat embarrassedly. After a brief silence, Lin Su finally spoke, so you're really planning to have a proper relationship this time? Lu Hu nodded. Those fast food style relationships were exciting, but they lost their novelty over time, and I felt increasingly empty inside. I never thought that our young master Lu would actually have a day when he could go ashore. It seems I'll have to toast my sister-in-law properly later. Of course, no, wait, what sister-in-law? That's your sister-in-law. Anyway, it makes no difference. Of course there's a difference, you have to call her sister-in-law. Okay, I'll do as you say, I'll call you sister-in-law. That's more like it. By the way, Lao Lin, what happened to your face? Did you get plastic surgery in the past few years? Meanwhile, after leaving the private room, Zhang Fangfang found a secluded spot outside the restaurant and made a phone call. The phone call itself was unremarkable, but the content of her conversation was quite interesting. Hey, show you, something's happened. I was originally going to check out that popular restaurant, but I ran into his college roommate on the way. They're catching up in a private room right now, so I sneaked out. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Lu Hu's classmate seems to be really rich too. I saw he was wearing a watch that cost hundreds of thousands, and all he was wearing were designer brands. Most importantly, he's incredibly handsome. How handsome? Just like a movie star. Anyway, Lu Hu is far inferior to him. Show you, do you think I should change my target to that guy named Lin Su? What's wrong with that? Since we're going to be fed by rich people anyway, we might as well choose one that looks better. Okay, then I'll test him later. I feel like he has feelings for me, he's been peeking at me so many times. That's settled then. I'll report back to you later. I'm heading back now, or they'll start to get suspicious. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fangfang looked around. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, she left without changing her expression. Before long, she finally returned to the private room. Meanwhile, Lu Hu and Lin Su were already drinking together. Upon seeing her return, Lu Hu immediately waved. Fong Fong, come quickly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fongfang immediately said with a slight apology. Something came up at home, which caused a slight delay. Something happened at home? What happened? Could it be that something happened to your aunt and uncle? Lu, who was somewhat agitated. Lin Su, who was standing to the side, was also taken aback. He had been somewhat skeptical of Lu Hu's words before. But now he completely believes it. Lu Hu is genuinely planning to turn over a new leaf. What do you suggest we do about this? On one side are his own brothers. On one hand, there's a reward that's within easy reach. Are you suggesting I come secretly? Asking Land Rover to help raise his child? Isn't this just too beastly? Although he was never a good person to begin with. Just as Lin Su was hesitating, Zhang Fongfang made a bold move. She first calmed down Lu Hu, who was a little agitated, and then picked up her wineglass and walked over to Lin Su. Brother Su, may I call you that? Lin Su glanced at Lu Hu, and seeing that the latter didn't react, he nodded. Then I'll call you Brother Su from now on. Lin Su wasn't sure if he was just too narcissistic, but he always felt that when Zhang Fongfang called him Brother Su, there was a hint of ambiguity in it. Brother Su, Brother Hu, and I haven't been together for very long. This is the first time he's introduced me to his friends, so I'll toast Brother Su with this first drink. How can I do that? You're my sister-in-law. If I let you toast me, Lao Lu will start yelling at me later. Old Lin, don't slander me. Do you think I'm such a petty person? Should I accept the drink or not? Take the drink. Your sister-in-law is toasting you. If you don't accept, aren't you disrespecting me? You just said you don't swear. One thing at a time, you have to accept this drink. Connect. 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 Chapter 57 Winning over Zhang Fongfang. Old Lu, your wife's alcohol tolerance is pretty good. At the dining table, Lin Su spoke with a half smile. In just over half an hour, Zhang Fongfang had already toasted him no less than 10 times. Although red wine doesn't have a very high alcohol content, drinking nearly 10 glasses can still make you drunk. Moreover, Zhang Fongfang is only a college student. Having a high alcohol tolerance is likely related to one's physical constitution, which is somewhat understandable. What puzzled him was that Zhang Fongfang seemed to only be nice to him. In contrast, Lu Hu, her boyfriend, did not receive the same treatment. Besides the toasting, Lin Su was also puzzled by Zhang Fongfang's seating position. Zhang Fongfang was originally sitting next to Lu Hu, but somehow she ended up sitting next to Lin Su. Even more outrageous is that Lu Hu didn't seem to mind at all. If her boyfriend doesn't mind, how could Lin Su mind? He had genuinely believed that Lu Hu had found a good, respectable girl, but when he saw Zhang Fongfang constantly getting close to him, he realized everything. Faced with Lin Su's seemingly meaningful teasing, Lu Hu, who was already somewhat unconscious, first struggled to lift his head, glanced at Zhang Fongfang with dazed eyes, and then mumbled something indistinctly. How can my girlfriend, who owns a Land Rover, not drink alcohol? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Hu's body went limp and collapsed onto the table with a dull thud. Old Lu, old Lu. Seeing this, Lin Su pretended to push Lu Hu. Seeing that Lu Hu had no reaction, Lin Su turned his head with satisfaction and looked at Zhang Fongfang sitting next to him. He smiled meaningfully and said softly, Sister-in-law, Lao Lu is already drunk. I think we should call it a day. Zhang Fongfang first glanced at Lu Hu, who was slumped over the table, and then said in a coquettish tone typical of a young woman, But I'm not full yet. As she spoke, she winked playfully at Lin Su, her intentions quite obvious in the way her bright eyes sparkled. Lin Su seemed to have anticipated Zhang Fongfang's reaction. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, forming a faint smile, and then responded unhurriedly. In that case, how about we go somewhere else? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fongfang deliberately pretended to be unable to hold her liquor and said in a coquettish tone, They're already drunk, they can't go far. Don't worry, I won't let you go too far. The scene shifts, and a drunken Lu Hu was lying on the bed. He was still mumbling incoherently. Fong, 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 I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend? In the room next to where Lu Hu was, the two figures were already tightly embracing. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly separated. I thought Lao Lu had really found a good woman, but I never expected her to be a hungry wolf. However, faced with Lin Su's blunt teasing, Zhang Fongfang showed no shyness or hesitation. Instead, she retorted without flinching. Aren't you the same? So, you're willing? Zhang Fangfang raised her eyebrows slightly and said coquettishly. Sure, but I have one condition. Oh? What are the conditions? Tell me about them. Lin Su immediately became interested and asked curiously. Give me 100,000 yuan every month, and you have to buy me gifts on every holiday and special occasion, and the value of each gift cannot be less than 50,000 yuan. You're asking for the moon. Lin Su exclaimed in surprise. But Zhang Fangfang didn't think so, and said calmly, it does sound like a lot, but you definitely won't lose out. Oh? How do you mean you're not losing money? Lin suppressed. Zhang Fangfang smiled slightly and counted on her fingers, saying, First, I'm young. Youth is an asset, you know what I mean. Secondly, I'm still in university and know a lot of young and beautiful college students. If you get tired of me, I wouldn't mind introducing you to them. At this point, Lin Su couldn't help but question it. Aren't you afraid I'll dump you? Of course I'm scared, that's why I asked you for so much money, so that even if we end up breaking up, I'll be able to support myself. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd at such a young age. Lin Su smiled, making no attempt to hide his admiration for Zhang Fangfang. It must be said that this was the first time in his life he had encountered a woman with such clear goals and such meticulous calculations. Even Wang Ying paled in comparison to her. After a brief pause, Lin Su continued. However, I think your reliance is not limited to the 2 points mentioned above, is it? A blush instantly spread across Zhang Fangfang's pretty face. She lowered her head shyly and stammered. And there's a third point, that is, I'm still a virgin. A virgin? Lin Su's lips curled into a mocking smile. You look so experienced, yet you're still a virgin? Faced with Lin Su's questioning, Zhang Fangfang's face turned even redder, and her voice began to tremble. If you don't believe me, why don't you test it yourself and you'll know. Upon hearing this, a mischievous glint flashed in Lin Su's eyes. He teased, oh? Then I'll have to give it a try. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, seemingly intending to verify what Zhang Fangfang had said. What's wrong? Lin Su asked in surprise, not understanding why Zhang Fangfang suddenly changed her mind. Zhang Fangfang's breathing became rapid, and she stammered, You haven't agreed to my conditions yet. Don't worry, I'll give you whatever you want. Chapter 58 Su Yun's Divorce. The goods have been inspected, so you can give me what I'm owed, right? After the lovemaking, Zhang Fangfang suddenly said something. Of course. But before that, I have a question I'd like to ask you. What's the problem? Zhang Fangfang asked. Lin Su reached out and pinched Zhang Fangfang's rather delicate chin, asking in an ambiguous tone. I'm curious, you haven't even graduated from university yet, how did you manage to stoop so low as to become a gold digger? If Zhang Fangfang had already graduated and, like him, had been toughened up by society, it would be normal for her to have such thoughts. But Zhang Fangfang hadn't even graduated yet, and was only a sophomore in college, so having this idea really surprised him. Zhang Fangfang bit her red lips, seemingly hesitant. But after some struggle, she decided to tell the truth. Because I want to live the life I desire. The life you want? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Zhang Fangfang nodded and then began to tell her story. It turns out that Zhang Fangfang was a poor girl from the countryside, and she thought that getting into university would allow her to escape her rural background. But the cost of living in big cities is just too high. Her family spent almost everything they had to support her schooling. If she were to save money at school and occasionally work part-time, she could support herself. But not long ago, her father, the pillar of her family, collapsed from exhaustion while working in the fields. Although she was taken to the hospital in time, the doctor told her family that her father could not continue to work like this. As a result, his father was no longer able to work as hard as before. She also lost all her sources of income. After this semester ends, she will be forced to suspend her studies because she will be unable to pay her tuition. Naturally, she didn't want to miss this opportunity to escape her rural background, so on her best friend's advice, she embarked on the path of marrying a rich man. Your best friend was probably behind all those conversations between you and Lu Hu, wasn't she? Lin Su asked Zhang Fangfang with a half-smile, pressing her for an answer. Zhang Fangfang nodded. Yes, I really don't have much experience with these things, so I can only ask her for advice. A barely perceptible smile flashed in Lin Su's eyes. There's one last question. We've only just met, so how can you be so sure I meet your requirements? Zhang Fangfang's heart suddenly raced. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, because of intuition. Intuition? Linsa's voice carried a hint of doubt, as if he was not satisfied with the answer. Zhang Fangfang's face flushed red instantly, and her voice became somewhat stammering. Actually, there is another reason besides that. Oh? What's the reason? Linsa's curiosity was completely piqued, and he couldn't wait to know the answer. Zhang Fangfang lowered her head even further, and her small hands unconsciously clenched together. After a long while, she finally whispered. Because you're so handsome. I've never seen a man as handsome as you before, that's why I. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Fangfang's face had turned completely red, like a ripe apple, and even her voice was filled with shyness, as if it could drip water. The atmosphere had become somewhat ambiguous. A mischievous smile crept across Linsa's lips. He then pulled the shy Zhang Fangfang into his arms and said in a slightly teasing tone. So, you were attracted to me because of my good looks? Zhang Fangfang's body trembled slightly. She didn't speak, but lowered her head shyly like a frightened fawn. Seeing this, Linsa said again, in that case, you shouldn't mind if I do it again, right? Ah. Meanwhile, Su Yun, who had long since separated from Linsa, also arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Tan was already waiting there. Upon seeing Su Yun arrive, Xiao Teng immediately went to greet her. He only spoke when he got closer. Yuner, shouldn't we calm down a bit? Upon hearing this, Su Yun immediately scoffed. Calm down? You cheated on me with my best friend behind my back, and now you want me to calm down? It was my fault. I was completely out of my mind at the time, and by the time I came to my senses, it was too late. Before Xiao Teng could finish speaking, Su Yun interrupted him without hesitation. Stop. I don't want to hear about her messy affairs. I'm just asking you one question, are you getting a divorce or not? Even if you haven't considered it, you should at least consider Xiner, right? Xiao Teng clearly didn't want to give up. When you and she were plotting against me, why didn't you think about Xiner? Su Yun's words were like steel needles, piercing Xiao Teng's heart. I'm sorry, Yuner. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. After saying that, Su Yun walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau with a blank expression. Xiao Teng stood dejectedly at the door for a while before turning around and going inside. When the two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, they each had a small booklet in their hands. Yuner, I've thought about it. You should keep the savings yourself, Xiao Teng said again. But all he got in return was Su Yun's indifferent back view. He only came to his senses when Su Yun had completely disappeared from his sight. Did I really do something wrong? With a sigh, Xiao Teng left. He returned to his car shortly afterward. Upon seeing Xiao Teng return, Ma Qian, who was in the passenger seat, immediately snatched the notebook from Xiao Teng's hand. Upon seeing the stamp, Ma Qian immediately started shouting excitedly, waving her arms and legs like a child. In stark contrast, Xiao Teng seemed to have lost his soul, becoming somewhat wooden. He sat quietly in the driver's seat, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, completely oblivious to Ma Qian's revelry. It wasn't until Ma Qian started pushing him forcefully that Xiao Teng snapped out of his daze. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Ma Qian's voice was full of urgency and excitement. Where are we going? Xiao Teng looked at Ma Qian with a blank expression, clearly still not recovered from what he had just experienced. Of course we're going to claim our grand prize. Ma Qian said excitedly, as if the huge sum of money was already within her grasp. Maybe we should wait a little longer. I just got divorced, and I haven't even moved my things yet. Xiao Teng frowned slightly. We'll be billionaires soon, why are you still concerned about that trifle? Ma Qian waved her hand dismissively. But that is after all. Xiao Teng was interrupted by Ma Qian before he could finish speaking. You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Ma Qian suddenly stared at Xiao Teng, her eyes sharp, as if trying to see through his heart. She betrayed me, how could I possibly regret it? I'm just reluctant to part with Xiner, Xiao Teng quickly explained. It's just a child. After we get married, I'll give you 2 or 3. Ma Qian spoke casually, as if having a child was the simplest thing in the world. Huh? Xiao Teng was clearly surprised by Ma Qian's words. He looked at Ma Qian, not knowing how to respond for a moment. What? You don't mean you're not planning to marry me? Ma Qian's face immediately darkened upon seeing this. No. That's not what I meant. I just think 2 or 3 children are too many. What's so special about this? Rich families all have a bunch of kids. Alright, whatever you say. Let's get going. I can't wait to hug my money. Chapter 59, An Encounter at Driving School. Did you accidentally add an extra zero? This surprised and trembling voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see Zhang Fangfang sitting on the edge of the bed, her face filled with shock. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she had been struck by a tremendous force. She stared intently at her phone screen, the numbers displayed there completely defying her expectations. In stark contrast to Zhang Fangfang's shock was Lin Su, the instigator, sitting to the side. He remained calm, with a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had anticipated Zhang Fangfang's reaction. Don't you want a free life? Then I'll use this million to help you realize your wish. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangfang trembled violently. She looked away from her phone and stared directly at Lin Su. Her eyes became unusually complex, a mixture of surprise, doubt, and an indescribable emotion. Aren't you afraid I'll take your money and run away? Zhang Fangfang's voice was low and revealed a hint of uncertainty. Lin Su's smile widened slightly. Run away? Your school is still here, how can you run away? Zhang Fangfang frowned deeply. What if I just drop out of school and run away? Lin Su gently shook his head, his eyes revealing confidence and certainty. You won't do that. Why? Zhang Fangfang's curiosity was completely piqued, and she pressed for an answer. Lin Su's smile widened once again. Then, he slowly reached out, lifted Zhang Fangfang's chin, and said in a slightly provocative tone. If you really run away, you may never have the chance to meet a man as handsome as me again in your life. Zhang Fangfang blushed slightly. That's not necessarily true. China is so big, there are always men more handsome than you. There may be men who are more handsome than me, but there aren't many men who are richer than me and better in bed than me. Zhang Fangfang's cheeks and even the roots of her ears turned completely red. Even his voice started to falter. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh? Is that so? Then let me help you remember. Before he finished speaking, Lin Su pounced on him like a hungry tiger, pressing himself tightly against him once again. Zhang Fangfang felt a warm breath rush towards her, and her mind went completely blank. Despite a voice deep inside her urging her to resist, her body was as if under a spell, completely unresponsive and unable to move. As the two drew closer, Zhang Fangfang's breathing became increasingly rapid. Just at this critical moment, a sudden cell phone ringtone sounded, like a bucket of cold water being poured over their heads, instantly extinguishing their enthusiasm. It should be Lu Hu who made the call. Zhang Fangfang swallowed hard, stammering slightly. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. He's your boyfriend. The scene shifts, and Zhang Fangfang and Lu Hu, who is still somewhat disoriented, get into the car. Lin Su did not choose to hitch a ride with Land Rover. Lu Hu, who was completely unaware that he had been cuckolded, spoke with a face full of apology. Old Lin, I'm really sorry, we didn't have enough to drink together today. We'll definitely have a good drinking session another day. I didn't drink to my heart's content with you, but I had a great time with my sister-in-law, right, sister-in-law? As he spoke, Lin Su glanced meaningfully at Zhang Fangfang inside. Upon hearing this, a faint blush immediately appeared on her pretty face. However, she quickly regained her composure. Brother Su, you flatter me. How can my drinking capacity compare to yours? You two should have a contest next time. After exchanging pleasantries for a while by the roadside, Lu Hu led Zhang Fangfang away. Lin Su stood by the roadside watching the two walk away. Old Lu, it's not that I'm trying to steal your woman, it's just that she's too horny and you can't handle her. After a moment of reflection, Lin Su turned and left. With his driver's license revoked, he had no choice but to walk. Before long, he arrived at a nearby driving school. Hongda Driving School. After explaining his purpose, he was quickly led to the lounge. After sitting there for a while, a bloated, smiling fat man came into the lounge. Is this handsome guy planning to take his driving test here? Lin Su nodded. Then let me introduce our set meals to the handsome guy. No need for introductions, just tell me how long it takes to get a certificate here at the fastest. Is this handsome guy in a hurry to get his license? The fat man's eyes lit up. Yes. So, what's your budget, handsome? Budget? Lin Su asked in surprise. Handsome, it's like this, we offer both legitimate and illegitimate license acquisition services. Oh? What's wrong with it? Lin Su asked curiously. He had heard about this online before, and after his driver's license was revoked, he had considered this way of quickly getting a license again. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to contact them. Unexpectedly, the driving school I randomly chose today turned out to be the infamous illegal driving school. The fat man first closed the doors and windows, then lowered his voice and said, "It's like this, handsome, our driving school has connections with higher-ups, so we can get your license quickly. How long does it take to get the certificate at the fastest?" Lin Su asked. 1 week, just 1 week, and we can help the handsome guy get his certificate, and he doesn't even need to take the exam. Can it go any faster? It can be fast, but it might cost a lot of money, and I'm afraid the handsome guy can't afford it. Money is not a problem, you just need to tell me how long it will take to get the certificate at the earliest. 2 days. Just 2 days. Okay. It's settled then. You get it done for me. The chubby man was overjoyed. Then handsome, come to my office. We need to go through some procedures. Okay. Before long, Lin Su and the fat man left the place. However, he had only been out of there a short while when a panicked figure bumped into him head-on. "No, I'm sorry, I didn't see it." Lin Su was about to lash out, but when he saw the man's true face, his anger vanished instantly. "It's okay, I'm not hurt." Thank you. After apologizing several times, the man hurriedly left. Lin Su couldn't help but ask the fat man out of curiosity, "Who was that person just now?" "You mean Yao Xiao? She's an instructor at our driving school." "She's a coach?" "Yes. She's the only female instructor at our driving school." "Manager, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Chapter 60 Sister Wang Qiuyu. On the balcony, Wang Ying was on the phone with someone, her delicate face filled with shyness and happiness. "Yes, Qiuyu arrived this morning. Are you coming over tonight? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." However, just as Wang Ying was chatting happily, a petite figure silently crept up behind her. "Sis, who are you talking to on the phone?" The sudden sound startled Wang Ying. "Qiuyu, why do you walk so quietly?" Wang Ying scolded angrily. "It's clearly because my sister was too engrossed in talking on the phone with someone else," the girl pouted unhappily. Wang Ying glared at the girl reproachfully before picking up her phone to continue her call with that person. "I'm sorry, the autumn rain just disrupted." The girl playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Ying before turning around and walking to the sofa. He picked up the fruit and began to eat it with relish. After a while, Wang Ying, having finished her phone call, came to the girl and asked, "I'm going out to buy groceries, do you want to come with me?" "Go out to buy groceries? Didn't we agree to eat out?" Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately fell. "Let's go out tomorrow, we'll eat at home tonight," Wang Ying said. "Why?" "I don't want to be at home." Wang Qiuyu pouted, looking unwilling, but then seemed to suddenly realize something, and widened her eyes. "I know, is it related to the person you just talked to, sis?" Wang Ying sighed inwardly. She knew that she couldn't hide her relationship with Lin Su from her sister in the end, so she took a deep breath and decided to be honest with her. "Qiuyu, he's my sister's new boyfriend." Wang Qiuyu's reaction was much more intense than Wang Ying had expected. Her face instantly turned gloomy. Even his voice was filled with dissatisfaction and resentment. "I knew it. Sister, why did you suddenly move to such a nice place? Turns out you have a new boyfriend." Wang Ying bit her red lips guiltily and said softly, "Qiuyu, are you angry?" However, to her surprise, Wang Qiuyu's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn the next second. "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Wang Qiuyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. "Ha?" Wang Ying looked surprised. "I've wanted my sister to break up with her ex-boyfriend for a long time. He is plain looking and poor. It's so unfair for you to live with him in such a small rented room." "You really think so?" Wang Ying asked, somewhat incredulous. At first, she was worried that Wang Qiuyu would blame her for being fickle and dating a rich man, but she didn't expect that Wang Qiuyu's thoughts were similar to hers as her older sister. It's safe to say that the two sisters are indeed from the same womb. "Of course. My sister is so beautiful, it would be a waste of her resources for her to be with that kind of man." As Wang Qiuyu spoke, he put his arm around Wang Ying. "Sis, is my new brother-in-law very rich? Otherwise, you wouldn't be living in such a nice place, right?" Wang Ying nodded blankly. "Yes, he's very rich." "How rich are you? Do you own a mansion?" What kind of car do you drive? Wang Xiuyu's eyes were shining as she spoke. Why are you asking these questions? Wang Ying asked, puzzled. His girlfriend is my own sister. As her younger sister, I have to keep a close eye on her. Wang Xiuyu said seriously. Is it really just a matter of checking things out? Wang Ying felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Does my sister think Xiuyu is trying to steal your boyfriend? Wang Xiuyu asked, feigning resentment. Wang Ying hurriedly waved her hands and said repeatedly, I really didn't mean that. Seeing this, Wang Xiuyu raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile, and said coquettishly. Okay, sister, don't be shy. Tell me about your husband. Oh dear, let's talk as we walk, so we don't waste time buying groceries. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Xiuyu grabbed the somewhat dazed Wang Ying and quickly walked out of the room. However, the moment the two stepped out of their home, the door to room 1202, across the street slowly opened. Bai Ruoruo stood at the door, her gaze fixed on the two sisters chatting and laughing in front of her, her originally delicate face filled with doubt. What do they mean by saying my brother-in-law is coming over for dinner? Are they talking about that scoundrel? As she murmured to herself, the girl seemed to recall something. Her flawless face, like a ripe apple, was flushed with a faint blush. However, this shy expression did not last long and was soon replaced by a reproachful look. Humph. So what if he comes? What does it have to do with me? I have absolutely no connection with that scoundrel. You'd better not bother me, or I won't let you off easily. Just you wait. Bai Ruoruo habitually waved her fist at the air before slamming the door shut. Meanwhile, in the moving taxi, Linsa seemed to sense something and kept sneezing. Seeing this, the driver next to him laughed and teased him. How many romantic entanglements has this handsome guy gotten into? So many women are eyeing him. Not many, maybe 70, 80, or 90. How many? 70, 80, 90, the driver exclaimed in surprise. Handsome, you're not kidding, are you? Linsa smiled slightly. Do I look like I'm joking? Holy crap. A Casanova. Hey bro, teach me. I've been single for 38 years, how can I get a girlfriend? Uncle, this is a clan secret, and it is never revealed to outsiders. No, handsome, how about this? I'll pay the tuition. I don't ask for much, just to be able to have a baby. Uncle, you should drive carefully, I'm in a hurry. I'm even more anxious. I've been anxious for 38 years. Forehead. The scene shifts, and Lin Su arrives outside the Juxianlu restaurant. He could have come here much earlier, but that uncle insisted on becoming his apprentice. Having no other choice, he can only make do with a few moves before being brought here. The uncle was very kind. He not only didn't take his money, but also gave him a business card, saying he would be there whenever he needed him. This can be considered a form of tuition payment. What kind of person is Lao Lin? He would never care about such a small amount of money. What he really cared about was the proprietress of Juxianlu. Since their parting yesterday, Tanya has not contacted him again. Although he has no shortage of women, a sexy young woman like Tanya is truly a rare gem. Moreover, Tanya has a best friend, Xiaomei. It would be such a shame to give up like this. Just as he was about to step onto the stairs, a familiar yet cold voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing here? Looking in the direction of the sound, the person who appeared behind them was none other than Tanya, the proprietress of Juxianlu. However, Tanya today is noticeably different from her a few days ago. Especially those slightly swollen eye bags, as if they were telling a story. How are you? Chapter 61. Teasing by Ruoro again. What does it matter to you whether it's good or bad? Get out of here right now, you're not welcome at Juxianlu. Outside Juxianlu, Tanya spoke with great emotion. Do you really hate me that much? Lin Su frowned, his expression complicated. That's right. I feel disgusted just looking at you. Tanya's body trembled as she spoke, showing how agitated she was. Although Lin Su had prepared himself mentally before coming, he did not expect Tanya's attitude to be so bad. Lin Su sighed softly. In that case, I'll keep you in my presence. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, he stopped again after taking only a few steps. He then said without turning his head. Whether you believe it or not, I never intended to hide anything from you, nor did I ever intend to toy with your feelings. Everything I do is in accordance with my heart and my will. Before long, Lin Su's figure disappeared from the spot. Tanya was left standing there, silently shedding tears. Damn it! I told you to leave, are you really going to leave? On the other side, after leaving Juxinlu, Lin Su went to the harem across the street. But when he arrived at the door of room 1201, he found that no one inside responded to him. Didn't we agree to eat at home? Why is no one here? Just as Lin Su was racking his brains trying to figure it out, the door to room 1202, across the street opened. Stop knocking, Sister Ring has gone out. Lin Su looked at the girl who appeared at the door with surprise. How did you know? I just happened to see it, is that not allowed? Bai Ruoro rolled her eyes at Lin Su, annoyed. Lin Su not only didn't take it to heart, but instead gave a meaningful smile. It was a coincidence before, but what about now? Is that also a coincidence? Of course it was a coincidence. Otherwise, you would have thought I was waiting for you here on purpose. Bai Ruoro blurted out. She realized something was wrong as soon as she said it. Just as she was about to make a defense, Lin Su appeared beside her without her noticing. So you really were waiting for me here? No, I didn't, sob. Before Bai Ruoro could finish speaking, Lin Su pressed himself against her. Bai Ruoro struggled incessantly, but she couldn't muster any strength. In the end, she could only let Lin Su carry her into the house. As the door closed, the hallway returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Inside room 1202, however, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. When a fierce jackal meets a delicate little rabbit, the outcome is bound to be tragic. After a long and winding journey, the two soon arrived at the bed. The moment she collapsed, Bai Ruoro finally regained consciousness. Seeing Lin Su looking utterly defeated, she hurriedly said, No. You already have a girlfriend, we can't do this. So what if you have a girlfriend? Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Lin Su said dismissively. But this is my first time. The girl bit her red lips. Didn't you say no before? Lin Su teased. The girl blushed. In short, no way. If you try to force yourself on me, I'll call the police and have you arrested, really. If it's not working, why didn't you push me away sooner? How am I supposed to go out and face people like this? If you won't let me say it, how can I say it? I don't care, it's all your fault anyway. Seeing that the shameless Lin Su was starting to cheat, Bai Ruoro was so anxious that she almost cried again. It was your fault to begin with, and now you're blaming me. Lin Su, who couldn't bear to see a woman cry, could only take a step back. Your sister Ing is cooking a big meal at home tonight. Would you like to come over for a casual dinner? Lin Su still had some conscience, he didn't just run away with his pants up. But Bai Ruoro showed no gratitude whatsoever. She picked up a pillow from the side and threw it forcefully at Lin Su. Who wants to eat with you? Get out of here. Fortunately, Lin Su dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been hit. In that case, I'll head over there first. If you change your mind, feel free to knock on the door. Screw you, get out of here. With Bai Ruoro's angry roar, Lin Su finally escaped from 1202. Lin Su breathed a sigh of relief after closing the door. This little girl's temper is getting more and more explosive, but I love taming wild horses like this, it's so exciting. Lin Su couldn't help but get excited when he thought about the steamy scene from not long ago. He failed in his attempt to have sex with Bai Ruoro after drinking in December 2012, but later he stole Bai Ruoro's first kiss. Just as Lin Su was daydreaming, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in the quiet corridor. Lin Su? Coming to his senses, he looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was none other than Wang Ying, who had just returned from grocery shopping. However, she was not alone. A beautiful young girl was standing next to her. The girl looked remarkably similar to Wang Ying. Their eyebrows, eyes, and nose were almost identical. However, she looks much younger than Wang Ying. Her skin was fair and smooth, like white jade, delicate and smooth. Besides that, there's the unique scent she exudes. That's the scent that only teenage girls possess. It is fresh and charming, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, making people fall in love with it. Although Bai Ruoro in the room was also young and full of youthful energy, she possessed a more rebellious and unrestrained spirit. In contrast, the girl in front of me seemed much more youthful and charming, like a flower blooming in spring, exuding a captivating fragrance. Lin Su was still immersed in the girl's innocence when she walked up to him and blinked her eyes curiously. You're my sister's new boyfriend? Chapter 62. Should we keep the good stuff within the family? Sis, is he really my brother-in-law? Inside the kitchen, Wang Qiuyu tiptoed and cautiously peeked through the crack in the kitchen door at the man sitting on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in playing on his phone. Her gaze was piercing, as if she wanted to see through the narrow crack in the door and take in every detail of the man. In front of the stove, Wang Ying was preparing to wash the vegetables in her hands. Upon hearing her sister's question, she immediately stopped what she was doing, turned around to look at her sister, and said helplessly, "You've asked this question at least 10 times already. Oh dear, I just can't believe it." Wang Qiuyu said somewhat embarrassedly, then quickly withdrew her gaze from the crack in the door, afraid of being discovered by the man in the living room. "Can't believe what?" Wang Ying asked, looking puzzled. "Of course I can't believe my future brother-in-law is so handsome," Wang Qiuyu said, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation as she rested her chin on her hands. "Sis, tell me how you met such a handsome rich guy like your husband?" "What did you say? A rich guy?" Wang Ying exclaimed in astonishment. "No, I let it slip, oops, I misspoke, it's my brother-in-law, such a handsome guy." "Really?" Wang Ying was skeptical of her sister's words. She scrutinized her sister's expression, as if trying to find a flaw in her face. "I swear." Seeing that her sister didn't believe her, Wang Qiuyu immediately raised her right hand and made a vow gesture. "If I ever tell a lie, may I never find a boyfriend and live a lonely life." Seeing her sister's serious expression, Wang Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Wang Qiuyu might know the truth about her relationship with Lin Su. Fortunately, the little girl didn't know anything. "All right, you can give the fruit to your brother-in-law. What about you and your brother-in-law, sister?" "I need to cook now, I don't have time, I'll do it tonight." "Yes, sir." Before long, Wang Qiuyu brought a fruit platter into the living room. "Brother-in-law, have some fruit." Lin Su looked up at Wang Qiuyu, thanked her, and then continued chatting with his head down. "Okay, thanks." Such a cold attitude made Wang Qiuyu, who always had a strong sense of self-esteem, feel very frustrated. However, she quickly composed herself, sat down next to Lin Su, and spoke in a soft, gentle tone. "Brother-in-law, who are you chatting with? You seem so happy." "With a friend." "What friend? It's not your girlfriend, is it? How did you know?" Lin Su looked up in surprise. "Huh?" Now it was Wang Qiuyu's turn to be surprised. She just said it casually, never expecting Lin Su. Just then, Lin Su suddenly laughed. "Just kidding. My girlfriend is your sister, how could I possibly have another girlfriend? Brother-in-law, you scared me to death." Wang Qiuyu playfully punched Lin Su with her small fist. After the joke, the two became noticeably closer. The little girl also started gathering information. "Brother-in-law, what do you do for a living?" "Me? I'm unemployed." "My brother-in-law's family must be very rich, right?" "Yes, very rich." "So my sister will be a wealthy socialite from now on?" "Certainly. I really envy my sister. She was able to find such a handsome and rich man like her husband in the vast sea of people." Wang Qiuyu's words clearly conveyed two words, envy. Lin Su smiled slightly and said, "Qiuyu, you're not bad either. You'll definitely find an even better man in the future." "It's not that simple," Wang Qiuyu sighed. The next second, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up and she grabbed Lin Su and said, "How about this, brother-in-law, how about you introduce me to your friends?" "You want me to introduce you to a boyfriend?" Lin Su asked in surprise. Wang Qiuyu nodded excitedly, as the saying goes, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders, that way even if my sister and I get married in the future, we can still see each other often. But most of my friends already have girlfriends. Lin Su looked somewhat troubled. "Huh? You already have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, the girl's pretty face immediately fell. She had originally hoped that she could stay with Lin Su and, like her sister, climb the social ladder and transform herself from a sparrow into a phoenix. Who would have thought that she was still a step too late? Just as she was feeling down, Lin Su suddenly said something. "Most of my friends are in relationships, but one friend is probably going to break up soon. If you're not in a hurry, I can introduce you to after he breaks up with his girlfriend." "Really?" Wang Qiuyu's eyes lit up instantly. "You said you wouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders, so how could I not help my own sister?" "Ah. Brother-in-law, you're so wonderful, I love you to death." Overjoyed, Wang Qiuyu hugged Lin Su and shouted excitedly. Wang Ying, who was busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but turn around to look after hearing the call. Coincidentally, Lin Su was looking at her at that moment. Their eyes met. She quickly understood the hint of helplessness in Lin Su's eyes. This girl really has no manners. Meanwhile, inside a quiet couple's restaurant, a handsome man and a beautiful woman are enjoying a candlelight dinner. Steak, red wine, flowers, and soft lighting, everything looked so romantic and cozy. The woman at the table clearly looked somewhat uncomfortable. She bit her red lips, her hands clenched tightly together, and a bead of sweat could even be faintly seen on her forehead. Compared to the bewildered woman, the man sitting opposite her looked relaxed and natural. He happily enjoyed the food and wine, and every now and then he would take out his phone to take a selfie. Finally, after suppressing her feelings for an unknown period of time, the woman could no longer bear it. She put down her knife and fork, said a few words, and then took her bag and headed to the restroom. I need to go to the restroom. Upon arriving at the restroom, Zhang Fangfang washed her face several times with clean water before finally calming down. That's right, the big fool outside who's still happily enjoying himself is Lu Hu, the one Lin Su personally put a hat on. Zhang Fangfang had originally planned to break up with Lu Hu tonight, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She took out her phone and skillfully dialed a number. Surprisingly, calls that were usually answered instantly now went unanswered. Is Zhou Yu taking a shower? Why isn't she answering the phone? How about we give him a call? At the crucial moment, Zhang Fangfang still thought of Lin Su, the man who took her virginity. She desperately needs someone to give her strength, so she has the courage to say goodbye to Lu Hu. However, after struggling for a long time, she still couldn't press the dial button. Never mind, let's just die. Without even bothering to touch up her makeup, Zhang Fangfang got up and returned to the dining table. Seeing Zhang Fangfang return so quickly, Lu Hu immediately prepared to invite her to take a picture together. But who would have thought that Zhang Fangfang's next words would plunge him into despair? Lu Hu, let's break up. Chapter 63 Wang Qiuyu, Zhang Fangfang's best friend? Fangfang, what did you say? Zhang Fangfang took a deep breath to compose herself before speaking, word by word. Let's break up. Lu Hu, who had previously thought he was hallucinating, turned visibly pale. Even his voice had a slight tremor. Why? Did I do something wrong? No, you're not wrong, it's my own problem. Your problem? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your health? Lu Hu immediately became nervous upon hearing this. Seeing Lu Hu's anxious and worried appearance, Zhang Fangfang felt very reluctant to let him go. Putting aside his womanizing ways, Lu Hu is definitely a qualified boyfriend. Unfortunately, what she needs isn't a qualified boyfriend, but a man who can take her to the skies. I'm fine. Then why did you bring up breaking up? We've only been together for a week. Lu Hu asked, puzzled. Because we're not a good match. Not suitable? Lu Hu was even more confused. Zhang Fangfang knew that this man wouldn't let it go unless she explained things clearly, so she could only use the prepared explanation to deal with Lu Hu. I come from a poor rural family. My family almost gave up everything to send me to school. But you? You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth and have lived a life of comfort since you were little. Do you think we are a good match? Do we have a future together? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hu hurriedly expressed his opinion. Fangfang, I don't care about your background. I can pay for your education and support you. However, before he could finish speaking, Zhang Fangfang ruthlessly interrupted him. But I mind. I mind people looking at me strangely, I mind people saying I'm only with you for money, I mind. Zhang Fangfang became more and more excited as she spoke, her voice grew louder and louder, and she even stood up in excitement. Lu Hu was completely stunned. He had always thought that Zhang Fangfang was very happy and content with him. Unexpectedly, she harbored so many grievances. He sat there blankly, staring at Zhang Fangfang. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Fangfang finally broke the silence. That's it. Don't come looking for me again. After saying that, Zhang Fangfang turned around and prepared to leave. But she had only taken a couple of steps when she heard the sound of shattering glass and screams of someone falling behind her. Looking back, it turned out that Lu Hu had panicked and accidentally tripped because he wanted to keep him. The wine glass also fell to the ground, and the sharp glass seemed to have cut Lu Hu's hand. Nevertheless, he pleaded in a humble voice. Fangfang, no, don't leave me. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Fangfang felt genuinely sorry for this poor man. But it was only for a fleeting moment. Sorry. Before long, the once romantic room was left with only Lu Hu sitting on the floor groaning. No, Fong Fong. Just as Lu Hu was wailing, Zhang Fongfong had already gone to a nearby park alone. Looking at her hands, which were still trembling, Zhang Fongfong couldn't help but sigh. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I picked up my phone and was surprised to see it was a call from my best friend. She composed herself before answering the phone. Hey, Xiuyu. Meanwhile, in the harem residential area dozens of miles away, Wang Xiuyu was standing on the balcony, holding her phone tightly in her hand, talking quietly to the person on the other end of the line. Her expression was somewhat serious, as if she were discussing something very important. However, this mysterious atmosphere did not last long. Suddenly, Wang Xiuyu seemed to be greatly frightened and let out a sharp scream. What? You broke up with him? Her voice was so loud that even Lin Su, who was in the living room, was startled. Lin Su looked up in astonishment at Wang Xiuyu on the balcony, whose face was filled with disbelief and anger. Realizing her lapse in composure, the young girl quickly gave Lin Su an apologetic look before continuing her conversation on the other end of the phone. Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with me before making this decision on your own? Wang Xiuyu's voice carried a hint of reproach, and one could even sense a sense of disappointment. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be explaining something, but Wang Xiuyu was clearly not satisfied and continued to press for answers. You called me? I was busy and didn't notice. Wait, that's not the point. Tell me honestly, did you break up with him because of that handsome guy from earlier today? Upon hearing the other party's reply, Wang Xiuyu became even more agitated. What? You two are already asleep. Finally, she said through gritted teeth, I really underestimated you, Zhang Fongfong. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to say something else, and Wang Xiuyu gradually calmed down. Forget it, it's over. Like you said, he's too much of a womanizer. If you really stay with him, you'll probably be heartbroken later. Why thank me? This is your own choice. Don't regret it if that person treats you badly in the future. Alright, that's enough for now. My sister's calling me for dinner. I'll interrogate you properly tonight. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiuyu, utterly exhausted, dragged her weary body to the sofa and lay down. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Su asked. Yes, something bad has happened, something very serious. Tell me about it, maybe I can help you. Wang Xiuyu opened her eyes, looked at Lin Su, and sighed. My best friend dumped her boyfriend. Is this a big deal? Lin Su asked in surprise. Dumping a man isn't a big deal, but what if I said my best friend dumped him because of another man? What's the meaning? My best friend was supposed to go on a date with her boyfriend today, but on the way, her boyfriend ran into a former college classmate, and the two hit it off immediately. It's fine for classmates to meet up, have a few drinks, and chat, but my best friend actually fell for her boyfriend's classmate. In the end, she even conspired with that person to get her boyfriend drunk, and then, in the room next to him, she unknowingly gave her virginity to another man. As Wang Xiuyu recounted the increasingly familiar plot, a bold guess quietly formed in Lin Su's mind. Xiuyu, what's your best friend's name? Zhang Fongfong. Who? Zhang Fongfong? Chapter 64 The Touching Story of Two Sisters. How is it? Is it delicious? At the dining table, Wang Ying blinked expectantly. Delicious, super delicious. Wang Xiuyu nodded as she wolfed down her food, her eating manners showing absolutely no ladylike demeanor. Naturally, she also received criticism from her older sister. I didn't ask you, so why are you answering? Although she looked disgusted, Wang Ying still took the initiative to pick up a tissue and wipe the oil stains from Wang Xiuyu's mouth. Wang Xiuyu chuckled and said, My evaluation is my brother-in-law's evaluation, right, brother-in-law? As they spoke, the two of them looked at the only male member of the family at present, Lin Su. He calmly put down his chopsticks and began to speak. Xiuyu is right, your cooking is indeed delicious. Really? You two didn't conspire to flatter me to death, did you? Wang Ying asked again, still incredulous. Lin Su smiled and shook his head. What good would it do us to lie to you? Exactly, there's no benefit to it. The little girl immediately chimed in. Wang Ying turned and glared at Wang Xiuyu, who immediately lowered her head and started eating. After stunning Wang Xiuyu, Wang Ying turned around curiously and asked. What were you and Xiuyu discussing on the sofa earlier? Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu, who was cooking, froze, nearly dropping her chopsticks. Her expression became noticeably unnatural, and a thin layer of sweat even appeared on her forehead. Immediately, Wang Qiuyu's gaze swept quickly over Lin Su, her eyes filled with pleading, as if to say, "Please don't tell anyone about me." However, Lin Su seemed completely oblivious to her hints, and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Actually, it's nothing much, it's just that Qiuyu wants me to introduce her to a rich boyfriend." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ying exploded. "What?" Wang Ying's face instantly turned ashen. She stared wide-eyed at Wang Qiuyu, like an enraged tiger ready to pounce at any moment. "Wang Qiuyu, is this true?" Wang Ying's voice was deafening, and the anger in it sent chills down one's spine. Wang Qiuyu, who had been holding a bowl of rice, could barely hold it steady. Her hands trembled slightly, and even her voice trembled a little. "Sister, let me explain." "No, let me know how I tried to justify myself." Wang Ying roared furiously, "Fine. Explain yourself. I want to hear your explanation today." Her body trembled slightly with anger, clearly on the verge of exploding. Faced with such a strong reaction, Lin Su, the instigator, was somewhat caught off guard. However, he did not object. Taking this opportunity, he could test Wang Ying's attitude towards Wang Qiuyu's desire to marry a rich man. Wang Qiuyu swallowed hard and then stammered, "Actually, I did this because of my sister." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's already gloomy face turned even uglier. Her eyes widened, and she said angrily, "You mean I told you to go and date a rich guy?" Wang Qiuyu was startled by her sister's shout and quickly waved her hands to explain, I didn't mean that." "So what exactly do you mean? Tell me." Wang Ying's voice grew louder and louder, causing the bowls and chopsticks on the table to tremble slightly. Wang Qiuyu, who was closest to her, was quite frightened. Her eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back, choking out as she spoke. "Because you work so hard, sister. You not only have to support my education, but also help support the family. I didn't want you to be so tired, so I. In the end, Wang Qiuyu couldn't hold back her tears any longer. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks like a burst dam. Wang Ying, who was originally furious, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon after hearing her sister's words, and became completely quiet. She stared blankly at her sister, who was weeping uncontrollably, her expression a complex mix of emotions. There was guilt, confusion, and also relief. Of course, I was also deeply moved. Lin Su, who remained silent, was also in a complicated situation. He originally thought Wang Qiuyu was a gold digger. Who would have thought that there was such an unknown reason behind this young girl's materialism? Not only that, he even misjudged Wang Ying. At first, he naively thought that Wang Ying had approached him because of money. It has been verified that she was indeed after money. However, he never expected that Wang Ying needed money to support her family and pay for her younger sister's education. If Wang Qiuyu hadn't revealed this at the dinner table today, he wouldn't know how long he would have misunderstood Wang Ying. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. He didn't understand the meaning of that sentence before, but he does now. The two, filled with remorse, silently gazed at the innocent and kind-hearted girl. After a long while, Wang Ying finally made up her mind to break the suffocating atmosphere of sadness. "All right, stop crying, Qiuyu. It's my fault, I misunderstood you." Wang Ying's voice was slightly hoarse, and carried a hint of guilt. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, like two ripe cherries, which was heartbreaking to see. "Then, are you still angry, sister?" Wang Qiuyu's voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz, as if she was afraid her sister would get angry again because of her. Looking at her younger sister's cautious demeanor, Wang Ying felt a pang of sadness. She smiled gently and said softly, "My younger sister is so sensible, how could I, as her older sister, possibly be angry?" As she spoke, Wang Ying reached out and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Wang Qiuyu's eyes, her movements so gentle as if she were afraid of hurting her younger sister. "I'm sorry, Qiuyu, it was my fault." Wang Ying's voice grew lower and lower, tears welling up in her eyes, which she tried hard not to let fall. Wang Qiuyu, who had finally managed to stop her tears, felt her grievances burst forth like a flood after hearing her sister's words, and could no longer be contained. She threw herself into Wang Ying's arms and burst into tears. Wang Ying hugged her younger sister tightly, feeling her body trembling, and her heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. Before long, her tears began to fall like beads from a broken string. However, Wang Ying's crying was different from Wang Qiuyu's. Wang Qiuyu's cries were so heartbreaking and aggrieved. Wang Ying's tears were more due to her guilt towards her younger sister and her being moved by her sister's understanding nature. Meanwhile, Lin Su watched this touching scene and a rare smile appeared on his face. It's unclear how much time passed before the two sisters finally calmed down. Look at you, crying like this, who will want you in the future? Sister, you're one of those people. You're the same way. Just as the two sisters were teasing each other, Lin Su, who was standing to the side, suddenly blurted out something. Your sister has a boyfriend, so she is not afraid of being unwanted. But it's hard to say about you, my dear sister-in-law. It was originally a joke, meant to lighten the mood. But he didn't expect to anger Wang Qiuyu. How dare you say that? If you hadn't been so quick to speak, I wouldn't have ended up like this. How can you talk like that? He's your brother-in-law. What's wrong with my brother-in-law? If he doesn't have my approval, he can forget about marrying you. What nonsense are you talking about? Apologize to your brother-in-law right now. I don't want to. Chapter 65, Taking a Girl Shopping Under the Guise of Apologizing. This phone is too expensive, maybe we should just forget about it. Inside a mobile phone store of a certain brand, Wang Ying said with a face full of reluctance. What are you afraid of? It's not like your brother-in-law is short of money, right, brother-in-law? The little girl, Wang Qiuyu, looked at Lin Su triumphantly. Upon closer inspection, one can even detect a hint of threat in those bright eyes. Lin Su nodded helplessly. Qiuyu is right, it's not like I'm short of money. But this is too expensive, it costs tens of thousands. Wang Ying was ultimately reluctant. It's just a little money. Lin Su didn't take it seriously and turned to greet the shop assistant. Pack me 10 of the latest tri-fold folding bags. Wang Ying was already reluctant to part with them, but when she heard Lin Su wave his hand and give her 10 of the latest mobile phones, her eyes widened and her voice began to tremble slightly. 10? Why buy so many? Wang Qiuyu, who was standing to the side, was also astonished. She just wanted to change her phone, but she didn't expect her brother-in-law to be so domineering. Lin Su smiled slightly and said, since we're already here, of course we can't just get a new phone for my sister-in-law. Wang Ying glanced at her old phone, which she had used for who knows how many years, and continued to speak haltingly. Well, we don't need that many, do we? I'll keep the rest to give to others. Someone else? Who is it? Brother-in-law, you're not really having an affair, are you? Wang Qiuyu asked curiously. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Wang Ying smacked her on the head. If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get your phone back. Wang Qiuyu stuck out her tongue in dissatisfaction. It was just a joke. Alright, sister-in-law, why don't you take your sister to look at other things? Their computers and tablets are pretty good too. If you like them, you can buy them at the same time. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu immediately dragged the reluctant Wang Ying to the exhibition booth. Lin Su was left alone, sighing and lamenting. Because he had recently angered his sister-in-law at home, she threatened him with his sister's marriage. Although he didn't care about these threats, the whole thing started because of him, and besides, he wasn't a heartless man. So, under the guise of apologizing, he took the two sisters out shopping. Of course, the apology was only on the surface, he actually had a hidden purpose. System, distribute the rewards. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Mission rating, S+. You have received the following rewards. 7 million dragon coins. 2-hour unlimited shopping card. With this card, all purchases made within 2 hours are reimbursable. Maximum usage limit, 10 million dragon coins. The rating is actually S+. This was truly unexpected for Lin Su. It was acquired for a mere 7 million. This 2-hour unlimited shopping pass is pretty cool. Everything purchased within 2 hours is reimbursable. If he bought the entire Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't he be able to get reimbursed? But that's impossible. Because he simply doesn't have that much money. Moreover, they also have quota limits. Tonzi, use the 2-hour unlimited shopping card. Ding! 2-hour shopping pass successfully used. Please be mindful of the time and consume rationally. Turning his gaze away, Lin Su looked at Wang Qiuyu, who was carefully selecting a computer not far away. Come to think of it, he hasn't checked the little girl's profile yet. I don't know if she meets the requirements. The next second, a blue panel appeared. Name, Wang Qiuyu. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 84. Appearance, 92. Favorability, 81. Pregnancy probability, 82%, with an 88% probability of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.0. At 21, she's a stunningly beautiful young woman. With a face value of 92, it's certainly well deserved. The only slight drawback is that the little girl's figure is too poor, far inferior to her older sister Wang Ying. If the two of them could get together, she would definitely be a goddess. When Lin Su's gaze fell on the favorability section, he froze. He had anticipated that Wang Qiuyu would be well liked. But that was before he exposed her true colors. He thought that after the little girl complained about him, his favorability towards her would drop a lot, but he didn't expect it to be so high. Then look at her older sister, Wang Ying. Her popularity rating is equally astounding. It actually has an 89% favorability rating. This is definitely the highest level of favorability Lin Su has ever seen. These two sisters really surprised him. Finally, and this is what Lin Su cares about most, is the probability of getting pregnant. The overall probability of pregnancy is 82%, and 85% within 7 days. While not exactly amazing, this number is already the highest Lin Su has achieved in his pursuit of women. The three of them stayed in the mobile phone store for a while before leaving with their bags. Forget about the phones, is it really necessary to buy so many computers and tablets? Wang Ying couldn't help but mutter. Her delicate face was etched with 2 words, reluctance. Brother-in-law must have his reasons for buying so much. Sister, don't be reluctant to spend it, Wang Qiuyu said with a smile. She was undoubtedly the happiest person in the room. Not only did she enjoy herself, but she also made Lin Su, who had previously exposed her past, spend such a large sum of money. She couldn't be happier. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Su was cheating all the things they bought. Lin Su didn't spend a single penny on. After that, the three of them visited luxury stores, cosmetic stores, clothing stores, and so on. No matter which store she goes to, Wang Qiuyu adheres to one principle. Don't buy what's right, just buy what's expensive. Her goal was simply to rip off her brother-in-law. Otherwise, how can I vent my anger? In the end, the three of them bought so much stuff that they couldn't carry it all, so they had to call a delivery person to help them take it home. It was at this moment that the chance encounter from the novel occurred again. What a small world! The familiar yet cold voice startled Lin so slightly. When he turned around, he was surprised to find 2 tall, beautiful women standing behind him. He was familiar with those 2 people, and he was also familiar with Wang Ying standing beside him. Chapter 66: An Encounter with Tanya. Sis, who were those 2 pretty ladies just now? On the way home, Wang Qiuyu finally couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. When Wang Ying heard her sister's question, she merely glanced at her indifferently and then casually replied. They are your brother-in-law's friends. Wang Qiuyu was clearly not satisfied with this answer, and she immediately followed up with, You're not just ordinary friends, are you? Wang Ying stopped and turned to look at her younger sister, asking in confusion, Why do you ask that? Wang Qiuyu pouted and said with some dissatisfaction. Sis, didn't you see? The way one of them was looking at your husband was practically drooling. Silk? Wang Ying looked blank, clearly not understanding the meaning of the word. Wang Qiuyu quickly explained, It's that kind of ambiguous feeling, like she has special feelings for my brother-in-law. However, before she could finish speaking, a sharp smack rang out, and her head was struck violently. Sis, why did you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong. That sister's gaze towards her brother-in-law was definitely not normal. Wang Qiuyu cried out aggrievedly while rubbing her head. Wang Ying glared at her sister and said irritably. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Your brother-in-law has been so good to you, buying you so many things, and instead of being grateful, you're here slandering him. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu felt even more aggrieved. Where did I slander him? I was just telling the truth. That woman's gaze towards him was really ambiguous. You still dare to say that, huh? Wang Ying raised her hand, ready to teach the little girl another lesson. But the little girl then feigned pitifulness. She looked up pitifully. Go ahead and hit me. I'm your only sister anyway. If you beat me to death, no one will bother you anymore. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ying, who was initially furious, calmed down instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. After a long while, she spoke to Wang Qiuyu in an unquestionable tone, earnestly. Xiaoyu, listen carefully. Your brother-in-law is a really, really good person, so you absolutely must never speak ill of him behind his back again, especially not to his face, understand? However, Wang Xiaoyu seemed not to hear her sister's words and maintained her aggrieved expression. Seeing her younger sister like this, Wang Ying felt a little helpless. She knew that her sister could be just like that sometimes. So she decided to use her trump card. If you keep pretending to be dead, when I get back I'll return everything your brother-in-law bought for you. As expected, Wang Xiaoyu's true nature was immediately revealed as soon as Wang Ying finished speaking. She suddenly raised her head, then quickly grabbed her older sister's arm and said in a coquettish tone, "No. Big sister, I know I was wrong. Please don't return the things your brother-in-law bought." Looking at her sister's state, Wang Ying felt even more helpless. However, she kept a straight face and continued to ask, "Will you still slander your brother-in-law in the future?" Wang Xiaoyu immediately shook her head repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. "No. Absolutely not. My brother-in-law is the best, the very best man in the world. I will never say a bad word about him again." Hearing her sister say that, Wang Ying's expression softened slightly. "That's more like it." Upon seeing this, Wang Xiaoyu immediately put on a fawning smile. "Hey sis, look how well I did, can you give me another set of electronics? Isn't one set enough for you? Oh dear, my best friend's birthday is coming up soon, and I'm thinking of giving it to her as a gift." Giving gifts is fine, but taking an extra set is not an option. Why? Because those belong to your brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Lin Su, who did not leave with the two Wang sisters, went to a nearby coffee shop. Of course, he didn't come alone. The two women they had met by chance also came with them. Tanya and her best friend, Xiao Mei. However, the atmosphere among the three was a bit strange. Lin Su and Tanya looked at each other, their eyes filled with complex emotions. As for Xiao Mei, she was playing with her phone listlessly. At first, she didn't think much of it. Since the two of them liked watching, then let them watch. But gradually, she realized that something seemed amiss. The two of them sat there expressionless and motionless, as if frozen in place. She, the third party, became increasingly anxious because of the two of them. Finally, after an unknown period of silence, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst out. "I've had enough. Do you two have anything to say? If you don't say anything soon, I'm leaving." It seemed that her outburst finally had an effect, and the two who had been silent finally made some noise. Tanya's lips trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to control her emotions. After a long while, her slightly hoarse voice finally rang out, "Mayor, you should go back now." These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Xiao Mei's ears. She never expected that Tanya would ask her to leave at this time. However, after only a moment of shock, Xiao Mei quickly came to her senses. Her brows furrowed tightly, and she refused without hesitation. "No, I can't leave. I want to stay here with you. I absolutely can't let this scumbag bully you anymore." Her voice was filled with anger and determination, as if she were disgusted and repulsed by Lin Su's behavior. However, the moment she finished speaking, Tanya suddenly looked at her with an incredibly pitiful expression. What a look that was! It was filled with sorrow, helplessness, and despair, as if the whole world had collapsed at that moment. Xiao Mei, who had initially looked resolute, finally softened after seeing Tanya's pitiful eyes. "Then I'll wait for you outside." Her voice was noticeably lower, revealing an unspeakable helplessness. However, Tanya shook her head. "You go back first, I'll call you later." Although her tone was gentle, it carried an undeniable firmness. Xiao Mei seemed to sense Tanya's persistence. She gave Tanya a deep look and let out a helpless sigh. Then, she slowly stood up, her face dark as she looked at Lin Su, the anger in her beautiful eyes seeming to want to burn into ashes. "You better not bully my Yor, or I won't care if you're the eldest son of the Lin family or not, I'll make you regret it." Xiao Mei's voice was icy cold, and the threat it contained was self-evident. After saying that, she picked up her bag without hesitation and left the place in anger. Lin Su and Tanya were left alone to continue facing this awkward and complicated situation. After a long silence, Lin Su finally broke the suffocating atmosphere. "Have you thought this through?" Chapter 67, Comforting Tanya. Name, Tanya. Age, 31. Height, 170. Weight, 98. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 88. Pregnancy probability, 95%, with a 100% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.3. Wow, 88 points of favorability. No wonder she drove away all her best friends. It seems that what I said this afternoon had an effect. Suppressing his inner excitement, Linsa suddenly blurted out another sentence. If you haven't made up your mind yet, let's talk another day. I'll be going now. Just as Linsa was about to get up, Tanya, who had been silent all along, suddenly reacted. As if she had made up her mind, she asked softly, "Will you really contact me again?" Upon hearing this, Linsa looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Tanya took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. If, and I mean if, we hadn't run into each other here on the pedestrian street today, would you still have come looking for me? Linsa's body stiffened slightly. The relaxed smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a complex emotion that was hard to describe. He was silent for a moment before finally answering, "Do you want to hear the truth, or a lie?" Tanya's gaze was fixed on Linsu. She bit her lip and said without hesitation, "I don't want to hear the truth, nor do I want to hear lies. I just want to hear what's in your heart." Linsa smiled slightly, "I do know what I really mean." Then, Linsa's voice lowered slightly. "I know I've wronged you, and I know I've caused you a lot of pain, but I'm not an irresponsible man. Even if you hate me and don't want to see me, I will never give up on you. In my heart, you, Tanya, will always be my woman, Linsa's woman." Upon hearing this, Tanya was already moved, but she still suppressed her emotions and said coldly, "Do you think I would believe a man who was shopping with another woman just an hour and a half ago?" However, Linsa seemed completely unfazed by her coldness and continued to answer with a smile. "I'll say it again, I'm not trying to make you believe anything, I'm just stating a fact. What kind of truth do you think I want to hear? You deceived me first, it's all your fault, why do I have to bear the consequences in the end? Why?" Tanya's voice was filled with despair and anger. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, and her body trembled uncontrollably with emotion. Seeing Tanya in such pain, Linsa felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He couldn't bear to see her like this. So he stood up and walked towards Tanya. However, before he could even sit down, Tanya suddenly pounced on him as if she had gone mad. She cried as she pounded her fists into Linsa's chest, cursing all the while. "Bastard! You son of a bitch!" Linsa did not resist, but let Tanya vent her inner dissatisfaction in pain. Time passed by, second by second. It's unclear how much time passed, but Tanya's fists gradually slowed down and finally stopped. Her body felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she leaned limply against Linsu. Linsa gently stroked Tanya's hair and asked tenderly, "Have you vented enough?" Tanya raised her head and pouted as if in a huff. "You wish. You've hurt me for so long, don't think you can just let it go so easily." Linsa smiled slightly and said softly, "How about we go somewhere else and I'll let you continue hitting me?" Tanya's eyes lit up. "Where to?" The scene then shifts, and the two appear at a nearby hotel. Perhaps because she was too shy, Tanya kept her head down from the moment she entered the hotel. Whether checking in or being led around the hotel by Linsa, she never looked up once. She looked like a shy and adorable young girl stepping into a hotel for the first time. Once the two arrived at the suite, she acted like a little white rabbit about to be pounced on by a hungry wolf. What do you want to do?" "You wanted to hit me, so of course I'll let you teach me a lesson." Linsu grinned mischievously. Meanwhile, the two Wang sisters, who had left earlier, finally returned home. However, when the two looked at the mountain of bags piled up at the door, they couldn't help but feel troubled. Especially Wang Xiuyu, don't be too smug when you're spending money. But when I got home, I realized I had bought so many things. If it were just the two of them, it would definitely take them more than 10 minutes to move everything. Just as the two were getting a headache from the bags scattered all over the floor, the door to room 1202 creaked open slowly at that critical moment. As the door opened, a petite figure appeared in the doorway. Without a doubt, the person who came out was Bairuoro. When Bairuoro saw the mountain of bags piled up in the hallway, her eyes widened like saucers and her mouth gaped open as if an egg could fit inside. "Sister Ing, did you strike it rich? How come you bought so much stuff?" Bairuoro asked in surprise. Seeing Bairuoro's surprised expression, Wang Ying gave a helpless wry smile, then shook her head and explained. "I didn't buy any of these." "Huh? You didn't buy it? Then who did?" Bairuoro became even more curious and asked. Wang Ying pointed to Wang Qiuyu, who was carrying things into the house, and sighed, saying, "Most of these were bought by my boyfriend for my sister Qiuyu." Bai Ruoruo followed Wang Ying's gaze and indeed saw the girl who was moving things. All of these were bought by him? Bai Ruoruo's voice trembled slightly, and her delicate face was filled with disbelief. Wang Ying nodded and hummed in agreement. Bai Ruoruo's heart was in turmoil, she was shocked beyond words. She never expected that the shameless man was so rich. Just as Bai Ruoruo was still in shock, Wang Qiuyu suddenly stopped what she was doing and called out to Wang Ying. "Sis, hurry up and move it, I want to try on my new clothes as soon as possible." Hearing Wang Qiuyu's urging, Wang Ying finally snapped out of her daze and quickly started helping to move the things. Bai Ruoruo, who had also come to her senses, joined in. "Let me help you too. Won't this be too much trouble? We're all neighbors, what's the trouble? Then I won't be polite." Chapter 68 Wang Ying's Gift. Finally finished cleaning up, I'm exhausted. In the living room, Wang Qiuyu spoke as she collapsed onto the sofa like a lump of mud. Looking at the exhausted Wang Qiuyu, Wang Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Just as Wang Ying was about to go to the kitchen to pour Wang Qiuyu a glass of water, Bai Ruoruo suddenly said something. "Sister Ying, if there's nothing else I can help you with, then I'll be going now." Upon hearing this, Wang Ying quickly turned around, a look of anxiety on her face. "Ruoruo, don't rush off." Bai Ruoruo was startled by Wang Ying's reaction. She looked at Wang Ying with surprise and asked, "Is there anything else?" Wang Ying hurriedly walked to Bai Ruoruo's side, gently took her hand, and led her to sit down on the sofa. Then, as if by magic, Wang Ying picked up a glass of juice from the table, smiled, and handed it to Bai Ruoruo, saying gently, "Of course. You rest here for a while, I'll be right out. Remember, don't leave." Wang Ying's tone was full of sincerity and expectation, which made Bai Ruoruo feel a little at a loss. She took the juice and nodded. After giving a few more instructions, Wang Ying turned and quickly walked into the room, closing the door behind her. Bai Ruoruo was left sitting alone on the sofa, looking around blankly. She didn't know why Wang Ying was suddenly being so mysterious, nor did she know what she was doing in the room. Time passed second by second. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the door opened, and Wang Ying came out carrying several large bags. Upon seeing this, Bai Ruoruo quickly stood up and asked in confusion, "Sister Ying, what's wrong?" Wang Ying smiled slightly and explained. "Since my younger sister is willing to come and help, I naturally can't let her go back empty-handed. I just happened to buy too many things before, and there's not enough room at home, so I'm giving some to my younger sister." Bai Ruoruo quickly waved her hand, "No, this is too expensive." She knew very well that these things were definitely not as simple as ordinary cosmetics and skincare products. Because when she helped move things before, she saw those exquisite packages, and the brand logos on them were all international big brands that she could only see in magazines. They're not expensive at all, just some ordinary cosmetics and skincare products. "Qiuyu and I can't use them all, so you're helping us out, sister." But Bai Ruoruo still hesitated. However, Wang Ying didn't give her a chance to refuse any further and forcibly put the bag in her hands. "If my sister doesn't accept me, it means she doesn't want to acknowledge me as her older sister." Seeing this, Bai Ruoruo felt somewhat helpless. She knew that Wang Ying was deliberately putting pressure on her so that she couldn't refuse the gift. In the end, Bai Ruoruo had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept this somewhat hot potato of a gift. "Well, thank you, sister." "You're welcome. Let's go, I'll take you home." Seeing this, Wang Ying's smile became even brighter. Not long after, Wang Ying returned to the living room with a beaming smile. But Wang Qiuyu suddenly sat up and looked at Wang Ying with a suspicious gaze. "Sis, something's not right with you." "Something's not right?" Wang Ying wondered. "You looked so distressed when you bought those things before, but now you're just giving them away to others so casually. Don't you think that's a bit much?" "That's because Ruoruo helped. Besides, Ruoruo is our neighbor. Isn't it only right that I get along well with her?" Wang Ying said somewhat guiltily. "Building a good relationship? But why do I feel like you're deliberately trying to please Ruoruo?" Wang Qiuyu turned into a detective. Wang Ying's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm and said, "How could I possibly try to please a girl who's even younger than you?" "Really not?" Wang Qiuyu was still skeptical. Seeing this, Wang Ying had no choice but to resort to her trump card. "You little brat, you've really gone wild since starting college. It was one thing to slander your brother-in-law before, but now you dare to doubt your sister. Fine. I'll return everything in the house right now. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu immediately became restless. Forget about resting, she rushed into the room to guard her belongings. No, my brother-in-law bought it for me. Wang Ying finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the door slam shut behind her. We almost got exposed. Meanwhile, in room 1202, across the street, Ruoroa seemed to have lost her mind, sitting blankly on the sofa, still holding the things Wang Ying had given her. Why did Sister Ring give me these things? The little girl was completely baffled. It's perfectly normal to help send a return gift. This was the first time she had ever seen such a precious return gift. Moreover, she was certain that this was definitely not just a simple return gift. Could it be him? Ruoroa thought of the man who stole her first kiss and made her do things that were hard to talk about. If it's because of him, then everything makes sense. However, this also suggests that Wang Ying may have found out about her relationship with that guy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken it upon herself to give herself a gift. While other wives beat up mistresses, this wife actually gave her mistress a gift. This is truly unprecedented. Wait a minute. Who's the mistress? We're not in that kind of relationship. I am Ruoroa, how could I be a mistress? I should find some time to return the things to Sister Ring. I can't let her misunderstand me. Although that's what she was thinking, Ruoroa's gaze still involuntarily drifted to the bag in her hand. That place is full of internationally renowned brands. Since leaving home, she has been living a frugal life, and she hasn't used these big brands that she used to use every day for a long time. Why don't we use it first? It's already been delivered to us. We can always pay him back when we have the money later. Having made up her mind, Ruoroa was no longer confused. She happily went to the vanity mirror, ready to dress herself up beautifully. Just then, the phone next to me suddenly vibrated. Ruoroa initially didn't want to pay attention, but when she saw the caller ID, her expression became noticeably unnatural. But in the end, she still picked up the phone. Hello, it's me. Meanwhile, unsuspecting Lin Su was still undergoing a ritual called reconciliation with Tanya. Neither of them would let the other off the hook, whether it was Tanya, whose feelings for her were growing, or Lin Su, whose desires were running high. The entire room was enveloped by the intense heat emanating from the two of them. But even the most blazing flames will eventually die out. After what seemed like an eternity, the two finally calmed down. At this moment, Tanya felt no trace of sorrow or despair, only boundless happiness and contentment. As for Lin Su, he was grinning from ear to ear. He won Tanya over in the time it took to go shopping. He could laugh in his dreams. The two snuggled close together at the head of the bed, savoring this rare moment of warmth and comfort. After a long while, Tanya finally spoke slowly. Does this mean we're officially together? But Lin Su's answer was quite unexpected. Not yet. No, it doesn't count? You're not thinking of running away again, are you? Tanya visibly panicked. Lin Su smiled slightly. How could that be? What I mean is that you have to give me a baby first. Have a baby? Tanya frowned. Of course, I came here with a mission. If you don't give me a baby, I won't be able to complete my mission, and then I'll have to go back to my clan. You're so wicked, you should go back home. Chapter 69. Winning over Tanya. Can I really get pregnant? Tanya couldn't help but worry. She had been with her ex-husband for several years, but her belly showed no signs of pregnancy. Although this was largely due to the fact that the two of them spent little time together, she found it hard not to think about herself. Seeing this, Lin Su quickly comforted him. Don't worry, you will definitely get pregnant. How did you know? Tanya looked up curiously. That's because he has a system. The pregnancy rate for women with Down syndrome is as high as 95%. The probability of getting pregnant within 7 days is as high as 100%. Although there was a little friction between the two, which caused some delays, as long as he tries harder these next few days, there shouldn't be any problem getting pregnant within 7 days. However, the system was too important for Lin Su, and he wasn't the kind of man who would be bewitched by a woman. Because my family has a magical method that allows me to find the most suitable person to reproduce with. Is there really such a miraculous method? Tanya exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Su nodded solemnly. My Lin family has a history of thousands of years. It existed as early as the beginning of the Dragon Kingdom. Our family has preserved many methods that are hard for ordinary people to imagine. But even the strongest family cannot withstand the passage of time. My Lin family is declining day by day. If new descendants cannot be produced, it won't be long before my Lin family is completely wiped out in the long river of history. As he spoke, Lin's handsome face occasionally revealed an undisguised sadness and pain. It is often said that women are emotional beings. Sure enough, Lin So only showed a little bit of emotion, and Tanya felt extremely distressed. Tanya held Lin's hands firmly and said, "No, the Lin family will be fine. I'm here. I'll have children for you, lots and lots of children." Really? You're really willing? Lin So looked at Tanya excitedly, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Yes, I do. Don't you mind that I have many women? Don't you mind that I can't spend all my time with you? Lin So asked again. Tanya smiled and shook her head. I minded before, but I don't mind now, because I know you did all this for your family. Although I, Tanya, am not a great person, I am willing to sacrifice myself for my man. You're so kind. Lin So was deeply moved. This was a heartfelt expression of emotion, because everything he said was a lie, yet the woman in front of him believed it and even uttered these righteous words. How could he not be moved? If you feel guilty, then you should spend more time with me in the future. I really don't want to live that kind of life where I have to do everything by myself anymore. Yes, I will definitely spend more time with you in the future, and do some things with you that you've always wanted to do but haven't had the chance to. I trust you. The two embraced tightly, and their love for each other reached a whole new level at that moment. After a long while, Tanya broke the silence. Honey, I'm hungry. Should I go out and buy you something to eat? No, I don't want to be separated from you. Shall we go out to eat together? No, I can't walk. You don't want this, you don't want that, so what do you want? Can't we just order takeout? But the food that was delivered wasn't hot. I don't mind. As long as I can be with you, I'd be willing to eat plain rice soaked in water. That's great. I'll have to work hard today. Hey! What are you doing? You haven't ordered takeout yet. It's okay, ordering takeout and doing other things won't interfere with each other. The scene shifts, and the two, their faces glowing, are sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing as they eat their takeout. How is it? Is it delicious? Lin So asked with concern. Tanya nodded repeatedly. It's delicious, honey, you should eat some too. As she spoke, Tanya picked up a piece of braised pork. Lin So immediately opened his mouth in agreement. Watching Lin So eat the food she fed him, Tanya felt incredibly satisfied. At this moment, Tanya seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned her gaze to the television opposite her, asking curiously, Honey, could these two beautiful live streamers be people you chose too? Following Tanya's gaze, one could see that the television screen opposite was displaying a live PK player versus player interface. The two beautiful female anchors on the screen, engaged in a battle of epic proportions, are none other than Tao Xiaotao, who failed to win the battle earlier, and Li Shimeng, a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers. Lin So's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. What do you think? Of course, otherwise you wouldn't have kept staring at them while you were eating, Tanya said with a hint of resentment. Is my yaoer jealous? Lin So teased. Tanya gave Lin So a reproachful look. I'm not jealous of you at all. I just think it's such a waste that these two lovely girls are both wasting their time on you, you womanizer. What do you mean by ruining them? It's clearly me conquering them with my personal charm, isn't it? Lin So said shamelessly. TCH, do you even have any integrity? All you have is lust. Honey, you seem a bit resentful. It's just too heavy, so what? How about we play a game? What game? Tanya asked curiously. Let's bet on who wins a PK between the two of them. The winner can make the other person do anything tonight. How about it? Are you in? Are you sure you want to do anything? Absolutely certain. Fine. I'll take your bet. However, I have one condition, you can't send them gifts. Who wins and who loses is entirely up to fate. No problem, we'll hand over all our phones so no one can cheat. But honey, I have to remind you, there's no going back on your word afterward. It's not certain who will win or lose yet, you might be the one begging for mercy in the end. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 70 Big Brothers Gone Wild. Brothers and sisters in the live stream, if you have tickets, please help Xiaotao get on the live stream. If you don't have tickets, you can click on the heart icon. Faced with such a soft and gentle coquettish voice, what man could resist the temptation? Sure enough, the number one fan in the livestream immediately jumped out. 9527, brothers, if you have any votes, go for it and help my sister-in-law win this PK. When my brother comes later, he will thank all the brothers and sisters in the livestream. As he spoke, a netizen named 9527 sent over all the ammunition he had saved up over the past few months. Tao Xiaotao, wow, thank you 9527 for the 2 super rockets. Everyone, please follow 9527. Besides the thanks from the streamer, the live stream room was also bustling with activity. Almost all of them expressed their gratitude to 9527. 1314:9527 Big Brother is awesome. Blue Enchantress, Big Brother, do you want to take on a follower? Not killing nameless nobodies, Big Brother is awesome. Even many old acquaintances have joined in. Blue Mood, turns out 9527 is the real boss. I don't eat cilantro, brother, look at other people. Codename 007, good grief, he got away with it. 9527, who has never been the eldest brother before, is now bursting with a sense of satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to be the eldest brother. On a whim, he checked his bank card balance and ultimately pressed the recharge button. Ding! Top up successful. 100,000 Douyin coins have been credited to your account. Brother, I'm doing this all for your wife, you can't forget about your brother. Soon after, special effects started appearing in the live stream chat. 9527 sent out a super-sized rocket. 9527 sent out 2 super rockets. 9527 sent out 3 super rockets. The new audience members who witnessed all of this were completely thrilled. After all, nothing is more exciting than watching the Big Brother unleash special effects. Those elderly people who knew 9527 well were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Blue Mood, holy crap, is Brother 9 really back in action? Codename 007, what's going on? Is it really being set up? White Dragon in the waves, the real Big Brother who has been hiding for a long time. Besides the shocked audience in the livestream, Tanya, watching on screen, also looked astonished. Before 9527 took the shot, Li Shiming's score was much higher than Tao Xiaotao's. But now the two are almost evenly matched. She couldn't help but look at the man in her arms with suspicion. Could this 9527 be a shill you hired? Linsa glanced at the somewhat familiar ID and said with a smile, I've already handed in my phone, where am I supposed to find someone to plant a plant? Since you knew they were going to have a PK battle today, you might have hired someone beforehand. Tanya continued to question. That's certainly possible, but I didn't know I'd run into you today, my wife. Linsa's words instantly silenced Tanya. Wife, if you're scared, you can admit defeat. I promise I won't go too far, Linsa said with a lewd grin. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. There's still a long time before the PK ends, so don't be too arrogant. After giving Linsu a fierce glare, Tanya turned her gaze back to the battlefield. Because of 9527's strong performance, the score has been tied. The happiest person in the room was undoubtedly Tao Xiaotao. She had originally planned to ask Linsu for a favor. Unexpectedly, a super rich person was hiding in the livestream. Looking at Li Shiming, she also looked astonished. Li Shiming now knows that she and Tao Xiaotao have become good friends. Therefore, this competition was purely a stage set up by the two of them to gain followers and make money together. Both of them knew what the final outcome would be. But she never expected that a Chang Yaojin would suddenly appear. Although she didn't know why this was happening, the atmosphere was right, and she had to put on a show. Apply some eye drops and put on a pitiful look. Brother Dongfang, the other team is about to overtake us. Aren't you going to make a move? There are only 3 minutes left. Faced with the beautiful woman's request, the level 60 true Big Brother Dongfang Zhoubai was truly in a dilemma. He spent millions on Li Shiming, but he hasn't even gotten close to her yet. It would be such a pity to give up like this. But if he gets trapped with hundreds of thousands of dollars again like last time, then he'll really be a complete fool. After much hesitation, he still unleashed Dragon's Roar. As the enormous Azure Dragon dominated the entire screen, the previously evenly matched score instantly became a one-sided affair. Wow! Thank you, Brother Dongfang, for the Dragon's Roar. Meng knew Brother Dongfang was the best. Tanya was equally excited. She didn't expect the situation to turn around so quickly. She looked smugly at the lazy person in her arms. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Unexpectedly, Lin Su didn't seem to mind at all and remained confident. Don't get too excited yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the same Azure Dragon appeared in Tao Xiaodao's livestream. And not just one, but a total of 3. 13-14, 3 dragons march forth, leaving not a blade of grass standing. Ingxue, holy crap! Which super rich person has arrived this time? Codename 007, here he comes. Here he comes. He's here. That man has arrived. Hui Huang, if you don't understand, just ask, who is that man? 9527, of course, it's my own brother who's here. Brothers, line up and welcome my brother Galloping Horse to the livestream. Not eating cilantro, ah. Dad, you're finally here. That's right, the ID that topped the leaderboard is none other than Suma Bentang, a name familiar to many veteran viewers of the livestream. Tao Xiaotao was stunned when she saw that ID. She didn't ask for help, so how did she suddenly appear? After a brief moment of surprise, a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. I knew the master had been keeping an eye on them. Compared to the shy Tao Xiaotao, Li Shiming's mood was not so pleasant. Others might not know who that galloping horse was, but how could she not know? But she quickly composed herself and continued to act coquettishly. Brother Dongfang, look, that guy on the other side is attacking again. You don't want to see Meng Meng get beaten up and cry, do you? At this moment, Dongfang Joubai's lips were twitching. 2 days ago, when Yume Media spent millions on advertising, the person named Sima Bentang disappeared without a trace. The moment he made his move today, the other party showed up. What does this mean? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? I actually fell for that. I refuse to believe you're richer than me. Press the recharge button. Ding. Top up successful. 10 million Douyin coins credited to your account. Come on. Let's fight. I'll see who you really are today. The next second, countless Azure Dragons roared in Li Shiming's livestream. 1, 2, 3. The screen was filled with the dense, overwhelming images of dragons, making it impossible to even see the comments. At the same time, Li Shiming's points were also increasing at a rapid pace. In less than a minute, Tao Xiaodao's health bar was reduced to a single line again. At this point, only 30 seconds remained before the PK ended. Overwhelmed with excitement, Tanya ignored Lin Su on her lap and shouted excitedly. Ah! We won! We won! Chapter 71. The eldest brother is in a bad mood and wants to eat meat. Codename 007, holy crap! 100 dragons right off the bat, how are we supposed to play? I don't eat cilantro, hey dad across the street, I'm here. 9527, it's just 100 dragons, my older brother can handle it with ease. Everyone just need to get ready to record the screen. LV60 little white dragon in the waves, actually, I don't think it's necessary to go up again. Brother, you've already done enough. It's just a PK, there's no need to fight to the death. Blue mood, brother Bai Long's vision is commendable. Codename 007, I think so too, let's leave it at that. 9527, no way, I've already spent over 10,000. If I lose, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Codename 007, nobody forced you to do this, you just insisted on showing off like a big shot. 9527, I'm doing this to help my older brother. Codename 007, help your older brother? Then call him older brother and see if he answers. 9527, Seeing the constant infighting in the live stream, Tao Xiaotao had no choice but to step in personally. Brother Long is right. The other side has already put up so many votes, there's no need to put up any more. After all, the big shot's money doesn't grow on trees. As she spoke, she thoughtfully sent a message to Lin Su, telling her to stop scrolling. Strangely, she messaged Lin Su, but Hong Na replied. It was then that she learned that Hong Na had been using Lin Su's account to send her gifts. She messaged me to tell me that Lin Su's account was out of Douyin coins, and also to apologize. Although Tao Xiaodao felt a little disappointed, she was alright. After all, Li Shiming on the other side didn't receive a gift from Lin Su. But she did receive it, even though he didn't deliver it to her personally. Thinking of this, she immediately put on a gentle expression. Although I lost the PK, I still want to thank all the brothers and sisters in the livestream for their support, especially Brother Sima Bending, Brother Long, and our new big brothers, 9527 and Brother 9. Thank you for your supportive shout out. 9527, no. I don't need thanks. Codename 007, haha, Brother 9. Blue Mood, let's congratulate Brother 9 on becoming the eldest brother. LV60 Little White Dragon in the Waves, congratulations, Brother 9. Compared to the cheerful atmosphere in Tao Xiaodao's livestream, the atmosphere in the neighboring livestream was a bit less pleasant. The source of this trouble was none other than Dongfang Zhoubai, who had spammed 100 dragon roars. He unleashed 100 azure dragons with overwhelming force, just to intimidate the person named Galloping Horse. Unexpectedly, he was actually stunned. The engine stalled again. No, brother, you weren't like this last time. Last time, didn't I get 10, while you got dozens of azure dragons? Why aren't you refreshing this time? Hey bro, hurry up and spend some points. If you don't refresh it, then all 100 of my azure dragons will be wasted. However, the opponent's health bar did not change at all until the PK time ended. No. Feeling cheated, Dongfang started wailing in the livestream. However, the viewers who didn't understand kept praising the older brother in the comments. Brother, you're awesome. Does the boss take on underlings? The paid kind. Hey bro, do you need a wife? The kind to warm your bed. Brother, you're awesome. Big brother is awesome. Having become accustomed to this kind of excessive praise, Dongfang Zhoubai was already numb to it. No way. He's already spent the money, he has to eat meat. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and opened Li Shimeng's private WeChat. Before long, Li Shimeng received an invitation from her good brother. Brother made you win so impressively this time, now Meng should be able to go out to eat with brother, right? Li Shimeng smiled slightly and replied, okay. Meanwhile, in the suite outside the screen, Tanya, the victor, had already begun to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Now in her rightful place, she sat on the sofa with a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Behind her, the slave Lin Su was giving his master Tanya a massage with a fawning expression. Pound harder. Have you not eaten? I'm sorry, master. I only ate 4 steamed buns and a bowl of pickled vegetables today. I'm not very full. You're not even getting a proper massage if you haven't eaten enough, or I'll cut off your meals for the rest of the month. Yes. Just then, Tao Xiaotao and Li Shimeng, who were live streaming, also ended their broadcasts one after another. Not only that, Li Shimeng also called Tao Xiaotao. Congratulations, Meng. Another big spender has showered you with millions of gifts today. Tao Xiaotao said with a smile. We have to thank Sister Xiaotao. If it weren't for Sister Xiaotao getting 3 dragons on her side, that idiot wouldn't have gotten hooked. Li Shimeng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Tao Xiaotao naturally understood what Li Shimeng meant, so she smiled and teased her. Since I contributed to this, how about you share half of the money you earned from gifts with me, little cutie? Okay. Li Shimeng blurted out. Tao Xiaotao was stunned she had just said it offhand. At this moment, Li Shimeng suddenly changed her mind. However, Sister Xiaotao, you have to do me a favor first. What kind of help are you in? Tao Xiaotao asked curiously. It's that guy who spent millions. Big brother? Upon learning the whole story, Tao Xiaotao's expression turned serious. But he's not with me right now. It's not with you? Then how could he send you gifts? It's my sister. He gave her the number before he left so she could support me, Tao Xiaotao explained. What should we do? He asked me to meet him at the hotel in an hour, but I still can't get in touch with him. Li Shimeng frowned. Don't worry, I'll try making a call. As she spoke, Tao Xiaotao started making a phone call. On the other side, Lin Su had already been tied to the bed by Tanya, and even his eyes and ears were plugged. How could he possibly answer the phone when he was barely able to take care of himself? Unsurprisingly, Tao Xiaotao failed again. Just then, she suddenly had a brilliant idea. Or, how about I go with you? You're coming with me? Li Shimeng asked in surprise. Yes. That guy is definitely clinging to you. If I go with you, he won't dare to lay a hand on you. But what if he tries to kill everyone if you go? Then let's call my best friends too. I refuse to believe that he, a single man, can beat the 4 of us. Okay. Let's do it this way. Chapter 72 Is the mysterious big brother a pretty boy? In the dimly lit room. The trembling man was bound hand and foot to the bed. Not far from him, a beautiful woman was preparing a special weapon. I'm sorry, honey. I was too harsh earlier. Please forgive me this time. But the woman clearly had no intention of letting the man go. With a slight upturn of her lips, a malicious smile appeared on her face. Don't be afraid, I'll be very gentle. Don't want. Meanwhile, Li Shimeng, who had finished her broadcast early, reunited with her friends outside the Lanting Hotel. When sisters meet, a round of pleasantries is naturally inevitable. Sure enough, the sensible Li Shimeng immediately praised Tao Xiaotao, who was once her rival and is now her good friend. Wow! Sister Tao, you're even prettier in person than on the live stream. Li Shimeng praised without reservation. Although Tao Xiaotao knew that these were just polite words, she was still very happy to hear them. Meng, you're even cuter than on the live stream. No wonder so many people like you. Li Shimeng became a little embarrassed by the praise. Actually, it's alright. Just then, as if suddenly remembering something, Tao Xiaotao quickly pulled the somewhat shy Li Shimeng along and walked briskly to Hong Na and Lu Yang. Meng, come here, let me introduce you. This is my best friend, Hong Na. She used to be the housekeeper of a high-end residential community. Tao Xiaotao introduced enthusiastically. Then, Tao Xiaotao pointed at Lu Yang and said with a smile. This is Lu Yang, Sister Yang. She used to be a car saleswoman, specializing in all kinds of luxury cars. Nana, Yang Jia, this is Li Shimeng, the internet celebrity with millions of followers whom I've mentioned before. Ah, we know. We even watched your epic showdown today. Hong Na said with a smile, then extended her friendly little hand without hesitation. Hello, Meng, my name is Hong Na. I'm a bit older than you, so you can just call me Sister Na. Okay, Sister Na, it's nice to meet you, Li Shimeng replied with a smile. I'm the oldest here, so just call me Sister Yang, Lu Yang said with a smile. Okay, Yang Jia, please take care of me in the future. Li Shimeng replied very obediently. Friendships between women come quickly, they become familiar with each other after just a few introductions. If they didn't have important things to do at the moment, they probably would have already arranged to go for a massage and go shopping together. So what should we say later? Hong Na broke the silence first. 4 people are too many. Let's split into 2 groups, Tao Xiaotao suddenly said. Split into 2 groups? Tao Xiaotao nodded. Meng and I will go see that big brother later. Yang Jie and Nana will watch from the side. If you find anything wrong, call the police immediately. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to call the police? You're both internet celebrities. If this gets out of hand, your careers will be greatly affected, right? Lu Yang couldn't help but worry. So what if it affects us? We can just quit being internet celebrities. It's not like we're not going to be left without someone to support us, right, Meng? Tao Xiaotao has completely come to terms with it. She can't be an internet celebrity forever, sooner or later she'll retire from the spotlight. But Lin Su is different. She only has one. If she makes him unhappy, she might lose him forever. Li Shimeng nodded repeatedly. Sister Xiaotao is right. Since you've made your decision, let's do it your way. Let's go then, he must be getting impatient. Before long, the 4 sisters arrived at the open-air restaurant of the Blue Garden Hotel. After exchanging a knowing glance with Hong Na and Lu Yang, Tao Xiaotao followed Li Shimeng to their agreed-upon seats. That seat was located at the very back of the open-air restaurant. It's right next to the balcony, making it a fantastic spot in this open-air restaurant to enjoy the night view. However, the fact that such a prime location could be booked so easily undoubtedly demonstrates just how wealthy that mysterious man is. As the 2 women approached the seat, the profile of the mysterious man gradually came into view. Surprisingly, his back was not as rugged as one might expect. Instead, it appeared rather thin, making one wonder if it was a woman's back. Moreover, his attire was quite unique. He was wearing a white suit jacket, white trousers, and white leather shoes. Even the hat he was wearing was white. It could be said that he was completely enveloped in white from head to toe, as if he had blended into the night. Of course, besides his pure white attire, his skin was also exceptionally fair and tender, like white jade, delicate and smooth, with a faint luster. Even Tao Xiaotao and Li Shimeng, who are both women, couldn't believe that their skin was better than each other's. This caused the 2 women, who were initially worried about the trip, to become curious about the man dressed entirely in white. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the 2 finally arrived in front of the man. Excuse me, are you brother Dongfang Jiubai? Meanwhile, inside a suite at the hotel. After Tanya fell asleep, Lin Cece quickly took a cool shower and then sat on the sofa to drink an ice-cold beer. He's used up too much energy, he needs to recover. Otherwise, if things continue like this, he'll die sooner or later. Just then, he seemed to remember something and quickly started looking for his phone. He searched for quite a while before finally finding his phone under the sofa. When he turned on his phone, he found that there were no fewer than 10 missed calls. Moreover, none of those missed calls came from the same person. There were ones from Li Shimeng, Tao Xiaotao, Hong Na, and even Lu Yang. It's abnormal for one person to fight this many, let alone 4 people. He was just about to call Hong Na when a WeChat message popped up at the top of the screen. The next second, he blurted it out. Damn it! They actually dared to steal my boyfriend. Chapter 73 The Pretty Boy is a Woman? Sister Yang, I feel like something's not right. Hong Na suddenly spoke up, her voice revealing a hint of worry. At this moment, they were sitting in a corner of the open-air restaurant, but their eyes were fixed on the 3 people at the far end. There were 2 women and a man, chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. However, Hong Na frowned deeply, seemingly puzzled by the scene. Lu Yang, standing to the side, also frowned, clearly puzzled by Tao Xiaotao and Li Shimeng's strange behavior. Time passed slowly, and neither of them spoke, simply observing the 3 people silently. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Hong Na couldn't help but speak again. Sister Yang, look! That guy's arms are wrapped around it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang quickly followed Hong Na's gaze. Sure enough, there she saw the man in white gently placing his long, slender fingers on Li Shimeng's body, as if testing something. In an instant, Lu Yang's face turned extremely pale, and even his body began to tremble slightly. What should we do? Sister Yang, should we call the police? Hong Na asked anxiously, her voice tinged with panic. Lu Yang's gaze fell once again on Tao Xiaotao and Li Shimeng, who were not far away. The 2 women continued chatting and laughing, seemingly oblivious to what was happening around them. The 2 women's feigned ignorance made Lu Yang even more suspicious, and she couldn't help but begin to doubt their feelings for Lin Su. Could it be that their feelings for Lin Su were all fake? Were they just bought off by other men with money? Just then, Hong Na's increasingly urgent voice suddenly rang in her ears. Sister Yang, you need to make a decision quickly. That guy's hand is about to go inside. If you listen carefully, you can still hear a hint of a sob in your voice. Lu Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, sighed, and said, in that case, let's call the police. Upon receiving the signal, Hong Na didn't hesitate and immediately took out her phone to call the police to arrest the harasser. Before she could finish typing her number, a large hand suddenly snatched her phone away. Are you crazy? Why did you steal my phone? Hong Na, who had been going crazy, looked up and saw that the person who had come was Lin Su. Husband. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang immediately raised his head and looked at Lin Su in a cautious and nervous voice. Husband. Meanwhile, in the innermost seats, Tao Xiaotao and Li Shimeng were completely unaware of Lin Su's arrival, still engrossed in their pleasant conversation with the man in front of them. Their laughter rose and fell, as if they and this man were the only people in the world. Moreover, their bright eyes occasionally revealed a hint of admiration for the man. This worship is not blind, but stems from the unique charm emanating from men, which irresistibly draws them in. The man in front of her clearly enjoyed being admired by the beautiful woman. The corners of his mouth occasionally turned up slightly, revealing a hint of smugness. Just then, the man suddenly asked, "Do you know what the world's largest waterfall is?" His voice was clear and melodious, like heavenly music in the quiet moonlight. What is it? But the 2 girls asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to know the answer. Seeing this, the man's smile grew even brighter. However, just as he was about to answer the 2 beauties' question, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly came from behind him. I don't know what the world's largest waterfall is, but I know you probably won't have the chance to see it again. The unfamiliar voice startled the man. When he turned around, he saw a handsome, tall, and slender man standing in front of him. Who are you? How dare you interrupt my pursuit of a lady? Lin Su snorted coldly, his voice filled with intense anger. Holding my woman, who do you think I am? His words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the air and leaving everyone stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, the man said with a half smile. Your woman? Are you talking about Xiao Tao or Shimeng? Lin Su frowned slightly, his eyes growing increasingly gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, they are all. The man was clearly not expected Lin Su to answer like that. He paused for a moment, then laughed. However, that smile still carried a hint of mockery and sarcasm. You shouldn't make jokes like that. However, Lin Su was not affected by his laughter. His voice remained cold and devoid of any warmth. I'm not in the mood for jokes. After saying that, his gaze, as cold as a star, fell directly on Li Shimeng and Tao Xiaotao. I'm giving you 3 seconds to get over here right now, or you'll face the consequences. Lin Su's voice was full of authority, making it impossible to ignore. This was the first time Li Shimeng and Tao Xiaotao had seen Lin Su so cold, and they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Without any hesitation, the 2 women immediately prepared to break free from the men beside them and return to Lin Su's side. However, the man did not seem to want to let them go easily, and he quickly began to bewitch the 2 women. My 2 beauties, you don't need to be afraid of him. With me here, he won't dare to do anything to you. No, let me go. Tao Xiaotao struggled fiercely, and Li Shimeng also tried to struggle. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break free from this handsome young man. In the end, Tao Xiaotao was so anxious that she almost cried. Please let me go, okay? Seeing the beautiful woman shed tears, the man felt an indescribable heartache. My beauty, what's so great about that stinky man? Dump him and come with me. I'll take you to see the beautiful landscapes of our motherland, how about it? No. I don't want to. Let me go. Seeing the woman in his arms struggling more and more violently, the man, unable to bear letting go of the mutton he had just obtained, could only look at Lin Su. Hey you, name your price. How much would it take for you to give me both of them? Lin Su laughed too. This pretty boy not only flirted with his woman in public, but he actually wanted to buy her. This is intolerable. I'm afraid you can't afford this price. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Su stepped forward and grabbed the man's collar tightly. Whether it was because he used too much force or because the man's clothes were of poor quality, the button on the man's chest just popped open. Lin Su also saw something he shouldn't have seen. You're a woman? Chapter 70 for the madwoman Yu Shireen. Name, Yu Shireen. Age, 25. Height, 170. Weight, 98. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 30. Pregnancy probability, 80%, with an 83% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.3. Holy crap! This pretty boy is actually a woman. And it also has a 96-point good looks. The chances of getting pregnant are not low. The overall rating is an amazing 9.3. Wow! However, this level of favorability is a bit awkward. Lin Su was furious when he learned that Li Shimeng, Tao Xiaotao, and others had secretly met with the top leader of the list. Regardless of how Tanya would react upon discovering his absence, he abandoned her and rushed to the hotel. He saw his 2 women being hugged and groped by a strange man. Lin Su's face turned green instantly. He never expected to be cuckolded in public. However, when he went up to him, he found that the man was actually a pretty boy, and his face was really too handsome. Even he, who was very confident in his appearance, was stunned. Not only was he incredibly handsome, but he also didn't expect that even after personally coming to catch them in the act of adultery, this person still wouldn't release them. Not only that, he even had the audacity to ask him to give up Li Shimeng and Tao Xiaotao. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Lin Su immediately prepared to teach this pretty boy a lesson. But who would have thought that his angry grab would reveal the other person's true gender? I didn't know you were a woman, please forgive me, miss. Lin Su said awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. But Yu Shireen showed no intention of forgiving him. Her face instantly turned gloomy, her once beautiful features now appearing as if covered in frost, and a cold voice came from her slightly parted lips. Just because you don't know I'm a woman doesn't mean you can lay a hand on me. Do you know that just that one move you made, I could have someone cripple your hand? Lin Su inwardly cried out in alarm. He hadn't expected Yu Shireen to be so disgusted by his revelation of her gender. He couldn't help but regret his impulsive actions, but since things had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and continue to deal with it. This. I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me next time. Yu Shireen remained unmoved. She snorted and continued speaking. Forgive you? Do you think that's possible? People like you who disrespect women should be taught a harsh lesson. Lin Su's anger gradually rose. He was a person with a somewhat impatient temper, and with Yu Shireen being so aggressive, his patience finally reached its limit. You crazy woman, don't push your luck. You were the one who flirted with my woman first, and now you dare to spout nonsense. Do you really think I, Lin Su, wouldn't dare to hit a woman? Lin Su's eyes widened in anger, and his voice unconsciously rose several octaves. Yu Shirin's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Su to suddenly lose his temper. But soon, that initial shock was replaced by unprecedented anger, and even her voice trembled slightly. What did you call me? Crazy woman? That's right, crazy woman. Lin Su repeated. As a woman, and such a beautiful one at that, instead of finding a suitable husband, she disguises herself as a man and harasses an innocent young woman. If she's not crazy, then who is? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening scream rang out outside the open-air restaurant. Ah! The piercing scream seemed to make the ground tremble slightly. Li Shimeng and Tao Xiaodao, who were the first to be hit, were forced to cover their ears to avoid this wave of physical damage. Lin Su, standing opposite Yu Shirin, remained expressionless, and his gaze towards Yu Shirin held a hint of rejection. After screaming, Yu Shirin, her face flushed red, looked like she had exploded with anger. Her chest heaved violently, and her beautiful eyes glared at Lin Su as if they were about to spit fire. Apologize to me. Yu Shirin's voice was filled with anger and authority, like a queen giving an order. However, Lin Su remained unusually calm in the face of Yu Shirin's rude request. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. Why should I? Lin Su asked casually, seemingly not taking Yu Shirin's words to heart at all. Because I am Yu Shirin. Yu Shirin gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with rage. Yu Shirin? Lin Su frowned, looking puzzled. Never heard of her. Are you famous? It wasn't that Lin Su was pretending to be stupid, he genuinely had no recollection of the name Yu Shirin. I'm just asking you, are you going to apologize today or not? Yu Shirin didn't respond to Lin Su's question, but repeated her demand again, her tone becoming increasingly forceful. Sorry, I don't have the habit of apologizing to unreasonable crazy women. Lin Su's reply was still crisp and concise. After saying that, Lin Su ignored Yu Shirin. He reached out and grabbed Li Shimeng and Tao Xiaodao, preparing to turn around and leave this place of trouble. However, the moment he turned around, a sharp gust of wind from behind struck him. Lin Su was startled. His body reacted instinctively, and he quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the punch. Bang! Yu Shirin's fist slammed into the air, making a dull thud. If Lin Su hadn't dodged in time, that punch would probably have landed squarely on the back of his head. It's uncertain whether he'll even be able to face people then. Yu Shirin was also astonished to see that her sneak attack had failed. She was acutely aware of her own abilities. But this man, who had no redeeming qualities other than being somewhat handsome, actually dodged the punch. How could she not be shocked? Before Yu Shirin could think any further, Lin Su, whose face had been gloomy, suddenly turned his head. His already deep and sharp eyes were now like an icy pool, cold and piercing. He stared intently at Yu Shirin, his lips slightly parted, and spoke in an extremely cold and emotionless tone. If you weren't a woman, you would be lying on the ground like a dog right now. These words seemed to have cast a spell, freezing Yu Shirin in place, making her completely unable to move. Even my thoughts went completely blank in an instant. She stared straight at Lin Su, as if she had lost control of her body, completely immersed in the shock brought by Lin Su's cold words. It took Yu Shirin an unknown amount of time to come to her senses. But when she looked around again, she was surprised to find that Lin Su and the others had vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events filled Yu Shirin with both anger and humiliation. Her face turned bright red with extreme rage, like a ripe apple. She was trembling with rage, stomped her foot angrily, and kept cursing, "Damn it! No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. Lin Su, is it? You just wait. I will absolutely not let this go. I will make you pay for what you said today. I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy like a dog." Chapter 75. Lin Su's questioning. Do you know you were wrong? The sudden outburst of anger was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploding in the quiet living room and making everyone's heart skip a beat. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Lin Su sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were wide open, as if they were about to spit fire. In front of him stood 4 beautiful women, like children who had made a mistake. In order, they are Li Shimeng, Tao Xiaodao, Hong Na, and Lu Yang. Although these 4 girls have very different styles, they all felt guilty and apologetic at this moment. Especially Li Shimeng, who was standing at the very front. Those beautiful eyes were now slightly red, with tears welling up in them, as if they were about to burst forth at any moment. Looking at her delicate face, it was filled with grievances, making one's heart ache. Besides Li Shimeng, Tao Xiaodao's situation is also not good. Although she looked aggrieved, she was mostly afraid and apprehensive. Her hands were clasped tightly together, trembling slightly, as if she was trying to restrain herself. Seeing this, Lin Si's anger grew even stronger, and he shouted loudly again. "What? You've gone deaf after just one trip out." This time, his voice was noticeably louder than before, making people's ears ring. Li Shimeng, who was the first to be affected, was so frightened that her body trembled violently, and her lips quivered as she tried to say something. But it was as if something was blocking her throat, and she couldn't make a sound. After a long while, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Yes, I'm sorry." However, before she could finish speaking, large tears, like pearls from a broken string, rolled down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground and splashing up a small patch of water. Lin Si did not soften his heart at all because the beautiful woman was crying instead. He continued to ask her profound questions. "Is sorry enough? Do you know what you've done today? What if the person you went to see today wasn't a woman disguised as a man? What if I hadn't gone today?" Sure enough, Li Shimeng felt even more guilty after hearing this, and tears streamed down her face like a burst dam. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, I'm so sorry." In an instant, the huge living room was filled with Li Shimeng's heartbreaking cries. Hong Na and the others wanted to stand up for Li Shimeng, but Lin Si was too terrifying at the moment, and they didn't dare to. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Si's sigh broke the slightly somber atmosphere. "Alright, you three go back to your rooms first." At first, Tao Xiaotao didn't realize what was happening. It wasn't until Hong Na pulled her along that she understood Lin Si's intention. Before long, only the cold-blooded Lin Si and the tearful Li Shimeng remained in the large living room. "Come here," Lin Si commanded. Li Shimeng, who was crying, paused for a moment, but eventually walked cautiously toward the man. When Li Shimeng approached, Lin Si asked in a slightly gentler tone, "Will you dare to meet other men without my permission again?" Li Shimeng shook her head repeatedly. "No, I wouldn't dare." "Are you really afraid, or are you just pretending?" "I really won't do it again, I'll never do it again." "Please don't be angry, please don't abandon Meng Meng, okay?" Li Shimeng cried as she humbly clung to Lin Si, her large, bright eyes filled with pleading. Seeing this, Lin Si's hardened heart softened considerably. He reached out and touched Li Shimeng's tear-stained cheeks, speaking in an incredibly gentle tone. "Silly girl, how could I possibly abandon you? You really won't abandon me?" Li Shimeng's voice was still very cautious, but there was a hint of hope in it. Lin Si smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'm also hoping that my Meng Meng will give me lots and lots of babies." But you were so angry just now, and you even yelled at Meng Meng." Li Shimeng pouted, feeling wronged. "I got angry so you would remember this lesson, and I yelled at you so you would remember it even more deeply. That way you won't make the same mistake again." Li Shimeng's eyes lit up. "So, you really don't mean to abandon me? I shouldn't be that muddle-headed yet." Before she could finish speaking, Li Shimeng couldn't contain her excitement and threw herself into Lin Si's arms, bursting into tears again. That's great, that's great." However, this time it was tears of joy. "Okay, stop crying. If you keep crying, you'll become ugly, and then I really won't want you anymore. If you don't want me, I'll kill myself," Li Shimeng declared resolutely. Lin Si was also slightly taken aback. "Do you like me that much? You are Meng Meng's first man, and the only man in her life. I don't care who you like." Upon hearing this, Lin Si could no longer suppress the surging emotions in his heart, and he cupped the little girl's cheeks and kissed her. Although Li Shimeng was somewhat surprised, she quickly recovered and responded happily. Meanwhile, Hong Na, who had been peeking from the doorway, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. After closing the door, she prepared to wash away her fatigue. But Tao Xiaotao nervously approached at that moment. "Nana, how's it outside?" "It's over," Hong Na said casually. However, Tao Xiaotao mistakenly believed that Lin Si and Li Shimeng had already ended their relationship. Her face turned visibly pale, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. "If that's how it ends for them, then what about me?" Hong Na was puzzled, wondering why her best friend was suddenly in such a panic. At this moment, Tao Xiaotao seemed to be possessed, pushed her away, and prepared to leave. "No, this can't be. It can't end like this. We've only just started dating, it can't end yet. Hong Na, realizing what was happening, quickly stopped her best friend. No, you can't go out now. Why? Do you want him to dump me? Oh dear. My big internet celebrity, you've misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What's the misunderstanding? Tao Xiaotao asked, puzzled. What I just said about the end is not that my husband and Meng Meng are over, but that my husband's trial is over, and now they are back together. Now that we've made up, why won't you let me out? They're doing shameful things outside, so why don't I let you go out? Ha? In the living room? What do you think? Big boobs, no brains. Who are you calling a big-breasted, brainless woman? I'm talking to you. So what? Hey! I'm going to fight you to the death today. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 76 The Sadness of Hong Na. You two are really something. I haven't even settled the score with you two for what happened before. And now you're fighting again in the house. On the sofa, Lin Se looked at the two women in front of him with disappointment and frustration. Their clothes were disheveled and their hair was like a bird's nest. One of them is Tao Xiaotao, and the other is Hong Na. Generally speaking, it's normal for women to fight. As the saying goes, when people don't see eye to eye, even half a sentence is too much when it comes to action, true skill is revealed. But these two women are true best friends who have been friends for several years. What Lin Se found even more infuriating was that he and Li Shimeng were deeply in love at the time and were ready to take up arms. But because of their argument, he lost all interest. She insulted me first. Tao Xiaotao's voice was sharp and high-pitched, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances. Hong Na, not to be outdone, retorted just as loudly, even with a hint of disdain, when did I insult you? I was just stating a fact. That's not true, you're insulting me. It's a fact, not an insult. No, it's an insult, not a fact. As the argument between the two women escalated, Lin Se finally lost his temper. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, then roared, enough. Shut up, all of you. The roar, like thunder, echoed throughout the room. The argument stopped abruptly, and the two of them obediently shut their mouths like two docile lambs. But Lin Se's face was terribly gloomy. He stared intently at Tao Xiaotao and said sternly, Xiaotao, what did she say to you? Tao Xiaotao's body trembled slightly. She lowered her head, seemingly afraid to look Lin Se in the eye. After a while, she said softly, she called me a big-breasted, brainless person. When Tao Xiaotao said this, her voice was full of grievance, which made people feel sorry for her. Upon hearing this, Lin Se couldn't help but chuckle. Is this considered swearing? Although Tao Xiaotao's breasts are indeed quite full, and sometimes she does give the impression of not being very smart. But this doesn't count as swearing, does it? However, seeing Tao Xiaotao's pitiful appearance, Lin Se's heart softened. He let out a deep sigh, as if his heart was filled with 1,000 helpless and 10,000 sorrowful thoughts, and slowly said, Nana, you should apologize to Xiaotao. However, Hong Na reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and retorted emotionally. Why should I? What I said is clearly the truth. Don't be fooled by Hong Na's usual docile and obedient demeanor in front of Lin Se. In reality, her personality is like a hedgehog covered in thorns. The reason she was so docile in front of Lin Se was entirely because Lin Se was rich and could satisfy her needs. Otherwise, given her volatile temper, how could she possibly listen to Lin Se's every word? I don't want to say it a second time, I apologize to Xiaotao. Lin Se's voice grew colder, with a hint of barely perceptible anger mixed in. Upon hearing these words, Hong Na's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Tears welled up in her eyes, as if they might roll down at any moment. Finally, she glared at Lin Se fiercely, then stormed off, filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. It wasn't until a loud bang rang out that Lin Se couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Are you satisfied with how things have turned out now? Although his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Tao Xiaotao dared not look Lin Se in the eye. Her lips trembled slightly as she spoke in a pitiful tone. I was just so scared, I was afraid you wouldn't want me anymore. Even if you're scared, you can't take it out on Hong Na. Don't you know that without Hong Na, we wouldn't even have met? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Meanwhile, back in her room, Hong Na could no longer suppress her grievances and started crying as soon as she got into bed. In an instant, the entire room was filled with her aggrieved cries. After an unknown amount of time, Hong Na, with a resolute expression, finally crawled out of bed. She glared resentfully at the unmoved door. Since you choose to protect her, then I'll leave. Anyway, you don't need another woman like me. After saying that, she set off to pack her luggage. Having worked as a housekeeper before, her movements were swift and skillful. In just a few moments, she erased all traces of her presence in the room. However, when she looked around her perfect little home, which had once belonged to her alone, for the last time, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions that were hard to let go of. Every corner and every item here carries her memories and emotions. How could she easily let go of them all now? However, this reluctance did not last long and was soon replaced by an unprecedented look of determination. She took a deep breath and told herself that she couldn't hesitate any longer. Then, without hesitation, I packed my luggage, pulled my suitcase, and resolutely walked out of the room. When she arrived at the living room, she discovered that the person was no longer there, and not only that, but everyone else had also vanished without a trace. The entire living room felt unusually cold and desolate, as if shrouded in a bleak atmosphere. Hongna, already heavy-hearted, felt her sorrow intensify upon seeing this desolate scene. But she still held back her tears, bit her lip, and dragged her suitcase step by step toward the door. However, just as she was about to reach the entrance, a very familiar voice came from the kitchen. "Even if we're leaving, let's have a farewell dinner first." Hongna's body trembled violently. She slowly turned her head and her gaze fell on the kitchen doorway. Lin Su was seen carrying a steaming plate of fried rice with eggs as he walked out of the kitchen. Whether she was really hungry or not, she inexplicably walked to the dining table. Looking at the so-called farewell dinner that Lin Su had prepared for her, she was once again lost in confusion. Before long, she came to her senses and picked up a spoon to eat in big mouthfuls. As I ate, tears streamed down my face, a large portion of them falling into the fried rice in front of me. But Hongna ignored it all and swallowed her tears along with them. Lin Su sat there motionless. He only took out a bank card and placed it in front of Hongna after she had finished eating all the fried rice. "There's 5 million in this card. As long as you don't spend it recklessly, it should be enough for you to find a good family." Hongna stared at Lin Su in astonishment. Although she knew that most rich people were heartless, she thought Lin Su was different from them. Who would have thought he would be so heartless? She bit her red lips and spoke with tears in her eyes. "Are you really not going to try to keep me here?" But she was met with Lin Su's heartless voice in response. "I bear the weight of my clan's rise and fall on my shoulders. I don't have that much time to learn how to charm women." Upon hearing this, Hongna's face drained of all color, replaced by endless despair and disappointment. "If that's the case, then let's hope we meet again someday. No, let's never meet again." After saying that, Hongna got up and prepared to leave this place that had made her so sad. However, she had only taken 2 steps when she heard the man's voice again behind her. "Xiao Tao is pregnant." Chapter 77. Tang is increasingly sincere feelings. The next morning, as the warm sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains, Hongna, who was lying in bed, finally opened her sleepy eyes. Perhaps because she had cried for too long last night, it took her a lot of effort to open her eyes, even though it was a very ordinary thing. When she finally opened her eyes, she saw a smiling face suddenly lying in front of her. "You scared me to death." Hongna glared at the owner of that face with annoyance. The owner of this face is none other than her best friend, Tao Xiaotao. Tao Xiaotao seemed completely unconcerned about Hongna's reaction. With a fawning smile, she moved closer like a child. "Oh, I just wanted to give you a surprise." However, Hongna clearly did not appreciate it. "Surprise? I think it's more like a shock." Upon seeing this, Tao Xiaotao quickly stopped smiling and put on a pitiful look. "I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Don't try to look pitiful in front of me. Let me tell you, I'm not buying it." Hongna remained unmoved, her tone still icy. Tao Xiaotao's eyes lit up and she immediately changed her strategy. "Which one do you like? Tell me, and I'll switch styles immediately. I'm a streamer, I'm an expert at this." Hongna was speechless for a moment. "I'm not interested in any of them. Get out of here, I'm going to take a shower." To everyone's surprise, Tao Xiaotao not only didn't leave, but instead went a step further and said, "Then let's go together, it's been a long time since we've taken a bath together." "Who wants to take a bath with you? Get lost." Hongna's voice rose 8 octaves. She was clearly impatient. However, Tao Xiaotao clung to Hongna like glue, stubbornly saying, "I won't leave, I won't leave. If you don't agree to my request today, I'll hold on to you and not leave." I'm absolutely speechless. More than half an hour later, Tao Xiaotao, feeling as if she were bathed in a spring breeze, finally led a somewhat reluctant Hongna into the living room. In the living room, Lu Yang and Li Shimeng were preparing breakfast. Seeing the two walk out amicably, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Hurry up, breakfast is freshly made and we're just waiting for you too. Before long, the four sisters sat around the dining table and ate breakfast, chatting and laughing. However, Hongna seemed noticeably distracted. Tao Xiaodao, who was standing nearby, seemed to have noticed something and asked on behalf of her best friend. By the way, where is Lin's husband? Lu Yang glanced at Hong Na, who visibly paused for a moment, and then said with a smile, he left in a hurry yesterday and left someone at the hotel. He just got back. When will he be back? Tao Xiaodao asked again. We should wait until tonight. Why are you so late? He said he's going to start taking his driver's license test today. Take a driving test? Doesn't brother Lin Su already have a driver's license? It used to exist, but it doesn't anymore. What's the meaning? You'll have to ask your little peach sister about that. Let's eat. After we eat, we'll go shopping. Meanwhile, Lin Su, who had just left Lishikwaiwan, quickly took a taxi back to the hotel where Tanya was staying. Considering that Tanya might not have eaten breakfast, he thoughtfully bought her a hearty breakfast on the way. However, when he returned to the hotel, he found that the bedroom was completely empty. Later, he searched the washroom, toilet, living room and other places, but still couldn't find Tanya. Has she already gone back? Just as Lin Su was about to take out his phone, two soft, jade-like hands, carrying a fragrant aroma, embraced him from behind. He knew who it was from the scent without even turning around. Sure enough, the next second, he heard the beauty's complaints. Where did you go? Why are you only coming back now? I thought you were going to abandon me again. No words were explicitly mentioned as affection, but every sentence conveyed it. Lin Su smiled gently, then turned around, cupped Tanya's face, which showed no signs of aging, and said softly. Even if I were to abandon someone else, I would never abandon my lovely wife. After saying this, he lowered his head and kissed that sweet honey. The scene shifts, and the two are now sitting at the dining table, enjoying the breakfast that Lin Su brought back. Is it delicious? Lin Su asked Tanya gently. Tanya nodded repeatedly. These are the best soup dumplings I've ever eaten. If you like it, have more. If you want more, I'll have someone bring you some more. Yes, honey, you eat too. Such a loving scene makes anyone who sees it think they are a devoted couple. And so, amidst laughter and warmth, the two enjoyed breakfast together for the first time. It was at this moment that Lin Su did something that Tanya didn't expect. Suddenly, he stood up and extended his long, slender fingers toward Tanya. Tanya subconsciously wanted to back away, but at that moment she heard Lin Su's gentle voice. Don't move. She sat there blankly, as if she had been frozen in place, letting Lin Su put his finger to his lips. She only came to her senses when she saw Lin Su gently wiping the grease from the corners of her mouth with his fingers. My ex-husband has never done anything like this for me. Oh? Really? Then how about I take care of cleaning up after you meals from now on? Lin Su's voice was so gentle and touching that Tanya could no longer suppress her surging emotions and hugged Lin Su and kissed him. Unlike before, this time it was Tanya who took the initiative. The emotions contained within are also unprecedented. The two of them, like an old couple who hadn't seen each other in a long time, freely expressed their feelings for one another. By the time the two left the hotel, it was already 11 a.m. It's all your fault, you had to do something reckless. Look at the time. Tanya glared at Lin so reproachfully. Is it all my fault? Didn't you lose control and force me onto the bed? Lin Su grinned mischievously. Tanya's cheeks turned bright red instantly, as if they had been coated with dye. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Okay, I won't say anymore. You should go now, or your best friend will be getting impatient. Upon hearing this, Tanya finally showed a reluctant expression. Well, I'm off then. Go ahead, see you later. Finally, under Lin Su's watchful gaze, Tanya reluctantly drove away from the hotel. After seeing Tanya off, Lin Su immediately went to the driving school from yesterday. Hongdo Driving School. He's going to start learning to drive. Chapter 78. Beautiful woman Yao Xiao. Coach Yao, come, sit down. Faced with this sudden enthusiasm, even though Yao Xiao had been a driving instructor for several years, she was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Manager, you can just say what you want to say, there's no need for this. Manager Wang didn't mince words, saying directly, since Coach Yao likes to speak frankly, then I'll get to the point. Actually, the reason I called Coach Yao here today is to arrange a student for you. Why didn't you just arrange things directly for the trainees? Why did you call me over separately? Yao Xiao asked, puzzled. Coach Yao, you may not know this, but this student is a bit special. Not only is he socially anxious, but he's also very timid. Most importantly, he only accepts one-on-one instruction. Does the manager want me to tutor him one-on-one? Yao Xiao frowned. Yes, you're the only kind-looking female instructor at our driving school, so I have no choice but to entrust him to you. But I still have several students under my care. If I take on this, Yao Xiao looked troubled. Coach Yao, don't worry about this. I've already arranged for someone to take over. You won't lose a single penny of your commission. And I can also reveal that the student I've arranged for you is extremely wealthy. If you can successfully help him get his driver's license, you can earn at least this much. As he spoke, Manager Wang spread his 5 fingers at Yao Xiao. Yao Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. 5,000? No. No. Yao Xiao's expression changed, and she even started to stammer. 50,000? Manager Wang nodded meaningfully. Coach Yao, I know your family is struggling financially, and since the client has a need, I specifically arranged this client for you. I hope you won't let me down. Yao Xiao took a deep breath and said, Thank you, manager. I'll take this person. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang finally revealed a triumphant smile. Let's go then, the client is already waiting. Before long, Yao Xiao followed Manager Wang to the lounge that their driving school used to entertain VIPs. As soon as she entered the room, her gaze was drawn to the handsome man on the sofa. Although she shouldn't have any other thoughts about such a young man at her age, he seemed to have a strange magic about him that made her involuntarily fascinated. Mr. Lin, this is Yao, our best driving instructor at Hongda Driving School, and also the most popular instructor among our students. Coach Yao, this is your new student, Lin So, Mr. Lin. Lin So smiled slightly and politely extended his hand. Hello, Coach Yao, my name is Lin Su. Yao Xiao was still lost in Lin Su's handsome face until Manager Wang nudged her, and she finally snapped out of it. Hello, my name is Yao Xiao. The moment their hands touched, a faint blush appeared on Yao Xiao's delicate cheeks. Lin Su's heart was also in turmoil. He had assumed that someone like Yao Xiao, who was a driving school instructor, would have rough hands, but he was surprised to find them so soft. It was so soft, like holding a baby's hand, that he couldn't help but squeeze it a couple of times. Yao Xiao seemed to sense something and quickly and shyly withdrew her hand. Manager Wang, the experienced driver standing nearby, clearly sensed something and quickly put on a fawning smile. Mr. Lin, it's lunchtime now. Why don't you have lunch with us at our driving school? I'm not used to eating communal meals, Lin Su refused without hesitation. The experienced driver paused for a moment, then quickly smiled apologetically. Yes. How could Mr. Lin, with his distinguished status, eat with us like everyone else? It's my fault for not being hospitable enough. How about this, to express my apology, Mr. Lin, I'll treat you to lunch at a nearby star-rated hotel, how about that? Hearing this, Yao Xiao became even more curious. She had been at the driving school for 3 years, and this was the first time she had ever seen Manager Wang, who held a high position of power, fawn over someone like this. Who is this very beautiful young woman? Could she be from some powerful family? But there's no family with the surname Lin in Y City, is there? Just as Yao Xiao was wondering what was going on, Manager Wang, who was standing next to her, inexplicably said a couple more things. My father is turning 70 today, and I have to rush back at noon, so I won't be able to spend time with Mr. Lin. How about this, Mr. Lin, I'll have Coach Yao entertain you on my behalf. She happens to be your personal coach, so you two can take this opportunity to get to know each other better. Yao Xiao was stunned when she heard these words. How did I end up treating everyone to dinner? What the heck? Also, didn't your father just celebrate his birthday last month? How come he's suddenly turning 70? Lin Su clearly saw Yao Xiao's astonishment, but he didn't expose Manager Wang's trick and said with a smile. Of course I have no problem with that, but I don't know if Coach Yao would be willing to do me the honor? Just as Yao Xiao was about to say something, Manager Wang preemptively made the decision for her. Of course I'm willing. The customer is king, how could Coach Yao not be willing? As he spoke, Manager Wang took out his supplementary card and handed over his luxury car keys to Yao Xiao. Coach Yao, I'll have to trouble you with lunch today. Yao Xiu knew she couldn't escape this calamity, so she could only accept it with resignation. The scene shifts, and Yao Xiu and Lin Su appear in manager Wang's luxury car. Yao Xiu drove with a helpless expression, while Lin Su sat in the back, leisurely crossing his legs. While he was idling around, his gaze fell on the blue panel above Yao Xiu's head. Name, Yao Xiu. Age, 35. Height, 170. Weight, 100. Appearance, 91. Favorability, 22. Pregnancy probability, 90%, with a 95% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall pregnancy score, 8.9. That's right, the reason Lin Su pretended to be a novice and came to the driving school to learn to drive was because he was after Yao Xiu. The overall probability of pregnancy is 90%, and 90% within 7 days. While not exceptionally high, judging from the women he's been in contact with so far, they're definitely among the top. For that reason alone, he wouldn't let go of the mutton that was being served to him. Moreover, Yao Xiu herself is quite beautiful. And that figure that makes men drool. Such a beautiful woman, spending all her time at a driving school full of smelly men, he doesn't know how Yao Xiu survives. However, it's alright, I, Lin Su, am here. From this day forward, I am your man. Just then, Yao Xiu, who was driving, inexplicably said something through the rearview mirror. Have we met before? Lin Su smiled slightly. Coach Yao, you remembered? I didn't think of that, but you look familiar. Then let me remind Coach Yao, yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock, at the door of Manager Wang's office. Before she could finish speaking, Yao Xiu seemed to have finally remembered something, and her expression instantly became quite interesting. You're the person I bumped into yesterday? It seems Coach Yao has remembered. I remember now. I'm so sorry about yesterday. There was an emergency at home, and I was rushing back without paying attention to where I was going, so I accidentally bumped into you. It's alright, Coach Yao already apologized yesterday. Let's keep things separate. Yesterday was too rushed and a bit hasty. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner. Isn't Coach Yao going to treat me to dinner now? Chapter 79, Confessing to Yao Xiu? Inside a private room at a 3-star hotel. Mr. Lin, please see what you'd like to eat. Order whatever you like. Order whatever you want? Coach Yao, aren't you afraid I'll order the whole menu? Hearing Lin Su's teasing words, Yao Xiu was taken aback, but she quickly put on a smile again. If Mr. Lin would like to try all the dishes, that is certainly not a problem. Lin Su stared at Yao Xiu for a long while without moving before finally breaking into a smile. Then let's forget it. I don't have the habit of letting beautiful women spend money. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Manager Wang gave her a supplementary card, she couldn't possibly let her boss actually pay for it. Besides, she was supposed to treat them to a meal in the first place. However, hearing Lin Su call her a beauty gave her a strange feeling. After ordering a few dishes as a token gesture, Lin Su got down to business. Sister Yao, may I call you that? Huh? Yao Xiu looked surprised. Calling her Coach Yao is too distant. Coach Yao is probably a few years older than me, so I came up with a more intimate way of addressing her. I hope Sister Yao won't think I'm being too presumptuous? Yao Xiu waved her hands repeatedly. No. Since Sister Yao also thinks it's okay, then I'll call the coach Sister Yao from now on, Lin Su chuckled. It's possible, but I'm not as young as you think, Mr. Lin, Yao Xiu said somewhat embarrassedly. What do you mean? Isn't Sister Yao 28 or 29? Lin Su feigned confusion. Yao Xiu sighed and said, I'm already 35. What? Sister Yao, you're 35. Lin Su exclaimed in surprise. If we categorize actors by rank, Lin Su is definitely an actor priced like a king. That performance was so realistic. All that's missing is an Oscar. Sister Yao, you've aged so well. I thought you were around my age. Being praised like that, Yao Xiu couldn't help but feel a little shy. Mr. Lin is joking. Amidst her shyness, a faint blush unconsciously crept onto her delicate face. From a distance, it looks like a peach blossom bud about to bloom, lovely and charming. Just then, Lin Su suddenly changed his tone and spoke again in a slightly regretful voice. So, I suppose Sister Yao has already started a family? Yao Xiu was slightly taken aback. She wasn't stunned by Lin Su's question, but rather by the slight disappointment she sensed in his voice. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally answered the question. No, I haven't started a family. Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes visibly brightened, and he even raised his voice several octaves. How could that be? Sister Yao, you're so beautiful and have such a great personality, how could you still be single? Perhaps this is my fate, Yao Xiao said with a bitter smile. Lin Su could sense how forced that smile was. Sister Yao, did I ask a question I shouldn't have? Yao Xiao smiled and shook her head. No, everyone at the driving school knows it's my own problem. Sister Yao's problem? This time, Lin Su was genuinely puzzled. But Yao Xiao didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Mr. Lin. With your wealth, getting a driver's license should be easy for you, so why would you choose to learn to drive at a small driving school like ours? The dishes haven't been served yet, Sister Yao, why don't you take a guess? Yao Xiao pondered for a moment, then guessed. Does Mr. Lin have a compelling reason to come to our driving school? Lin Su nodded. Sister Yao is indeed smart. What reason? Yao Xiao asked curiously. Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, before he slowly spoke. If I said that I came to Hongda driving school because of Sister Yao, would Sister Yao believe me? Huh? Because of me? How could that be? Yao Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. But the next second, as if she had finally realized something, her delicate face was filled with an expression of disbelief. Even his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? It's not that Yao Xiao is narcissistic or anything, but rather that Manager Wang's previous actions were too strange. Especially since he originally invited Lin Su to dinner, but inexplicably it ended up with her accompanying him. Furthermore, the unusual things Lin Su had mentioned before all conveyed to her the fact that Lin Su had feelings for her. Lin Su smiled and nodded. That's right, I've taken a liking to Sister Yao. Although it was almost certain, Yao Xiao was still shocked to hear Lin Su admit it with her own ears. But soon, she waved her hand anxiously. No, Mr. Lin, you can't like me. Why not? Does Sister Yao think I'm not good enough for you? Lin Su frowned. No. It's not that you're not good enough for me, it's that I'm not good enough for you. You're still so young, but I'm already 35. Sister Yao, I don't care about the age difference. Besides, we're only 9 years apart. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than her husband is like holding a gold brick, and I'm holding 3 gold bricks, which would make others envious. Although Lin Su's words made a lot of sense, Yao Xiao still rejected his suggestion without hesitation. No. You really can't like me. Why? Does Sister Yao hate me? He was a handsome man, after all, and now that he had taken the initiative to confess his feelings, he had been rejected one after another. How could he accept this? You're so rich, so handsome, and so kind. How could I possibly dislike you? Since you don't dislike me, Sister Yao, why won't you let me like you? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Because I am an unlucky person. An ominous person? What does that mean? Lin Su asked, puzzled. It means that anyone who is close to me will suffer misfortune, and in severe cases, they may even be hospitalized. There's such a strange thing? Lin Su seemed somewhat skeptical. But Yao Xiao looked completely convinced. So Mr. Lin, don't try anything with me again. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Can I still learn to drive with Sister Yao in the future? Yao Xiao looked at the man in front of her who was still stubbornly clinging to his beliefs, and her heart was filled with complex emotions. In the end, she nodded helplessly. If you're still willing. Of course I'm willing. Although I don't know if what you said, Sister Yao, is true or false, I will definitely not give up easily. Why would you do this? I don't want this either, but ever since I met Sister Yao, I haven't been able to eat or drink. If Sister Yao doesn't want to see me in so much pain, please grant my wish. If I really do that, you'll definitely regret it. I, Lin Su, will absolutely not regret it. Chapter 80 The Yao Family's Calamity. Sister Yao, you won't avoid me from now on, will you? Looking at the sincere young man before her, Yao Xiao felt a complex mix of emotions. I was supposed to be accompanying a client to dinner on behalf of my boss, but little did I know that the client had ulterior motives. Not only was she caught off guard by the confession, but she also became quite upset. Yao Xiao sighed, I still need this job to support my family. Even if I want to avoid you, I can't. Sister Yao, I have money, I can support you. Lin Su's voice was not loud, but it struck a chord with people. At that moment, Yao Xiu was finally moved, albeit only for a fleeting instant. Just as she was about to refuse Lin Su, her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. The moment the call connected, her delicate face turned deathly pale, and even her voice became much hoarse. I understand, I'll head back right away. What's wrong? Sister Yao, did something happen? Lin Su asked with concern. Something happened at home and I can't go back to the driving school. Could you please help me take Manager Wang's car back? As she spoke, Yao Xiu placed the car keys into Lin Su's hand. Just as Yao Xiu turned to leave, Lin Su grabbed her hand. Sister Yao, I'll go with you. But. Seeing that Yao Xiu was still hesitating, Lin Su continued. Sister Yao, although I don't know what happened in your family, I feel that you need me right now. The scene shifts, and Lin Su follows Yao Xiu to the foot of a residential building that looks quite old. The wet ground looked as if it had been soaked in water, and walking on it made a pat-pat sound. The gurgling sound coming from the sewers makes one think of the sewage and garbage flowing inside. The dead rats scattered everywhere added to the eerie and terrifying atmosphere of the place. There was also a stench permeating the air, as if it were a mixture of various foul smells, making people want to vomit. If Lin Su hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a neither human nor ghost place was hidden in this bustling city of Y. Before Lin Su could ask Yao Xiu, who was standing next to him, Yao Xiu, looking flustered, hurriedly ran into the stairwell. The hallway was pitch black, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. However, Yao Xiu seemed to be very familiar with the environment, running very fast in the dark. Seeing this, Lin Su didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. As soon as you enter the building, a pungent stench hits you. This smell was much stronger than the stench outside. It contained not only the smell of dampness and rotting corpses, but also the stench of artificial excrement. Lin Su had only taken a few steps when he felt a churning in his stomach and almost vomited. However, the thought of Yao Xiu still running and making a rattling sound in the stairwell above made Lin Su grit his teeth and continue chasing after her, despite his discomfort. Before long, the sound of Yao Xiu running could no longer be heard, so she must have arrived home. Just as Lin Su was about to accelerate, a cacophony of noises accompanied by screams rang out. The voices were intermittent, and with so many people talking at once, Lin Su couldn't make out what they were saying. But one thing is certain, something serious has happened. Lin Su rushed upstairs and soon saw a group of elderly men and women crowding at the door of a room on the 6th floor. As he got closer, he finally heard what the elderly men and women were talking about. What a tragedy! Old Yao was kind his whole life, how could he have given birth to such a beastly son? Poor Xiu'er is already 35 and still not married. That beast is still counting on Xiu'er to be his ATM. How could he possibly let Xiu'er get married? Yes, so many young men who were interested in Xiu'er before, but they were all ruined by this beast. Of course, besides the elderly people gossiping, there were also many sounds of pots and pans smashing on the ground, as well as men's roars mixed with women's cries. Without exception, all those voices came from Yao Xiu's home. At this moment, Lin Su finally understood why Yao Xiu said she was an unlucky woman, and why Yao Xiu said that everyone close to her would suffer misfortune. It turns out that all of this was because Yao Xiu's family had a spendthrift son. Filled with anger, he stepped outside the crowd. Just as he was about to walk through the crowd, a kind old man grabbed him. Young man, what do you want to do? Grandpa, I'm Sister Yao's boyfriend. Upon learning that Lin Su was actually Yao Xiu's boyfriend, these elderly men and women not only showed no joy, but instead anxiously began to advise her against it. Young man, Yao Jia is a madman who eats people without spitting out the bones. You must not get involved in this mess. Yeah. Those young men who came before were all driven crazy by Yao Jia, and now they don't dare to come anymore. You'd better leave before that madman targets you, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Before his rebirth, Lin Su might have turned pale at the mention of it and turned to leave. But now, he is not afraid of anyone. So what if you're crazy? How dare you bully my woman? I'll beat you to a pulp later. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated house, a burly man with a fierce-looking face sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. His body was covered with various tattoos, giving him an extremely menacing appearance. This man is none other than Yao Jia, the eldest son of the Yao family. He is also the culprit that Yao Xiu remains unmarried to this day. At this moment, Yao Jia stared ferociously at Yao Xiu not far away, as well as the old woman whose forehead was bleeding. I'll say it one last time, give me your bank card. However, Yao Xiu seemed not to hear Yao Jia's fierce roar. She simply supported her injured mother and prepared to turn around and leave the place. But how could Yao Jia let them off so easily? Seeing Yao Xiu about to leave, he immediately rushed forward and shoved her hard. Yao Xiu was still young, and although the fall caused her some pain, she quickly got up from the ground. But the elderly mother was not so lucky. She was already weak due to a head injury, and this fall caused her to faint immediately. Upon seeing this, Yao Xiu's anger was instantly ignited. Her eyes turned red, and she roared at Yao Jia. "Are you crazy? That's our mom." But Yao Jia didn't care at all. "You're just an old codger. Give me your bank card right now, or I'll scratch your face today." Looking at her home, which had been vandalized countless times, Yao Xiu fell into utter despair. "Go ahead and scrape me, since you've already ruined my life anyway. You might as well just kill my daughter and me together, then we won't have to suffer from your torment anymore. Want to die? Dream on. Your life is mine, and you can forget about it without my permission. But your face is just too attractive. If you ever attract a big shot, that could be a real problem." As he spoke, Yao Jia picked up the shards of glass from the ground, preparing to scratch Yao Xiu's face. At this moment, Yao Xiu felt no fear whatsoever. Since things had already come to this, it didn't matter whether she had her face or not. At this crucial moment, the man arrived. Stop. Chapter 81. Lin Su makes his move. Where did you come from? How dare you interfere in my family's affairs? Inside the living room, Yao Jia glared angrily and roared at Lin Su with a fierce expression. However, Lin Su ignored the sudden questioning. His face was ashen as he slowly walked to Yao Xiu's side. Are you all right? Although his voice was soft, it contained a concern that could not be ignored. However, Yao Xiu's reaction was beyond Lin Su's expectations. Her face showed no gratitude whatsoever, but rather was filled with terror, as if she had witnessed the end of the world. Who let you in? Get out of here right now, get out of here quickly, hurry up. The reason Yao Xiu agreed to let Lin Su come along was simply to let him see the true situation of her family firsthand, so that he would back down. But she didn't expect Lin Su to rise to the challenge. At this moment, Yao Xiu seemed to have gone mad, frantically pushing and shoving Lin Su, trying to get him to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. However, Lin Su was like a towering mountain. No matter how hard Yao Xiu tried, he remained as steady as Mount Tai and did not budge. Not only that, Lin Su also grabbed Yao Xiu's hands, making it impossible for her to break free. His gaze was firm yet gentle as he softly said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." However, Yao Xiu ignored Lin Su's words of comfort. Her eyes were red and swollen, with tears welling up in them, as if they could spill out at any moment. "No, I beg you, please leave quickly, otherwise you'll be haunted by this madman." Lin Su raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Let him keep bothering me if he wants, but I'm not going to let you off so easily." Upon hearing these words, Yao Xiu felt as if a dam had been breached by a surging torrent of emotions. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she threw herself into Lin Su's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Why are you so foolish? I have nothing left, why are you still clinging to me?" She cried and punched Lin Su repeatedly, as if trying to vent all her grievances and pain. The living room, which had been filled with a somber atmosphere, became a little more lively because of Lin Su's appearance. However, this heartwarming moment did not last long. Just as Yao Xiu and Lin Su were immersed in their emotional world, Yao Jia's words were like a sharp sword, ruthlessly piercing through this beautiful atmosphere. "I knew you weren't home to cook for this old woman at noon today. Turns out you were out flirting with men." Yao Jia's voice was full of sarcasm and contempt. His words struck Yao Xiu's heart like a heavy hammer. Yao Xiu's body trembled violently. She, who had been crying, stopped crying instantly, and her expression became panicked. She quickly shielded Lin Su behind her, her voice trembling as she asked, What do you want to do?" Yao Jia's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. "I remember telling you so many times to stay away from men, but you actually brought one home. What should I do, my dear sister?" Yao Xiu's face turned deathly pale, but she suppressed her fear and shouted out the bravest words in a trembling voice. "If you dare lay a hand on him, I'll call the police and have you arrested." Yao Jia burst into laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha, I'm a regular at the police station. You think I'd be afraid of you calling the police? That's hilarious." Yao Jia's laughter echoed in the air, filled with disdain and mockery. However, before his laughter had completely subsided, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his face. With a muffled thud, Yao Jia's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the old wall. This sudden scene left the elderly people outside who witnessed it completely dumbfounded. My God, that young man actually hit Yao Jia. Oh no, this is going to be a tragedy. We'd better call the police quickly, or it will be too late. Yao Xiu, who also witnessed all of this, was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. She hadn't expected Lin Si's combat strength to be so high that he could beat Yao Jia into such a sorry state with just one punch. Coming to her senses, Yao Xiu hurriedly pushed Lin Si, anxiously shouting, "Quickly! Get out of here right now!" However, her movements were still a bit slow. The two had only taken a few steps when Yao Jia's roar, which sounded like it came from hell, came from behind them. "You bastard! How dare you hit me!" Yao Xiu shuddered involuntarily, and her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. But the next moment, a warm, large hand grasped mine. What followed was that unusually reassuring voice. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Lin Si's voice seemed to have a peculiar magic, and Yao Xiu, who was initially very flustered, gradually calmed down. After calming Yao Xiu down, Lin Si made an international friendship gesture towards Yao Jia. "You're not just good at talking nonsense, are you?" Feeling insulted, Yao Jia instantly transformed into a furious lion and pounced on Lin Si. The elderly people behind him couldn't bear to see Lin Si being beaten so badly, so they all closed their eyes and silently mourned. On the contrary, Yao Xiu, who was the most afraid, opened her eyes wide and seemed to have full confidence in Lin Si. Old Lin never disappoints women, especially beautiful women. Sure enough, with just a few subtle moves, he subdued Yao Jia, whom everyone feared, and brought him to the ground. Hearing Yao Jia's pleas for mercy, the elderly men and women still couldn't believe it. They didn't believe it until they opened their eyes and saw Yao Jia, bruised and battered, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Of course, the person who was most relaxed and happy in the whole room was Yao Xiu. Over the years, Yao Jia, relying on his strong physique, has made a mess of things at home, causing her to be delayed for so long. She felt incredibly relieved at that moment. But after a moment of exhilaration, she did something that surprised everyone. "Let him go." "You're just going to let him go like that? Are you sure? Although he's a bit of a jerk, he's still my blood relative. He can be heartless, but I can't be ungrateful." Chapter 82. Xiaomei catches her husband cheating? "How are you? Is Auntie alright?" As soon as Yao Xiu gang stepped out of the ward, Lin Si rushed up to her with a look of anxiety. Yao Xiu was able to suppress her emotions, but when she heard Lin Si's caring words, her long-suppressed emotions burst forth like a flood. She could no longer control herself and collapsed into Lin Si's arms, bursting into tears. The cries echoed through the hospital corridor, filled with sorrow and helplessness, moving all who heard them. Lin Si didn't push Yao Xiu away. Instead, he silently wrapped his arms around her, gently patted her back, and comforted her, "I'm here. Everything will be all right." Time passed second by second, and it was unclear how much time had gone by before Yao Xiu's crying gradually subsided. She looked up at Lin Si through teary eyes. It was at this moment that she finally realized that her tears had soaked Lin Si's shirt. "I'm sorry, I got your clothes wet," Yao Xiu said somewhat embarrassedly. Lin Si smiled and shook his head gently, saying, "It's nothing, just a piece of clothing, don't worry about it." As Yao Xiu gazed at the young man before her, whom she had only met twice, yet who showed her such tender care, the layer of ice in her heart seemed to begin to slowly melt. "Thank you for today," Yao Xiu said softly, her voice filled with gratitude and emotion. However, at this moment, Lin Si's words suddenly took a 180-degree turn. "Is it just a verbal thank you?" His voice revealed a hint of dissatisfaction and expectation. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu's heart tightened. She thought Lin Si wanted money, so she hurriedly took out her bank card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Si. "This contains all my savings, about 30,000 yuan. I know this money is definitely not enough to pay for my mother's medical expenses, but don't worry, I will definitely try my best." However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Si interrupted her without any mercy. "Do you think I look like the kind of person who's short of money?" Yao Xiu was stunned. She had never expected Lin Si to say such a thing. After a long while, Yao Xiu came to his senses and stammered, "What do you mean?" "Then, what do you want?" Lin Si raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Of course I want you." "Huh? Me?" Yao Xiu stared wide-eyed in astonishment. The next second, Lin Si seemed to enter a moment of deep emotion. His gaze was fixed on Yao Xiu, his eyes filled with sincere emotion, and his voice became even gentler yet firmer. "Yao Xiu, I'm asking you one more time, will you be my girlfriend?" Yao Xiu bit her red lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. But you've seen the state of my home right now. If you were with me. She had feelings for Lin Su, but the gap between them was too great, and she was worried that she was not good enough for him. Lin Su seemed to see through her thoughts. He gently took Yao Xiu's hand and said in an extremely gentle voice, I don't care about your family, I don't care about your past, I only care about your choices. Lin Su's voice was not loud, but it struck a chord with people. Yao Xiu was stunned after hearing the whole thing. When she came to her senses, there was a clear increase in indescribable emotion in her beautiful eyes. You really don't mind my family? You really don't mind that I'm so much older than you? It's impossible not to mind at all, but that little bit of mind is insignificant compared to being with you. If Lin Su had answered that he didn't mind, Yao Xiu would have hesitated. But since he gave such a sincere reply, how could she possibly refuse him again? I want to be with you. This was the first time Yao Xiu had spoken her mind. After saying that, she blushed completely. Lin Su glanced at Yao Xiu's favorability rating, which had actually reached 85. The increase was truly outrageous. Phase 1 is complete, now it's time for Phase 2. Lin Su's tone suddenly turned serious. Sister Yao, before we officially start dating, there's something else I need to make clear to you. What's wrong? About my identity, and the fact that you're not my only girlfriend. I know this sounds unbelievable, but Sister Yao, please let me finish before you make a decision. Just as Lin Su and Yao Xiu were about to confront each other, a beautiful and alluring female doctor appeared at the other end of the corridor. With just a casual glance, she noticed Lin Su sitting on the bench. She had originally intended to go over and say hello, but when her gaze fell on Yao Xiu next to Lin Su, her beautiful face instantly turned cold. You scumbag! You just kidnapped my Yao and found a beauty. Do you really think Yao has no family? That's right, the stunningly beautiful woman with gritted teeth and a graceful figure is Tang Ya's best friend, Xiao Mei. As the saying goes, to catch someone cheating, you need evidence. Xiao Mei immediately took out her phone and started snapping photos of the couple who were being affectionate in the distance. Afterwards, she selected a few sets of photos that she was fairly satisfied with and sent them to her best friend, Tang Ya. Of course, embellishments are indispensable. After doing all this, she turned to leave. But she had only taken 2 steps when she turned back. She stared intently at the nurse on duty at the nurse's station, and asked with a suspicious look, Nurse Ma, what's the reason those 2 people over there came to the hospital? Upon hearing this, the pretty young lady, known as Nurse Ma, immediately glanced at Lin Su and Yao Xiu not far away, then quickly lowered her head and continued searching for something. Before long, a hospitalization record appeared in Xiao Mei's hands as if by magic. Xiao Mei opened the document with great curiosity, and was immediately stunned by its contents. The old lady was beaten? By that man? Seeing this, Nurse Ma quickly waved her hand and explained, it wasn't that man, it was Ms. Yao's brother who hit him. Ms. Yao's younger brother? Xiao Mei asked in surprise. Nurse Ma seemed afraid of being overheard, so she deliberately lowered her voice and spoke mysteriously to Xiao Mei. Dr. Xiao, you may not know this, but Ms. Yao's brother is an absolute scoundrel. He's not only a gambler, but he also frequently commits domestic violence against his family, beating the elderly. Ms. Yao's mother has been hospitalized several times because of him. Xiao Mei was increasingly shocked as she listened, and she asked incredulously. Then, what about the man next to her? What does he have to do with this? Nurse Ma hesitated for a moment before answering. That man seems to be Ms. Yao's boyfriend. I heard he's the one who beat up Ms. Yao's brother. Are you sure that guy is capable of doing something like that? Of course. It's all over our nurses' group chat, and so many people are wondering how to get his WeChat. Forehead. Dr. Xiao, you wouldn't happen to have taken a liking to him too, would you? How could this be? How could I possibly like him? That's hilarious. Dr. Xiao, why are you so curious about him? I just asked casually. Real? You dare question me, huh? You'll be doing rounds all night tonight. Oh. I'm sorry, Dr. Xiao, I was wrong. Chapter 83 Xiao Mei's appointment, forcefully kissing Yao Xiu. You really don't mind that I have many women? On a hospital bench, Lin Su said incredulously. To avoid a repeat of Tang Ya's situation, Lin Su decided to be a good man this time. That's right, he confessed everything to Yao Xiu. I expected to be met with a barrage of insults, reprimands, and words like I never want to see you again. Unexpectedly, Yao Xiu remained remarkably calm. In the end, she even chose to accept everything about him. It truly shocked our old Lin. Faced with Lin's surprise, Yao Xiu simply smiled. Like you said before, it's impossible not to mind at all, but I know you did this for your family, so I don't blame you. Besides, my home is a mess. I have a terrible younger brother, a paralyzed elderly mother, and I'm a 35-year-old single woman. If you don't mind any of this, how can I possibly mind you? Despite Yao Xiu's sincere words, Linsa still dared not fully believe her. Really? You can really accept all of this? Do you really want me to go with you to get our marriage certificate before you'll believe me? Yao Xiu said with a hint of reproach. It's not impossible, Linsa blurted out. Are you sure? When you get back, those women in your family will probably tear you apart. Yao Xiu teased. It seems Sister Yao has no idea how powerful I am at home. Your status is very high? You can control the women in your family? Yao Xiu asked softly, her face showing suspicion. Linsa raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Of course, I'm the boss at home. Anyone who dares to defy me will be in for a beating. Although Yao Xiu had not personally experienced such a thing, she could still understand the deeper meaning in Linsa's words. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. She gave Linsu a shy, reproachful look and said coquettishly, "You rascal." However, Linsu didn't take Yao Xiu's reprimand seriously and instead shamelessly clung to her. Not only that, his two hands also moved like snakes over Yao Xiu's body. Since Sister Yao has accepted, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and go to the hotel to talk about life and ideals? Linsa's voice revealed a hint of urgency and longing. Yao Xiu's pretty face immediately turned even redder. She lowered her head shyly and stammered. No. No, my mom is still lying inside. How could such a setback possibly defeat Linsu, who was blinded by lust? Auntie is still unconscious, isn't she? I'll transfer her to a VIP ward later, where someone will take care of her. Yao Xiu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Can't you wait a little longer?" I'm not going to run away. I know Sister Yao won't run away, but my brother can't wait. He likes Sister Yao too much. Following Linsa's gaze, Yao Xiu's stunning face quickly became vibrant and alluring, as if it had been painted with dye. Wait a little longer, until my mom wakes up, okay? If we wait any longer, I'm really going to explode. You don't want to see your man die from lust, do you? But. Okay, Sister Yao, just give in to me. Just as the two were going back and forth, pushing and shoving each other, an untimely voice rang in their ears. Excuse me, may I disturb you too? Looking in the direction of the sound, the person standing in front of the two was none other than Nurse Ma, who had been harassed by Xiao Mei earlier. The quick-witted Yao Xiu immediately pushed Lin Su away and asked in a relatively calm voice. Is there something you need? Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Su? Nurse Ma looked at Lin Su with a slightly evasive gaze, her voice filled with nervousness and shyness. How did you know I was Lin Su? Lin Su asked in surprise. Nurse Ma lowered her head shyly and said softly, It was Dr. Xiao who told me. Dr. Xiao? Which Dr. Xiao? Lin Su frowned slightly. He didn't have much of an impression of the name. Her name is Xiao Mei. Nurse Ma's voice was still very soft, as if she was afraid of being overheard. Xiao Mei. Lin Su's eyes lit up. He finally remembered that this hospital was where Xiao Mei worked. Xiao Mei, Tang his best friend, the woman who denounced him as a scumbag, and a stunning beauty with a perfect figure. He actually forgot about Xiao Mei, damn it. Seeing Lin Su's unusual reaction, Yao Xiu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled, but she didn't say anything. After all, she had previously said that she didn't mind Lin Su having other women, so naturally she wouldn't interfere in his affairs with other women. Lin Su didn't seem to notice Yao Xiu's unusual behavior and continued to press. Did she send you to find me? Nurse Ma nodded. Yes, Dr. Xiao said she has something important to discuss with you and wants you to go to her office. Okay, I understand, thank you. Lin Su smiled and thanked Nurse Ma. Nurse Ma's face flushed red instantly. She glanced shyly at Lin Su, then hurriedly left like a startled rabbit. As soon as Nurse Ma left, Lin Su looked at Yao Xiu with an apologetic gaze. Before he could even speak, Yao Xiu, who understood perfectly, interrupted him first. You don't need to say anything, I understand. Go ahead. So I'm really leaving? Let's go. Under Yao Xiu's watchful gaze, Lin Su left. But after Lin Su really left, Yao Xiu looked at the empty seat next to her and felt a little lost. She reached out and touched the spot where Lin Su had been sitting. Feeling the lingering warmth of his touch, it was as if Lin Su was still by her side. This was the first time she had ever relied on someone so much, the first time she had ever truly fallen for a man. After a long while, she finally withdrew her hand, which had been filled with longing. But just as she was about to get up and leave, something unexpected happened. Lin Su, who had left long ago, has actually returned. Why are you back again? Before she could finish speaking, the man pressed himself against her forcefully. Yao Xiu was utterly astonished. She hadn't expected Lin Su to be so audacious, daring to do something like that in a busy hospital. When she came to her senses and tried to push Lin Su away, she found that she couldn't muster any strength. After a long while, she sat down on the bench with a mournful expression. The man who had forcibly kissed her had already fled. That filthy scoundrel. Chapter 84, Teasing Xiaomei. Inside the hospital office. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiaomei was on the phone with someone, her tone full of embellishment. Seriously, you didn't see the scene of those two being all lovey-dovey just now? It was absolutely disgusting. And this is only happening in the hospital. Imagine what would happen if this happened in private. But don't worry, I've already sent someone to fetch him. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine later. I must let him know that my dear sister Xiaomei is not someone he can bully. Worried about me? This is a hospital, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. Just wait for my good news. After hanging up the phone, Xiaomei revealed a sinister expression. Lin Su, is that right? Daring to flirt with other women in the hospital, just wait and see how I deal with you later. She had barely finished speaking when there was a knock on the door. Xiaomei immediately regained her composure, then quickly walked to her desk and sat down, before speaking loudly. Enter. As the door slowly opened, a stylishly dressed and rather handsome young man walked in. The person who arrived was Lin Su, who had just kissed Yao Xiu goodbye. Seeing that the main character had arrived, Xiaomei quickly got into character. What brings you here, sir, for a checkup? Lin Su, who had just sat down, was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said. I have a heart problem, could you please take a look, Dr. Xiao? What's wrong with your heart? It's nothing really, it's just that my heart races easily and I blush easily. Xiaomei frowned. Your heart is beating faster? How fast? So fast it almost jumped out. When did you notice your heartbeat was abnormal? Let me think. It was about 2 days ago, at my girlfriend's house. Lin Su recalled earnestly. After that, were there any other unusual occurrences? Have. When? Last night, on the pedestrian street. Last night? Xiaomei asked, puzzled. The first time was at Tang Ya's house, and the second time was on the pedestrian street. Both instances involved two common figures. Tang Ya and her. It's definitely not possible with Tang Ya the two of them had met before. So this guy's heart is racing because of me. Lin Su seemed to have noticed Tang Ya's unusual behavior, and spoke in an ambiguous tone. That's right, the reason my heartbeat is abnormal is because of you, Dr. Xiao. As soon as I see you, my heart beats faster and my breathing becomes erratic. As he spoke, one of his hands involuntarily reached for Xiaomei's delicate hand, which was resting on the table. Fortunately, Xiaomei withdrew her two jade hands in time, preventing them from falling into Lin Su's clutches. But after Lin Su's bold and direct remarks, her cheeks flushed. Even his voice started to stutter. This is a hospital, what do you want to do? Lin Su's lips curled into a malicious smile. What do I want to do? Shouldn't you ask Dr. Xiao that? You specifically called me here, leaving us, a man and a woman, alone in a room. Isn't that implying something to me? I hinted at you? Xiaomei exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't that right? Now that Yer and I have reconciled, she will definitely spend more time with me in the future. As her best friend, you will inevitably be neglected. You were unwilling to be neglected by Yer, so you secretly seduced me behind Yer's back. Am I right, Dr. Xiao? Upon hearing this, Xiaomei could no longer contain her anger and screamed. Damn it! Even if I, Xiaomei, were blind, I would never seduce a womanizer like you. Lin Su, despite being yelled at, showed no sign of anger. So, I misunderstood Dr. Xiao? Nonsense. If it weren't for Yer's sake, I would have sent someone to catch the hooligan long ago. Xiao Mei said fiercely. Since I misunderstood Dr. Xiao, I apologize to Dr. Xiao for my previous offense. As he spoke, Lin Se stood up sincerely and bowed deeply to Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was stunned when she saw this. What's going on here? He just looked like he was about to get all horny. How come he suddenly became so serious? Before she could think further, Lin Se said something else. If Dr. Xiao has nothing else, I'll be going now. There are people waiting for me over there. After saying that, Lin Se turned around and prepared to leave. If nothing unexpected happens, Xiao Mei will have to stop him. Sure enough, Xiao Mei called him back as soon as he reached the door. Wait, I have something important to tell you. I wonder if Dr. Xiao has anything else to say? Lin Se turned his head with a half smile. Strangely enough, Xiao Mei's temper has always been very stable. But every time she met Lin Se, she couldn't control herself. Just looking at Lin Se's ambiguous smile, she really wanted to go up and slap him across the face. But after thinking about it, she suppressed her inner impulse. Tell me honestly, besides your, how many women do you have right now? Meanwhile, after breakfast, Hong Na, Tao Xiaotao, and the other 3 girls went out shopping. Perhaps influenced by yesterday's events, Hong Na was indulging in some retaliatory spending, buying whatever she saw. To make up for her mistake, Tao Xiaotao followed behind and paid for it. In no time, the 4 women were carrying bags full. Hong Na, however, seemed unsatisfied, so the others could only continue shopping with her. Before we knew it, it was afternoon. But just going shopping isn't enough. Suddenly, Lu Yang brought up the Tianhai building. Tao Xiaotao and Li Shimeng, who had never seen an entire floor before, immediately suggested going to Tianhai building. So the 4 of them changed direction and went to Tianhai building. My God! This is so big! Li Shimeng exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Tao Xiaotao, who was standing to the side, was also stunned and speechless. This entire floor really belongs to him? What else did you think? Hong Na said irritably. Tao Xiaotao was stunned for a moment, then immediately put her arm around him in a coquettish manner. Oh dear, I just didn't know. Don't act all cute and clingy in front of me, it's disgusting. No, I want to give it to you, little Nana, Nana, baby Nana, dear Nana. Ugh. You're disgusting. Nanako, don't go, wait for me. Looking at the bickering couple who were about to drift away, Lu Yan could only shake his head helplessly. Just then, Li Shimeng suddenly leaned closer. Sister Yang, so your husband is planning to open Yume Media here? This is the long-term plan, Lu Yan nodded. What does long-term planning mean? Li Shimeng asked, puzzled. As you can see, this place is completely deserted, and it's impossible to finish the renovation in a short period of time. After some discussion, we decided to rent a place in another office building before we finish renovating here. If you rent it, you'll still need to renovate it, right? Normally yes, but the place we rented used to belong to a media company. We just need to make some minor modifications and it will be ready to use. Doesn't that mean our Yume Media will be opening soon? No later than this week. Great! I'm finally going to be the #1 star. #1 sister? Chapter 85 The Bet. One of the people embracing was none other than the owner of this office, Xiao Mei. The other person was Lin Se, who had been invited. As for why the two went from keeping to their own devices to this state, it all started about 10 minutes ago. Lin Se wanted to leave at that time, but Xiao Mei kept him there. She then sternly questioned Lin Se about how many women he had outside, citing her status as his best friend. Lin Se didn't mince words and named all the women he had been involved with, including Yao Xiu. Even Bai Ruoruo, who hadn't yet gotten her hands on the fruit, was in the same boat. Xiao Mei was utterly astonished. Although she had anticipated that this man might already have quite a few women, she hadn't expected there to be so many. Furious, she immediately wanted to demand an explanation from Lin Se on behalf of her best friend. Before she could even open her mouth, the man he had left behind came close to her. In an instant, the distance between the two was less than a finger's width, and they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Realizing something was wrong, Xiao Mei's first reaction was to push someone. But not only did she fail, she also ended up handing herself over to Lin Se. And so, Lin Se held her and kissed her for several minutes. They only let go of her when she had difficulty breathing. I thought that Lin Se had gotten the better deal and that would be the end of it. Unexpectedly, this shameless person actually said he would take responsibility for her. Who is she? It's Xiao Mei. She appears to be a doctor, but once she's off work, she's a nightclub queen and a heartthrob. She was always the one who flirted with men and toyed with their feelings. Now Lin So actually says he wants to take responsibility for her, isn't that a joke? And so, the two of them started arguing about the matter. Lin So's goal was to take Xiaomei, this beauty, into his possession. Xiaomei's main style is to be a womanizer who remains untouched by any flower. She could accept being asked to keep Lin So company. She couldn't accept becoming Lin So's woman. Lin So is handsome, but even the best can get boring if you eat too much of him. It's better to go out and have fun every day. Moreover, Lin So is Tanya's man. No matter how desperate Xiaomei is, she wouldn't steal her best friend's man. However, she underestimated her own destructive power against Lin So. Lin So, who was in a bad mood, actually wanted to force himself on her. Seeing that the situation could not be resolved perfectly, Xiaomei, in a moment of inspiration, proposed a bet. A bet about the future of the two. Lin Sishan, Xiaomei will be his woman. Xiaomei Sheng, Lin So can never make a move on her again. Not only that, Lin So also puts Tanya first. If any of his women get into a conflict, regardless of who is right or wrong, he will protect Tanya. You can tell these two sisters are definitely true best friends. In addition to the two conditions mentioned above, Xiaomei added another additional condition. That means that from now on, whenever Lin So sees her, he must respectfully call her grandma. Lin So had nothing to fear from his grandmother, he had the system, so why would he be afraid of Xiaomei, a mere mortal? The bet consists of 3 matches, with a best-of-3 format. The first round was an arm wrestling match, whoever surrendered first lost. This is a hospital, she doesn't have time to play around with Lin So. She thought that with her superb skills, she could easily make Lin So surrender and admit defeat. Soon, her entire face turned bright red. Seeing that the man was becoming increasingly audacious, Xiaomei decided not to be polite anymore. Open your teeth. The next second, screams echoed throughout the office. Are you crazy? Don't you know how fragile the tongue is? Lin So shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment. However, Xiaomei remained unusually calm in the face of Lin So's reprimand, completely ignoring his words. She calmly picked up a tissue, gently wiped her mouth, and then said casually, "You broke the rules first, I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Upon hearing this, Lin So was so angry he almost jumped up. He retorted furiously, "I didn't bite you." Xiaomei's lips curled up slightly, forming a charming smile, and her voice revealed a hint of cunning. "Does it make a difference? You've already lost this round anyway." Lin So was speechless, choked by Xiaomei's words. Finally, he sighed helplessly and said, "Fine. I accept this round. What's the next bet?" Seeing Lin So admit defeat so easily, Xiaomei was somewhat surprised. She thought Lin So would continue to pester her. Coming to his senses, a strange smile appeared on his face. "For this second round, we'll have a drinking contest." Drinking? Lin So was somewhat surprised. The first round was so erotic that he thought the second round would be even more exciting and erotic. "I never expected it would be something completely unrelated, drinking. Young Master Lin, you can't possibly be a drinker, can you? If that's the case, you can just surrender. Call me grandma now, and I might give you some face." Surrender? Sorry, those 2 words don't exist in my dictionary, Lin So. In that case, let's go. Where to? Of course, we'll go to a place to drink. Chapter 86, Pushing Xiaomei? Aren't you afraid of inviting trouble by bringing me home like this? Looking at the incredibly luxurious villa in front of him, Lin So, who always had a sharp tongue, couldn't help but tease him. Xiaomei didn't take Lin So's teasing to heart. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Inviting a wolf into the house? You think you're so incompetent? After saying that, she walked into the villa without looking back. Lin So was left standing there alone, his smile instantly freezing, replaced by a face full of black lines. You think I'm a pushover? Well, just you wait and see how this pushover, will make you completely obedient. Lin So said through gritted teeth, secretly vowing to make Xiaomei look at him with new eyes. After saying that, he took a deep breath, composed himself, and then walked into the villa, closing the door behind him. However, when he entered the living room, the scene before him took him by surprise. The scene in the living room can only be described as a complete mess. The bottles were scattered haphazardly on the ground, some even shattered, with glass shards strewn everywhere. The takeout box was carelessly tossed on the sofa. The food inside had dried out and was emitting an unpleasant odor. Dresses were scattered everywhere, some hanging on the sofa armrests, others lying on the floor, as if a wild party had just taken place here. Linsa stared wide-eyed at everything in disbelief. He simply couldn't reconcile the chaotic scene before him with the glamorous Xiaomei. Compared to Tang's clean, tidy, and spotless villa, this place is like heaven and earth. Just as he was in shock, Xiaomei arrived as gracefully as a butterfly, carrying 2 bottles of red wine. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the cup." Xiaomei's voice was clear and crisp, yet carried a hint of command, as if she were the master of the place. Linsa seemed to wake from a dream, quickly responded, and then strode towards the wine cabinet next to him. However, when he opened the cabinet door to look for wine glasses, he was stunned. Not a single one of the wine glasses was clean. There was some red wine left in each glass, more or less. After hesitating for a moment, Linsa picked out 2 relatively clean wine glasses and then hurriedly went to the kitchen. When he returned to Xiaomei, the 2 wine glasses had already been cleaned. "I didn't expect you to be such a clean person." Xiaomei teased with a smile as beautiful as spring flowers in bloom, captivating all who beheld her. Linsa simply smiled at her teasing. He gently placed the wine glass on the table, then looked at Xiaomei and said earnestly, "How about we go somewhere else? If that's not possible, you can come to my place." "Go to your house?" Xiaomei's lips curled up slightly, forming a faint smile. "What? You're in such a hurry to eat me up?" Xiaomei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looking at Linsa with a half smile, her tone both teasing and slightly provocative. As she spoke, Xiaomei gracefully leaned back on the sofa like a water snake. Her body leaned back slightly, making her already alluring figure appear even more curvaceous. Her captivating long legs were also inadvertently revealed. And those sexy red lips are like ripe cherries, making you want to take a bite. This scene was undoubtedly a huge temptation for Linsa, who had been suppressing his desires. His throat bobbed involuntarily, and his eyes grew increasingly heated. Finally, Linsa could no longer suppress his inner impulse. He strode forward and, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pinned Xiaomei firmly to the sofa. However, just as Linsa's hand was about to touch Xiaomei's private parts, Xiaomei, who had not resisted, suddenly said something out of the blue. "If you just want my body, I can give it to you, but afterwards we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore." These words were like a cold, sharp sword, piercing straight into Linsa's heart and instantly bringing him to his senses. He looked up at Xiaomei, who brooked no argument, and finally stopped what he was doing. "I'm sorry, I acted impulsively." Upon hearing this, Xiaomei, who had been expressionless, couldn't help but let a strange light flash in her beautiful eyes. If Linsa were to check Xiaomei's profile at this moment, he would find that her favorability rating had increased significantly. Impulsiveness comes at a price. "I'll finish this bottle and pretend nothing happened." As she spoke, Xiaomei handed the bottle of red wine she had taken out earlier to Linsa. "Isn't a whole bottle too much?" Linsa frowned. "You can also choose not to drink, then our bet ends here, and you can go back to where you came from." "Okay, I'll drink." Having come this far, how could Linsa possibly give up? He had to eat meat today. Xiaomei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, this is your punishment, and it has nothing to do with our bet." "I know." As he spoke, Linsa picked up the bottle and started chugging. In no time, Linsa had drunk the entire bottle of red wine down to the last drop. He himself was also noticeably more disoriented. "Now, can we begin?" "Okay, but I'm not one to take advantage of others. I'll give you 10 minutes to sober up, and we'll officially begin in 10 minutes. After saying that, Xiaomei walked up the stairs with alluring steps. Shortly after she left, Linsa, whose eyes had been somewhat dazed, revealed a malicious smile. "Tonzi, do you know anything that can cure a hangover?" Reporting to the host, you can purchase a hangover cure pill, which will prevent you from getting drunk even after drinking 1,000 cups of alcohol. Price, 1 million dragon coins. Okay. I'll buy it. Before long, Linsa had a pill in his hand. Bought for 1 million, give it a boost. The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and about 0.923 seconds later, Linsa was fully awake. But in the blink of an eye, he became completely drunk again. This is the effect of hangover pills, they keep the user conscious but make them appear drunk. There's a saying that goes something like that. True hunters often appear as prey. Xiaomei, you can't escape today. Chapter 87. In the end, he still managed to take Xiaomei down. You were just acting the whole time? Amidst the scattered wine bottles at the dining table, Xiaomei, her face slightly flushed, glared at the man in front of her through gritted teeth. Seeing that Lin's eyes were already glazed over after just one bottle of red wine, she kindly gave him 10 minutes to rest. Unexpectedly, during the formal competition, Lin seemed to be possessed by the god of wine, drinking one cup after another with remarkable fluidity. On the other hand, under Lin's fast pace, her mind was already starting to feel a little dizzy. Lin's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. I never said I was drunk, so how can you say I was acting? Okay. Realizing that her attempt to steal a chicken had backfired, Xiaomei uttered 3 good s in a row, showing just how much she regretted it. But she quickly changed the subject and continued. Don't think you've won just like that. I only used 30% of my power. It's still too early to say who will win. Then let's wait and see, Lin said dismissively. And so, the two began their second round of drinking. Finally, after drinking for several rounds, she gave up. This was the first time she had admitted defeat. She never expected that Xiaomei would lose so completely. Just as she was waiting for someone to declare victory, that person did something she couldn't understand. Eat this. Xiaomei looked at Xiao Wanwan in front of her with surprise. What's this? Lin Su didn't explain, he just said gently. Eat it, and you'll know. Whether it was because Xiaomei was drunk or because she lost a bet, she started to sulk. Who do you think you are? Why should I eat just because you tell me to? I won't eat it, just to make you angry. After saying that, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Lin Su. Lin Su was also amused by Xiaomei. He never expected Xiaomei to have such a cute side. Coming to his senses, he asked again. Are you going to eat this or not? No. Who knows what you're feeding me? What if it's a drug or something? However, before Xiaomei could finish her refusal, she felt that familiar wetness on her lips again. Just as Xiaomei was about to push Lin Su away, a round thing broke through all the obstacles and slipped into her mouth. Her first reaction was to quickly send it away. But that thing melted the moment it entered my mouth. Immediately afterwards, an unprecedented feeling of freshness followed. It was at this moment that Lin Su let go of her. But Xiaomei sat there motionless, as if she were in a daze. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally came to her senses. She bit her red lips and glared fiercely at Lin Su. I knew it. With my drinking capacity, how could I possibly lose to a pushover like you? Turns out you were the one cheating. After taking the hangover pill, Xiaomei was completely sober. His once cloudy eyes had disappeared, replaced by endless anger, like a raging flame. But Lin Su didn't care about it at all. You didn't say we can't use high technology. Didn't I say you could use it? Xiaomei raised an eyebrow. If I have this method, wouldn't I be a fool not to use it? Realizing that Lin Su was indirectly mocking her, Xiaomei immediately used her woman's innate soul skill cheating. I don't care, you broke the rules, you lost this match, and I'm the winner. Why should I? Did you not explain the rules clearly? Or is it that Dr. Xiao can't accept defeat? Lin Su said with a half smile. You don't need to provoke me, I won't fall for it. Alright then, since Dr. Xiao doesn't accept this result, I'll let you win. After all, I'm a man. What was clearly an ordinary sentence sounded so harsh and humiliating to Xiaomei. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaomei finally surrendered. Ugh. You're so annoying. Fine, I'll let you win. Is Dr. Xiao sure? Nonsense. A promise is a promise. Then thank you, Dr. Xiao. Don't be too happy yet. We're only tied right now. It's still uncertain who will win in the end. Then please make your move, Dr. Xiao. Xiaomei took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. Listen up, in the final round we'll compete on temptation. Temptation? Lin Su asked in surprise. Xiaomei nodded, that's right. As long as you can resist my temptations for half an hour, you'll win. At this moment, Lin Su seemed to understand why Xiaomei was dressed so sexily. She was waiting for him there. So how can one be considered to have resisted temptation? Of course, there was nothing out of line, such as kissing, or being unable to control my hands, etc. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's expression also turned serious. Then my chances of winning are too slim. If you don't dare to accept, you can just surrender. Don't worry, I won't make things too difficult for you, nephew. As she spoke, Xiaomei patted Lin Su triumphantly. But this simple act of taking a picture led to an accident. Lin Su, who was originally conflicted, suddenly put on a strange expression, and even his voice became improper. In that case, let's begin. After saying that, Lin Su pressed his lips to Xiaomei's red lips. The sudden attack caught Xiaomei completely off guard. When she came to her senses, she had already collapsed onto the sofa. It took her a lot of effort to push Lin Su away. Are you crazy? I'm saying you have to resist my temptations for you to win. I know, Lin Su said very seriously. You know that, yet you still do this. I can't help it, you're too beautiful. It's just too difficult for me to hold out for 30 minutes, so I've decided to follow my heart and surrender to you directly. You just surrendered like that? Xiaomei was taken aback. She hasn't even unleashed her ultimate move yet. Yes. You win, Grandma. I can't take it anymore, Grandma, give it to me. Where's your face? What's the use of having a sense of shame? If you had any, your wife would have run away long ago. Chapter 88 Buying Medicine for Xiaomei? What did you just do? Standing by the bedside, Xiaomei stared at Lin Su in astonishment. Perhaps she was too surprised, because even her voice trembled slightly. However, Lin Su was far less composed than she was. But in order not to reveal his purpose, he pretended to be confused. I don't know either. The next moment, a scream that pierced the sky echoed in the bedroom. Ah! To be honest, the soundproofing in this room is really good. Lin Su's eardrums were in protest from the noise. Fortunately, Xiaomei only touched on the point, otherwise his ears would probably have exploded in no time. Xiaomei glared at Lin Su through gritted teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with furious anger. You did this on purpose. Lin Su was slightly taken aback, and then began to make excuses. Don't wrong an innocent person. Isn't this perfect? However, before he could finish speaking, Xiaomei exploded with emotion like a powder keg that had been lit. She glared at him, her face contorted with rage, and roared. You wish. I, Xiaomei, would absolutely never have a child with someone like you. Lin Su was clearly not prepared for Xiaomei's strong reaction, and he was somewhat taken aback. Why? Because you don't deserve it. Xiaomei's voice was full of contempt and disdain. Upon hearing this, Lin Su's expression also became unnatural. I'm not good enough for you? I have a good family background, I have money, I have good looks, how am I not good enough for you? Xiaomei sneered and retorted without any politeness. You're not good enough for me. Don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking bucks. Let me tell you, I, Xiaomei, am not the kind of woman who's greedy for money. Fine. You could tell from his voice that Lin Su was completely furious. But Xiaomei seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation and continued to shout loudly. What's so good about it? Go buy me birth control pills right now. If you're late and someone dies, I'll fight you to the death. Lin Su suppressed his anger and said, I will go buy birth control pills, but not now. What do you mean? Xiaomei frowned deeply. Before he finished speaking, Lin Su suddenly rushed forward and pinned Xiaomei down. What do you want to do? Xiaomei's expression changed instantly, and her voice trembled slightly. Since it's already like this, Lin Su's lips curled into a wicked smile, I might as well let me have more. No. Xiaomei struggled desperately, but her strength was clearly insignificant in front of Lin Su. After an unknown amount of time, a satisfied Lin Su finally got off the bed and walked to the bathroom. When he came out of the bathroom, he looked refreshed. Immediately afterward, he glanced at Xiaomei, who was lying on the bed like a corpse, and then turned to leave. But just as he was about to step out of the room, Xiaomei, who had remained unmoved, finally made a move. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide open, staring straight at Lin Su with an unquestionable command in her gaze. Go buy me birth control pills right now. Her voice was icy cold, as if devoid of any emotion. Lin Su frowned. You're a doctor, don't you have any spares at home? Upon hearing this, Xiaomei's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. What kind of person do you take me for? Her voice rose 8 octaves, filled with obvious anger. Seeing that Xiaomei's emotions were about to get out of control, Lin Su knew something was wrong and quickly changed his mind. Okay, I'll go buy it right away. After a brief pause, he continued. However, taking medicine is never good for your health, so I hope you can reconsider. After saying that, Lin Su didn't dare to linger any longer and turned to leave. Xiaomei was left alone on the bed, a look of surprise still lingering on her face. It took Xiaomei quite a while to slowly come back to her senses. If you hadn't tortured me like this, I might have considered it, but don't even think about it now. Looking at the scars all over her body, Xiaomei felt an indescribable surge of anger and resentment. That bastard, he really went all out. I don't know how Xiaoya managed to take it. After a string of curses, Xiaomei dragged her tired body toward the bathroom. But because she was in so much pain, she walked very slowly, almost at the speed of an elderly person. It hurts like hell. You bastard, just you wait, once I recover, I won't let you get away with this. She grumbled and cursed all the way as she finally entered the bathroom. An hour later, she came out of the bathroom. Although Xiaomei's face was still a little pale, she was noticeably better than before. She picked out a nightgown, put it on, and then walked out of the room with the gait of an elderly person. Before long, she arrived downstairs with great difficulty. But when she looked into the living room, she looked as if she had seen a ghost, and her face showed a surprised expression. Following her gaze, one could see that the living room, which was originally messy and littered with bottles and clothes, had been completely transformed. What's going on? Although Xiaomei is sexy and charming, making countless men drool, she has a fatal flaw: laziness. So lazy that I don't even want to clean or tidy up the house. Tanya usually comes over to help her clean. But Tanya can't come every day. The normal frequency is once a week, usually on Wednesdays. But today is Sunday, the busiest day for the restaurant, she definitely won't come. Could it be that guy? With a question in her mind, she went to the sofa. Sure enough, on the clean coffee table in front of the sofa, she found the birth control pills Lin Su had bought for her. It's just a cleaning job, don't think that will appease my anger. On the other side, after completing his role as the conch maiden with Xiaomei, Lin Su went to the harem. He actually wanted to go find Yao Xiu, but Yao Xiu refused to let him go, using the excuse of taking care of her mother. There was no other way, he had to go to the harem. After all, his sister-in-law was still at home, and as her brother-in-law, he couldn't neglect her. Soon, he arrived at the door of room 1201. However, just as he was about to knock on the door to room 1202 behind him suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, Bai Ruoruo, as if she were doing something wrong, pulled Lin Su into the room. So thirsty? Chapter 89. Bai Ruoruo asks for a favor? I know I'm very charming, but you didn't have to be so direct, did you? Faced with Lin Su's teasing, Bai Ruoruo rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Shut up, I have serious business to discuss with you. I know it's important, but don't rush me. I came in a hurry and I'm all sweaty. I'll go take a shower first. With that, Lin Su, looking quite serious, prepared to head to the bathroom. Hey! That's not what I was talking about. Bai Ruoruo, both embarrassed and annoyed, quickly grabbed Lin Su. If it's not that important matter, then what is it? Lin Su feigned ignorance. He knew, of course, that Bai Ruoruo wasn't looking for him to do that. But she was so cute that Lin Su couldn't resist teasing her. Bai Ruoruo took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. I'm asking you, do you have time tonight? I may or may not have time, Lin Su said with a smile. What does it mean to say that something can be included or not? If someone invites me to dinner, I'll definitely have time, but if no one invites me, then I won't have time. All right. I'll treat you to dinner. You can leave me your time tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Su immediately covered his body with both hands, putting on a victim's appearance. What do you want to do? You wouldn't be thinking of doing something indecent to me, would you? Is say all you can think about? And you're so handsome. I don't know what Ing Jie saw in you, the little girl complained angrily. Lin Su not only didn't take it seriously, but also shamelessly moved closer and said in a lewd voice. Naturally, it's because of my great strength that they're with me. Bai Ruoruo seemed to have thought of something, and a shy blush unconsciously crept onto her delicate face. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin, it's okay, you'll find out soon enough. Bai, hey. What are you doing? Put me down right now. Lin, are you sure? Didn't you need something from me? Bai, how did you know? Lin, I'm your man, of course I know. Bai, so you've agreed to pretend to be my boyfriend? Lin, I agree, no problem, but I need to receive some payment. Bai, I can pay you, but I have my bottom line. Half an hour later. I've already taken care of it for you. You'd better not stand me up tonight, or I'll tell Sister Ring everything. Don't worry, Lin Su, always keep my word. It would be strange if you kept your word, the little girl muttered. What did you say? No, it's nothing, the little girl quickly denied. Lin Su didn't pursue the matter further, but soon his gaze fell on the dressing mirror not far away. The dressing mirror itself wasn't particularly attractive, but the bags piled up there looked very familiar to Lin Su. Bai Ruoruo also noticed Lin Su's gaze. Seemingly afraid that Lin Su would misunderstand something, she quickly explained. Those things were all given to me by Sister Ing. Wang Ying? Why would she give you all this? Lin Su asked in surprise. Sister Ing said they bought too much stuff and they can't use it all, so she asked me to help them use some. Oh, I see. Lin Su suddenly realized. He certainly knew what Wang Ying's true intentions were. No wonder I felt Bai Ruoruo was unusually obedient today. She acted like she was going to die when I asked her to do that for me before. But today he was unexpectedly generous. You truly are my wonderful wife. Wait for me, I'll be back to pamper you soon. Just then, Bai Ruoruo seemed to have thought of something, and asked uncertainly. So, are you really that rich? What? Are you short of money? Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. His sharp eyes seemed to see through everything, and he immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Bai Ruoruo's expression changed slightly. I don't need the money. However, her voice was noticeably less confident than before, as if Lin Su had truly touched a nerve. Seeing this, Lin Su's smile widened. He chuckled softly, then casually picked up his phone from the side and said slowly. Give me a bank card number. Bai Ruoruo looked at Lin Su with a suspicious expression. Why do you need my bank card number? I, Lin Su, don't have the habit of eating for free. You've given so much, I should give you some compensation. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo immediately waved her hands, shaking her head like a rattle drum. I don't want compensation. Are you sure you don't want it? Bai Ruoruo glared at Lin Su and said irritably. If I take it, wouldn't I be selling myself? Lin Su was taken aback by Bai Ruoruo's words, then burst into laughter, saying jokingly. You're so young, how do you know this? Bai Ruoruo was annoyed by Lin Su's laughter. It's your own outdated thinking that's so outdated, uncle. Uncle? Lin Su was both amused and exasperated by the title. He stroked his chin and said narcissistically, someone as handsome as me is called uncle? Bai Ruoruo curled her lip indifferently. Can't someone who's handsome be called an uncle? It's possible, but I don't like this title. Before he finished speaking, Lin Su suddenly pounced on Bai Ruoruo like a hungry tiger. What are you planning to do now? Bai Ruoruo's voice trembled with nervousness. Lin Su's lips curled into a malicious smile. I feel that the payment I just received was not enough, so I plan to ask for some more. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Su, dressed neatly, finally sat down on the edge of the bed. On the bed, Bai Ruoruo tightly covered her body with the quilt, her delicate face filled with grievance. Lin Su chuckled softly, then gently patted the little girl's head and said in a tender voice. Get some rest, see you tonight. Before long, Lin Su left. Bai Ruoruo was left sitting alone on the bed, lost in thought. It took her a while to come to her senses. He touched his head with his hand. His hands are quite warm. She murmured to herself, a faint smile appearing on her lips. But soon, as if she had just thought of something, she quickly picked up her phone, which was lying to the side. Holy crap, is this guy that rich? Meanwhile, Lin Su, who had left, ran into trouble. He had just stepped out of 1202, and before he could even close the door, he bumped into Wang Qiuyu, who was about to go out to take out the trash. Brother-in-law, why did you come out from the other side? Chapter 90. Oh no, my sister-in-law caught me cheating. I originally thought my sister had really found a perfect man, but it turns out it was all a lie. On the rooftop, Wang Qiuyu scolded the man in front of her with exasperation. This man was none other than her brother-in-law, Lin Su. A dozen minutes earlier, she had followed her older sister's orders and prepared to go out to take out the trash. Unexpectedly, she ran into Lin Su as soon as she stepped out. Encounters are perfectly normal, but encountering Lin Su coming out of someone else's house is not normal. Moreover, she knew very well that only one girl named Bai Ruoruo lived in apartment 1202, across the street. Lin Su, a grown man, sneaked out of someone else's house. The relationship between the two was obvious. Faced with his sister-in-law's scolding, Lin Su stood there motionless, like a child who had made a mistake. Just then, his sister-in-law's questioning voice exploded in Lin's ears like a thunderclap. Tell me, how long have you been having this improper relationship with her? Lin Su was slightly taken aback, and then he answered weakly. Actually, it wasn't long before I met her, after your sister moved here. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu's expression darkened considerably, and even his voice carried a hint of coldness. My sister just moved here, and you've already hooked up with another woman, and one who's so young. You're really something else. Faced with his sister-in-law's accusations, Lin Su explained helplessly, actually, we haven't completely hooked up yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qiuyu frowned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Lin Su took a deep breath and mustered his courage to continue, it means that I haven't had sex with her yet. Wang Qiuyu's cheeks instantly flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, vibrant and alluring. But Wang Qiuyu quickly suppressed her shyness and continued fiercely, you mean you haven't had sex with her, so you're not cheating? The voice was sharp and piercing, full of questioning and dissatisfaction. Lin Su seemed startled by Wang Qiuyu's imposing manner and quickly waved his hand to explain, I didn't mean that. However, Wang Qiuyu didn't give Lin Su a chance to explain at all. She suddenly yelled. So what exactly do you mean? My sister dumped her ex-boyfriend for you, and this is how you repay her? This roar was like a bolt from the blue, making Lin Su's eardrums ache. He was even so frightened that he took a step back. After a while, Wang Qiuyu, who had gradually calmed down, asked again. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? Qiuyu, I know I've wronged your sister, but could you please forgive me this time, since I haven't committed any serious mistakes? I promise this will never happen again, and I will always be good to your sister. Seeing Lin Su's sincere plea for forgiveness, one could tell he was putting on an act again. Why should I believe you won't do it again? Wang Qiuyu sneered, her tone tinged with disdain. A man who has made a mistake can only make excuses, but I sincerely hope that you, Qiuyu, can give me another chance. I will prove to you with my actions that I have truly come to my senses. Despite Lin Su's powerful and sincere voice, Wang Qiuyu remained skeptical. So Lin Su pulled out his trump card again. If you promise to give me another chance, I promise to find you a handsome and rich boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu, who had remained unmoved, visibly brightened up. But soon, that glimmer of light was replaced by a somber gloom. Do you think I would sacrifice my sister's happiness for my own benefit? 1 week. Give me 1 week, and I'll prove to you that I'm the one who can make your sister happy. If I can't, I'll break up with your sister myself. Besides, I promise to find you a boyfriend within a week. How does that sound? Wang Qiuyu fell into deep thought. It has to be said that Lin Su's offer was very generous, and she had almost no reason to refuse. But doing so would at least be a betrayal of Wang Ying. How about we give him a week? If all else fails, just kick him out in a week. Seeing that Wang Qiuyu was still hesitant, Lin Su unleashed another deadly move. Qiuyu, the boyfriend I'm introducing you to is someone who came back from abroad. He's not only rich, but also more handsome than me. The best part is, he's never had a girlfriend before. Before he finished speaking, Wang Qiuyu made his decision. All right. I'll give you one more chance. Lin Su's eyes lit up. Really? However, I have one more condition. What are the conditions? My condition is that you can't touch my sister for the rest of this week, even if you prove yourself. Ha? Your sister and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. If I don't touch her, she'll definitely get suspicious. I don't care. If you can't do it, then I'll go and confront my sister right now. No. I promise you. I promise you. That's more like it. Wang Qiuyu revealed a triumphant smile. Qiuyu, you absolutely have to keep your word. Lin Su said, feeling very aggrieved. As long as you keep your promise, I, Wang Qiuyu, guarantee that I will do what I say. Alright, I still need to take out the trash, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Wang Qiuyu left. However, no sooner had she left than Lin Su, who had been looking miserable, revealed a malicious smile. Little sister-in-law. You think you've got something on me, but what you don't know is that this was all a trap I set up on purpose. Don't worry, your brother-in-law will definitely find you a boyfriend you'll be absolutely satisfied with. The scene shifts, and Lin Su appears inside room 1201. Upon seeing Lin Su arrive, an excited Wang Ying immediately transformed into a joyful little bird and rushed towards him. Lin Su was just about to open his arms to welcome the beautiful woman. But somehow, he seemed to have a premonition. His gaze inadvertently fell on the girl with a gloomy face on the sofa. There was nothing he could do but withdraw his hands in time and stop Wang Ying before she could pounce on him. Stop! Stop! What happened? Wang Ying asked in astonishment. Well, I just finished driving practice at driving school, I'm all sweaty, so please don't come any closer, Lin Su explained. It's okay, I don't mind. With that, Wang Ying prepared to pounce on Lin Su again. But this time, Lin Su still rejected her. He spoke earnestly and passionately. You don't mind, but I do. I don't want you to see me looking so disheveled. Please let me take a shower first, and then I'll be there for you looking my best, okay? Having come this far, how could Wang Ying refuse? Okay, fine. Thanks. After saying that, Lin Su walked into the bathroom without looking back. Wang Ying was left standing there with a blank expression. Something feels off. Chapter 91 Wang Ying's astonishing decision. Show you, we're out of garlic. Go to the supermarket and buy some. Wang Ying, who was cooking in the kitchen, suddenly realized that she was out of garlic and immediately started directing her younger sister. But Wang Xiuyu was currently enjoying a friendly duo game with her gaming partner on the sofa, so she didn't have time to go buy garlic. I'm playing games right now, you can ask your brother-in-law to go buy it. After saying that, Wang Xiuyu gave Lin Su a look. Lin Su, understanding the implication, immediately stood up and said, Okay, I'll go out and buy it then. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Wang Ying called him back. No need, you can just sit on the sofa. Lin Su glanced at Wang Xiuyu and said with a smile. Anyway, I have nothing to do sitting here, so I might as well go out for a walk. If you want to take a walk, I'll go with you after we finish eating. As she spoke, Wang Ying looked at Wang Xiuyu with a gloomy expression. I'm only giving you 10 minutes. If I don't see the garlic you bought, the electronics in the house, or the cosmetics after 10 minutes, you can forget about getting them. Even if Wang Xiuyu was unwilling, he had no choice but to run away. However, when she passed Lin Su, she bumped into him hard, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction. Lin Su finally breathed a sigh of relief when the door slammed shut. He originally thought that Wang Xiuyu's prohibition against him touching Wang Ying meant that they couldn't have in-depth conversations, but he never expected that she wouldn't even let him touch her. In just that short time, he had no idea how many outrageous reasons he had come up with. Fortunately, the girl was finally sent away. After liberation, Lin Su immediately went to the kitchen and hugged Wang Ying, who was cooking. Why are you touching me again now? Didn't you just refuse to touch me no matter what? Wang Ying said resentfully. Lin Su gave an awkward smile. It's not my fault, it's all my sister-in-law's fault. She forced me to do this. Wang Ying immediately put down the spatula in her hand and turned around. What does this have to do with autumn rain? Lin Su first sighed softly, and then told Wang Ying about being caught cheating. Wang Ying's face turned noticeably paler after hearing this. Seeing this, Lin Su quickly comforted him. However, you don't need to worry. I've already made terms with my sister-in-law. As long as I can prove myself within a week, she'll pretend she didn't find out. Pretending is just pretending. What if she brings this up again someday? Wang Ying frowned. How about we just confront her directly? No way. Wang Ying refused without even thinking. Are you afraid she won't be able to accept it? That's only one aspect. I'm afraid she'll tell my parents. They're very traditional, and if they knew I was doing this, they'd be furious. Then what do you think we should do? She won't let me touch you now. Wang Ying bit her red lips and fell into deep thought. After a long while, she finally spoke. There's only one way left now. What method? Lin Su asked curiously. Let's stop the autumn rain. What did you say? Lin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Ying sighed. I know this is a bit difficult, but right now we have no other choice but to do this, do we? Are you really sure? She's your own sister. Despite Lin Su's serious expression, he was secretly overjoyed. He was originally thinking about how to confront Wang Ying after he had taken Wang Xiuyu as his wife. Unexpectedly, Wang Ying took the initiative to give Wang Xiuyu to her. This is such a pleasant surprise. Wang Ying nodded solemnly. Perhaps influenced by me, Xiuyu's mindset has long since changed. She only wants to marry a rich man. Rather than letting her marry a stranger whose background I don't know, it's better to keep her by my side so I can keep an eye on her. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'm a complete villain? Lin Su asked sincerely. Wang Ying smiled and shook her head, her eyes becoming much more affectionate. Don't be afraid, I believe you're a good person. Lin Su looked up and glanced at Wang Ying's favorability rating. Goodness, it's already at 95. In that case, I won't refuse. A few minutes later, Wang Qiuyu returned to the checkpoint. The moment she entered, she began to scrutinize Lin Su on the sofa with her eyes. But after looking for a long time, she couldn't find anything unusual. Then, under the pretext of delivering garlic, she went to the kitchen to examine Wang Ying again. This time, she still didn't notice anything unusual. But she always felt something was off. These two are just too normal. Just as she was pondering this, her phone vibrated. She glanced down at the screen, then took her phone and walked to the balcony. Hey, Fong Fong. Lin Su finally breathed a sigh of relief after the side door to the balcony was closed. Half an hour later, the family of three sat down at the dining table and began to eat dinner. Because Lin Su had to spend the evening with the girl across the street, he couldn't stay any longer and had to eat early. Wang Ying naturally had no objection to this. She had to obey all of her master's commands. Whatever the master says, that is what it is. But Wang Qiuyu was different. She seemed quite unhappy. Eating so early, you'll be hungry again very soon tonight. Lin Su laughed and said, you'll be hungry tonight, so I'll have your sister take you out for barbecue. Eating barbecue tonight will make you gain weight the most. Are you trying to make me die of obesity? Wang Qiuyu said irritably. No sooner had she finished speaking than she was punished by her own sister. How dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that? They were just telling the truth. Wang Qiuyu said, feeling wronged. Qiuyu is right. I was inconsiderate. Qiuyu is in her adolescence, the age when she should be maintaining her figure and being pursued by men. If this causes trouble, it would be a sin. It's all my brother-in-law's fault. To express my apology, I've decided to give my sister-in-law a house. Who wants your house? Wait. What did you say? You're giving me your house? Wang Qiuyu said incredulously. I heard from your sister that you've been wanting to move out of the school, so your sister and I discussed it and we decided to buy you a small house near the school. Really? Sis. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? You're listening very attentively now. Ah. I knew my sister was the best. Sister, my dear sister, let me have a bite. Get out of the way, we're eating. Chapter 92. The touching feelings of shattered ice blue. As night falls, the entire city is enveloped in an atmosphere of prosperity, as if draped in a dazzling cloak. However, if we were to discuss the most bustling place in Y City, it would undoubtedly be the Cloud Hotel located in the city center. Bathed in golden light, the Cloud Hotel shines like a beacon in the darkness. Yet, this bustling place, brimming with the scent of money, welcomed a group of extraordinary guests. They were a group of young men and women around 18 or 19 years old, their youthful faces radiating unruliness and rebellion. In addition, their clothing and appearance were also extremely unique. Their hair is dyed in various vibrant colors, with yellow being the most common. Their tattoos are subtly visible, showcasing their unique personalities. The earrings on their ears sparkled under the lights, and their unconventional clothing further highlighted their uniqueness. Moreover, their standing postures are also unconventional. Whether leaning or slouching, squatting or standing, they all exude a sense of nonchalance and casualness. That's right, these teenagers are all delinquents. At this moment, they have all gathered here because of one person. That person was none other than Bai Ruoruo, the only blonde beauty among the group whose attire was relatively normal. She was wearing a white dress, her long golden hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her delicate face was lightly made up, making her beautiful yet innocent. She stood out like a blooming lily in the crowd, creating a striking contrast with her strangely dressed companions. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, a boy with red hair called out impatiently. Hey Miss Ruoruo, when are you going to get your boyfriend? We've been waiting for half an hour. Upon hearing this, others also began to complain. Yeah, is he coming or not? Are they going to stand us up? Only one person said nothing. He was a handsome young man. He and Bai Ruoruo have the same hair color. If you look closely, you can also see that 3 English letters, BRR, are clearly engraved on his left thumb. BRR, Bai Ruoruo. That's right, this blonde guy is the same person who harassed Bai Ruoruo outside the neighborhood. He has a very unconventional name, Lang Shang. Perhaps growing impatient, Long Shang roared. Enough, all of you, shut up. The delinquents, who had been complaining, miraculously fell silent. Clearly, Lung Shang holds a special position among the group. But Bai Ruoruo didn't appreciate it. She took out her phone and walked away. She was feeling awkward because her boyfriend hadn't come. However, she called the person several times, but no one answered. Just then, Lung Shang walked over. He spoke in an extremely complicated tone. Ruoruo, you didn't need to hire someone to pretend to be your boyfriend to deliberately upset me. I hired someone to pretend to be my boyfriend? Bai Ruoruo asked in surprise. Isn't that right? Lung Shang said calmly. This made Bai Ruoruo laugh in exasperation. No, Lung Shang, aren't you being a bit too narcissistic? It's not like I, Bai Ruoruo, am unwanted. Why would I spend so much money hiring actors just to spite my ex-boyfriend? Lung Shang frowned deeply, and his voice became much lower. So you really have a boyfriend? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Lung Shang's expression turned noticeably more unpleasant. After a long while, he finally spoke. Ruoruo, what happened before was my fault. However, before he could finish speaking, Bai Ruoruo, as if she had seen a very precious treasure, ran happily toward the roadside. Following the direction Bai Ruoruo ran off in, Lung Shang quickly spotted a limousine parked on the side of the road. As the car door slowly opened, a handsome man in a suit, exuding a powerful aura, stepped out of the car. The person who arrived was none other than Lin Su, Bai Ruoruo's long-awaited boyfriend. Upon seeing Lin Su, Lung Shang was immediately lost in memories, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. Just as he was reminiscing, an excited Bai Ruoruo had already rushed into Lin Su's arms. She was certainly not willing, but since her cronies all had backstory, she had to make the most of it. Sure enough, she started complaining as soon as she threw herself into Lin Su's arms. Why are you so late? Do you know how long we've been waiting for you here? I'd like to hurry up too, but it takes time to prepare this outfit. Besides, didn't you say I should make an entrance as a rich young master? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo began to examine Lin Su closely. He is indeed much more handsome than before. Lin Su smiled slightly, then, Miss Ruoruo, would you like to consider being my girlfriend? I don't want to be with a filthy scoundrel like you. Oh? Since you don't welcome me, then I'll leave. With that, Lin Su prepared to get back into the car. Anxious, Bai Ruoruo quickly grabbed Lin Su. No. You promised to finish this scene. Lin Su did not stop there. But he didn't really intend to leave. After pretending to fumble around in the car for a while, a beautiful bouquet of roses appeared in his hand. Bai Ruoruo was stunned when she saw the roses. This is... Just then, Bai Ruoruo's friends also came up to greet her. One of the girls recognized the rose and screamed excitedly. This is Shattered Ice Blue. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at her. Even Bai Ruoruo looked over with a puzzled expression. The girl took a deep breath and then slowly said, the ice blue variety of rose is very rare. It's said that only 1 in 10,000 roses might produce one. What? Only 1 out of 10,000 will be produced. Everyone was astonished. The girl nodded and continued, yes. Shattered ice blue is very rare, and a single shattered ice blue tube can cost over 1,000. If one stem costs over 1,000, then this whole bunch must cost over 100,000? Holy crap, sending flowers worth over 10,000 yuan, that's incredibly rich. Everyone stared at Lin Su in astonishment. Bai Ruoruo was so shocked that she couldn't speak. At this point, the knowledgeable young woman continued. The preciousness of the ice blue is one aspect, but its flower language is the real reason why so many people love it. What flower language does it symbolize? Bai Ruoruo blurted out. The girl first glanced at Lung Shang, whose face was gloomy behind her, then looked at Lin Su, and then mustered up her courage to speak. Its message is, I give you the sea and the stars, because the sea is blue, the sky is blue, and when I think of you, it's blue too. Blue is the English word for blue, and blue also sounds like, because I love you every day. Oh my God. The meaning of these flowers is so romantic. Upon hearing this, the other girls immediately became infatuated. Bai Ruoruo, who had been able to maintain a calm demeanor, now looked at Lin Su with a gaze filled with emotion she had never shown before. I originally planned to introduce myself and surprise you, but I didn't expect that one of your friends would be an expert. Then I can only be your flower messenger, Ruoruo. This bouquet of small ice blue is for you. I hope you, like these flowers, can be happy and joyful every day. Chapter 93 New Goal, Young Ching. I'm so sorry that my lateness has made everyone wait for so long without my consent. To express my apology, this meal is on me. Everyone, please order whatever you like. Inside the luxurious private room, Lin Su, the oldest member of the group, sincerely apologized to the delinquent youths. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than some bold people started making fun of him. Are you sure you want to order anything? This is a 6-star hotel, aren't you afraid we'll bankrupt you? The speaker was a red-haired girl with a ponytail, and her clothing was extremely daring. She wore an off-the-shoulder top and super short shorts. The area covered by the cloth was less than half of the exposed skin. Besides that, what's most striking is her face, which is in no way inferior to Bai Ruoro's. Bai Ruoro possessed a pure yet slightly unruly quality, while this girl had no purity whatsoever, only unruliness and exuberance. Curious, Lin Su glanced at her panel. Name, Yang Ching. Age, 19. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 89. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 77. Pregnancy probability, 88%, with a 92% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.3. Goodness. A whopping 77 favorability points. They're either obsessed with looks or obsessed with money. The pregnancy probability is pretty good. God really is looking out for me. Go out and show off your skills, and you might even encounter prey. Afterwards, Lin Su checked on the other girls. I thought there would be 2 more qualified candidates. Unexpectedly, their chances of getting pregnant were all lower than the other. That's fine, 1 is good enough. He smiled slightly as he looked at young Ching. Although a 6-star hotel is a bit expensive, I don't think I care about this small amount of money with my financial resources. Upon hearing this, young Ching's eyes visibly brightened. Although it was fleeting, Lin Su still managed to capture it. The assessment is complete at the very least, he's a money grubber. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. You are all Ruoro's good friends, so naturally you are my good friends too. Good friends don't need to be so formal. Just do whatever makes you happy, right, Ruoro? As he spoke, Lin Su looked at the girl beside him. At this moment, Bai Ruoro was still immersed in the exquisite shattered ice blue in her arms and did not hear what Lin Su was saying at all. It wasn't until Lin Su called her name 5 or 6 times that she finally came to her senses. With her cheeks flushed, she looked at Lin Su with a blank expression. Ha? What's wrong? I'm fine, but what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red all of a sudden? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Su's gentle voice was like a warm ocean breeze, softly caressing the girl's heart and making her heart, which had not wavered for a long time, begin to beat wildly. No, it's nothing. Bai Ruoro lowered her head shyly. However, in the instant she lowered her head, a blush was clearly visible on her delicate face. Curious, Lin Su glanced at Bai Ruoro's profile and was surprised to find that her favorability rating had reached 80. Just a few days ago, this girl was looking down on him. It rose to 80 in such a short time. Such speed is truly astonishing. Of course, he also knew very well that all of this was thanks to that bundle of shattered blue ice. Little girl, aren't you arrogant? Go ahead and be arrogant. I'll see how arrogant you are after today. Witnessing the shy yet sorrowful expression on Bai Ruoro's face, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He could initially comfort himself by saying that Lin Su was an actor hired by Bai Ruoro. But after witnessing these waves of extravagant spending, even if he was good at deceiving himself, he had no choice but to believe it. The scene shifts, and Lin Su sits down at the dining table with Bai Ruoro's friends. The table is now covered with a variety of dishes. These delinquent teenagers are all about being carefree. Since Lin Su said to order whatever they wanted, they definitely wouldn't hold back. The dishes on the table alone easily cost over 5 figures. Besides these dishes, there's beer everywhere. You heard right, it's beer. Lin Su originally wanted to treat them to more expensive red wine, but none of them agreed. There was no other way but for him to do as the Romans do. However, the beers they ordered were not off-brand. They would have cost at least 4 figures. Fortunately, Lin Su is now rich and doesn't care about these things at all. Before long, Lin Su, following the local custom, started drinking with these delinquent youths. Don't let their young age fool you. These teenagers have surprisingly good alcohol tolerance. Several of them even had a higher alcohol tolerance than Lin Su. I chug a bottle of beer and it didn't change color at all. Of course, Lang Shang had the best alcohol tolerance among this group. He seemed possessed by the god of wine, chugging bottle after bottle. The already lively private room reached its climax because of him. However, the perceptive Lin So quickly noticed something amiss. Lang Shang would always look at himself before chugging the whole bottle. At first, he thought Lang Shang was showing off his special skills on purpose. Later, he realized that Lang Shang was actually looking at Bai Ruoruo. Out of curiosity, he immediately checked Lang Shang's favorability rating. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up, and what you found was quite shocking. Favorability 80. He could understand positive 80, but negative 80 was a bit outrageous. Out of curiosity, he secretly asked Bai Ruoruo. Although Bai Ruoruo didn't want to talk about it at first, she eventually confessed everything. It turns out that Lang Shang was her ex-boyfriend. However, the two broke up for some reason before they had been dating for very long. Bai Ruoruo didn't say why, and he didn't ask. But then he remembered seeing Lang Shang outside the neighborhood before. It seems that Lang Shang did not recognize him. Otherwise, he would have exposed them on the spot as a fake couple. Lang Shang's jealousy over Bai Ruoruo was just a minor incident. He was still a child, and Lin So had no interest in playing with him. His thoughts were all on Yang Qingqing. The two were initially quite far apart. But somehow, the two of them ended up together. The two of them took turns drinking. Before long, Yang Qingqing's face turned rosy, looking like a bright red apple, making one want to take a bite. It was at this moment that she made a bold move. Chapter 94 Yang Qingqing. Inside the dimly lit private room. I didn't expect you to be so thirsty, the man teased. So you're so thirsty because Ruoruo can't satisfy you, the woman retorted mercilessly. That's right, the two were none other than Yang Qingqing and Lin So, who had left one after the other not long ago under the pretext of going to the toilet. Lin So's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. If I said that Ruoruo and I haven't gone that far yet, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed clearly in Yang Qingqing's beautiful eyes. Real? I, Lin So, never deceive women, especially not a woman as beautiful and sexy as you. As he spoke, Lin So's hands began to roam over Yang Qingqing's body again. Strangely, Yang Qingqing did not resist at all, her cheeks simply became even redder. The next second, Yang Qingqing reached out and wrapped her arms around Lin So's neck, speaking in an extremely ambiguous tone. Then, can I be your girlfriend? You want to be my girlfriend? Don't you have a boyfriend? Lin So pretended to be surprised. Yang Qingqing, however, did not take it to heart and continued speaking. But you have a girlfriend too, yet you still secretly came to see me behind Ruoruo's back? That's true, but I won't break up with Ruoruo. Why? Do you think I'm worse than Ruoruo? Lin So shook his head. No, in my opinion, you are even sexier and more attractive to me than Ruoruo. Then why don't you break up with her? The girl asked, puzzled. Because I have more than one girlfriend, Ruoruo. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing was completely stunned. What did you say? You have more than one girlfriend. Lin So nodded, and then began to tell the legendary story of his Lin family. After hearing this, Yang Qingqing's gaze towards Lin So was noticeably less impulsive and excited than before. At this moment, Lin So said something else. If you're willing, I can accept you. I'll buy you a house, and give you 100,000 dragon coins every month as pocket money. When we have time, I can go shopping, travel, and go on dates with you. If that's the case, then wouldn't that mean I'm being kept by you? Yang Qingqing pouted resentfully. Her initial goal was to replace Bai Ruoruo. But in the end, she discovered that this man was actually very powerful and had many women. Although she is greedy and likes handsome men, she finds it somewhat unacceptable to share a man with so many women. Keeping someone is just for fun, I'm different. My goal is to save the family. Once the family is revived, I will bring you all back and hold an unprecedented wedding with all of you. Despite Lin So's sincere and enticing words, Yang Qingqing remained unmoved. Seeing this, Lin So had no choice but to use his trump card. I have shown you all my sincerity. If you are not willing, I will not blame you. With that, Lin So placed Yang Qingqing, whom he was holding, on the sofa and got up to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, Yang Qingqing grabbed him. I have a question, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. What's the problem? Lin So asked curiously. Does Ruoruo know about the things you mentioned? Ruoruo only knows that I have other girlfriends. As for the others, I haven't told her yet, Lin Se confessed. Then why did you tell me? We've only just met. Yang Qingqing asked again. Because I'm afraid this is the first and last time we'll meet, and I don't want to miss you. Before he finished speaking, Yang Qingqing made her decision. Okay. I promise you. Lin Se's eyes lit up. Are you really sure? My Lin family is no small family. Once you join the Lin family, you will never have a chance to back out for the rest of your life. Yang Qingqing nodded very seriously. The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary, Yang Qingqing's dictionary. As expected of a rebellious girl, she's so forthright. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Se once again embraced Yang Qingqing. In that case, I'm coming. You want it now? They're still waiting for us in the private room. What if we get caught? If we move quickly, we won't be discovered. Even if we are, I will protect you. Then, you can come. Meanwhile, in the unusually lively private room, these delinquent teenagers have gone completely mad. The dining table was no longer enough for them. They had moved their battleground to the karaoke area in the private room. The girls sang beautifully on the sofa, while the boys danced wildly on the dance floor. The scene was much more lively than before. However, Bai Ruoruo, who was sitting to the side, looked very serious. Because she noticed that Lin Se hadn't returned for a long time. If it were just him, it would be one thing, but Yang Qingqing also disappeared without a trace, which is abnormal. Recalling their increasingly ambiguous interactions before they left, she had already formed a bold guess in her mind. But soon, she realized something was wrong. No, why should I care about that guy? He's not my boyfriend. Let him flirt with other people if he wants to. Anyway, if something goes wrong in the end, he'll be the one blamed, not me. Although she thought this way, she always felt somewhat uncomfortable deep down. It felt like someone had stolen something very precious from me. Feeling agitated, she finally decided to leave the private room and go out for some fresh air. However, she hadn't gone far when a very familiar voice, tinged with drunkenness, came from behind her. Ruoruo. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw that the person calling out was none other than her ex-boyfriend, Lang Shang. Coincidentally, she was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to Lang Shang anymore. So she turned around, ready to pretend she hadn't seen it. But she still underestimated Lang Shang's obsession with her. Lang Shang strode forward and blocked her path. Bai Ruoruo's face darkened, and her tone became much colder. Lang Shang, what exactly do you want to do? Ruoruo, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, okay? Lang Shang pleaded. Bai Ruoruo sneered, give you another chance? How many chances have I given you? I know it's all my fault. I didn't know how to cherish you, but I've really realized it now. I will definitely cherish you from now on. Look at this, I just got it tattooed yesterday. As he spoke, Lang Shang showed Bai Ruoruo the 3 English letters on his thumb. Upon seeing that all too familiar abbreviation, Bai Ruoruo, who had been expressionless, softened her gaze instantly. Just as she was about to say something, another untimely voice came from behind. You flirted with my girlfriend while I was away. Is this what you call friendship? Chapter 95 Bai Ruoruo's decision. What are you doing here? Bai Ruoruo looked at the newcomer in astonishment. That's right, the person who came was none other than Lin Se, the man who hadn't returned for a long time. Lin Se walked along, his face grim, and said this as he went. If I don't show up soon, my wife will be kidnapped by someone else. Who's your wife? Bai Ruoruo retorted instinctively. But as soon as she said it, she realized something was wrong. So she had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. I haven't agreed to marry you yet. As they were talking, Lin Se had already walked up to Bai Ruoruo. He reached out and put his arm around Bai Ruoruo's slender waist, then spoke in an extremely ambiguous tone. You won't marry me? Do you really think there's anyone in this world more suitable for you than me? Bai Ruoruo blushed, of course, there is. Oh? Where is that person? Lin Se continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Shang, who was standing to the side, could no longer suppress his anger and shouted loudly. Here I am. The person Ruoruo was talking about is me. You? Lin Se looked at Lang Shang with feigned surprise. That's right, it's me. I'm Ruoruo's boyfriend. Get your filthy hands off me right now. Perhaps because he was drunk, Lang Shang looked like a roaring wild beast, exuding a fierce aura. However, Lin Su remained calm in the face of Lang Shang's roar. Instead of letting go of Bai Ruoruo, he hugged her even tighter. In addition to his physical actions, he continued to provoke Lang Shang verbally. "You're the boyfriend Ruoruo mentioned, so call out to Ruoruo and see if she answers. Then you'll have to watch." Lang Shang glared at Lin Su, then turned to look at Bai Ruoruo. "Ruoruo, I'm your boyfriend, right?" His voice was so humble and pleading. Even Bai Ruoruo's frozen heart began to waver. But just as she was about to speak, the man who was holding her tightly in his arms suddenly said something. "You'd better think carefully before you answer. If you choose him, then we're both completely finished." If it were before, and Lin Su had said those words, Bai Ruoruo would definitely have retorted without hesitation. "Fine, I'm done with you. I never cared about you anyway." However, after receiving the carefully prepared ice blue bouquet from Lin Su, her attitude towards him had already changed significantly. Later, when she learned that Lin Su and Yang Qingqing might do that, she actually felt a pang of heartache. It's no exaggeration to say that, to this day, she can no longer simply regard this man as a scoundrel. Seeing that Bai Ruoruo was beginning to waver because of Lin Su's words, Lang Shang once again raised his thumb. "Ruoruo, didn't you want me to prove how much I love you? Look, I tattooed your name on my finger. If that's not enough, I'll tattoo your name on all 10 of my fingers." Following Bai Ruoruo's gaze, Lin Su also looked at Lang Shang's thumb. Sure enough, there he saw 3 English letters. From his previous conversation with the delinquent, he also learned what it meant to leave his girlfriend's name on his body. But he remained calm, firmly believing that Bai Ruoruo would choose him. "You asked why? Then I can only say that Bai Ruoruo's favorability rating has climbed to 80. With such a high level of favorability, he didn't believe there would be a reversal." After a period of internal struggle, Bai Ruoruo finally rejected Lang Shang. "I'm sorry, Lang Shang, I already have a boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Lang Shang's youthful face lost all color. Even his body trembled slightly involuntarily. "Why? Didn't we promise to be together forever? Why, Ruoruo?" Perhaps unable to bear seeing Lang Shang like this, Bai Ruoruo buried her head in Lin Su's arms. Lin Su didn't hesitate, he picked her up and turned to leave, ignoring Lang Shang's wailing behind him. Before long, the two returned to the private room. The excited crowd was surprised to see Lin Su carrying Bai Ruoruo back. But before they could even speak, Lin Su said something. "Ruoruo isn't feeling well, so I'm taking her home first. I've already paid the bill, you guys have fun here." After saying that, Lin Su left with Bai Ruoruo. The crowd was left looking completely bewildered. What's going on? What's this? By the way, where's Brother Lang? Why is he gone too? Just as everyone was looking on in confusion, Yang Qingqing, who had just returned not long ago, came to her boyfriend. "Yu Yun, let's break up." On the other side, after leaving the private room, Lin Su carried Bai Ruoruo all the way to the presidential suite upstairs. Bai Ruoruo seemed to realize what was about to happen, and her body trembled slightly involuntarily. Lin Su smiled gently, then carefully placed Bai Ruoruo on the bed. Immediately afterward, he whispered a few more words of advice to Bai Ruoruo before getting up and leaving. Bai Ruoruo didn't dare to open her eyes until the door was closed. She was breathing heavily, as if trying to release all the tension she had been holding in. After the tension subsided, she became puzzled. According to that guy's habits, he should be eating me at the hotel right now, but he just left like that. Am I overthinking it? He didn't actually have those kinds of feelings for me? No, that's impossible. He must have gone to prepare something. Could it be? Bai Ruoruo's face and neck turned completely red, as if she had thought of something. Oh well. Whatever, he's already done everything for me, let him do whatever he wants. That's what she said, but she was still shy and covered herself with the blankets. When Lin Su returned, he was surprised to see the bulging blanket. Are you cold? The girl trembled violently upon hearing the sound. She rustled around in bed for a long time before finally managing to peek her head out. Ah, yes, I'm a little cold. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the bowl in Lin Su's hand. What are you holding in your hand? This is a hangover soup that I asked the hotel staff to make. You should get up and drink it quickly. Bai Ruoruo stared wide-eyed at Lin Su in disbelief. You've been gone for so long just to do this? Otherwise, what do you think I'd go out for? I. Looking at Bai Ruoruo's flushed face and her stammering voice, Lin Su quickly realized something was amiss. You don't think I'm preparing for something, do you? I didn't. This time the answer was quick. But Lin So clearly didn't believe it at all. He put down the bowl in his hand and went straight over. What if I said I put medicine in the bowl? What medicine? Of course, it's a drug that will make you live a life of decadence and debauchery. Can I not eat it? What do you think? The book test is about to begin. This is your chance to survive or fail. A heads up, please add the books to your bookshelves. Thank you. Chapter 96 Reward? Hiss. You've murdered your husband. A scream suddenly erupted from the quiet bedroom. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a handsome man with his upper body bare, clutching his arm in obvious pain. If you look closely, you can see traces of blood seeping out from the areas not covered by the large hand. The man who was poisoned was Lin So. After resting for a while, he began to check his harvest for the day. Thinking of this, Lin So immediately took out his phone and called that person. After hanging up the phone, Lin So drank 2 more bottles of ice water before he calmed down a little. On one hand, it's because she's by Ruoro's good friend. On the other hand, it's because she has a boyfriend. Well, S+ isn't low either. But what kind of place is this new school? Lin So immediately took out his phone to check. You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up, and what you found was quite shocking. Xinxue Lane is actually a school district property. And it's not just any ordinary school district property. It is located in the center of City Y, surrounded by universities, high schools, middle schools, primary schools, kindergartens, etc. If we're talking about which school district has the most expensive properties in Y City, then it's undoubtedly Xinxue. An entire building like this could not be taken without a few small targets. Of course, there was another reason why Lin So was so excited. That university near the new school is none other than Y City University, where my sister-in-law Wang Qiuyu studies. The rewards given by Xiao Mei and Yang Qingqing are exactly what Lin So needs right now, so by Ruoro couldn't possibly be any less. Filled with excitement and trepidation, Lin So spoke again. As soon as the notification sound ended, something resembling a spinning wheel appeared out of thin air in front of Lin So. The spinning wheel clearly displayed the critical hit multiplier. The minimum multiplier is 2x, then 3x, 4x, and the maximum multiplier is 10x. Holy crap! Is a critical hit bonus triggered right after the rewards are distributed? As expected of Ruoro, the fattest one I've ever raised. Give me 10 times the amount. Under Lin So's command, the turntable began to spin. 3 times, 5 times, 7 times. As he watched the pointer keep passing those multiples, Lin So's heart grew increasingly tense. After a short while, the pointer began to fluctuate between 8x and 9x. After some back and forth, the pointer finally stopped at 8x. Although it was still a bit short of the ideal multiple, Lin So was already very satisfied with the result. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered an 8x critical hit reward. This mission has been rated SS+. Congratulations, host, on receiving the following rewards. 160 million dragon coins, 20 million dragon coins per bet. Eavesdropping. After using this skill, you can eavesdrop on the target's true thoughts. It can be used 3 times a day, with each session lasting 30 minutes. Holy shit! It even has an SS+ rating. Am I really that excited? By Ruoro, you're driving me crazy. 160 million. His total assets before that didn't even amount to 160 million. As expected of my precious baby. This idea of eavesdropping on someone's thoughts is quite interesting. That way I'll know what they're thinking. This is practically an essential skill for winning over girls. Excellent, excellent. Finally, here's a screenshot of Lin So's current stats. Name, Lin So. Age, 25. Height, 180. Weight, 152. Appearance, 97. Assets, 280 million excluding odd amounts. Overall rating, 9.1. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this chapter has been significantly cut. We apologize for the inconvenience and will try to revise it later. Please bear with us for now. Chapter 97 Eavesdropping on Heartfelt Words. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Ruoro awoke. Staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, Ruoro seemed lost in confusion. But soon, the physical pain awakened those dead memories. Despite the pain, she still managed to glance to the side. Unsurprisingly, the place was already deserted. That damn scoundrel. He just got his hands on me and then dumped me here all alone. Men are all the same. You just wait, once I recover, I'll make you pay. After resting in bed for a while, Ruoro dragged her tired body to the bathroom. When she came out, she had transformed back into the adorable and beautiful young woman, Ruoro. She glanced at the night outside the window, then turned and left the bedroom without a second thought. But when she arrived in the living room, she was completely shocked by the scene before her. There were rows and rows of food trucks parked there. The food cart was filled with nothing but pots and pots of nourishing soups that exuded an enticing aroma. In addition, there are many rare ingredients. For example, lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, bird's nest, and many other unknown things. Soon, her gaze settled on the food cart in the middle. Or rather, the cards on it. With a question in mind, Ruoro walked up to the food truck and took down the card. When she saw the contents, the girl, who had been feeling resentful, couldn't help but smile. You think you can buy me off like this? You underestimate me, Ruoro. You want me to bleed for you? Today I'll make you experience what it's like to bleed a lot. As she spoke, she casually picked up the landline phone next to her. Hello, is this room service? Could you please send another 10 servings of bird's nest to suite 777? No. 20 servings of bird's nest, 20 servings of abalone, 20 servings of shark fin, and 20 servings of sea cucumber. Meanwhile, on the same floor, in the presidential suite with room number 888. What's wrong? A woman's voice followed. I suddenly had a bad feeling. Is it very strong? If it is, then this is fine, you can go and do your thing. No need, it must be my imagination. System, use the eavesdropping skill. Eavesdropping on thoughts has begun. Countdown, 30 minutes. Next, it's time to test its effect of eavesdropping on people's thoughts. As soon as the notification tone ended, Zhang Fangfang's voice echoed in Lin's mind. Isn't it said that men only last 3 minutes? Hearing this, Lin felt incredibly proud. After all, nothing is more fulfilling than hearing a woman praise your prowess. What are you going to do? Zhang Fangfang's voice trembled with nervousness. Lin's lips curled into a malicious smile. You felt like you hadn't had enough? Let's do it again. I happen to have a new way to play that I want to try. How did you know? There is nothing in this world that I do not know. Because Lin could overhear Zhang Fangfang's thoughts, he knew her weaknesses and what she wanted. Having witnessed firsthand the power of eavesdropping, Lin became increasingly confident in his dream of building an army. In just over half an hour, Zhang Fangfang's favorability rating towards her rose to 88. If she uses this trick on other women, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? The only drawback is that there are time and frequency limits, otherwise, he could listen to everyone's thoughts all day long. However, he was content with 3 times a day. As a person, don't be so greedy. Just then, Zhang Fangfang, who was catching her breath, blurted out something. Lu Hu and I have broken up. Lin's eyes lit up. So fast? You trust me so much, I don't want to let you down. Lin Bai said, since you've been so efficient, I'll give you a gift too. What gift? The school has a curfew, so it's not convenient to look for you late at night. That's why I bought you an apartment outside the school. Huh? You bought me an apartment? Well, it's too late tonight. I'll take you to see the house tomorrow. Why are you so good to me? I told you, if you follow me, I will let you enjoy all the riches and honors, although I cannot give you love. Thank you. I will definitely live up to your expectations and give you lots and lots of children. How many children are there? You can have as many as you want. That sounds great. I'd like to try that side then. If you want it, I'm willing. Chapter 98 by Ruoro has a strange quirk? You really know Yu? Standing by the bedside, Zhang Fangfang, her face flushed, stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her, her expression one of utter disbelief. Faced with Zhang Fangfang's shock, Lin remained remarkably calm. After all, he was just as surprised when he first learned about their relationship. Only after Zhang Fangfang gradually recovered from her shock did he finally speak. I overheard Yu making a phone call to you at home, and that's how I found out about your relationship with her. Zhang Fangfang suddenly realized, this world is so small. Yes. My master told me about Yu, probably because he wants me to help him capture Yu, right? So smart, no wonder you're a student from a prestigious university. By the time Lin Su finished getting dressed, it was already 1 in the morning. Looking at Zheng Fangfang, who was fast asleep on the bed, his favorability rating had reached an astonishing 92. Once the favorability rating reaches 90, it's virtually impossible for him to betray you again. In addition, the pregnancy probability column has been changed to currently conceiving. I made a mistake here, let me correct it. After a short stay, Lin Su returned to the suite where Bai Ruoruo was staying. He thought Bai Ruoruo must be asleep by now, but when he saw the messy living room, he was stunned. As far as the eye could see, there were countless food trucks, at least 30 of them. He clearly remembered that he had only called 4 food trucks for Bai Ruoruo before he left. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo, who was wolfing down a large lobster on the sofa, finally noticed Lin Su's figure. She immediately waved her not-so-greasy hand at Lin Su and greeted him. "Hi, you're back. How much did you order?" Lin Su asked as he walked, his face grim. Now he probably understands why he had such a bad feeling before. It was a premonition of financial loss. Not many, just 50 lobsters, 50 abalones, 50 shark fins, and 50 servings of bird's nest. Bai Ruoruo said casually. 50 servings of each? Are you crazy? How can you possibly finish all that? Lin Su was trembling with anger. This is a 6-star hotel. Just the items Bai Ruoruo ordered would cost 5 figures if each one were ordered in 1 serving. I can't even imagine how much it would cost if I ordered 50 servings of each item. He's rich, but he's never been so extravagant with his money. All he got were 2 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk. However, Bai Ruoruo seemed oblivious to Lin Su's impending outburst of anger, and continued to speak calmly and serenely. I couldn't finish it all. So I shared the food with the hotel staff. They work so hard late at night, they need to eat well. Oh, right. I not only gave some to the staff, but also to you. Sister Ing and the others also packed a few portions, which are in the refrigerator. Don't forget to take them home when it gets light. Bai Ruoruo added proudly. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Lin Su's lips twitched slightly, and he practically squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Of course. I'm the most beautiful girl in the universe. Bai Ruoruo boasted without any modesty. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Lin Su. Alright, stop standing there like an idiot, come and eat with us. There are still several servings left, I've been eating for ages. Bai Ruoruo warmly greeted Lin Su. Seeing this, Lin Su couldn't stay angry any longer and replied, okay. I'm coming right now. After saying that, he stepped over the food cart that was packed full of all kinds of food and walked up to Bai Ruoruo. However, unlike Bai Ruoruo, he didn't pick up the lobster and start eating it without any regard for his image. His large hand suddenly grabbed her like lightning, and before Bai Ruoruo could even react, she was easily caught in Lin Su's hand like a pendant. Why did you arrest me? Bai Ruoruo looked at Lin Su in astonishment. Lin Su revealed a playful smile. Didn't you ask me to come and eat? Of course I came to enjoy the food. Bai Ruoruo was even more puzzled after hearing Lin Su's words. She pointed to the food in front of her and said, these are what I'm letting you try. You wouldn't be thinking of, again. However, before she could finish speaking, she seemed to suddenly realize something, and her delicate face instantly became flustered. Noticing Bai Ruoruo's change, Lin Su no longer concealed his true feelings and revealed a wicked smile. Today? Wasn't that yesterday? Besides, you ate so many nourishing foods while I was away, you must have recovered your strength by now, right? Bai Ruoruo hurriedly explained, no, not yet. I'm just putting on a brave face. Actually, my body is in terrible pain. Oh? Really? Then I'll have to check it carefully. The scene shifts, and Lin Su carries the cleaned Bai Ruoruo to the bed. As the hungry wolf relentlessly approached her, Bai Ruoruo retreated while trembling and begging for mercy. It was my fault. I shouldn't have ordered so much food. Please forgive me. I'll give you the money back. Pay back the money? Do you know how much those things you ordered cost? Can you even afford to pay it back? Lin Su continued to press closer. Yes. I have $1 million. Bai Ruoruo said quickly. Lin Su paused for a moment, then continued sarcastically. Use the money I gave you to pay me back. You've got a really good plan. No, is that not allowed? What do you think? You sleep with my people, eat my food, and spend my money to build up your philanthropic persona. Forehead. Could it be that this little girl? Lin Su couldn't help but wonder. Lin Su looked at Bai Ruoro, whose body was still trembling slightly even in her sleep, and finally shook his head. Never mind, let's test it later. Anyway, she can't escape. Chapter 99 Teaching Zhang Fangfang. The next morning. You filthy scoundrel. Ah. Humph. Serves you right for bullying me. Now you know how powerful I, Bai Ruoro, am. However smug she is now, she will be pitifully begging for mercy later. Bai Ruoro's voice trembled as she sensed something was wrong. What do you want to do? What are you doing? Didn't you want to play? Of course I'm here to play with you properly. Lin Su said fiercely. No, I don't want to play with you. Let me go right now. When the two of them arrived at the hotel dressed and ready, it was already past 10 a.m. You filthy scoundrel. Just you wait, when we get back I'm going to tell Sister Ring everything you did to me. Bai Ruoro glared at Lin Su while saying resentfully. But Lin Su didn't care at all. She looks fierce and resentful now, but once you use some methods, she'll immediately become obedient. Alright, you can go back now. I have something to do, so I won't be going back. With that, Lin Su handed the lobster, abalone, and other takeout food he had been carrying all the way to Bai Ruoro. Bai Ruoro took the large pile of packages with suspicion, and then, like a wary rabbit, quickly turned her gaze to Lin Su, her eyes filled with scrutiny and doubt. If you're not going home, where are you planning to go? Are you hiding another woman in the hotel? Although she didn't ask Lin Su where he went for those few hours last night, it doesn't mean she forgot about it. Faced with Bai Ruoro's questioning, Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. What? You've only just become my woman, and you're already so eager to interfere in your man's affairs? Bai Ruoro's pretty face instantly turned bright red, and she explained somewhat flusteredly. Who is your woman? You can say it if you want, or don't if you don't. I have no interest in knowing. After saying that, Bai Ruoro turned her head away angrily, as if in a fit of pique, and refused to look at Lin Su again, as if this could cover up her shyness and unease. Looking at Bai Ruoro's adorable yet stubborn appearance, Lin Su couldn't help but feel a surge of affection. He smiled, reached out, and gently ruffled Bai Ruoro's hair, speaking in an incredibly gentle voice. Alright, you can go back now. Go find your sister Ring when you get back, she'll tell you everything you want to know. Before long, Lin Su was no longer seen on the open space. Only Bai Ruoro stood there blankly, looking completely bewildered. It took her a long time to come to her senses. This scoundrel is getting more and more outrageous. How dare he defile my head like this? You just wait, you better wait until Sister Ring tells me everything, otherwise I'll show you what I'm capable of. Snort! After hurling a string of profanities, Bai Ruoro limped away, carrying large and small bags of belongings. Meanwhile, Lin Su, who had parted ways with Bai Ruoro, returned to the Cloud Hotel. How is it? Does the clothes fit you well? Lin Su looked at Zhang Fangfang, who looked completely refreshed, with a gentle expression. Because Lin Su took drugs yesterday, he violently tore up all the clothes Zhang Fangfang had worn. So Lin Su had the hotel buy Zhang Fangfang a new dress early in the morning. Zhang Fangfang, who was wearing designer clothes for the first time, kept nodding. Perfect, perfect. I've never worn such a beautiful and comfortable dress before. Never worn one before? Didn't I transfer you a lot of money before? Haven't you bought yourself a pretty dress or two? Lin Su asked in confusion. No. Why? Because it's too expensive, I can't bear to spend the money, Zhang Fangfang said, her head down, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Su sighed softly. I know you want to leave all the money to your family, but I didn't come to you to ask you to live frugally. If you continue like this, it will be very difficult for me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangfang's mood noticeably dropped. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. At this moment, Lin Su continued. I don't mean to criticize you. I just want to tell you that you have to learn to be good to yourself before you can be good to others. No matter what, you must put yourself first. Your own happiness and joy are the most important things. Zhang Fangfang, who was initially quite depressed, perked up considerably after hearing Lin Su's meaningful words. Especially her beautiful eyes, which shone brightly like the stars in the sky. After a long while, she finally spoke. I see. Lin Su glanced at Zhang Fangfang, whose favorability rating seemed to have increased significantly, and nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let's go. Zhang Fangfang responded softly, Then, she stepped forward and naturally took Lin Su's arm. Lin Su was clearly surprised by Zhang Fangfang's actions and glanced at her in astonishment. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhang Fangfang asked, puzzled. It's nothing, let's go. Chapter 100 Yu Fei descends from the sky. You really want to buy me a house here? Outside the renowned Xingxueli residential community, Zhang Fangfang stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her in disbelief. What? You don't want it? Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fangfang's heart tightened. She bit her cherry-red lips tightly, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. After a long while, she seemed to have finally mustered up her courage and slowly spoke. I do want it, but the houses here are just too expensive. I'm not worth that much money. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible, as if she were afraid that Lin Su would get angry. Oh? Lin Su raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. So, how much do you think you're worth? Any two-bedroom apartment will do. As soon as she said that, Zhang Fangfang's entire face, including her ears, turned completely red, like a ripe apple. Clearly, it took all her courage to say those words. Seeing this, Lin Su's smile widened even further. Everyone else wants luxury cars and mansions, but you only want a small two-bedroom apartment. It seems your appetite is smaller than I thought. Zhang Fangfang lowered her head even further, and her voice grew softer and softer, like a mosquito's buzz. I know my own limitations. Under the sunlight, her rosy cheeks appeared even more flushed, as if they could drip blood. Lin Su remained silent, his gaze as calm as a still lake, quietly fixed on Zhang Fangfang. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The silence between the two was as if it were under a spell, without the slightest ripple. However, this peaceful atmosphere was eventually broken by the arrival of one person. Accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, a figure burst into their field of vision. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin, there was a traffic jam on the way. I apologize for making you wait so long. The sound was clear and melodious, like a nightingale singing in a valley. Lin Su looked up at the sound and saw a woman walking quickly toward them. She wore a black uniform on her upper body, which accentuated her slender waist. Her lower body was clad in a sexy bodycon skirt that hugged her long legs, making her sway gracefully as she walked. Perhaps because she was running too fast, the woman suddenly stumbled and lost her balance. She gasped and lunged straight at Lin Su like a cannonball. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Lin Su felt a blur before his eyes, and a faint fragrance wafted towards him. Immediately afterwards, a soft body suddenly crashed into his arms, and he instinctively reached out to embrace her. It was at this moment that he finally saw the woman's face clearly. Her eyes were as clear and bright as apricot blossoms, her eyebrows were long and willow leaf-like, slightly upturned, her nose was straight, her lips were as red as cherries, and her slightly flushed cheeks were like ripe apples, radiating an alluring glow. What captivated Lin Su even more was the faint, elegant fragrance emanating from the woman, as delicate and subtle as a flower blooming in spring, intoxicating all who smelled it. What an absolutely stunning woman! The gaze fell on the woman's head, and a panel appeared. Name, Yu Fei. Age, 26. Height, 170. Weight, 95. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 22. Pregnancy probability, 88%, with a 95% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.3. Good heavens, a beauty has fallen from the sky. The real estate industry is indeed full of beautiful women. Besides the scheming Lin Su, Yu Fei's inner thoughts while nestled in his arms are also quite interesting. Oh no! Oh no! Being late is bad enough, but I even bumped into a customer. Sister Ling specifically told me yesterday to make sure I served him well, but I'm sure I'll get fired again this time. I finally managed to get a job for 3 months. Mom, big cities are too hard, I want to go home, sob. Just as Yu Fei was silently calling for her mother in her heart, a deep and magnetic voice flowed gently past her ear like a clear spring. The voice seemed to possess a unique magic, captivating all who heard it. While I don't mind beautiful women throwing themselves at me, if you keep holding me like this, my girlfriend might really get angry. These words, like the sound of a morning bell and evening drum, abruptly jolted Yu Fei awake from her daze. Her cheeks flushed instantly, like ripe apples, and she murmured shyly, "Yes, I'm sorry." In her panic, Yu Fei hurriedly tried to break free from Lin Su's embrace. However, perhaps because she was too nervous, her legs actually felt a little weak. If you're not careful, you'll fall straight backward like a puppet that has lost its balance. At this critical moment, Lin So swiftly extended his large and powerful hand, like a knight rescuing a princess, and steadily supported Yufei's body. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The sunlight shone directly on Lin So, like a golden veil enveloping him. Bathed in sunlight, his figure appeared exceptionally tall and imposing, looking like a prince straight out of a fairy tale, handsome and charming. This man is so handsome. Yufei stared blankly at Lin So in front of her, her gaze completely drawn to him, as if she had forgotten everything around her. It wasn't until Lin So's voice rang in her ears again that she snapped out of her daze. "Miss you, are you alright?" Lin So's voice revealed a hint of concern. "It's alright, thank you so much, Mr. Lin," Yufei said gratefully, her voice trembling slightly. As she thanked him, she subconsciously glanced at Zhang Fangfang, who was standing to the side. Because she had arrived in a hurry, Yufei didn't have much time to pay attention to Zhang Fangfang. However, when she looked closely, she couldn't help but be surprised. The woman who came with the distinguished and handsome Mr. Lin was surprisingly ordinary. Zhang Fangfang's appearance can be described as quite ordinary. She would hardly attract attention in a crowd. However, although Zhang Fangfang's appearance is very ordinary, her clothes exude an aura of wealth. Could this be the story of the ugly duckling turning into a swan? However, before Yufei could continue to ponder, the man in front of her suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Ms. Yu, I have some things to take care of later. Could you take us to choose a house now?" Coming to her senses, Yufei quickly replied, "Of course, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, please come with me." "Thank you for your help, Miss Yu." Chapter 101, My Husband is Guilty? Oh my god, you can see our school's playground directly from here. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhang Fangfang was as excited as a child, lying there gazing at the scenery below. At this moment, Lin So walked over and suddenly said, "If you like it, then we'll order this one." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangfang instantly became conflicted. "I like it, but such a big house must cost a lot of money. You'll have to ask Miss Yu about that." As they spoke, the two of them looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in uniform Yufei. Being unexpectedly called upon made Yufei a little nervous. Fortunately, she was a professional salesperson and quickly regained her composure. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. This house is 120 square meters in total. If it is sold unfurnished, it would be around 60,000 yuan per square meter. 60,000 yuan per square meter. So, that means this house costs 7.2 million yuan. Zhang Fangfang's eyes widened, and her voice unconsciously rose several octaves. Yufei smiled and shook her head. This apartment is fully furnished, so it will be priced a bit higher than an unfurnished apartment. Expensive? How much more expensive? Zhang Fangfang stammered. Around 300,000. So expensive. Zhang Fangfang exclaimed in shock. Mrs. Lin, this price is definitely not expensive. The renovation materials and furniture we used are all the best from top brands, so the quality is absolutely guaranteed. We also offer a 10-year free return and exchange policy, and free on-site repairs. Despite Yufei's eloquent words, Zhang Fangfang had no desire to stay there any longer. She held Lin So's hand tightly, a pleading look in her eyes. "I don't want the house anymore, let's go." Upon hearing this, Lin So frowned slightly. "Such a nice house, are you sure you don't want it?" Although Zhang Fangfang felt a little reluctant, she gritted her teeth and answered firmly. "It's too expensive here. Let's look around somewhere else, or maybe we can rent a place." Lin So sighed softly, then turned to Yufei and said, "Ms. Yu, my girlfriend doesn't know about my situation yet. Could you introduce me to her?" Yufei smiled slightly, looked politely at Zhang Fangfang, and explained softly. "Mrs. Lin, you may not know this, but this entire building we are in right now belongs to Mr. Lin. You don't need to spend a single penny." Zhang Fangfang seemed to have heard some extremely shocking news. Her eyes suddenly widened, her mouth opened wide, and her face was filled with horror. The entire building? Yes, the whole building is. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and the three of them reappeared at the entrance of the Xingxueli residential area as if by magic. "Ms. Yu, you've worked so hard today." As they spoke, Lin So kept his eyes fixed on Yufei, and his ambiguous smile made Yufei feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Mr. Lin, you're too kind." "This is just my duty," Yufei quickly replied. However, her voice trembled slightly, whether from nervousness or some other reason, it was unclear. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Su prepared to leave with Zhang Fangfang. However, after taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped as if he had just remembered something. Immediately afterwards, Lin Su slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Yu Fei once again. Miss, you should have a business card with her, right? Yu Fei was slightly taken aback, then replied, yes, there is. Then please give me one, Miss Yu. Lin Su's tone was very gentle. Ha? Yu Fei seemed a little confused. I might need to trouble Ms. Yu to make a few more trips later. Having her business card would be more convenient, Lin Su explained, his gaze never leaving Yu Fei. Okay. Yu Fei snapped out of her daze, hurriedly rummaged through her bag for her business card, and carefully handed it over. The moment Lin Su took the business card, Yu Fei clearly felt his fingers lightly brush against her slender hand, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Although it was fleeting, the unusual sensation still made Yu Fei's heart beat faster involuntarily. Then we'll see you next time, Miss Yu. After saying this, Lin Su left with Zhang Fangfang, leaving Yu Fei standing there alone, lost in thought. She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally came to her senses. He must have bumped into it accidentally, right? Of course, he already has a girlfriend, how could he possibly be interested in someone like me? However, he has a really good temper. I almost thought I was going to lose my job again. Such a day worth celebrating, why not treat yourself to a nice meal? It's decided then. Just as Yu Fei was happily preparing to have a big meal, an unpleasant phone call came in. Hello, Dr. Xiao. On the other side, after leaving the new school, Zhang Fangfang took Lin Su to a youth hostel not far away. You heard right, it was Zhang Fangfang who brought Lin Su over on her own initiative. However, just as Lin Su was enjoying himself, his phone, which was lying to the side, suddenly vibrated. I picked up my phone and saw it was a Land Rover Aquaman. No, that was the old name, Aquaman. They should be called Lu Hu, the cuckold king, now. After gesturing for Zhang Fangfang to speak softly, Lin Su finally answered the phone. Lin Su, hey, Lao Lu, what's up? Lu Hu, old Lin, are you busy right now? Come out and have a drink with me, brother. I'm in a bad mood and need to vent. Lin Su, I might not be able to come here right now. Lu Hu, inconvenient? What could be inconvenient about it, unless you tell me you're having sex with a woman right now? Lin Su, not now, but soon. Lu Hu, you're not kidding, are you? Lin Su, how about I take a couple of photos and send them to you? Lu Hu, I don't have that kind of fetish. Since you have plans now, then forget it. But you have to reserve time for me tonight, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Lin Su, okay, see you tonight. Chapter 102 The Twin Demons. Those were all taught to you by Xiaoyu, right? Zhang Fangfang was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Xiaoyu said that men are all fickle, especially rich men. We must find ways to keep them infatuated with us so that they will willingly become our ATMs. Good heavens! My sister-in-law is quite young, yet she sees things so clearly. If Zhang Fangfang's skills are already so high, wouldn't her sister-in-law, who teaches by example, be even more superb? At this moment, Lin Su's determination to win over Wang Qiuyu became even stronger. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Su asked again. Have you used those methods on Lu Hu? Zhang Fangfang quickly explained, no, Lu Hu and I were just playing hard to get, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Lin Su's eyes lit up. So, I'm your first experimental subject? Zhang Fangfang nodded shyly, Seeing Zhang Fangfang's shy and adorable appearance, Lin Su's desire stirred again. He reached out and began to roam over her body. At the same time, he kept saying things that were irritating and disturbing. Fangfang, you must have learned other techniques, right? Yes, I do, but I'm not very good at it yet. It's okay, there's still plenty of time. I'll practice with you slowly. The two entered the hotel around 11 a.m. and left around 3 p.m. After grabbing a quick bite at a restaurant, Lin Su dropped Zhang Fangfang off at the university gate. After spending some time together, Zhang Fangfang had developed a fondness for Lin Su. So, the timid girl actually tried to persuade Lin Su to stay. Would you like to come and visit our school? Looking at the campus filled with young female college students, Lin Su, who had graduated many years ago, naturally felt a strong sense of longing. But after some thought, he ultimately declined. I have something to do later, maybe next time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangfang visibly slumped down. Lin Su offered no comfort, nor did he say anything more. He will have many women in the future, and this kind of thing will definitely happen often. He can't choose to appease them every time. We must help them adapt. Before long, Lin Se left under Zhang Fangfang's reluctant gaze. Zhang Fangfang stood there blankly, watching Lin Se leave. Only after his figure completely disappeared from her sight did she sigh softly, turn around, and walk into the school. However, she had only taken a few steps when the phone rang. Hey, Xiuyu, what's wrong? After parting ways with Zhang Fangfang, Lin Se went to Hongda driving school. Experiencing a few days without a car was really tough. It's about time, and he should come to pick up the driver's license he obtained through illegitimate means. After explaining his purpose, the manager immediately and eagerly handed the driver's license to Lin Se. Lin Sexin was relieved to see the official seal on it. By the way, did Ko Xiao come to the driving school today? Lin Se suddenly asked before leaving. Ko Xiao had some family issues and took a few days off. Okay, I understand. Since Xiao Shou wasn't there, Lin Se didn't linger at all and took a flight back to Lishikwaiwan. I initially planned to drive away, but after thinking about it, I decided to go home first. As soon as he entered, he heard a burst of silvery laughter. It was the sound of the women playing around. He was involuntarily drawn to the sound, as if under a spell, and slowly walked towards its source. After passing through the entryway, he finally arrived outside the living room. However, when his gaze fell upon the scene in the living room, he was completely stunned. In the living room, several half-naked women were gathered around the sofa. They seemed to be discussing something in hushed tones, each of them displaying an indescribable shyness and anticipation. Not only that, there were shopping bags everywhere in the living room. Some items were still unopened, while others had clothes that had already been tried on casually draped over them. Just as Lin Se was in astonishment, a mischievous figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. That was Li Shimeng. She was carrying a black bag mysteriously as she walked towards the women in front of the sofa. Hee hee, sisters, we've tried on all the other clothes, now it's time to try on the real battle armor. Li Shimeng's voice revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation. The girls clearly understood what Li Shimeng meant by battle robe, and their faces instantly turned shy. Lu Yang, in particular, had her entire face, even the roots of her ears, turned completely red, like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Hong Na and Tao Xiaotao exchanged a knowing glance, and then the two of them acted at the same time, pushing the still shy Lu Yang in front of Li Shimeng. Of course, Yang Jia should be the first to try something like this. Lu Yang's expression changed instantly, and he quickly waved his hand in refusal. No, I've never worn one before. You should try it on if you've never worn it before. Hong Na said with a mischievous grin. That's right. Tao Xiaotao agreed. No way, Lu Yang said, preparing to run away. But Hong Na and Tao Xiaotao were clearly prepared. Each of them held one of Lu Yang's arms and pressed him firmly to the spot. Meng, hurry up and get started. Hong Na urged. Receive. Seeing Li Shimeng approach with a lewd smile, Lu Yang resigned himself to his fate and could only close his eyes, secretly praying that it would all end soon. Lin Saran, who witnessed this scene from not far away, was dumbfounded. Good heavens, he actually flirted with my woman while I was away. All I can say is that they really knew how to tease her. Lin Se's mouth watered as he gazed at the black battle robe Lu Yang was wearing. Unfortunately, he couldn't do what he did to Hong Na and Tao Xiaotao. Perhaps he was too shy, because after putting on his battle uniform, Lu Yang didn't even dare to open his eyes. The other three women, however, were unrestrained, watching Lu Yang's battle robe from every angle. No wonder it's a battle uniform. If that guy comes back and sees Yang Jia dressed like this, he'll definitely get a nosebleed. Lin Se, it's already flowing. Isn't there another white one? Who wants to try it on? How about I do it? Chapter 103 The Battle Triggered by the Battle Robe. You four had a blast while I was away from home, you even put on a costume show. On the sofa, Lin Se spoke in a low, stern voice, his face expressionless. In his presence, Lu Yang and the other women were like children who had made a mistake, so nervous that they didn't even dare to lift their heads. But the world is never short of stubborn mules. And so, Hong Na, as the one in charge of this grand production, stepped forward without hesitation. What's wrong with changing clothes? We didn't go out and pose for photos. Besides, you were having a good time peeking at us. You said I was peeping? Lin Se was completely astonished, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Hong Na gave a cold snort. Whether you peeked or not, you know best in your heart. Lin Se was speechless. He really didn't know how to refute it. After a long while, Linsa finally spoke. Even if I peeked, does that mean you're not at fault? Hongna snorted again, retorting without backing down. What did we do wrong? We dressed up so carefully to please you. And instead of appreciating it, you criticize us. Her tone grew increasingly stern. If we have to say we were wrong, then our mistake was not changing in our room. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been seen naked. Hongna's words were like sharp swords, piercing straight into Linsa's heart. He was left completely speechless. The three women, including Lu Yang, who were standing to the side, were stunned when they heard Hongna's confident words. Is this still the Hongna they know? That's incredibly fierce. The atmosphere in the living room became tense because of Hongna. After an unknown period of silence, the man on the sofa finally stirred. Sister Yang, please take Xiaotao and Meng Meng to their room. Although Linsa's voice sounded calm, everyone present had a bad feeling. This is a sign that a storm is coming. Although the three sisters longed to share hardships with Hongna, they dared not disobey Linsa's orders. Before long, only the two of them remained in the large living room. Linsa slowly stood up and walked to Hongna. What do you want to do? Hongna was finally scared, her voice trembling. You accused me of peeping? Well then I'll show you openly and honestly. Hongna's expression changed instantly. You wouldn't be thinking of. Inside the room, Tao Xiaotao paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, muttering to herself. Nothing will happen, nothing will happen. Seeing this, Lu Yang quickly stepped forward, gently patted Tao Xiaotao's shoulder, and softly comforted her. Xiaotao, don't worry, Nana will be fine. Tao Xiaotao stopped and turned around, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Really? Lu Yang smiled and nodded, speaking firmly. If something happened to Nana, do you think Meng Meng would still be having so much fun? As they spoke, the two of them simultaneously turned their gazes to Li Shimeng on the bed. Li Shimeng was lying on the bed, happily playing on her phone and smiling from ear to ear. As if sensing their gazes, Li Shimeng looked up and chimed in with a smile. Sister Tao, don't worry, Master definitely won't do anything to Sister Nana. At most, he'll just teach her a lesson, nothing will happen. Tao Xiaotao's doubts were not completely dispelled after hearing this, and she pressed for an answer. How did you know? Li Shimeng giggled, revealing two adorable tiger teeth, because that's how my master used to discipline me. Tao Xiaotao seemed to have thought of something, and the worry between her brows disappeared. Instead, there was an overwhelming sense of shyness. Okay, Sister Tao, Sister Yang, come and see, I've downloaded the photos. What? You even took photos? Sister Nana said she wanted to commemorate this, so I took some photos. Ah. Delete my photos right now. No, these are for Master to see. Sister Xiaotao, please save me. I'll probably be very busy these next few days and won't have time to go home. I'll leave the house to you and Yang Jia. As for the company opening, I've already told Yang Jia about the major things. You two can discuss the other minor things. You dump all the important stuff on us and then dump all the trivial stuff on us. You're really playing hard to get. Hong Na complained. I didn't want it to be like this either, but the hopes of my entire Lin family rest on my shoulders, and I can't afford to slack off for a moment. Once we get through this period, I will make it up to you properly. Compensation? How will we compensate you? Give me a few children, and whatever compensation you want, I'll give you. TCH, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Chapter 10 for the mysterious second miss. What are you doing? Inside the room, Lu Yang, Tao Xiaotao, and Li Shimeng were arguing fiercely about the photos when suddenly a clear voice echoed through the room. Upon hearing the commotion, the three women simultaneously stopped fighting. Upon closer inspection, who else could it be but Hong Na, who had been left alone by Lin So? Sister Na, please save me. Sister Yang has gone mad. Li Shimeng, who was pinned down by the two women, saw Hong Na as if she had seen a savior and immediately cried out for help. No, what's going on? Hong Na looked at the scene in front of her with a blank expression, completely unaware of what had happened. It's all your fault. Lu Yang glared at Hong Na and blurted out this out of the blue. After hearing this, Hong Na was even more confused. She blinked and looked at Lu Yang with a puzzled expression. However, in the next second, her gaze suddenly fell on the phone that Li Shimeng was holding tightly in her hand. In an instant, as if she had finally remembered something, she exclaimed, "What was that all along?" It was a photograph. Meng Meng, give your phone to Sister Yang. Li Shimeng looked at Hong Na with disbelief. Ha? Are you sure? We went through so much trouble to film this, didn't you say you wanted to keep it? Before she could finish speaking, Li Shiming seemed to understand something from Hong Na's meaningful gaze, and that's when she stopped talking. Okay, here's your phone. With quick reflexes, Lu Yang snatched the phone and ran to the side to delete the shameful photos. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that there were no photos on his phone. She turned around and looked at Hong Na with a puzzled expression. Why are you alone? Where are the others? That guy took advantage of me and left, Hong Na said casually, looking completely indifferent. Ha! They're gone again. The one who uttered this resentful sound was Li Shiming, who had just slowly gotten out of bed. She pouted, her delicate face filled with resentment. He really doesn't take us seriously at all. He didn't even say goodbye and just left. Li Shiming became angrier as she spoke, and her voice unconsciously rose 8 octaves. I think you probably want more than just to say hello to him, right? Hong Na saw through Li Shiming's little scheme without hesitation. Sister Na, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Shiming's pretty face flushed red instantly. Just then, Tao Xiaodao, who had also just been liberated, hurriedly arrived in front of Hong Na. She grabbed Hong Na's arm anxiously and asked nervously, Nana, are you alright? Looking at Tao Xiaodao's concerned expression, the last bit of resentment that Hong Na had left in her heart completely vanished at that moment. She smiled slightly and said softly, I'm fine, Xiaodao, you don't need to worry. That's good. Tao Xiaodao breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the two best friends who had reconciled, Lu Yang's face showed a rare, heartfelt smile. The next second, she seemed to realize something and spoke again. Nana, he must have told us something before he left, right? I did explain some things, but they were all company matters. Let's talk about those later. I have more important things to deal with right now. After saying that, Hong Na looked at Li Shiming, who was not far away, with a malicious smile. Meng, quickly get the computer out, let's edit the photos. Upon hearing this, Li Shiming excitedly responded and then dashed out of the room at lightning speed. Okay. No sooner had Li Shiming left than Hong Na followed her mysteriously. Lu Yang was left standing there, looking completely bewildered. It wasn't until Tao Xiaodao kindly reminded her that she came to her senses. Sister Yang, aren't you going to stop them? Stop them? Why would you stop them? Lu Yang asked, puzzled. Don't you know that Ming's phone is connected to the computer? The photos she takes on her phone are automatically transferred to the computer. Then, does that mean I just deleted the photos for nothing? Okay. Ah. Li Shiming, Hong Na, you two old perverts, stop right there. Meanwhile, after having a good time at home, Linsa drove his G-Wagon to the hospital. When he passed a health supplement store on the way, he thoughtfully bought some highly nutritious supplements. Yao Xiu has suffered from her younger brother's abuse for many years, so her health must be good. She needs to take good care of herself. Yao's mother, so? I'm not good enough? He arrived at the hospital shortly afterward. After parking his car, he carried his bags and entered the hospital. However, no sooner had he left than a group of seemingly ruthless gangsters set their sights on him. The scarred man at the head of the group even took out his phone and made a call. Second miss, that person has appeared. On the other end of the phone was a completely different scene. In a room filled with pink hues, a woman as beautiful as jade is reclining on a massage chair. She hung up the phone, then waved her hand gently, and the women who were serving her left one after another. The room fell silent, leaving only the woman and the girl. The woman slowly sat up from the massage chair, her movements elegant and composed, like a noble white swan. Then, she stretched out her slender, jade-like hand and gently lifted the girl's delicate, flawless chin, making the girl's gaze meet hers. Are you new here? The woman's voice was gentle and deep, like heavenly music. The girl was slightly taken aback, then stammered in response. Yes, second Mississippi. The next moment, the woman suddenly leaned close to the girl, pressed her lips to the girl's slightly red ear, and said in an extremely seductive tone. Now that you've entered the Yu family, you should know my rules, right? The girl felt a wave of heat wash over her ears instantly turned bright red, and her heart began to race. She swallowed nervously, her voice trembling slightly as she replied, I know. Since you know that, why don't you take your clothes off right away? Do you need me to help you? No. No need. The terrified girl didn't dare hesitate for a moment and immediately began to take off her transparent clothes. As her clothes slipped off, the girl's skin, as white as mutton fat jade, was gradually revealed to the air. The woman's gaze fell on the girl, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently traced their paths across the girl's snow-white body. Sure enough, young women's skin is so delicate. Chapter 105, Yao's mother wants to break up the couple? Didn't we say we weren't allowed to buy anything? Why did you still bring so much stuff? Inside the ward, Yao Xiu looked at the bags of nutritional supplements on the floor and couldn't help but complain. My aunt is in the hospital, I can't come empty-handed, can I? Lin Su said softly, his voice filled with tenderness and affection. You don't need to buy so much. I don't know how much all this stuff will cost. Yao Xiu said, feeling distressed. Lin Su quickly stepped forward and took Yao Xiu's hand to comfort her. Okay, don't be angry. I promise I won't buy it again, alright? Really? Yao Xiu asked, half believing it. How about I swear an oath to you? That's not necessary. Actually, I didn't mean to be angry. I just didn't want you to waste money. After all, your money didn't grow on trees, and I'm already very happy that you came here. Then I'll tell you the truth, I actually bought so many things on purpose, Lin Su said earnestly. Huh? Yao Xiu was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. She never expected Lin Su to say such a thing. Lin Su smiled slightly and slowly explained. I'm going to buy you lots and lots of things and spend lots and lots of money on you, so you'll feel indebted to me, and then I'll keep you by my side forever. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu's expression instantly became complicated. She looked at Lin Su, her heart filled with mixed feelings. I have nothing, aren't you afraid you'll regret it? The word regret does not exist in my dictionary, Lin Su's dictionary. These words struck Yao Xiu's heart like a heavy hammer, and she could no longer suppress the surging emotions within her. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Su's arms and hugged him tightly, as if afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Why are you so good to me? Why? As Yao Xiu vented her emotions, she cried and complained, as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances in her heart. For a moment, the entire ward was filled with her cries. It took her a long time to finally calm down. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't cry anymore? Why are you crying so hard again? Lin Su said softly as he wiped away Yao Xiu's tears. Yao Xiu pouted and said, when did I promise you I wouldn't cry anymore? No? Then let's start from today. You're not allowed to shed another tear, understand? Yao Xiu smiled and nodded, That's a good boy. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become ambiguous, Yao's mother, who had been awake for an unknown period of time, finally couldn't stand it anymore and coughed. Cough, cough. Only after realizing what was happening did Yao Xiu push Lin Su away. But perhaps because she was too strong, Lin Su was forced to take several steps back. After regaining his balance, Lin Su immediately began to complain. Is this how you treat your future husband? Pa! I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Yao Xiu gave Lin Su a reproachful look before turning to look at her mother on the bed. Mom, when did you wake up? Why didn't you tell me? Her voice betrayed her guilt. Do you think you'll listen to me if I tell you? Yao's mother's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Yao Xiu was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yao's mother shook her head, then turned to look at Lin Su and said, You're the one who saved my son and me from that rebellious son yesterday, right? Lin Su glanced at Yao Xiu, who seemed a little lost, then walked to her side, naturally took her hand, and said in a firm and unquestionable voice. Yes, Auntie. Yao Xiu clearly hadn't expected Lin Su to be so bold, daring to do something like that in front of her mother. She instinctively tried to break free, but Lin Su was too strong, and she couldn't do anything about it. In the end, she could only let Lin Su hold her like that. The commotion they made naturally attracted the attention of Yao's mother, who was in bed. However, she only glanced at him briefly before fixing her gaze on Lin Su. May I have your name? Auntie, my name is Lin Su, and I am 25 years old. You're only 25? Yao's mother exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Auntie. Yao's mother fell silent, but her furrowed brows revealed her strong disapproval of the couple's age difference. After a long while, she finally spoke. Sure, go out and close the door. I want to have a private talk with this young man. Mom, I'm not an outsider. Just say what you want to say. Yao Xiu clearly didn't want to leave. But the next second, Yao's mother turned her back on her. Do you think that just because I'm old and useless, you can disobey me? Seeing that Yao's mother, who was still recovering from serious injuries, was becoming more and more agitated, Yao Xiu had no choice but to leave obediently, no matter how reluctant she was. "Mom, don't get agitated, I'll leave. Before long, only Yao's mother and Lin Su, who looked righteous, remained in the large ward. "There's no one else here, so just tell me straight, why are you trying to get close to our Xiu'er?" Yao's mother broke the silence first. "I don't understand what you mean by that, Auntie. Xiu'er is 35 years old and has nothing, while you are 25 years old and have money and connections. Do you think you're approaching her without any ulterior motives?" "I did have an ulterior motive, but I told Sister Yao about it before I even started dating her." "What did you say?" Meanwhile, outside the ward, Yao Xiu was still worried and kept pacing back and forth outside the ward, praying. Nothing will happen. Just then, a beautiful woman in a white coat suddenly walked up to her. "Yao Xiu? May I ask who you are?" Yao Xiu looked at the person in surprise. "Hello, my name is Xiao Mei, and I'm Lin's friend." "Xiao Mei? You're that Dr. Xiao." "That's right, it's me." Chapter 106: An Encounter at the Hospital. After spending more than 10 minutes alone with Yao's mother in the ward, Lin Se finally left the room. As soon as he stepped out of the ward, Yao Xiu came to greet him. "How was it? My mom didn't give you any trouble, did she?" "She's all bark and no bite. She never really meant what she said, so please don't take it to heart." Looking at the anxious woman in front of him, Lin Se couldn't help but feel a mischievous urge. He first sighed, then put on a helpless expression and said, "My aunt doesn't approve of me being with you. She told me I have to break up with you today." Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu's face turned deathly pale, and even her voice trembled slightly. "So, you agreed?" "I definitely won't agree, but my aunt..." What did my mom say?" "My aunt said that if I don't agree, she will kill herself in front of us. She said she doesn't believe you will choose me over her." Upon hearing this, Yao Xiu's delicate face lost all color, and her body began to sway precariously. Fortunately, Lin Se caught her in time, otherwise Yao Xiu would definitely have collapsed to the ground. How could this happen? Yao Xiu murmured desperately. Lin Se simply supported her without offering any words of comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Xiu, regaining her senses, pushed Lin Su aside and prepared to rush into the ward to battle with her mother. "No, you can't do this, Mom. You can't do this to me. I finally found someone who truly loves me." However, before she could fully open the door, Lin Se stopped her. "Sister Yao, calm down. Your aunt still has a head injury. She can't take any more stress." "So what? You want to break up with me?" Yao Xiu's voice was already choked with sobs, and her eyes were completely wet. "I think we can break up temporarily, and get back together after your mother recovers." Before Lin Se could finish his suggestion, Yao Xiu rejected it without hesitation. "No. I don't want to break up." Perhaps because she hadn't been in a relationship for so long, Yao Xiu felt particularly panicked. She was terrified that once she broke up with Lin Se, the two of them would truly be gone forever. To prevent this from happening again, she was determined not to let go. "So you're going to choose me instead of your aunt?" Lin Se's eyes and voice softened. I don't know. Yao Xiu covered her head in anguish, tears streaming down her face. "Since you don't know, then I'll make the choice for you." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Se cupped Yao Xiu's face and kissed her fiercely. At first, Yao Xiu, who was in a fit of emotion, tried to resist. But gradually, she was won over by Lin Se's gentleness. Unconsciously, I reached out my hand and responded unconsciously. After an unknown amount of time, a scream echoed through the hospital corridor. "Ah!" Looking in the direction of the sound, the man clutching his arm and revealing a mask of pain was none other than Lin Su. "You murdered your husband." The instigator, Yao Xiu, not only showed no remorse, but also glared at Lin Su with annoyance. "Serves you right. Who told you to play such a joke on me?" "I just saw you were too nervous, so I wanted to help you calm down," Lin Se said, feeling wronged. "You call this relieving emotions?" Yao Xiu pointed to the tear stains on her face and said through gritted teeth. "Who knew you were so easily moved to tears? Besides, if you used your brain, you would have realized that your aunt would never say something like that," Lin Se muttered softly. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm brainless? Did I say that? No, right?" Lin Su began to play dumb. Yao Xiuqi's chest heaved. "Fine. I'm brainless, then go find a woman with brains. After saying that, an angry Yao Xiu prepared to leave. With quick reflexes, Lin Su grabbed the other person and simultaneously changed his words. Honey, don't get upset, I was just joking. Yao Xiu said coldly, another joke? All you know is joking. And who's your wife? Do we even know each other? Are we that close? Seeing that things were starting to spiral out of control, Lin Su had no choice but to resort to his trump card acting cute. I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. But Yao Xiu still showed no sign of buying it. Stop pretending to be cute and adorable in front of me. After saying that, she forcefully shook off Lin Su. Immediately afterwards, she walked into the ward without looking back. However, just as the ward door was about to close, she kindly reminded Lin Su of something. Oh, by the way, Dr. Xiao came to see me earlier. She said she has something important to discuss with you. You should go there right away. Lin Su thought Yao Xiu had changed her mind. But just as he raised his head in delight, the other party slammed a cold door down on him. Oh no, Barbecue is dead. This is really big of a mess. Forget it, she's still angry. I'd better not provoke her. I'll go find Xiaomei. I wonder what that vixen wants from me. Could it be revenge for what happened last time? Muttering to himself, Lin Su got up and left. However, no sooner had he left than the tightly closed ward door opened again. Watching Lin Su's retreating figure, Yao Xiu couldn't help but feel resentful. This guy really has no patience at all. After saying that, she angrily slammed the door shut. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in Xiaomei's office, Xiaomei is meeting with a special patient. Looking at the images in the report, Xiaomei frowned deeply, and her expression became increasingly serious. Time passed by, second by second. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the woman sitting opposite her could no longer contain herself and couldn't help but ask. Dr. Xiao, is my condition very serious? Xiaomei slowly put down the report in her hand, raised her head, and looked at the woman in front of her with a serious expression. She took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. What I'm about to say might have a big impact on you, and I hope you're mentally prepared. The woman's face turned pale instantly, her lips trembled slightly, but she still mustered the courage to nod. I understand, Dr. Xiao, please go ahead. Xiaomei took another deep breath, and then said in as calm a tone as possible, because of long-term coronary heart disease, a large area of your heart muscle has died. Before she could finish speaking, the woman's face turned even paler, and her body trembled slightly. Then, is there any hope for me now? The woman's voice was filled with obvious fear and despair. If you had come for a checkup earlier, there might still be hope. Now, there is no other way but a heart transplant. But finding a matching heart is extremely difficult, and even if you did find one, your body probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. So, how much time do I have left? Given your current physical condition, you can only hold on for 3 months at most. Strangely, upon learning that her life was about to end, the woman no longer panicked but instead calmed down. Suddenly, she stood up and bowed deeply to Xiaomei. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Xiao, for today. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Even beneath Xiaomei's strong exterior lay a fragile heart, so she didn't say anything. No sooner had the woman stepped out of the office than she could no longer suppress her grief and began to cry, covering her mouth. She squatted on the ground, looking so sad. Just then, Lin Su, who had come to see Xiaomei, arrived near Xiaomei's office. Although the woman covered her face with her hands, he still recognized her by her physical characteristics. He originally wanted to go over and check on the other person, but the person simply got up and ran away. What's going on? What's she doing here? Chapter 107 Xiaomei's complexity, Lin Su's domineering nature. The hospital was familiar, the office was familiar, the sofa was familiar, and even the people entwined on it were so familiar. The entire office became ambiguous and indescribable because of the couple's intimate moment. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally let go of each other. Is all you think about is say? Xiaomei bit her red lips and glared fiercely at the man in front of her. Lin Su's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. You called me here just for me and Cici, didn't you? Are you overestimating yourself or underestimating me? What makes you think I want to scare you? What do you think? Lin Su said with a mischievous grin. Xiaomei blushed. Every woman would be like that. Even if it weren't with you, I would still be the same. Are you sure? Just as Lin Su was about to take up his gun and go into battle, Xiaomei, for some unknown reason, suddenly pushed him away. No! We can't keep making the same mistakes. Lin Su was taken aback at first, then moved closer. Wrong? There's nothing wrong with love between men and women. Don't resist it, just be true to your heart. Suddenly, Xiaomei raised her head and looked at Lin Su with a somewhat vacant expression, asking each word carefully. Then let me ask you, do you love me? Huh? This question stumped Lin Su. Xiaomei didn't give Lin Su much time to think, and continued to ask. Then let me ask you again, if one day you had to choose between me and Tanya, who would you choose? Adults never make choices, I want it all. This time, Lin Su didn't hesitate at all. Xiaomei was clearly not satisfied with this answer. You men really are all cold-blooded animals. After saying that, she pushed Lin Su away hard. Lin Su, who was pushed away, looked completely bewildered. No, how am I cold-blooded? Xiaomei ignored Lin Su, quickly tidied her clothes, and then gave him the order to leave. I have other patients to see later, please leave. Her voice was cold and ruthless. Anyone who didn't know better would think she and Lin Su had some deep-seated hatred between them. Curious, Lin Su immediately checked Xiaomei's favorability rating. Goodness, 23. When I slept with Xiaomei before, I was at least 60. Even before he came in, there were still nearly 60. They just hugged and kissed for a while, and suddenly he dropped to 23? Even if you're shorting, you shouldn't do it this way. While Lin Su was still pondering why Xiaomei's attitude had changed so drastically, Xiaomei once again issued an order to leave. If you don't leave, don't blame me for calling security. Seeing that Xiaomei was about to pick up her phone, Lin Su quickly put on his clothes and slipped out of there at lightning speed. Although I don't know why I've been repeatedly rejected by women today, I'll just have to resort to the 36 stratagems and run away. Xiaomei finally breathed a sigh of relief after the door closed. Actually, she herself has very complicated feelings. The reason she called Lin Su over was that she wanted to end things with him. As for the reason, it was because after their intimate encounter yesterday, she actually developed feelings for Lin Su. Even at night, I dream about him. Who is she? It's Xiaomei. How could she allow herself to hang herself on a man? What's more, that man was her best friend's man. Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. However, after Lin Su left, her heart felt noticeably empty, as if she had lost something very precious. Just then, a knocking sound rang out on the door. She quickly composed herself and said loudly, "Please come in." But when the door opened, her pretty face darkened again. Why are you back again? That's right, the person who came was none other than Lin Su. Lin Su smiled obsequiously. Dr. Xiao, please don't misunderstand, I'm here to see a doctor. As he spoke, he naturally sat down opposite Xiaomei. Don't you know I don't accept male patients here? Male patient? Where is he? Aren't there only the two of us women in this room? Xiaomei was completely speechless. She had seen shameless men before, but she had never seen anyone as shameless as Lin Su. She can even say that she is a woman. She suppressed her anger and forced a smile. Okay, I'll examine you. Tell me about your condition. Upon seeing this, Lin Su immediately clutched his chest and said, My heart aches so much, I can hardly breathe. Your heart hurts, why are you clutching your right side? Excuse me, Dr. Xiao, I can't tell left from right. Put out your hand, let me take your pulse. Taking a pulse? Dr. Xiao can take a pulse? Lin Su was surprised. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kick you out. Enough with the nonsense, enough with the nonsense. Dr. Xiao, feel free to touch me, oops, no, whatever you want. Seeing that Lin Su had actually become obedient, Xiaomei chuckled to herself before pretending to take his pulse. But she didn't expect that some people are just like that by nature, and no matter what she said, he still wouldn't be honest. Sure enough, before things had even quieted down for a moment, Lin Su started using both his hands and his mouth. Dr. Xiao, your fingers are so slender and beautiful. Dr. Xiao, your hands are so smooth. Dr. Xiao, what perfume are you wearing? You smell so good. Xiaomei, who had reached her breaking point, finally exploded. Lin Su. What exactly do you want to do? You ask me what I want? My answer is, I want you to be my woman. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Su sealed Xiaomei's red lips with a kiss. Xiaomei's first reaction was naturally to struggle. But this man was unusually domineering, and she couldn't move at all. In the end, she was forced to succumb to despair. Chapter 108 Class Reunion? Get out of here before I lose my temper. Faced with Xiaomei's muffled anger, Lin Su remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. I can leave, but Xiaomei, let me tell you, I don't care what you were like before, but you're my woman now. If you get involved with shady men, don't blame me for disregarding our bedroom relationship. His voice was so firm and unwavering that Xiaomei froze on the spot. After a long while, she finally spoke, biting her red lips. Why should I? I'm not. However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Su interrupted her. If I say you are, then you are. Xiaomei stared blankly at Lin Su, her beautiful eyes revealing a strange emotion. Don't worry about Tanya, I'll find an opportunity to be honest with her. After saying those words, Lin Su left. Xiaomei was left sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. She didn't know how much time had passed before she came to her senses. That shameless bastard. He just slept with me while I was drunk, and now he's trying to take advantage of me. As expected, no man is any good. Although she was verbally denouncing someone, Xiaomei's lips unconsciously curled up, revealing a captivating smile. After resolving Xiaomei's problem, it was already past 6 p.m. As it was getting dark, Lin Su didn't linger and drove away from the hospital in his G-Wagon. More than half an hour later, he arrived at a bar called Nightfall. The bar had just opened, and there were no customers inside, only some staff cleaning. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to be here? Just as Lin Su was feeling lost, a tall and beautiful female manager came up to him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Su? Lin Su looked at the newcomer with surprise, then responded. Yes, that's me. Mr. Liu is in the VIP room. Please follow me. Okay. Before long, Lin Su arrived at the so-called VIP room with the beautiful manager. After giving a polite smile, the beautiful manager left. Looking at the beautiful manager's alluring figure, Lin Su couldn't help but sigh. People working in this industry are really talented. It's a pity the chances of getting pregnant are too low, not even 50%, otherwise I could have gotten my hands on her. Forget it, let's not overthink it. Let's deal with this guy inside first. Putting aside his complicated thoughts, Lin Su pushed open the door to the private room. Who else could it be but a Land Rover? However, Liu Hu had clearly drunk quite a bit, as he was shaking his head unsteadily. Old Lin, you're finally here. Come over here quickly. Lin Su sighed softly before walking over. Before he could even sit down, Liu Hu placed a plate of poured foreign liquor in front of him. Old Lin, you're late. You'd better punish yourself with 10 drinks. You told me it was 8 p.m., but it's not even 7:30 yet. How am I late? Lin Su frowned. Anyone who arrives later than me is late, so hurry up and drink. In the past, Lin Su would have ignored Liu Hu completely, but considering that he had stolen someone else's girlfriend and made Liu Hu so sad, he decided to be a good person. However, the liquor was stronger than he had imagined. After 10 cups, he actually felt a little dizzy. System: purchase hangover cure pills. Hangover relief pill purchased successfully, costing 1 million dragon coins. As the system notification sounded, Lin Su, whose eyes had been somewhat clouded, immediately perked up. This hangover cure is really good. Only 1 million is enough to make you drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. That's really generous. System: the most conscientious system in all realms. At that moment, Liu Hu suddenly said something. Hey! Old Lin, why did you come alone? Where's the girl you slept with? Lin Su was speechless. No way, bro, I've already downed 10 drinks and you're only just realizing I came alone? She didn't like this kind of place, so I took her home. Go back? Old Lin, that's so unfair of you. You know I'm treating you to drinks, and you still haven't brought her over. Did you bring her here to see a drunkard? Lin Su said irritably. Honestly, this is what I really think. I'm not afraid to bring her along, but I'm worried your heart won't be able to handle it. Alright, I'll let it go this time, but next time, you have to bring her to see me, or I'll get angry. Lin Su was speechless. Who do you think you are? Do you still think I'm the little brother who used to follow you around and do whatever you wanted? I haven't even shown it to you yet, and you're already getting angry. That's hilarious. Let's talk about it another time, Lin Su said calmly. Unexpectedly, Liu Hu suddenly said something. Of course there's a chance. What do you mean? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Didn't you see the messages in the class group chat? Class group? You mean our university's class group? Yeah. The class monitor just sent a message to everyone yesterday. You didn't see it, did you? Forehead. Linsa did see it. He simply muted the class group chat. Right after graduation, he quite enjoyed chatting and bragging with his former classmates in the class group chat. But later, when he realized that he was probably the worst off among them and that he often couldn't join the conversation, he realized that he had fallen behind. Later, he muted the class group chat. After Luhu's reminder, Linsa took out his phone and opened the class group chat, which was filled with messages. He quickly scrolled up and soon found the message Luhu had mentioned. The general content is as follows. It's been several years since graduation, and the classmates in Y City wanted to get together, so the class monitor took the lead and arranged a gathering at the Lanting Hotel this Saturday night, which is tomorrow night. After a quick glance, Linsa put down his phone. Luhu, with a mischievous grin on his face, immediately moved closer. So, Lao Lin, you'll probably go, right? No, I have something to do tomorrow, Lin Su immediately refused. To put it nicely, it's a class reunion. To put it bluntly, it's just a stage for successful people to show off. He was getting a headache listening to them in the group chat, but he had no interest in listening to them continue bragging offline. What could be more important than getting together with old classmates? It is indeed more important than getting together with old classmates. Lin Su and Zhang Fangfang made an appointment today that they would set a trap for Wang Qiuyu at Zhang Fangfang's apartment tomorrow night. He will reveal everything then, and that will also be the moment he devours Wang Qiuyu. Forget class reunions, nothing beats the allure of a sister-in-law. Undeterred, Luhu continued to persuade him. Are you sure you don't want to go? I heard a lot of girls from our class are going tomorrow. I already have a girlfriend, and you're telling me this? Also, why are you so eager to go? I just saw Wang Bing reply to a message in the group chat. You're not going because of her, are you? Are you trying to rekindle your old flame? Wang Bing was Luhu's longest-lasting girlfriend. At the same time, Wang Bing was the woman he had given the most to and the one he could never forget. Old Lin, you truly are my best brother. I knew you understood me. Screw you, if you want to get back together, go ahead and do it yourself, don't drag me into it. They just don't dare to. Who told you to hurt them so deeply back then? I have realized my mistake and truly repent. Who would believe that? Chapter 109, An Unexpected Encounter with an Acquaintance at a Foot Massage Parlor? Old Lin, tell me, what exactly did I do wrong? Why did Fangfang want to break up with me? Why? Inside the private room, Luhu, sitting on top, swayed as he spoke. Linsa sighed softly. It's not that you're not good enough, it's that you're too good. She feels inferior and unworthy of you. Old Lin, are you talking about family background? I don't care about that. I have money, I can support her whole family, I can support everything. You may not care, but they do. Lin Su retorted. Although he had only known Zhang Fangfang for a few days, after spending time with her today, he found that Zhang Fangfang still had self-respect. This can be seen from the fact that when he gifted Zhang Fangfang an apartment, she eagerly pulled him into a hotel and tried her best to please him. She does need money, but she prefers to earn it through her own efforts, even if the methods aren't exactly ethical. Perhaps that's why Zhang Fangfang chose to be his breeding tool and give up being Land Rover's canary. The canary may be lovely, but everything given to it feels more like charity. Tools are different. At least she put in the effort, and everything she received was earned through her own labor. In a sense, the tool embodies Zhang Fangfang's self-worth. Does it matter whether you care or not? Isn't it enough for two people to just be compatible in a relationship? Luhu was still trying to defend himself. So you think Zhang Fangfang likes you? Lin Su raised an eyebrow. Of course. She cares for me every day, whether it's morning or night. She's very considerate and gentle. Brother, that's just their rhetoric. Lin Su didn't understand why so many people were being scammed online before, but now that he saw Luhu, he understood. And you, do you love Zhang Fangfang? Lin Su asked again. This time, Luhu hesitated. After a long while, he slowly spoke. I used to think Fangfang was the one destined for me, but after she abandoned me and left, I realized that I wasn't as heartbroken as I had imagined. So, you don't love her? No. It's not that I don't love her, it's just that I don't love her that much yet. I've had too many girlfriends, and it's hard for me to give my heart to a woman. But for Fangfang, I'm willing to try to give my heart, and I'm willing to create a beautiful future with her. It's a pity you didn't have a chance to say all this before you two were finished, Lin Su said with a complicated expression. Hearing this, he felt somewhat guilty. He could sense Lu Hu's sincerity, and he believed that Zhang Fangfang would also feel it after hearing it. But there's no going back in life once something is done, there's no going back. Yes. Before I could even say it, Fangfang left, and she never spoke to me again. As he was talking, this 180 cm plus tall man suddenly started crying on the sofa. Lin Su offered no comfort, only sipping the slightly astringent liquor with a deep gaze. I don't know how long it took before the crying finally subsided. Looking at Lu Hu again, he had actually cried himself to sleep. Lin Su first approached the bar manager, gave her a few words of advice, and then left Nightfall Bar. Because he had been drinking, Lin Su was unable to drive. So he took advantage of the darkness to wander the streets. Taking a walk is a good way to relax. But as he walked, he inexplicably stopped outside a foot massage parlor. Although it's called a foot bath, those in the know understand. After talking with Lu Hu, he suddenly felt inexplicably tired and all he wanted to do was relax. After some hesitation, he finally went inside. Upon seeing such a handsome man, the receptionist quickly tossed her phone aside and greeted him with a broad smile. Hello, handsome. Welcome to our store. How can I help you? Her voice was sweet and gentle, as if you could squeeze water out of it. Coupled with those eyes that kept giving Lin Su flirty looks, the implication couldn't be clearer. Lin Su was taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm, but he quickly came to his senses. Oh, hello, I'd like to get a spa treatment. Upon hearing this, the young woman's smile became even brighter. We have a variety of spa treatments to choose from. Would you like a partial spa treatment or a full body spa, handsome? Lin Su didn't know much about these things, so he asked curiously, what's the difference between the two? Localized spas primarily target specific areas of the body for treatment, such as the shoulders, neck, or feet. The services offered are relatively limited. A full body spa, on the other hand, covers all parts of the body, including massage, exfoliation, face masks, and more, offering a more comprehensive service. If it's your first time here, handsome, we recommend you try the full body spa. Alright then, let's have a full body spa. Then please come with me to the front desk to register. Lin Su followed the receptionist to the front desk and completed the registration and payment procedures. Afterwards, the receptionist led him through a quiet corridor to a private room. The private room was dimly lit, with only a small lamp overhead emitting a faint orange glow, creating a warm yet mysterious atmosphere. Handsome, please wait here for a moment while I go and call a technician to serve you. After giving Lin Su a seductive look, the receptionist swayed her hips and left. Lin Su helplessly touched his handsome face. It seems that being too handsome isn't always a good thing. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned to the private room. Accompanying them was a row of tall, beautiful young technicians. Of course, the most attractive feature is their uniformly long legs, hidden under the cheongsams, which are incredibly alluring. This is forcing me to do something bad. We clearly agreed that we were just coming for a massage. Since things have come to this, we have no choice but to respond to public opinion. Yang Jinjin, 26 years old, has a 35% chance of getting pregnant. Ma Qin, 27 years old, has a 21% chance of getting pregnant. Zhou Shanshan, 25 years old, has a 44% chance of getting pregnant. Lin Su's gaze kept sweeping over these beautiful women, and all he felt was disappointment. Just as Lin Su was about to randomly pick one of them, a familiar figure caught his attention. That was the last beautiful woman in line. Disappointed, Lin Su ignored her because the probability of the previous ones was too low. Luckily, he managed to scan it at the end, otherwise he would have lost a lot of money. Name, Willow Catkins. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 90. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 22. Pregnancy probability, 90% and 100% within 7 days. Overall rating, 8.9. Wow! The pregnancy rate is surprisingly high. It seems that my arrival here today was destined. I'll choose technician number 8. Chapter 110. Willow Catkins fallen into the dust. You also offer uniform services here, right? Yes, sir. The sound of Willow Catkins was as captivating as ever, just as alluring. That's right, the technician number 8 that Lin Su chose, Lu Su, was his classmate in college. However, now that his appearance has changed so much, Lu Su obviously couldn't recognize him in an instant like Lu Hu did. In that case, his old classmate should really take good care of his classmate's business. Can uniforms be specified? Yes, sir. Then please change to a young female college student. Although Lu Su's appearance wasn't the most outstanding in the entire university, she was definitely considered the class beauty in her class. Therefore, the beautiful Willow Catkins naturally became the object of his fantasies on countless nights. Now that they've met again, he must fulfill his original dream. Please have a seat, sir. I'll go change my clothes. With a charming smile, the beautiful Lu Su swayed her shapely hips as she walked into the changing room. A few minutes later, Lu Su, wearing a college student uniform on her upper body and a sexy JK uniform on her lower body, with her hair tied in pigtails, came to Lin Su. Sir, are you satisfied with this outfit? If not, I can go and change into another one. No need, I'm very satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Su's eyes were shining as he spoke. However, a hint of disgust flashed in Lu Su's beautiful eyes as she witnessed this scene. Then please go change your clothes first, sir. After I help you take a bath, the massage will officially begin. We can even bathe together? Lin Su exclaimed in surprise. Sir, you've misunderstood. I was the one helping you with your bath. Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient, you can take a bath yourself, Lu Su said with a slight smile. Only a fool would refuse a beautiful woman's help to bathe. It's no trouble at all, thank you for your help. Then sir, please go change your clothes first. I'll go to the bathroom to get ready as well. The scene shifts, and Lin Su, wearing a bathrobe, appears in the bathroom. The bathroom was rather basic, consisting of only a few tools and a large wooden tub. Sir, would you like to try the water temperature and see if it's suitable? Lu Su was still smiling as she spoke. It's a little hot. Then I'll add some more cold water. Before long, Lin Su sat down in the bathtub with a look of enjoyment on his face. Meanwhile, her old classmate Lu Su was helping her wash up from behind. Before Lin Su was 6 years old, his parents or grandparents would help him take a bath. After he turned 6, he never asked anyone for help again. It's unbelievable that at 25, he can still experience the feeling of someone helping him take a bath. What's even more outrageous is that it was his old classmate who helped him. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Normally, these less than formal leisure venues would definitely offer special services. Those masseuses would deliberately make intimate contact during baths and massages to suggest something to the customers. But Lu Su seemed to be really just helping him take a bath. She didn't even dare to look at his private parts, let alone touch them. Furthermore, the way the Willow Catkins were handled was also quite casual. Just pour some water on him, then wipe him with a towel and you're done. The whole process takes about the same amount of time as taking a shower by himself. Could it be that she didn't choose this line of work voluntarily? Or does she actually have some unspeakable reason? In any case, this is a good thing for him. Only when Lu Su has a need can he use that to win her over. We need to confirm this beforehand to avoid making a mistake. After taking a shower, Lin Su lay down on the massage chair. And Lu Su officially began her spa journey. I won't go into details here, those who know. Although Lu Su's technique was clearly a bit rusty, her delicate face was full of seriousness. During the spa treatment, Lin Su kept probing Lu Su. Lin Su, your technique doesn't seem very professional. You probably haven't been in this business for very long, have you? Lu Su, I've only been in this industry for less than half a month. Lin Su, judging from your age, you should be around the same as me. Why did you suddenly decide to go into this line of work? Willow Catkins, I. Lin Su, if you have something you can't say, then forget it. I was just asking out of boredom, so there's no need to make things difficult for yourself. Lu Su, there's nothing difficult about it. Actually, something happened at home. Lin Su? Lu Su, my husband went into debt with his friends investing in stocks and I had no choice but to. You're married? Lin Su was utterly astonished, as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. In his memory, Lu Su was always a beautiful woman who was not bound by worldly constraints, free and carefree, like a pure white snowflake dancing gracefully in the world. But the reality is that such a beautiful woman has fallen to earth, which really caught him off guard. What's wrong? Lu Su looked at Lin Su with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had such a strong reaction. Lin Su quickly explained, it's nothing, I was just surprised. After a brief pause, he asked again. So you got into this line of work because you were in debt? Lu Su nodded gently, Upon hearing this, Lin Su felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Your husband is such a jerk. He lost money in the stock market and then made his wife do this kind of thing. He committed suicide a month ago. These words struck Lin Su's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him stunned. The massage room, which had been filled with the sounds of massage, became completely silent at this moment, as if time had frozen. It took Lin Su a while to finally come to his senses. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked those questions. It's nothing. Lu Su forced a smile, trying to hide the pain in her heart. Looking at Lu Su's forced smile, Lin Su felt increasingly uneasy. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, are you planning to do this for the rest of your life? Lu Su sighed and said helplessly, maybe so. My husband owes too much money. I haven't looked for a job since I graduated. This is all I can do. Have you never thought about remarrying? You're so young and beautiful, finding someone else shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Su was visibly taken aback. After regaining her composure, she still rejected the suggestion. Forget it, I'm already riddled with wounds, how could I possibly drag others down with me? What if someone isn't afraid of being implicated by you? Would you be willing to be with them? Lu Su stared blankly at the man in front of her, who seemed somewhat familiar, but whose name she couldn't quite place. You're not talking about yourself, are you? Lin Su raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Lu Su, you still don't recognize me, do you? Chapter 111 The Tough Lin Su. You really are Lin Su? Inside the private room, Lu Su stared wide-eyed at the man in front of her, her face full of disbelief. Not long ago, she, who had just started working, welcomed her first customer of the day. When she first saw the greed in the man's eyes, she assumed he was just like any other customer, a lecherous old man. Unexpectedly, the bathing process that followed was very peaceful. This person was quite honest during the spa treatment. Not only that, this man actually showed concern for her, a woman who was already covered in filth. While feeling a warmth in her heart, the person then revealed shocking news: he was actually her college classmate. At this moment, Lu Su was nothing but shocked. Compared to Lu Su's shock, Lin Su remained quite calm. He first picked up the phone next to him and operated it for a while, then gestured for Lu Su to pick up the phone and take a look. Lu Su's phone then received a message. And the owner of that message was none other than Lin Su. At this moment, nothing more needs to be said. He was his old classmate, Lin Su. You knew I was here all along, which is why you specifically chose me, right? Lu Su looked at Lin Su with a complicated expression. I have to say, Lin Su is incredibly handsome right now. If this had happened a few years ago, she would have pursued him relentlessly long ago. But now, she has no courage at all. Lin Su shook his head. No, I was drinking with Lu Hu nearby. He got drunk, so I came out for a walk to clear my head. I just happened to be passing by here and didn't expect to see you here. You and Lu Hu are still in contact? Lu Su asked in surprise. After graduating from university, she lost contact with many of her classmates, including her closest roommate. No, we just bumped into each other on the street a few days ago. Hearing this, Lu Su felt a little better. Alright, in that case, you wait here for a while, I'll go talk to the supervisor and ask her to change your technician. After saying that, Lu Su prepared to flee the place. But how could Lin Su not know Lu Su's thoughts? The instant Lu Su turned around, he grabbed her. Don't rush off, you haven't answered my question yet. What's the problem? Lu Su looked very flustered. Be my woman. Lin Su said, enunciating each word clearly. No way. Lu Su rejected the tempting offer without even thinking. Why? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Or do you think I'm incapable of helping you pay off your debts? None of them. Why is that? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Lu Su bit her red lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long while, she finally spoke. Lin Su, I know you mean well, but I really can't hurt you. Please let me go. No. I won't let you go until you explain yourself clearly today. With a forceful pull, Lin Su pulled Lu Su into his arms. Lu Su instinctively tried to struggle, but Lin Su held her tightly, making it impossible for her to move at all. Lu Su's eyes reddened with worry, tears welling up as if they might spill over at any moment. Lin Su, I beg you, please let me go. I'll let you go, but you have to tell me why you refused me? Do you really have to make me feel so miserable? Lu Su bit her cherry red lips tightly, her eyes seemingly filled with 1,000 words, yet she couldn't bring herself to say them. Faced with Lu Su's questioning, Lin Su's voice was slightly low as he explained, I just wanted to help you. Lu Su took a deep breath, as if trying to calm the turmoil in her heart, and after a while, she slowly spoke. Okay, I'll tell you. I rejected you not because I don't like you, but because you're my classmate. I don't want anyone to see me in such a wretched state, and I don't want you to share in those hurtful insults with me. I just want to live quietly in a corner where no one cares. However, before she could finish speaking, Lu Su's emotions, like a flood bursting its banks, could no longer be contained. Tears streamed down her fair cheeks like broken pearls, dripping onto the ground, each drop seemingly carrying her endless sorrow and pain. Looking at the tearful Lu Su before him, Lin Su was filled with mixed emotions. How many hardships must the Willow Catkins have endured to become so timid and weak, a far cry from their former lively and cheerful state? But soon, his gaze became unusually firm. The reasons are valid, but what I care least about is other people's opinions. Lin Su's voice suddenly became loud and powerful. He stared intently at Lu Su and said, word by word. If I, Lin Su, say that you, Lu Su, are my woman, then you are, and not even the Heavenly King himself can stop me. You. Why are you doing this to me? I've already told you I don't want to be with you, why can't you just leave me alone? After an unknown amount of time, perhaps exhausted from the beating, Lu Su finally leaned on Lin Su's shoulder and began to catch her breath. At this moment, Lin Su finally made a move. He patted Lu Su on the back and spoke in a gentle and considerate voice. Leave it to me, I'll take care of everything for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Su shakily raised her head. Do you know how much money he owes? Even if you sold your house, it wouldn't be enough to pay it back. How do you know I can't pay it back? You, how do you have so much money? Lu Su stared in disbelief at Lin Su's bank balance. Upon inquiry, it was discovered that Lu Su's ex-husband had lost over 50 million yuan in the stock market, leaving him with a debt of 30 million yuan after deducting the principal. Lu Su sold her house, car, and all the valuables in her home over the past 2 weeks, barely managing to pay off 20 million yuan. That means she still owes 10 million yuan. For ordinary people, this is indeed ridiculously high. But for Lin Su, it wasn't much. So he promptly showed off his bank balance. Do you think I'm qualified to be your man now? After thinking for a moment, Lu Su returned the phone to Lin Su. No. I still can't be your woman. Let's pretend today never happened. You stubborn woman. Fine. I'll use some more methods to completely suppress you. What are you doing? Let me go. If you don't let go of me, I'm calling the police. Then go ahead and report it. Anyway, I can get out as long as I spend some money. You're so despicable. Chapter 112 Subduing Lu Su. Why do we have to go this far? Don't you know I can't possibly repay this 10 million? Just now, the 10 million yuan debt that caused the young Lu Su to fall into prostitution has been paid off. The person who paid off the debt was none other than Lin Su, an old classmate of Lu Su's from university days who had little contact with her. Lin Su smiled gently, I know you can't pay it back, which is why I'm even more determined to help you pay it back. That way, I'll have a reason to keep you by my side forever. You love me? Lu Su frowned. Whether I love you or not is unimportant. What's important is that I've bought you for life, and you need to use your entire life to repay these debts. Lu Su was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Then you'd better not regret it. If someone finds out about this, even if you try to kick me out, I won't leave. Lin Su's lips curled into a confident smile. Regret? Those two words don't exist in my dictionary, Lin Su. In that case, let's go. I'm tired. Let's find a hotel or go back to your place. They're pretty savvy. How can I shut you up without taking some concrete actions? But you weren't like this before. You used to keep saying you were going to call the police. So are you coming or not? If not, I'm going back. The scene shifts, and the two people who were still wandering the streets are now in a suite at a star-rated hotel. Millions of words omitted here. How are you so amazing? Lin Su smiled and said, Guess? Guess my foot. Lin Su narrowed his eyes. And you? How come you're so strong in combat? Did your ex-husband train you? Or did you practice with customers at the foot massage parlor? Upon hearing this, Lu Su first rolled her eyes at Lin So, and then said reproachfully, "I've only been working at the foot massage parlor for less than a month. I spent the first half of the month mostly learning, and although I started to cut back on customers in the second half, I still didn't have many customers at all. And I'm different from others. I don't take on private jobs. I'm just a massage girl." "So, you haven't had any relations with the guests?" Lin Su was clearly surprised. He assumed that since Lu Su had fallen into prostitution, she would definitely choose the fastest way to make money selling her body. Surprisingly, Willow Catkins still have some integrity. "No. It happened," Lu Su suddenly exclaimed. "Ha!" The sudden reversal caught Lin Su off guard. The next second, Lu Su laughed. "Are you stupid? Have you forgotten you're a guest too?" Lin Su suddenly realized, and at the same time breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although he kept saying he didn't care about a woman's past, how many men can truly not care at all? "How dare you flirt with your man? Looks like my lesson just now wasn't enough. I have to teach you another lesson." Lin Su suddenly sprang up and pinned Lu Su down once more. Instead of panicking, Lu Su even provoked Lin Su. "Young man, are you sure you can still do it? Provoke me? Very well, I like that. Today I'll show you what a real man is." As soon as the words were spoken, the suite, which had finally calmed down, once again resounded with beautiful music. "You didn't secretly take medicine, did you?" Lu Su questioned. Lin Su scoffed, "Only useless men take medicine." "You really didn't eat?" Lu Su still didn't believe her. "How about we go to the hospital for a checkup now?" "No need, I trust you. But with your fighting prowess, can I handle it alone?" "Don't worry, you're not alone," Lin Su reassured him. "Not just one person?" "What do you mean?" Lu Su asked in surprise. Afterwards, Lin Su told Lu Su about his family plans and his harem. Lu Su was completely stunned after hearing this, and didn't even know what to say. After a long while, she seemed to finally muster up the courage to speak, stammering. You really are the young master of a reclusive family? Otherwise, why do you think I'm so rich?" Lin Su asked with a half-smile. Lu Su stared wide-eyed and muttered to herself. "My God! I never imagined that you had such a noble status." But soon, doubt replaced shock. "Why didn't you say anything when you were in school? And what's wrong with your face?" Lin Su's gaze dimmed slightly as he spoke slowly. "Our tribe has rules that we can't easily reveal our identities when we're outside. As for this face of mine, this is actually my true appearance." "Then why are you saying it now?" Lin Su sighed softly. Now that the clan is facing a life or death moment, these rules are naturally no longer important. Upon hearing this, Lu Su's expression became increasingly complicated. She hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to ask the question that had been lingering in her mind. "So, you approached me to help your clan reproduce, right?" She originally thought that Lin Su helped her repay the 10 million yuan debt out of friendship or because he liked her. Unexpectedly, it turned out that she had been deluding herself. No wonder Lin Su just said that whether he loves her or not doesn't matter. Lin Su understood perfectly well what Lu Su meant by those words. So, he looked at Lu Su with a half-smile and said slowly, "If I said yes, would you want to leave?" Upon hearing this, Lu Su immediately put on a shrewd expression. "Leave? I'm penniless right now. Thanks to my old classmate's generosity, he helped me pay off that huge debt of 10 million. I have to find a way to repay you, right?" Then, she winked mischievously and continued. "Besides, you're the eldest son of a reclusive family, so rich. Even if I, Lu Su, am stupid, I wouldn't be stupid enough to cut off my own source of wealth." "Oh? Is this your honest opinion?" Seeing this, Lu Su pretended to be angry and stomped her foot, scolding, "Do you expect me to swear an oath?" Lin Su quickly waved his hand, "No need for that." However, Lu Su seemed to still have more to say. Her eyes darted around, and she suddenly thought of something, saying in a sweet voice, "Oh, right, there's one more thing." Lin Su asked curiously, "Is there anything else?" Lu Su gave Lin Su a reproachful look and said in a playful tone, "You mean you're women? Now I'm practically part of your harem, right? When does young Master Lin plan to introduce me to my best friends?" "Let's wait until after the class reunion tomorrow." "A class reunion? You're going to a class reunion?" "What? You're not going?" "Of course not." "Why?" Lin Su asked, puzzled. Because, before you, I ran into an old classmate at the store. Who? Wang Bing. Chapter 113 Wang Bing. Night fell, and the earth was shrouded in darkness. A handsome man and a beautiful woman were walking along the roadside, their figures appearing somewhat blurry under the streetlights. Before long, the man and woman arrived in front of a small building. The small building looked somewhat dark and damp, as if it had been forgotten by time. Moreover, the air here is exceptionally polluted, filled with a nauseating odor. That was the stench of a mixture of corpses, dead rats, and various excrements. The two who had just arrived were almost suffocated by the pungent smell, and they had to cover their mouths and noses tightly to block the stench. Lin Su suppressed his discomfort and turned to look at the woman clinging tightly to him beside him. Lu Su. Are you sure she lives in a place like this? Lu Su used her other hand to block her nose as well, and could only nod frantically to indicate her agreement. Lin Su's brows furrowed tightly. He thought Yao Xiu's living conditions were bad enough, but he didn't expect that there were people living in even worse conditions than her. Moreover, this person turned out to be his old classmate, which surprised and puzzled him greatly. Let's go back to about half an hour ago. At that time, Lin Su was having a heart-to-heart talk with Lu Su. However, when he mentioned going to the class reunion the next day, Lu Su expressed strong protest. He learned after asking that Lu Su had met another classmate, Wang Bing, at the store before she met him. However, unlike him who was a guest, Wang Bing was there to apply for the job. Wang Bing's father suffered an acute cerebral thrombosis and has been bedridden for several years. To pay for the medical treatment, Wang Bing's family spent almost everything they had. Desperate, Wang Bing went to a foot massage parlor on the recommendation of a friend. Unexpectedly, I encountered Willow Catkins there. Whether it was because of the Willow Catkins or some other reason, Wang Bing did not work at the foot massage parlor. However, Lu Su learned where Wang Bing lived through the person who introduced him. Adhering to the principle of mutual help among classmates, Lu Su brought Lin Feng to Wang Bing's place late at night. Principles are principles, but the real purpose remains unknown. Just as the two were about to enter the dilapidated detached house, a familiar figure came out on its own. The excited Lu Su wanted to call out to the person, but Lin Su stopped her. Don't call out, she seems a bit off. Let's observe her first. That's right, the person who just came out was Wang Bing, the old classmate the two of them were looking for. However, the Wang Bing at this moment is very different from the Wang Bing that Lin Su remembered. My impression of Wang Bing is that she is a very conservative woman, dressed conservatively, and never used cosmetics. However, at this moment, Wang Bing seemed like a completely different person. With heavy makeup, a super short skirt on her lower body, and a sexy tank top on her upper body, she's definitely a hot girl. The most crucial thing is her face. Wang Bing used to be known for her love of smiling, and Lu Hu liked her so much because he was captivated by her sweet smile. But now, Wang Bing not only has no smile on her face, but also exudes a strange sadness. That's why Lin Su decided to wait and see. Only by understanding what Wang Bing wants to do can he prescribe the right remedy. And so, the two began to follow Wang Bing. Normally, if someone is following you, you will notice. But Wang Bing didn't notice anything at all. Instead, he wandered aimlessly through the streets like a robot. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a nightclub called Juanshan. What is she doing here? Could it be that she's? Lin Su and Lu Su exchanged a startled look, and both of them already had a guess in their hearts. The scene shifts, and the two appear in a booth. Not far from the two, Wang Bing had already begun her work for the day. Just as the two of them had expected, Wang Bing became a nightclub hostess. Nightclub girls earn a lot of money. Sometimes they can earn in one night what others earn in a month. But the price to pay is also very high. Nightclubs are a mixed bag, and many people are drunk. If you get harassed by someone, you'll be in trouble. Those with powerful connections and who aren't afraid of trouble are alright. But a woman like Wang Bing will only be taken advantage of and left with nothing. Unable to bear seeing her sisters suffer, Lu Su immediately looked at Lin Su. Honey, hurry up and do it. Lu Su and Wang Bing's relationship was actually just so-so. Lu Su was very outgoing during her university years, while Wang Bing was a typical good girl. The two simply couldn't get along. However, in terms of their circumstances, the two were in the same boat. In addition, they were all women, and women are naturally prone to sympathy, so Lu Su naturally couldn't bear to see Wang Bing suffer. If we just go over and confront her like this, Wang Bing definitely won't accept our good intentions, given her personality. What should we do then? Lu Su asked anxiously. Have you ever heard of a tactic called hero saves the damsel in distress? Honey, what you mean is. What's wrong with you? You can't even hold a glass of wine properly? The customer's roar made Wang Bing tremble with fear. I'm sorry, someone pushed me just now, I didn't mean to. Someone pushed you? These are all my friends. You mean my friend pushed you on purpose? Wang Bingbing waved her hands repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. I think that's exactly what you mean, the customer shouted again. Wang Bing's body trembled violently, and her eyes instantly reddened. At this point, another customer stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, Lao Wang, that young lady has it tough too, so don't get so angry. Since Lao Zhang has spoken, let's just let bygones be bygones regarding the accusation against my friend. Now let's talk about compensation. Ah. Compensation? You broke my wine, don't you want to pay for it? I'll pay. I'll pay. How much? I'll pay you back. Not much, just 100,000. The customer asked for an exorbitant sum. Well, this wine isn't worth that much money. The alcohol was indeed not worth it, but we brothers also want compensation for emotional distress. You ruined our drinking mood, shouldn't you compensate us? Wang Bing's expression changed instantly, but I don't have that much money. If you don't have money, then pay with your body. I think you're good looking. As long as you can serve us brothers well, we'll pretend nothing happened today. No. I'm not that kind of person. Not that kind of person? She's already working as a bar girl, why is she pretending to be innocent? Yeah, it's hilarious. The constant jeers and jeers from the crowd irritated Wang Bing, and her face visibly paled. Even his body trembled slightly. Finally, just as Wang Bing was on the verge of despair, that man made his move. I'll pay for her compensation. Chapter 114 Hero Saves the Beauty. You'll pay for her compensation? Kid, can you even afford it? Exactly. What era are we living in? There are still people playing the hero and rescuing the damsel in distress in bars. It's hilarious. Old Wang, you're wrong about that. If he doesn't play the hero and save the damsel in distress, how will he hit a home run later? Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Ha ha ha. Lin Se seemed not to hear these sarcastic remarks and went straight to Wang Bing. How are you? Wang Bing looked at Lin Su in astonishment, then quickly said. Thank you for standing up for me, but I can handle this myself, so I won't trouble you, sir. Can you handle this yourself? How do you plan to handle it? Are you really going to spend the night with them as they say? Or do you think a hostess like you can come up with that much compensation? Lin Se's voice was like a series of sharp swords, piercing Wang Bing's heart. The latter's already pale face instantly lost all color, and even her lips trembled slightly. Lin Se continued, let me do it. Instead of keeping these people company, you might as well entrust yourself to me. After saying that, before Wang Bing could speak, Lin Se looked at the customers in front of him who had amusement on their faces. If I give 100,000, will this thing just be considered as if nothing ever happened? A customer shook his finger with a slightly joking expression. No. 100,000 was the previous price, now it needs to be 200,000. What? 200,000? You're extorting me. Wang Bing knew these people were shameless, but she didn't expect them to be this shameless. She was so angry that she was trembling all over. Extortion? Little sister, you're the one who broke our wine. Is it too much for us to ask you for some compensation? Is this what you call a little compensation? Wang Bing said, barely suppressing his anger. If you don't accept it, we can take it to your manager, but then you might lose your job, little sister, the man said with a wicked grin. Wang Bing's expression changed instantly. Just then, a sudden sound rang in Wang Bing's ears. Okay. 200,000 it is. Transfer the money now. Wang Bing subconsciously looked at the man beside her and exclaimed in surprise. Are you crazy? Lin Se smiled slightly. Just think of me as crazy. No, I can't let you pay for this. Even if it's compensation, I should pay for it myself. As he spoke, Wang Bing prepared to take out his phone. But soon, the nearly empty balance in her phone overwhelmed her resolute figure. Although reluctant, Wang Bing could only watch helplessly as the group of thieves received 200,000 yuan in compensation. Now that things are settled, we'll be going. After saying that, Lin Se took Wang Bing's hand and left. Where are you taking me? Wang Bing asked, somewhat frightened. I spent 200,000 on you, you should at least give me something in return. Seeing Lin Se's malicious gaze, Wang Bing became even more nervous. Strangely, she didn't seem to want to run away, and instead let Lin Se lead her like that. Before long, Lin Se led her to an empty private room. As soon as the door closed, Lin Se rushed over to him. Feeling Lin Se's overwhelming masculine aura, Wang Bing's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. I'm not that kind of woman. I know you're not, so I won't do anything to you without your permission. Lin Se's voice was so gentle, like the spring sunshine, capable of soothing the soul. Wang Bing stared blankly at the man in front of her who seemed somewhat familiar yet very unfamiliar, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Name, Wang Bing. Age, 25. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 83. Appearance, 91. Favorability, 48. Pregnancy probability, you'll get pregnant on your first try. Overall rating, 9. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. And it hit the bullseye again on the first try. Upon learning of Wang Bing's situation, feeling guilty towards Lu Hu, he planned to do something to make amends to Lu Hu. But who would have thought that Wang Bing's chances of getting pregnant were so high? What should we do now? Brothers or women? If Lu Hu finds out that I stole both of his women, he'll definitely kill me. But if I choose my brother, I'll miss out on the reward I'm already in. Woman? Brother? Just as Lin Se was hesitating, Wang Bing, whom he had pinned against the door, weakly said something. Could you let go of me? I can't breathe. Lin Se was initially unsure of what to choose, but after seeing Wang Bing's shy demeanor, he made his decision. What good are brothers? Since we've already been betrayed once, one more time won't hurt. Besides, the two had already broken up long ago. With that thought in mind, he kissed her without hesitation. The sudden attack caught Wang Bing completely off guard. When she came to her senses and tried to resist, Lin Se immediately grabbed her hands. She was subdued and had no choice but to accept it. Before long, the two quickly moved from the battlefield behind the door to the sofa in the private room. Lin Se's breathing gradually became rapid, and his hands began to wander, slowly reaching towards Wang Bing's body. Just as he was about to take another step forward, Wang Bing suddenly let out a sob. Immediately following was a series of sobs. No, please, I beg you. Wang Bing's voice was filled with obvious fear and pleading, which made Lin Se stop abruptly. His brain felt like it had been hit hard by something, and he instantly became clear-headed. Lin Se stared at Wang Bing, whose face was streaked with tears and who looked pitiful, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. He almost actually did it. If he really did that, how would he be any different from those beasts? Thinking of this, Lin Se couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Fortunately, everything was still in time. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. Lin Se took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Wang Bing clearly hadn't expected Lin Se to stop at the crucial moment. She looked at Lin Se with some surprise, and the fear in her eyes lessened slightly. But she didn't have time to think about why Lin Se had stopped. She hurriedly and clumsily put on her clothes. Then, like a startled rabbit, she quickly distanced herself from Lin Se and curled up in the corner of the sofa. Seeing how afraid Wang Bing was of him, Lin Se found it both amusing and helpless. He thought to himself, I shouldn't be that scary, right? Wang Bing, no. You old pervert are terrifying. Then, he picked up his glass and drank. As the cold liquid entered his stomach, Lin Se, who had been burning with lust, gradually calmed down. He sat on the sofa and began to talk to Wang Bing. Wang Bing, are you Wang Bing? Wang Bing, who was in the corner, trembled slightly. After a long while, she finally looked up in astonishment. How did you know? We're classmates, how would I know? Classmate? Chapter 115 Wang Bing's Tears. You're really my classmate? Inside the private room, Wang Bing looked at Lin Se with a mixture of belief and doubt. She did not believe Lin Se because of his words and continued to keep a safe distance from him. Lin Se didn't take it to heart and smiled. Otherwise, do you think any sucker would be willing to spend 200,000 to help you solve your problem? Wang Bing thought for a moment and said, "So, which period of my life were you my classmate? Middle school, elementary school, or high school?" "You've mentioned elementary school, middle school, and high school, but why didn't you mention university?" Lin Su asked curiously. "Because I remember all my classmates from university, and you're not one of them." "Are you sure?" Lin Su asked again. "I'm sure," Wang Bing said with absolute certainty. Lin Su laughed and said, "Then you might be mistaken. I really am your classmate from university." "Huh? University? Really?" Wang Bing exclaimed in astonishment. "It's not real, is it cooked? You big ice queen." Wang Bing seemed to have heard some very shocking news. Her entire face was filled with astonishment. You're Lin Su?" Big Ice Girl is a nickname given to her by Lu Hu, and only a few of Lu Hu's roommates know it besides her and Lu Hu. Lu Hu has 3 roommates. One of them went abroad after graduation and has not returned. My other roommate lives in the far west of China, a million miles away from Y City, so it's impossible for him to come over. That leaves only the inconspicuous Lin Su. You only recognized me now? You've disappointed me. No, are you really Lin Su? Even though Wang Bing was almost certain that the person in front of her was Lin Su, she still couldn't believe it. Because the Lin Su she knew at this moment was so different from the Lin Su she knew that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a completely different person. Lin Su remained silent, simply tossing a card to Wang Bing. "That's Lin Su's ID card." Seeing the familiar name and figure on the ID card, Wang Bing was completely convinced. You've changed so much. How about it? Don't you think I'm handsome right now and want to marry me right away?" Lin Su grinned mischievously. Wang Bing rolled her eyes at Lin Su, annoyed, and said reproachfully, "What nonsense are you talking about?" However, Lin Su adopted a very serious attitude when he spoke. "I'm not making this up. I came here to find you because I want you to be my woman." Wang Bing quickly refused. No, you're his brother. How can I be with you? They're just brothers who are slightly closer, not blood brothers. Besides, didn't you two break up a long time ago? No, that won't do either. Why? Lin Su asked curiously. Because of me, I am not good enough for you. I think you're not worried about not being good enough for me, but rather about being a burden to me. Lin Su suddenly said. Wang Bing was suddenly startled, and she stared at Lin Su in astonishment. You knew all along? Lin Su nodded. I met Lu Su, and she told me everything. So it was Willow Catkins. I knew I shouldn't have gone to the foot massage parlor that day. Wang Bing was filled with regret. Lin Su was somewhat annoyed, and his voice rose several octaves. What? Are you saying you're planning to shoulder all the burdens by yourself? Can you handle it? Yes. I can handle it. Wang Bing's voice was not loud, but it was full of firmness and unquestionable conviction. But Lin Su looked disdainful. You think you can handle it? Then let me ask you, if I hadn't saved the day, how would you have dealt with those customers? Would you have slept with them, or paid them back? I. Wang Bing was speechless. Lin Su sighed softly, then stepped forward to Wang Bing, reached out and patted her shoulder, speaking gently. You're just a woman, you don't need to shoulder all the responsibility yourself. When it's time to rely on someone, you can try to rely on them. Wang Bing raised her head shakily, her delicate face already stained with a few tears. But I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of? I'm afraid I'll be dumped again like before. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my duties as a girlfriend. Wang Bing's words brought Lin Su's thoughts back to a few years ago. At that time, he had not yet graduated, Lu Hu was still innocent, and he was in a sweet relationship with Wang Bing. But one day, Lu Hu stormed back to his dorm room and announced to everyone that he and Wang Bing had broken up. They couldn't understand why this campus couple, whom everyone envied, would break up. After questioning, it turned out that he felt Wang Bing didn't love him. The two had been talking for about half a year at that time. They were inseparable all day long, and their figures could be seen everywhere on campus. Lu Hu treated Wang Bing very well, and Wang Bing was also very considerate. But there's one thing Land Rover can't accept. That's because Wang Bing was too stiff on the bed, like a zombie, without any reaction. That day, Lu Hu specially arranged for Aoi Sora's course, wanting Wang Bing to learn how to imitate Aoi Sora. But Wang Bing absolutely refused. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Hu broke up with his girlfriend. After his relationship with Wang Bing ended, Lu Hu began to let loose, roaming among women and living a carefree life. Wang Bing, on the other hand, lived with self-blame. During this period, she went to Lu Hu several times to ask him to get back together with her. Having experienced such bliss, why would Land Rover want to go back to eating simple meals? Later, Wang Bing became completely disheartened. That marked the end of their relationship. Realizing what was happening, Lin Se quickly hugged Wang Bing and said in an incredibly gentle voice, "Don't be afraid, I won't abandon you." "Are you really not good at it?" Lin Se nodded. "Unless you want to leave on your own, I will never abandon you." After hearing this, Wang Bing could no longer suppress her overwhelming emotions and burst into tears while hugging Lin Se. Lin Se did not offer any words of comfort, but instead let Wang Bing vent her frustrations. Because he knew that this poor woman had suffered too much over the years, and if she didn't vent, something bad would happen to her in the future. And so, the huge private room was soon filled with Wang Bing's heartbreaking cries. I don't know how much time passed before everything calmed down. "I'm sorry, I got your clothes wet." Wang Bing looked at Lin Se somewhat embarrassed. "So how do you plan to compensate me?" Lin Se asked with a smile. Can I go back and help you wash?" Wang Bing asked weakly, raising her head. "It'll be too late to go back, I need to go now." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Se cupped Wang Bing's luscious red lips and kissed her deeply. This time, Wang Bing did not resist. She closed her eyes and silently sensed the man's presence. But fate is unkind, there are always those who disrupt things. "Ah! I can't take it anymore." The sudden sound startled Wang Bing. When she looked in the direction of the sound, she was surprised to see another familiar face. Willow Catkins? Chapter 116 Reunion with you, Shireen. You two are too much. You actually teamed up to make fun of me. Wang Bing is definitely an adorable beauty. Even when she's angry, she's still so cute. Lin Se and Lu Se exchanged a smile, and the latter immediately stepped forward to take Wang Bing's arm and comfort her. "Oh dear. Bing, although we were wrong in this matter, we were only thinking of you. Selling me to an old classmate, is this what you call thinking of me?" Wang Bing glared angrily at Lu Se. Bing, I know this is hard for you to accept, but Lin Se is doing it for his family. Besides, don't you know his character better than I do? We will definitely not suffer any injustice if we follow him. Despite Lu Se's eloquent explanation, Wang Bing still felt somewhat resistant. But this is too absurd. With no other option, Lu Se had to resort to her trump card. This may seem absurd, but Bing, don't forget that your father is still lying in a hospital bed, and your mother's health is deteriorating. Do you think anyone other than Lin Se can help you through your current predicament? Lu Se's words instantly made Wang Bing waver. She looked at the man in front of her, who was both a stranger and a familiar face, and felt an indescribable struggle in her heart. Time passed by, second by second. Everyone is waiting for Wang Bing to make the final decision. And so, after an unknown amount of time, Wang Bing, who had been silent for a long time, finally made a move. She took a deep breath, as if to calm herself down. Immediately afterwards, she stepped forward and walked up to Lin Se. If I refused you today, would you lend me $1 million? If you need it, I will. Aren't you afraid I'll run away with the money? Wang Bing asked curiously. Lin Se smiled and shook his head. Others might run away, but you, Wang Bing, definitely won't. Why? Wang Bing was even more puzzled. Because you're a big ice queen. Lin Se laughed. Wang Bing was slightly taken aback. The next second, an unprecedentedly beautiful smile bloomed on her weathered face. If that's the case, then my answer is: unexpected events always happen unexpectedly. Before Wang Bing could finish speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out. The previously closed private room door slammed against the wall with a loud bang, as if struck by a powerful force. Immediately afterwards, a dozen burly men with ferocious faces rushed in like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Their muscles bulged as if they were about to burst out of their clothes, and each of them had their face covered with hideous tattoos, which inspired fear at first glance. Sensing something was wrong, Lin Se rushed to Wang Bing and Lu Se, shielding them tightly behind him. Then, he stared intently at the menacing-looking burly men, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Who are you people? Lin Se's voice was deep and powerful, and it also revealed a sense of authority. However, before he could finish speaking, a clear and slightly familiar voice came from outside the door. Haven't seen you for a few days, have you forgotten me so quickly? As the sound rang out, a handsome man dressed in a white suit and wearing a white hat slowly walked into the private room. His steps were light, as if he were walking on clouds, giving people a feeling of ethereal bliss. When Lin So saw the person's face clearly, his expression instantly became serious. It's you! The handsome man in front of her was none other than Yushirine, the young lady who had previously tried to take advantage of the two foolish women, Tao Xiaodao and Li Shimeng, at the Lanting Hotel. Yushirine's lips curled up slightly, revealing a stunning smile that was hard to decipher. It seems you're living a more comfortable life than I've seen in the last few days. As she spoke, Yushirine's gaze involuntarily fell on the two women who were being protected by Lin So behind him. When she saw Wang Bing's pitiful face, she felt as if she had discovered a rare treasure, and her beautiful eyes instantly shone with intense light. But her passion didn't last long before it was interrupted by Lin So's icy voice. What exactly do you want? What? You forcibly took my woman away in front of so many people last time. What do you want from me now? Upon hearing this, Lu Su behind him immediately adopted a gossipy expression. Oh my god! This woman is talking about my woman? Could she be a lesbian? Oh my god, I've only ever seen Tong Tong in novels, I never thought I'd actually meet her in person today. She was looking at me just now. Could it be that she has a crush on me? What should I do if this happens? Compared to Lu Su, who loves to gossip, Wang Bing looked worried. I hope nothing will happen. Just then, Lin So suddenly sneered. Your women? They both gave me their virginity, and they're still living in the house I bought. You're saying they're your women? Yushirine's expression changed instantly, her voice filled with surprise and disbelief. What did you say? You've already eaten them? Lin So said, word by word, it's not that I've already, it's that I slept with them before you even started seducing them. Upon hearing this, Yushirine's face turned icy cold at a visible speed, and her angry voice instantly filled the entire room. You bastard! How dare you defile the woman I, Yushirine, have my eye on? You're really something. You're something else. Strangely, after her anger subsided, Yushirine did not order anyone to teach Lin Su a lesson. Instead, she calmed down. Then, she took a deep breath and looked at Lin Su. I'm giving you one last chance to apologize to me. Apologize? On what grounds? Lin Su asked in surprise. Yushirine gritted her teeth, because I am Yushirine. I know you're Yushirine, but so what? Are you famous? Even if you are, so what? It has nothing to do with me. Besides, you stole my woman, okay? If anyone should apologize, it should be you apologizing to me. Lin So rattled off a whole bunch of things, which the two women behind him didn't understand, but Yushirine in front of him did. She not only understood it, but was also completely bewildered. What did you say? You want me to apologize to you? Lin So, that's right. Yushirine, why? Lin So, based on these 3 points. Yushirine? Lin So, first of all, you made private appointments with my women without my permission, openly harassed them in public, and even attacked me. That's one thing. Lin So, secondly, my friends and I were having a gathering in a private room today, and you barged in without permission. Lin So, as for the third point, it's that you slandered me. What I care about most is what other people think of me, so you need to apologize and take responsibility for slandering me. Upon hearing this, Yushirine began to tremble uncontrollably. She is the second young lady of the prestigious Yu family. In Y City, whether in the underworld or the legitimate world, who dares to disrespect her? But now, this arrogant man has actually listed 3 major crimes against her and is demanding that she apologize to him. This is an utter disgrace. You want me to apologize to you, right? Fine. I'll apologize. I'll apologize properly. Chapter 117, Taking Yushirine to a Hotel. Now, is Miss Yu willing to apologize? On the human cushion, Lin So crossed his legs and looked at Yushirine, who was completely dumbfounded, with a half smile. Besides her, Wang Bing and Lu Su, who were not far away, were also completely dumbfounded. Following their astonished gazes, one could see that the small private room was filled with corpses. These people lying down were Yushirine's men. Not long ago, Yushirine could no longer tolerate the 3 major crimes that the arrogant and conceited Lin So had listed for her. So, with a roar from her, her strong and burly henchmen charged at Lin So. He thought that with so many underlings involved, they could easily subdue Lin Su. But who would have thought that Lin Su, as if possessed by a god of war, could send a 200-pound strong man flying with just a casual slap? Then, with another casual kick, another 200-pound strong man was sent flying, crashing into the wall and immediately knocked unconscious. Lin Su took less than 3 minutes to knock down all of his dozen or so henchmen, rendering them unable to get up. At this moment, Yushireen could no longer remain calm. She forced back her panic and trembling as she looked at the man in front of her. Who exactly are you? I'm just an ordinary, insignificant person. However, I now have another identity, which is Miss Yu's creditor. Previously, Miss Yu only had 3 major crimes, but now we have to add the crime of instigating a group to beat her up. Miss Yu, you've committed so many crimes, what should I do with you? As they were talking, Lin Su had already come to Yushireen's side. Looking at the man in front of her, Yushireen trembled all over. You mustn't do anything rash. I'm the second young lady of the Yu group. If you dare do anything to me, my father will send someone to kill you. Just then, Lu Su, who was not far away, suddenly exclaimed. I know about the Yu group. You know? Lin Su asked, puzzled. Yes. The Yu group is the largest conglomerate in Y City, and it's quite famous even throughout the entire country. They do business not only in legitimate circles, but also in shady dealings. After listening to Lu Su's story, Lin Su also became serious. He fears no one, but not his woman. If he really angers the behemoth that is the Yu group, and causes these innocent women to be implicated, then he will truly have nowhere to turn for help. Seeing that Lin Su hesitated, Yushireen quickly spoke up. I can apologize for what happened before and what happened today. If you're willing, I can even compensate you for a huge loss, as long as you let me go. After that, you'll probably cause me trouble again, right? Lin Su asked. Yushireen waved her hands repeatedly. No, absolutely not. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. We won't interfere with each other. Although Yushireen spoke very sincerely, Lin Su still didn't quite believe her. After all, this girl had ambushed him before. System, use the eavesdropping feature. Please identify the target of your eavesdropping. Yushireen. Eavesdropping on inner thoughts, target, Yushireen, effective now, countdown, 30 minutes. As soon as the system notification sound ended, Yushireen's inner thoughts reached Lin Su's ears. Let you go? You're dreaming. You've humiliated me like this today. If I, Yushireen, don't avenge this, I'm not you. But why isn't this guy saying anything? Is he going to change his mind? After a long while, Lin Su finally spoke. Lu Su, Wang Bing, you should go back first. Huh? Then, what about you? Wang Bing asked in surprise. The willow catkins nearby were also surprised. Lin Su raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Miss Yu and I have decided to make up, so naturally we should have a good drink together, don't you think, Miss Yu? Yushireen quickly replied, oh right. You guys go back first, I want to have a good drink with this handsome guy. Who the hell wants to drink with a stinky man like you? You'd better just drink. If you dare to take advantage of me, I, Yushireen, will personally chop you up. Although Wang Bing and Lu Su were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to leave under Lin Su's watchful gaze. It's too noisy here, Miss Yu. How about we go somewhere else? Go, where to? Let's go to a place that Miss Yu is familiar with. The scene shifts, and Lin Su brings Yushireen to the Lanting Hotel, where the two first met. Come on, let's have a drink here? Sensing something was amiss, Yushireen looked at Lin Su in surprise. Lin Su countered, Miss Yu doesn't like it here? Because the time allotted for the whispered conversation had passed, Lin Su was no longer able to eavesdrop on Yushireen's thoughts. But judging from the expression on Yushireen's face, she clearly resisted being here. Yushireen forced a smile. No, I like it. That's good. Upon boarding the elevator, Lin Su skillfully pressed the button for the 8th floor. Yushireen was puzzled again. The 8th floor? Isn't the open-air hotel on the 6th floor? I didn't say I wanted to go to an open-air hotel. If we don't go to an open-air hotel, where are we going to drink? Since we're already at the hotel, where do you suggest we go for a drink? Lin Su said with a meaningful smile. Yushireen's expression changed instantly, and she began to stammer. You're going to take me to a hotel room? Miss Yu, please don't misunderstand, we're just having a drink. Yushireen, drinking? You try to fool a 3-year-old with that, and see if they'd believe you. However, Yushireen quickly calmed down. She is the second young lady of the U Group. The U Group is practically the local tyrant of Y City. Even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful Lin Su is, he can't defeat the U Group. She didn't believe Lin Su would actually dare to eat her here. It's just booking a hotel room. Just book it. Who's afraid of who? Although that's what she thought, when Lin Su opened the suite door and invited her in, she was genuinely nervous and wanted to run away right then and there. But after some struggle, she finally went inside. As the door closed, the long corridor returned to silence once more. However, on the other side of the door, things just wouldn't calm down. On the other side of the door, Yushireen was pinned tightly against the wall by Lin Su. What do you want to do? A man and a woman alone in a room, what do you think I should do, Miss Yu? Chapter 118 The Ferocious Yushireen. Why, I don't want to. I already said I wouldn't hold anything against what happened before, why are you still doing this? However, Lin Su showed no sympathy for the pitiful beauty and instead snorted coldly. That's what you say, but what you're really thinking about is how to get revenge on me after you leave. Yushireen, who was wailing loudly, was suddenly jolted. How did you know? Because I can see into people's hearts. You can read people's minds? How is that possible? I don't believe it, you must have stumbled upon this by accident. I understand, the previous reward was Willow Catkins. But it seems he hasn't even looked at Lu Su's panel yet. However, none of that matters anymore, as long as there's a reward. However, just as she was about to step out of the room, Lin Su's devilish voice suddenly came from behind her. Did I say you could leave now? Yushireen's body stiffened abruptly. She stopped in her tracks, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, even her delicate pink nails digging deep into her palms. She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice calm. I just want to take a shower, is that not allowed? No. Lin Su's answer remained cold and ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation. Why should I? Yushireen could no longer suppress her anger. She turned around abruptly, her eyes wide, glaring at Lin Su. If looks could kill, Lin Su would probably have been torn to pieces by Yushireen's gaze long ago. Lin Su showed no fear in the face of Yushireen's questioning. His gaze grew increasingly sharp, as if it could pierce through Yushireen's soul. Because your life and death are now in my hands. These words struck Yushireen's heart like a heavy hammer. She felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart tightly, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. His already pale face instantly lost all color, and even his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. You still want to kill me? Lin Su slowly stood up, walked to Yushireen, and pinched her delicate chin as he spoke. If I could, I wouldn't want to kill you to silence you, but unfortunately you hate me to the core, and I would never leave myself any threat. This time, Yushireen was no longer afraid. She looked directly at Lin Su and said coldly. I am the second young lady of the U Group. Do you think you can survive if you kill me? Maybe I really will survive. Lin Su revealed a meaningful smile. Previously, he might have been afraid of the U Group, but things are different now, with the system's dual combat power function now activated. As long as he has money, he can keep getting stronger. The U Group's strength is only temporary given time, he may well be able to bring down this mountain. However, Yushireen clearly did not believe that Lin Su had such great abilities. Impossible. My U family are the local tyrants of Y City. No matter how strong you are, you absolutely cannot defeat us. Besides, even if you manage to evade the U family's pursuit, what about your women? If I'm not mistaken, you must have quite a few women. They're all defenseless, unless you tell me you can abandon them without hesitation. Yushireen's few words instantly silenced Lin Segan. The premise that he wasn't afraid of the U family was that he was all alone. But if you add women, then it's hard to say. Damn it! I wanted to show off, but I ended up being manipulated instead. Seeing that Lin Su had fallen silent after she spoke, Yushireen, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately pressed her advantage. Let me go, and I swear I will never, ever cause you any more trouble. Why should I believe you? You once tried to kill me, and I was so violent towards you just now, and I even took your virginity. Can you really hold a grudge? Of course I can't hold a grudge. I wish I could tear you apart and shred you to pieces right now. But compared to my hatred for you, my life is more important. I have many things to do. I can't fall here, at least not now. Looking at the terrifying woman with a ferocious face in front of him, Lin Su hesitated. Even without using eavesdropping, he could sense that Shireen's words were sincere. But the grudges between the two are quite significant. Can he really trust Shireen? Just then, the kind system stepped in. Friendly reminder to the host, the system shop contains items that can restrain people. Really? Absolutely no deception, young or old. Chapter 119 Shireen's despair. What did you do to me? Just now, Shireen suddenly realized that there seemed to be an invisible chain connecting her to someone. And in this huge suite, there were only her and Lin Su. Considering Lin Su's terrifyingly powerful strength, she immediately turned her suspicious gaze towards him. Lin Su raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Didn't you tell me to let you go? I've thought about it carefully, and I think what you said makes a lot of sense, so I've decided to follow your advice and let you go. However, Lin Su changed the subject. I'm still a little worried, so I placed some restrictions on you. Constraints? Shireen looked at Lin Su with a puzzled expression, not understanding what he meant by constraints. Lin Su's smile deepened. Simply put, I used some methods to bind our souls together. What? Shireen's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. You're saying our souls are bound together? How is this possible? Lin Su did not answer her question immediately, but instead stretched out his finger and lightly traced a line on his arm. The next second, something strange happened. Shireen suddenly let out a shrill scream, as if her arm had also been slashed. Shireen looked at her arm in horror. There were no wounds on it, but the excruciating pain was so real. What's going on? I've said our souls are bound together. From now on, if I get hurt, you will suffer the same pain. How is this possible? How could such an outrageous thing happen? Who exactly are you? At this moment, Shireen could no longer remain calm. Those beautiful eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, Lin Su showed no intention of explaining. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mischievous smile, and then said something unexpected. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention, although we're now bound together, the damage transfer between us is only one way. Shireen looked at Lin Su with a suspicious expression, clearly not understanding what Lin Su meant by one way. WH? What do you mean? Seeing this, Lin Su slowly began to explain. That means the damage I suffer can be transferred to you, miss you, but the damage you suffer cannot be transferred to me. What did you say? Shireen's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. Lin Su smiled slightly and continued in a teasing tone. So, miss you absolutely mustn't get any funny ideas, otherwise, I'm not sure what outrageous things I might do. Shireen sat on the ground, motionless, as if frozen in place. Her face grew paler and paler, as if all color had been drained from her, and her voice was filled with fear and despair. How could this be? How could such a thing happen? Seeing Shireen's despair, Lin Su felt a little relieved. Although it cost a full 20 million, it was worth it to completely resolve the trouble with the Yu family. Moreover, this can be considered a way for him to indirectly control the second young lady of the Yu family. With Shireen around, does he still worry about lacking money? The answer is, of course, no. Such a memorable moment deserves a proper celebration. Lin Su immediately dialed room service and happily began ordering food. Of course, Lin Su wasn't the kind of person who only cared about his own enjoyment. During the ordering process, he specifically asked Shireen for her opinion. However, Shireen clearly had no interest in enjoying any fancy meal. She simply said weakly, "No need, I'm not hungry." Then, she stood up unsteadily and walked unsteadily toward the bathroom. Shireen slowly pushed open the bathroom door, as if the whole world had become incredibly heavy at that moment. She turned on the shower head above, letting the fine stream of water fall on her like raindrops. As the water gradually soaked her entire body, Shireen could no longer suppress her emotions that she had been holding back for so long. She covered her face tightly, tears streaming down her face like broken beads, accompanied by sobs that echoed in the small bathroom. Her cries were so aggrieved and heartbreaking, as if she were a child who had suffered countless injustices and had finally found a corner to confide in. Lin Su, standing outside the door, heard Shireen's heart-wrenching cries and felt a mix of emotions welling up inside him. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to be a bad person. Perhaps this is what they call the cruel twist of fate. In the bathroom, Shireen lost all sense of time. She didn't know how long she had been inside, she just felt that the whole world had become blurry. Finally, like a sleepwalker, she staggered out of the bathroom. In the living room, Lin Su had already begun enjoying the lavish meal he had ordered. The huge dining table was filled with all kinds of exquisite dishes, and the aroma was irresistible. Yushireen glanced at Lin Su expressionlessly, then slowly walked to the dining table and sat down opposite him. Lin Su was somewhat surprised by Yushireen's appearance. "I've already let you go, why aren't you leaving?" Yushireen's answer left Lin Su somewhat amused and exasperated. She abruptly said, "How can you walk if you don't eat your fill?" "That makes sense." The atmosphere then became unusually eerie. This couple, who had been locked in a love-hate relationship not long ago, sat together quietly and ate their meal as if nothing had happened. There were no more arguments or conflicts between them, only a peaceful atmosphere. After the two of them had eaten and drunk their fill, it was already around 2 a.m. Lin Su glanced at the desolate moonlight outside, then at Yushireen, whose face remained calm, and said, "It's so late, why don't you sleep here for the night?" Yushireen didn't speak, she just sat there quietly. Upon seeing this, Lin Su immediately stepped forward and gently embraced her. Before long, Yushireen was put back on the bed. He reached out and wiped away the tears from Yushireen's eyes, speaking in a gentle yet apologetic tone. "I know you hate me, but I'm only doing this to protect myself. Don't worry, I won't keep you in check. When will the restrictions be lifted? When you stop hating me." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Su kissed those alluring red lips once again. Although Yushireen still resisted, her resistance was significantly less than before. The moon is beautiful, and the beautiful woman entwined under the moon is even more beautiful. Chapter 120. Xiaomei is jealous. The next morning. As the warm morning breeze gently blew through the gauze window and touched Yushireen's beautiful face, she slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was an unfamiliar ceiling. She stared intently at the ceiling. After a long while, she finally turned her gaze to the man sleeping soundly beside her. His once calm eyes now held a complex expression. There was regret, fear, surprise, impulsiveness, and a hint of something else that was hard to pinpoint. After examining her for a while, she dragged her exhausted body into the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, the man on the bed was gone. Amidst my confusion, a pair of warm, large hands, accompanied by a magnetic male voice, embraced me from behind. "Did you sleep well last night?" Yushireen was slightly taken aback, and then suddenly said something. "You kept me up until 4 a.m., do you think I could get a good night's sleep?" "I didn't want to either. But Miss Yu is just too beautiful, and I couldn't control myself. Besides, didn't Miss Yu enjoy herself just this morning?" Yushireen blushed. I didn't." Lin Su quietly leaned close to Yushireen's ear and said in a teasing tone, "Since you didn't, why are you blushing, Miss Yu? Besides, you didn't push me away, did you?" As he spoke, Lin Su's hands once again transformed into two snakes that slithered across Yushireen's body. Without resistance, Yushireen soon collapsed. Seeing this, the considerate Lin Su immediately carried her to the big bed. Before long, a young couple was seen passionately entwined on the soft bed. I don't know how much time passed before everything calmed down. Lin Su looked at Yushireen with a half smile at the bedside. "Eat your fill and leave? Isn't Miss Yu being a bit too heartless?" Faced with Lin Su's teasing, Yushireen first glared at him fiercely, and then said coldly, "I might let it go in front of me, but if you dare to talk nonsense in front of others, I will never let you get away with it." "Others? Who is Miss Yu referring to?" Yushireen bit her red lips, seemingly hesitant. After a long while, she finally spoke. "Anyone but me." Lin Su laughed and said, "All right, I will only act coquettishly in front of Miss Yu from now on, and I will never act coquettishly with anyone else." "Suit yourself." With that, Yushireen prepared to leave. However, she had only taken a few steps when Lin Su called her back again. "While you were asleep, I left my WeChat and phone number in your phone. If you miss me, remember to call or contact me via WeChat. Only a ghost would miss you." With that, Yushireen left without looking back. Only after hearing the heavy slam of the door closing did Lin Su reveal a meaningful smile. "The ghost doesn't want me, but you, Yushireen, definitely will." Just then, the phone that was placed to the side suddenly vibrated. "Hey, what's wrong?" "What? Which hospital?" "Okay, I'm coming over now." The scene shifts to a hospital, outside the emergency room, where two strikingly beautiful women are comforting each other. They were Lu Su and Wang Bing, who had parted ways with Lin Su last night. "Bing Bing, don't worry, Uncle will be fine. Really? Of course he will. Uncle has persevered for so long, he will definitely not leave so easily. Just then, the man arrived. How is Uncle Wang? Lu Su looked at Wang Bing, who was in her arms with tears streaming down his face, and shook her head helplessly. Uncle Wang's condition was quite stable before, but this morning after he ate the breakfast we brought him, he fainted and is currently being treated inside. How long have you been inside? Lin Su asked again. It's been more than half an hour. Alright, you guys wait here for a bit, I'll be leaving now. After saying that, Lin Su left. When he returned, one person had become two. The person he brought back was none other than the renowned Dr. Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was actually unwilling to come from the bottom of her heart. But this man was too presumptuous, and there was nothing she could do. Who is this? Lu Su looked at Xiao Mei curiously. Her keen intuition told her that the woman in the white coat before her, with her near-perfect appearance, definitely had some kind of relationship with Lin Su. Hello, I am Xiao Mei, a friend of Lin Su, and also an internist. Upon hearing the word doctor, an excited Wang Bing immediately stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Mei's hand, and pleaded with her. Doctor, are you here to save my father? You must be Wang Bing, Miss Wang. Lin Su has already told me about your father's condition. He should have just suffered a stroke and his life is not in danger. Really? Really? Xiao Mei nodded. Yes, you just need to wait patiently. He'll be out soon. That's great. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. Thank you, Dr. Xiao. The doctor's advice really worked. With just 2 sentences, Xiao Mei transformed Wang Bing, who had been filled with despair, into someone full of hope. Afterwards, Xiao Mei gave Wang Bing another reassurance injection before bidding farewell to the 2 women and leaving with Lin Su. When did you, an internist, become so knowledgeable about neurological diseases? Lin Su looked at Xiao Mei in surprise. I don't understand, Xiao Mei said casually. Don't you understand why you've been telling them so much? Wasn't it you who told me to comfort them? How could your women feel at ease if I didn't say something? Xiao Mei deliberately emphasized the words women, implying that the meaning should not be too obvious. Lin Su was taken aback at first, then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. What? Is my Dr. Xiao jealous? Jealous? You're overthinking it. Even if I, Xiao Mei, were truly jealous, I would never be jealous of you. Alright then, I was originally planning to have lunch with someone today. Since that person doesn't want to see me, I'll just have to go. After finishing his pretentious speech, Lin Su prepared to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard Xiao Mei's shy voice behind him, so soft that even a mosquito couldn't hear it. Just the 2 of us? What did you say? I didn't hear you? If you didn't hear me, that's fine. I have other things to do in my department. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. In a panic, Xiao Mei turned around and prepared to run away. But how could Lin Su so easily let go of the lamb he had caught? Without hesitation, he grabbed Xiao Mei's arm and, regardless of her wishes, forcefully dragged her to the nearest fire escape. Why did you bring me here? Realizing something was wrong, Xiao Mei stammered involuntarily. Of course, it's to check if you, the queen of nightclubs, have gone off to flirt with other men while I'm gone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mei was instantly enraged. You surnamed Lin. What do you take me for, Xiao Mei? But before she could finish speaking, Lin Su interrupted her. Her first reaction was to struggle. But Lin Su was too strong, and in the end, she had no choice but to accept it all. Chapter 121 Yao Xiu's Warmth. Inside the ward, Yao Xiu was having a meal with her elderly mother. It was Yao's mother lying in bed, but it seemed like Yao Xiu was the one who was sick, because she hardly ate anything. Noticing something amiss, Yao's mother couldn't help but speak up. Where's Xiaolin? Why didn't he come with you today? Yao Xiu was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Then, she said somewhat awkwardly. He has other things to do and can't come over for the time being. Mother Yao sighed softly. Xiu'er, you're not getting any younger. If you really like Xiaolin, then take the initiative. Some people, once missed, may be gone forever. Mom, don't worry about me. There are nurses at the hospital, so I won't be left without anyone to take care of me. But. Before Yao Xiu could say anything more, a familiar voice came from behind her. Your auntie told you to take the initiative, but you still haven't moved an inch. Yao Xiu was suddenly startled. When she turned around, the smiling man standing at the door was none other than Lin Su, whom she had been longing for day and night. How did you get here? Lin Su retorted playfully, you're my betrothed, so your mother is my mother too. Is it wrong for me to visit my mother? Well, you should have told me before you came. Yao Xiao stammered. As they were talking, Lin Su had already arrived in front of Yao Xiao. Reach out and naturally pull it into your arms. Say hello? I need to say hello when I come to visit my wife? Yao Xiao's face flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't even agreed to marry you yet. If you don't marry me, who else do you plan to marry? Do you believe that with just one word from me, no one in Y City will dare to marry you? Yao Xiao stared blankly at the man in front of her, her beautiful eyes growing even more affectionate and loving. Seeing that the two were about to lose control and kiss each other, Yao's mother could no longer bear it. Do you two really think this old woman is dead? How could that be, Mom? Your son-in-law is coming to have dinner with you right away. Stop yelling nonsense. Sure. You're getting more and more disrespectful. Mom, he's just making random noises. What nonsense are you spouting? I love hearing him call me Mom. If you don't like it, then get out. Mom, how could you do this? I'm your daughter. That was before, not now. After a long while, the two finally left the ward. However, as soon as the door closed, Lin Su screamed in agony. Hiss! You've murdered your husband. The instigator, Yao Xiao, showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she glared at Lin Su reproachfully. Who told you to team up with my mom to bully me? How have I ever bullied you? It's all Mom's fault, okay? That's all because you've been whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Oh, okay, don't be angry. I'm leaving soon, let's find a quiet place to talk it over. Why should I go just because you tell me to? You're not. Hey! What are you doing? Put me down right now. Before long, a couple was seen embracing tightly in a corner of the hospital. They were like an old couple who hadn't seen each other in a long time, freely expressing their feelings for one another. After a long time, the two reluctantly parted ways. Lin Su looked at the woman in front of him with tenderness. Are you not angry now? Yao Xiao gave someone a reproachful look. You only know how to bully me. Don't you know that hitting someone is a sign of affection and scolding someone is a sign of love? You're full of fallacies. At this moment, Yao Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked. By the way, what did you mean by leaving? Where are you going? Actually, we didn't go anywhere. After listening to Lin Su recount Wang Bing's story, Yao Xiao was also filled with emotion. So there are people in this world who are even more miserable than me. Seeing this, Lin Su quickly hugged the beauty and comforted her. I'm here for you. Whether it's Wang Bing or you, I'll protect you well. But you're just one person. You have so many women. Can you really protect them all? It wasn't that Yao Xiao didn't trust Lin Su, but that's just how reality is. Accidents always happen unexpectedly. Even if Lin Su can protect someone for a while, how can he protect them forever? Lin Su fell into deep thought. It has to be said that Yao Xiao hit the nail on the head. After a long while, he finally spoke. My abilities are indeed limited, but I will do my best to make all of you happy and joyful. Yao Xiao seemed to have heard the answer she wanted to hear, and a beautiful smile instantly bloomed on her exquisite face. I trust you. When she returned to Lu Su and Wang Bing's side, Wang's father, who had been rescued, was out of danger. However, the separation is only temporary. Surgery is still needed to completely cure Wang's father. The surgery was too expensive. Even if Wang Bing sold herself, she wouldn't be able to raise that much money. I'll pay for the surgery. Let's arrange the surgery for Uncle Wang as soon as possible. Lin Su's words broke the silence. Wang Bing looked at Lin Su in astonishment. Why? Lin Su laughed, because you're my woman now. Although Wang Bing was unexpectedly interrupted when making her decision last night, Lin Su was 100% certain that Wang Bing would not refuse him. Wang Bing bit her red lips, her eyes welling up with tears of emotion. After a long while, she finally spoke. Thanks. Lin Su shook his head, then looked around the ward. By the way, where's your mom? With something this big happening, why isn't she here? My mom went back to her hometown to borrow money. Oh, then call her and tell her you've got the money and she should come back right away. Afterwards, Lin Su gave Wang Bing a few more instructions before leaving the hospital with Lu Su. Although he really wanted to devour Wang Bing, who had hit him squarely in one strike, it was clearly not the right time. He turned to look at the willow catkins in front of him and asked, "You probably don't have a good place to stay yet, right?" Lu Su immediately put on a pitiful look. They sold everything to pay off their debts, so where would they find a decent place to live? "In that case, I'll give you a suite." "Really? Could it be that it's fake?" "Ah. Honey, I love you to death. I don't like verbal thanks." "Well, when we're driving later, can someone help you with that? You can do this too?" "Don't get me wrong, I learned all of this after I joined the foot massage parlor. The manager said I'll definitely be doing that in the future. If that's the case, then I'll have to experience it properly. Let's go, old classmate." Ugh. Chapter 122 Yufei's Shock. Not far from the new school, on the side of the road, there is a genuine Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As a popular car among young people, its appearance naturally attracted a lot of young people to watch. They were taking pictures and shouting outside the car, making the whole scene quite lively. However, what these young people didn't know was that the inside of the luxury car was even more lively than the outside. The scene shifts, and you see a young couple, barely clothed, embracing passionately. The once peaceful interior of the luxury car became increasingly ambiguous and indescribable because of the two of them. It was an hour later when everything calmed down. Lin Su leaned back comfortably in the back seat, his handsome face filled with satisfaction and joy. He might not have understood before why some people like to misbehave in their cars, but now he does. This feeling is definitely different from being in a hotel. Then look at the willow catkins on the side. His face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and his eyes were filled with affection. "How come you have so much energy?" Lu Su said weakly. Lin Su said with a half smile, "Do you think all your previous men were terrible?" Lu Su nodded, "Your food is amazing, it can't compare to yours. I like honest women." After resting in the car for 10 minutes, the two got out one after the other. When the two arrived at the entrance of Xingshueli residential area, Lin Su stopped. "Aren't you going in?" Lu Su looked at Lin Su in surprise. "No rush, there's still one person who hasn't arrived yet." As soon as Lin Su finished speaking, a clear and familiar voice echoed in their ears. "Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry I'm late again." Looking in the direction of the sound, they were surprised to see a young and beautiful woman in uniform running hurriedly towards them. This person was none other than Yufei, the sales manager. It's unclear whether Yufei did it on purpose or if it was truly an accident. Just as Yufei was about to reach the two of them, she suddenly recreated the scene from before. Yufei accidentally stepped on a pebble with her high heels. Then, she lunged at Lin Su. Unsurprisingly, she once again nestled in Lin Su's arms in an extremely ambiguous position. However, this time Lin Su didn't let Yufei, the sixth oldest, feel too bad, and immediately started teasing her. "I've seen a lot of bizarre entrances, but I've never seen one where the person has to fall down every time they enter." Embarrassed, Yufei hurriedly got out of Lin Su's arms and apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I didn't mean to. It's alright, as long as Miss Yu is alright." Seeing that Lin Su wasn't angry, Yufei finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when her gaze fell on Lu Su beside her, she was completely shocked. Why did the woman next to him change? And he even replaced her with such a beautiful woman? Did he dump his previous girlfriend? But didn't he just give that person a house? Besides the shocked Yufei, Lu Su was also quite shocked. Because Yufei in front of her was much better than her in both appearance and figure. She still thought Lin Su was simply giving her the house. Little did I know that his true intentions were not what they seemed. Sure enough, men are all big jerks. Once everyone had arrived, the three of them didn't linger and immediately walked into the residential area. However, no sooner had the three left than two young figures arrived outside the residential area. If Lin Su hadn't left, he would definitely have recognized the two newcomers as Zhang Fangfang and her sister-in-law Wang Qiuyu. Even though they had arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Wang Qiuyu still looked skeptical. "Fangfang, did your boyfriend really buy you a new apartment near the school?" Zhang Fangfang smiled and said, "Otherwise, why do you think I brought you here? To starve?" "Wang Qiuyu, your boyfriend is so rich. When will I ever find a boyfriend who is so wealthy and generous?" "Zhang Fangfang, my Qiuyu is so pretty, she'll definitely find someone. Besides, didn't you say your brother-in-law was going to introduce you to someone?" Wan show you, don't mention that guy, just thinking about him makes me angry. Zhang Fong, what's wrong? Wan show you, that guy did say he would introduce me to a rich boyfriend within a week, but he hasn't been seen since he left the day before yesterday, and I can't get through to him on the phone. Zhang Fong, maybe he's busy. That's how rich people are, including my boyfriend. Wine show you, but at least your boyfriend will give you a house. Look at me, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Zhang Fong, it will happen, and it will happen in the next few days. Wang show you, how did you know? Zhang Fong, intuition. Wang show you, intuition? Meanwhile, led by Yufei, Lu Su and Lin Su quickly arrived at the house they were visiting. Just like the one given to Zhang Fong, it was a 120 square meter fully furnished apartment, the kind you could move into any time with just your belongings. Although it was far inferior to the mansion Lu Su had lived in before, the house was still so perfect that it made her scream repeatedly. Yufei, who witnessed all of this, became even more puzzled. Lu Su's behavior was almost identical to Zhang Fong's. Zhang Fong is Lin Su's girlfriend, fine, but what makes this woman stand out? Is she also Lin Su's girlfriend? But how can one person have two girlfriends? Perhaps sensing something, Lin Su took advantage of Lu Su's unbridled excitement in the living room and came to Yufei's side. What's wrong, miss you? Huh? What's wrong? Yufei looked up in surprise. I noticed you were staring at my girlfriend, and the way you were looking at her was a little strange. Before she could finish speaking, Yufei stammered out. Miss Lu, is Mr. Lin's girlfriend? Yes, that's right. Then, what about Miss Zhang from before? She is also my girlfriend. What? Yufei exclaimed. Perhaps her voice was too loud, because even Lu Su, who was visiting the site, was drawn to her attention. What's wrong? Fortunately, Lin Su dismissed him with a single sentence. It's alright, you can continue your tour. Normally, Lu Su would definitely complain a bit, but considering Lin Su gave her a house, she let it go. Then, Lin Su looked at Yufei, the sales manager in front of him, whose face was full of shock. Miss Yu seems quite surprised? Yufei, what do you think? A man with two girlfriends, who wouldn't be surprised? Lin Su continued with a smile, it may sound unbelievable, but we are truly in love. Then, does Miss Zhang know about Miss Yu's existence? I don't know yet, but she'll find out soon. Can the two of them really accept each other? Yufei asked in astonishment. If there wasn't enough room, why would I have arranged for them to live in the same neighborhood? 2. Although I don't care what others say, I'll be in a lot of trouble if this gets out. So please, Ms. Yu, keep this a secret for me. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Since you trust me so much, I definitely won't tell anyone. That's good. Chapter 123 An Accidental Encounter with My Sister-in-Law. Professional managers get things done quickly. In less than half an hour, the house, worth more than 7 million yuan, was transferred from Lin Su's name to Lu Su's name. After helping the two of them organize their contracts, Yufei prepared to retire gracefully. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lin, I'll take my leave now. Let me see Miss Yu off, Lin Su said. No need, I can walk by myself. Yufei wanted to refuse, but Lin Su's words cut off her way out. I thought that after meeting twice, Miss Yu had already considered me a friend. It seems that I was just being presumptuous. And just like that, the two of them soon appeared in the elevator. There were only two people in the elevator because no one else was using it. Originally, Yufei wouldn't have minded taking the elevator alone with Lin Su. But after learning that Lin Su was a playboy, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. Especially when Lin Su kept staring at her, she always felt like she was being stripped naked. At this moment, Lin Su, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Miss Yu went to the hospital yesterday, didn't she? Mr. Lin, how did you know? Yufei asked in astonishment. I went to the hospital to see my friend yesterday and happened to see Miss Yu there. Mr. Lin's friend is a doctor? Yufei asked in surprise. Lin Su nodded, yes. Her name is Xiao Mei. Upon hearing this, Yufei was completely stunned. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. So, Mr. Lin, you saw me run away from Dr. Xiao? Lin Su did not admit it, but looked at Yufei with a calm and profound gaze. Just then, the elevator suddenly stopped on the 12th floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened, an unexpected person appeared in front of Lin Su. Brother-in-law. What are you doing here? Ha? Brother-in-law? The scene shifts, and Lin Se follows Wang Qiuyu, whom he met in the elevator not long ago, into Zhang Fangfang's suite. Zhang Fangfang, who was busy at the dining table, immediately looked up when she heard the noise and blurted out something. Why did you come back so quickly? She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. A surge of joy welled up inside her, but she didn't rush forward immediately. Because that man gave her a secret signal. Just then, Wang Qiuyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up and said angrily, "See. I told you not to come any closer. You scared my Fangfang." Hearing this, Lin Su explained helplessly, "Wasn't I just worried that you'd be bullied?" However, Wang Qiuyu was not appreciative. She glared at Lin Su fiercely and retorted. "Being bullied? Who dares to bully me, Wang Qiuyu? Except for you, a liar who doesn't keep his word." Lin Su frowned. "How did I go back on my word?" Seeing this, Wang Qiuyu became even angrier. "What do you think? You promised me you'd introduce me to a rich boyfriend within a week. It's been 4 days now, and you haven't made a single move." Lin Se then realized why Wang Qiuyu was angry, and he quickly explained, "Well, Qiuyu, I know you're anxious, but right now, there's a little problem." Before Lin Se could finish speaking, Wang Qiuyu screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Ah! I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Lin Su was speechless. Good grief, this is someone manually censoring my words. Just then, Zhang Fangfang, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. She looked at Lin Su curiously and asked, "Qiuyu, who is this?" With her best friend speaking up, Wang Qiuyu naturally couldn't continue her foolish behavior. Although she was somewhat reluctant, she still introduced him with some difficulty. "This is my sister's new boyfriend, Lin Su." Upon hearing Wang Qiuyu's introduction, Zhang Fangfang's gaze immediately fell on Lin Su. She smiled slightly and took the initiative to greet him. "So you're the brother-in-law Qiuyu was talking about." "Hello, my name is Zhang Fangfang, and I'm Qiuyu's best friend." Lin Su also responded politely, "Hello, Fangfang." Then, the two shook hands politely, as if they were meeting for the first time. During the handshake, Lin Se suddenly got into a mischievous mood and gently tapped Zhang Fangfang's palm with his little finger. This small gesture brought a faint blush to Zhang Fangfang's face. To avoid arousing Wang Qiuyu's suspicion, she quickly turned around and cleverly changed the subject. "Brother Lin Se, have you had lunch yet? Do you want to eat together?" Lin Se glanced at Wang Qiuyu, who was winking at him, then smiled and replied, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? You two girls are having a party at home, how can I, a grown man, get involved?" Zhang Fangfang quickly waved her hand, "It's alright, it's more fun with more people. And I'm sure Qiuyu would be happy to have you stay for dinner, right, Qiuyu?" After saying that, she specifically looked at Wang Qiuyu. Wang Qiuyu was quite unhappy about being brought up out of the blue, but at the moment, she seemed unable to say no except to agree. Before long, the three of them sat down around the dining table. The dining table was covered with boxes of delicious and fragrant takeout food. "Brother Lin Se, this is a new house, and we haven't cooked yet. You'll have to make do with takeout today," Zhang Fangfang said apologetically. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Wang Qiuyu started making sarcastic remarks from the side. "What's there to feel aggrieved about? If he wants to eat it, let him eat it. If he doesn't want to eat it, then he should get out of here." Lin Se, however, seemed unconcerned, and he smiled as he said, "Qiuyu is right. What's there to feel wronged about? If you, the flowers of our motherland, can eat this, then of course I don't mind eating takeout with you." Sycophant. Meanwhile, Lu Su, far above, finally noticed something was wrong. Why is this guy taking so long to drop someone off? They didn't just send it straight to bed, did they? Isn't this guy a little too horny? Forget it, let's just ignore him. He already has so many women, one more won't make a difference. Lying on the sofa, Lu Su happily ordered takeout. "Let me see what we should eat today. We're rich now, so let's splurge a little." Meanwhile, Yufei, who had just left the new school, soon arrived at a restaurant. Although the food had been served, she did not start eating. At this moment, all she could think about was the sentence Lin Su had said to her before he left. "What should I do? Should I listen to him? If Mom finds out, she'll definitely be very angry. But what if he really can?" Chapter 124 Wang Qiuyu's peeping. "Lin Su, I'm telling you, my sister is my very, very dearest person. If you dare to do anything to betray her, I will never let you get away with it. Under the relentless pressure of Lin Su and Zhang Fangfang, the adulterous couple, Wang Qiuyu, the sister-in-law, collapsed onto the table after giving Lin Su a slurred warning. This little girl's alcohol tolerance is really something else, Lin Su remarked, looking at the scattered bottles of liquor all around him. Zhang Fangfang, standing to the side, also looked deeply moved. Qiuyu said that men wait for women to get drunk so they can do bad things, so she often dragged me to practice drinking. Upon hearing this, Lin Su immediately revealed a malicious smile. You knew I was planning to do something bad, so why did you still help me get your best friend drunk? Zhang Fangfang gave Lin Su a reproachful look. It's all because you asked me for help. Lin Su reached out and lifted Zhang Fangfang's rather delicate chin, speaking in a teasing tone. So, you chose me over your best friend? Isn't that obvious enough? Obviously, I was slow to react. I'll reward my lovely Fangfang right now. As he spoke, Lin Su picked up the shy and timid Zhang Fangfang and carried her into the bedroom inside. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Qiuyu, still groggy, finally opened her eyes. Looking at the messy dining table in front of her, she was puzzled. Huh? Where did they go? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the bedroom inside. Fangfang? Filled with doubt, Wang Qiuyu dragged her exhausted body to the door. Whether Lin Su did it on purpose or simply forgot, the bedroom door wasn't properly closed. Through the not too big but not too small gap, Wang Qiuyu could just see the two men and women exercising on the bed. Wang Qiuyu, who was still in a daze, became much more awake in an instant. She covered her mouth in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? How could Fangfang be with him? Could it be that he forced Fangfang? But if that's the case, why doesn't Fangfang resist at all? Instead, she seems to enjoy it. So, Fangfang did it voluntarily? How could this happen? Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Along with shame came boundless anger. Not only was Lin Su caught cheating, but the person he cheated with was her best friend. Even so, she didn't rush in immediately. She just stared at the two people inside without moving. As time slowly passed, the shock in her heart grew stronger. The Zhang Fangfang in the video was so unfamiliar that she almost didn't recognize her. Did you secretly practice again when you got back? Didn't you say you liked this? So when I got back, I specifically went to learn from Miss Song. So it was Miss Song who taught you. No wonder you've improved so much. Not bad, I'm very satisfied. Now, tell me, what do you want? Zhang Fangfang shook her head. I don't want anything, just that you can take the time to visit me more often, that's enough. Let us keep things separate. You're so ambitious, how can I not show you some appreciation? How about this, I'll give you another house, and you can bring your family from your hometown over. Zhang Fangfang waved her hands repeatedly. No need, you've already given me such a big house, I can't accept more. This house is for you, and the other one is for my future parents-in-law. They are two different things. But. No buts, it's settled then. Why don't you call your parents when you have some free time? Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyu outside the door completely lost her composure. What the hell? This house was given to Fangfang by that scumbag? Didn't she say it was a gift from her boyfriend? Suddenly, Wang Qiuyu seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face instantly became incredibly expressive. Could that scumbag be the guy Fangfang was talking about, boyfriend? How could such a coincidence happen? Although Wang Qiuyu was reluctant to believe it, everything before her eyes proved that the relationship between the two was very unusual. Besides that, there's Lin Su's extravagant spending. From Zhang Fangfang's words, she had already learned the true value of this 120 square meter fully furnished apartment. More than 7 million. An ordinary person might not earn this much money in their entire life. But that man just gave it away so casually. And he even planned to give Zhang Fangfang a set. How could she not be shocked? Of course, in addition to the shock, there was also boundless anger. She thought of her older sister, Wang Ying. Although Wang Ying also has a place to live, it's nowhere near as good as Zhang Fangfang's. That damn scumbag. You really don't care about me and my sister at all. Perhaps he made too much noise, because Lin Su inside actually noticed a slight movement. Who? Wang Qiuyu was shocked. She hadn't expected that Lin Su would discover her just because she made a slight sound. What should I do? Should I confront them now, or run away? In the end, Wang Qiuyu backed down. When Linsa came out, there was no one left at the door. Only Wang Qiuyu, who was still sound asleep, lay slumped over the table. Zhang Fangfang followed closely behind and came out as well. What's wrong? Linsa's gaze fell on Wang Qiuyu, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. It's nothing, maybe I'm just being too sensitive. Okay then, I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Fangfang wanted to take a shower, but Linsa grabbed her. Don't rush to wash, I haven't had my fill yet. Ha? You want more? Zhang Fangfang exclaimed in surprise. It's been at least 2 hours since Wang Qiuyu passed out, and this man is still incredibly powerful. That's right. And this time I want it in the living room. Zhang Fangfang's expression changed, and her voice began to tremble. This isn't a good idea, is it? Qiuyu is still here. Don't be afraid, we've been feeding her for so long, she definitely won't wake up anytime soon. Chapter 125 Wang Qiuyu's Compromise. I wonder if it's because I've been pretending to be asleep for too long. Wang Qiuyu, who had been eavesdropping, unknowingly fell asleep on the dining table. In her hazy state, she seemed to feel her body being gently lifted up. It was a warm embrace, as if it could make one forget all worries and fatigue. She even craved this feeling and hoped to stay in his arms forever. However, not long after, she felt herself being gently placed in a very soft place. This place was like a cloud, soft and comfortable, allowing her body to completely relax. Just as she was immersed in this comfortable feeling, her hazy consciousness suddenly began to awaken. She opened her eyes and, through those narrow slits, finally saw clearly the person who had placed her on the bed, Lin Su. Why isn't he wearing a shirt? Wang Qiuyu couldn't help but wonder. Does he intend to do something bad to me? The thought made her heart race, and all sorts of possible scenarios began to flash through her mind. Just as she was making her own guesses, the man actually made a move. His slender fingers slowly reached out towards Wang Qiuyu, as if he were exploring something. As the thief's hand drew closer and closer to her face, Wang Qiuyu grew increasingly anxious. What do we do? He's coming. Should I wake up now? But he didn't seem to have done anything too bad to me. In the end, the man still reached out and touched the cheek that no man had ever touched before. However, at the moment their skin touched, Wang Qiuyu trembled involuntarily. Seemingly sensing something, the man became even more unrestrained. Long, slender fingers gently traced across Wang Qiuyu's cheek. Forehead, eyebrows, eyes, nose, cheeks. With each stroke of her fingers, Wang Qiuyu's breathing quickened. But when his fingers stopped on those alluring red lips, the man stopped. Just when Wang Qiuyu thought this guy was going to stop there, a hand reached for her clothes. Is this guy going to take my clothes off? The next second, her bra strap was pulled off. He actually dared to do it. Although shocked, Wang Qiuyu did not open her eyes and chose to pretend to be asleep. Before long, Wang Qiuyu was stripped naked. Her whole body seemed to be coated with a thick layer of dye, turning a warm red from head to toe. Besides his unusual appearance, Wang Qiuyu was also quite uneasy inside. What should I do? He really stripped me naked. Is he really going to eat me up right here? But he's my sister's man. And he also has that kind of relationship with Fangfang. But being his woman must be pretty good, right? He's so rich and so generous. While Wang Qiuyu was still struggling internally, the man had already leaned down and pressed himself against her. At first, Wang Qiuyu simply kept quiet and pretended to be asleep. But that man was far too domineering. She was breached of the city gates with little effort. Her first kiss was stolen so carelessly. The first kiss always feels novel. Before she knew it, she had become addicted. They even responded involuntarily. By the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. The man was looking at her with a half smile. I thought you would keep pretending to be asleep. Wang Qiuyu looked at Lin Su in astonishment and stammered. You knew I was pretending to be asleep? I already knew when we were in the living room, but I didn't expect you to be so patient. What? You found out when we were in the living room? Wang Qiuyu's eyes widened, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Lin Su smiled but remained silent. After a long while, Wang Qiuyu finally stammered out his answer. So you're saying you deliberately staged a live show with Fangfang in the living room? Lin Su grinned mischievously. What do you think? Wang Qiuyu swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she spoke. So, why did you do this? Lin Se chuckled softly, then reached out a finger and lifted Wang Qiuyu's delicate chin. Then, he spoke in a gentle yet ambiguous tone. Didn't you ask me to introduce you to a rich boyfriend? Of course, I'll keep my promise. Wang Qiuyu was initially puzzled, but suddenly, she seemed to understand something and became incredibly shocked. You, the person you wanted to introduce to me, it wouldn't be you yourself, would it? Lin Se smiled and said, Do you think there's anyone more suitable for you besides me? Wang Qiuyu was taken aback, then she suddenly exerted her strength. No, I can't be with you. Get off me right now, or I'll call the police. But Lin Su was not someone a weak woman like her could easily push. Lin Se calmly suppressed Wang Qiuyu, and then asked a question. Are you afraid your sister won't agree? What do you think? You're my sister's boyfriend, and you've also been having an affair with my best friend. How could I possibly be with you? Before Wang Qiuyu could finish speaking, Lin Su interrupted her. What if your sister agrees, and Fang Fang doesn't mind us being together? What's the meaning? Lin Se smiled slightly. You don't know yet, do you? This plan was actually devised by your sister and me. Wang Qiuyu stared in astonishment at the man in front of her. What did you say? Since things have come to this point, I'll lay everything out. Actually, I have more than just your sister as a woman, and your sister wasn't with me with marriage in mind. We were just putting on an act in front of you before. My real identity is actually. After hearing Lin Se's confession, Wang Qiuyu was completely stunned. She never imagined that her beloved older sister would betray her own sister. Are you telling the truth? My sister really doesn't mind that you have other women? If you don't believe me, I can call your sister right now, and you can hear her say it yourself. How about that? Wang Qiuyu bit her red lips and fell silent. In the end, she chose to believe it all. No need, I believe you. In that case, let's continue what we were doing before. Wait. I haven't mentioned my conditions yet. Oh. Chapter 126 Shock and Acceptance. These are really all for me? Standing by the bedside, Wang Qiuyu looked at the man in front of her, her breath coming in short gasps. She was holding a cell phone in her hand. The phone screen prominently displayed a balance of 1 million. Lin Se smiled and nodded. Take it. I gave your sister and Fang Fang the same amount. Wang Qiuyu suddenly realized. No wonder her sister and Zhan Fangfang chose to be with Lin Se. No wonder the two women didn't mind that Lin Se had other women. He spends millions and even gives away a house worth several million. Who could resist such a rich and handsome guy? At that moment, she was very glad that she had made the right choice. As for morality, forget about it. Enjoying life while it lasts is the most important thing. Slightly surprised, Wang Qiuyu asked again. Then, what about the house? This whole building belongs to me. You can choose whichever apartment you like, and I'll give it to you, Lin Se said casually. Wang Qiuyu's eyes widened, and she stammered in disbelief. The entire building, is yours? Lin Se nodded calmly. When you bumped into me in the elevator, I had just finished helping another woman choose a room. Wang Qiuyu swallowed hard. You're really rich. Lin Se raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. This is just the tip of the iceberg of my vast wealth. Believe me, following me will definitely be the best decision you make. Wang Qiuyu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Then I want 3 houses. 3 sets? Lin Se asked in surprise. It has to be said that this is somewhat outrageous. Wang Qiuyu explained, don't misunderstand, it's not that I want 3 sets by myself, I only want 1 set, but my sister wants another set. What about the other set? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. The last set is for my parents. Lin Feng seemed to realize something. You also want to bring your parents here? Wang Qiuyu nodded. Now that living conditions have improved, I can't let them suffer at home anymore. I didn't expect you to be so filial. However, I can only give you and your sister 2 houses. Lin Se suddenly changed the subject. Why? You've already given Fang Fang 2 apartments, don't you think we sisters are worth 3 apartments? Wang Qiuyu asked, puzzled. The reason I gave Fang Fang 2 houses is because she's about to get pregnant. What did you say? She's pregnant? Wang Qiuyu exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, the results should be available in a few more days. No, how did you know she was pregnant? My Lin clan has a special method for detecting pregnancy. I can check whether anyone is pregnant at any time. You're not trying to fool me, are you? If you don't believe me, just wait a couple of days. Then Fong Fong will check it out, and you'll know. An hour later, in the living room. A fresh fragrance permeated the air. The two searched the living room for a while before finally finding Zhang Fongfong watering the potted plants on the balcony. Fongfong, what are you doing? Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Fongfong turned around with delight. Hey! You guys are finally done. Yes, it's finally over. It's all thanks to you. Wang Xiuyu said irritably. Xiuyu, I'm sorry, I did this for your own good. Zhang Fongfong hugged Wang Xiuyu coquettishly. But Wang Xiuyu showed no gratitude whatsoever. So you teamed up with others to push me into a fire pit? I'm sorry, Xiuyu, I was wrong. Just a verbal apology? That's so insincere. So, Xiuyu, what do you mean? Wang Xiuyu smiled slyly. You've kept this from me for so long, you should at least buy me something as compensation. Okay, no problem. We'll go shopping tonight. Xiuyu, whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. Wang Xiuyu narrowed her eyes. Are you sure? Zhang Fongfong nodded solemnly, confirmed. Then you can expect to bleed profusely. As long as Xiuyu can forgive me, I'll bleed. Seeing his best friend reconcile, Lin Se smiled happily. Alright, you two sisters can discuss where to go tonight. I'll be going now. You're leaving right after we've finished playing? That's incredibly insensitive of you. Completed? Aren't I the one being played? What nonsense are you spouting? Fongfong, your sister is a bit stubborn, which is perfect for you to teach her how to be a gentle woman. Get out of here. The scene shifts, and Lin Su arrives at Lu Su's room. As soon as he entered, Lin Su saw a pile of luggage, large and small, on the floor. Clearly, the incredibly efficient Willow Catkins have already brought all their belongings over. Not long after, he found Lu Su busily working in the inner room. She hummed a cheerful song while tidying her clothes, seemingly engrossed in the task. Lin Su walked quietly towards him, step by step. As he got closer, he pounced and knocked the unsuspecting Willow Catkins to the ground. The panicked Willow Catkins immediately cried out. Ah! But Lin Su didn't react at all. He quickly picked up a piece of clothing and tied it over Lu Su's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he carried the terrified Lu Su to the bedroom. Along the way, Lu Su screamed wildly. No matter how much she screamed or struggled, she could not escape someone's clutches. After an unknown amount of time, a scream finally replaced the ambiguous sounds that had left much to the imagination. You murdered your husband. Lin Se looked at the wound on his hand, which was almost bleeding, with a pained expression. However, Lu Su, the instigator, showed no remorse on her face, but instead revealed an indescribable grievance. Who told you to play tricks on me? Do you know how scared I was? I thought I was really going to. She cried and kept hitting someone. Perhaps feeling guilty, Lin Se did not resist, but let Lu Su vent her anger. After a long time, the Willow Catkins finally stopped. Aren't you angry anymore? Lin Se asked. You wish. You bullied me so badly just now I'm going to get my revenge. Chapter 127 Lu Yu. Lin Se arrived at Xingshueli Community at noon, but by the time he left, it was already dark. Black G class front. Are you really not coming to the class reunion with me? Lu Su raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. What? You're so eager to announce our relationship to our old classmates? Lin Se remained unperturbed by the teasing and smiled. Otherwise, you were the object of many of our male classmates' fantasies during college. Now that you've become my woman, I naturally have to go over and show you off. Lu Su rolled her eyes at Lin Se reproachfully. I knew you men were all the same. Lin Se grinned mischievously. Women don't love men who aren't a little bad. As he spoke, his hands began to wander over Lu Su's body again. Before long, Lu Su was teased and began to pant softly. However, at the crucial moment, Lu Su still pushed Lin Se away. That's enough, it's almost time. You'd better hurry up, or you'll miss your chance. Lin Se knew he couldn't change the woman's decision, so he could only agree. Then I'll be going. Before long, Lin Se disappeared into the night under Lu Su's watchful gaze. After Lin Se left, Lu Su immediately dialed someone's number. Hey, where are you right now? About 30 minutes later, Lin Se finally arrived at the Lanting Hotel. He parked the car and prepared to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly heard a very familiar shout from behind, "Old Lin." Lin's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a figure standing not far away that made him feel extremely close to him. Upon closer inspection, the person turned out to be one of his few good friends from university, Chenlian. However, to Lin's surprise, Chenlian was not alone. Beside him stood a slender woman. Although they were a little far apart, the woman's appearance was as beautiful and delicate as a blooming flower, stunning everyone. Lin's gaze was drawn to the woman. Just as he was about to check her information panel, an excited Chenlian rushed in front of him like a gust of wind. "My goodness! It really is Lao Lin. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else," Chenlian exclaimed excitedly. Looking at his enthusiastic old friend, Linsa couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. "I've changed so much, how can you recognize me at a glance?" Chenlian laughed and explained, "Old Lu called me a few days ago and told me about you. I thought he was lying to me, but it turns out it's true." Upon hearing this, Linsa suddenly realized that it was old Lu who had told Chenlian about his situation. "Hey Lin, tell me which hospital you went to for plastic surgery, tell me, I want to try it too." "Old Chen, I haven't had plastic surgery." "Old Lin, you might be able to fool old Lu with this, but do you think you can fool me? Come on, tell your brother." "Don't worry, your brother will definitely not tell anyone else." Linsa had no intention of arguing with Chenlian, so he focused his attention on the beautiful woman who had just walked over. "Old Chen, who is this? I forgot to introduce her, this is my girlfriend, Lu Yu." "Your girlfriend? Are you sure?" It wasn't that Linsa didn't trust Chenlian, it was just that this was too absurd. "The woman in front of me, Lu Yu, is top-notch in both figure and appearance. Of all the women Linsa knew, only Xiao Mei could completely defeat Lu Yu, all the others would be defeated." Chenlian, on the other hand, was a notorious couch potato during his university years. The reason he and Chenlian got along so well was because they were kindred spirits. As for looks and height, Chenlian is also ridiculously lacking. You could say Chenlian is very rich, but this guy was always borrowing money during his university years. This outfit now costs at most 1,000 dragon coins. He doesn't look like a rich person at all. In conclusion, he had no reason to believe that Lu Yu was Chenlian's girlfriend, except that Lu Yu was an idiot. Chenlian was visibly flustered when Linsa questioned him. "Of course. She's not my girlfriend, why would I bring her here, right, you are?" As he spoke, Chenlian tried to hug Lu Yu's slender waist to prove himself. Lu Yu stepped forward, avoiding Chenlian, and greeted Lin Su warmly. "Hello, my name is Lu Yu." At this point, Lin Su already had a guess in his mind. "Hello, Lin Su." The view fell on the roof of Lu Yue, and the panel appeared. Name, Lu Yu. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 97. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 66. Pregnancy probability, 91%, with a 95% chance of pregnancy within 7 days. Overall rating, 9.3. Wow, a whopping 66% favorability. Sure enough, this woman was a plant that old Chen hired. Having been humiliated by his girlfriend, Chenlian immediately set his sights on Lin Su. "By the way, Lao Lin, where's your girlfriend? Lao Lu said you got a girlfriend, why didn't she come? She's been exercising too intensely these past few days, and now she can't even get out of bed, so I have to do it myself." Upon hearing this, both Chenlian and Lu Yu were shocked. Chenlian, in particular, had a face full of wrinkles that was filled with shock and disbelief. "Old Lin, what did you say?" Seemingly realizing he had misspoke, Lin Su quickly corrected himself. "No, you've misunderstood. I took my girlfriend hiking these past few days, not what you're thinking." "I knew it." Chenlian visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yu, however, looked skeptical. The scene shifts, and the three of them find themselves in front of an underground elevator. Just as the elevator was about to arrive, Chenlian suddenly remembered that he had left something in his car. After leaving those words behind, Chenlian rushed back to the garage. "Old Lin, you guys go up first, I need to grab something." No sooner had Chenlian left than Lin Se turned his gaze to Lu Yu in front of him. "You're not old Chen's girlfriend, are you?" However, Lu Yu did not panic after being exposed. Instead, she stared intently at Lin Su. "Your earlier claim about climbing mountains was probably a lie, wasn't it?" It seems this class reunion was well worth the trip. Chapter 128 became a hot commodity at gatherings. You're really old Lin So? This was the 20th exclamation Lin So had heard today. Since arriving at the party, every single classmate present was stunned by his appearance. The male classmates all looked at him with envy, and some even asked him for plastic surgery tips in private. As for the female classmates, whether they had a boyfriend or not, they all looked at him as if he were prey. In the less than 10 minutes he had been sitting down, his phone had rung over 100 times. These messages were almost all sent by those ravenous female classmates. Some people offered him warm greetings, others asked him directly if he had a girlfriend, and still others invited him out for a tryst. Out of consideration for their friendship, he wouldn't mind helping his old classmate solve his problems in any way. Many of the female classmates already had boyfriends, yet they still tried to flirt with him, some of whom even had their boyfriends present. It just goes to show that good looks are everything. Just as Lin So finished dealing with a female classmate who was curious about his abs, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hey, Lao Lin, where's your girlfriend? Looking in the direction of the sound, the man who appeared in front of him with a wicked grin was none other than Lu Hu, the cuckolded king. Lin So calmly put away his phone and asked in return. Girlfriend? Which one are you asking about? Lu Hu clearly did not expect Lin So to answer in this way. He stared wide-eyed at Lin So with a look of suspicion. Don't you have more than one girlfriend? Lin So chuckled and teased, what, does my face not deserve multiple girlfriends? Lu Hu was momentarily speechless at Lin So's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile. Ha, Lao Lin, stop teasing me. Don't I know you? You're not that kind of person at all. Lin So muttered to himself, what's wrong with this world? Nobody believes me when I tell the truth? Sigh. Seeing that he couldn't find a breakthrough with Lin So, Lu Hu quickly changed the subject to the crowd on the other side. By the way, Lao Lin, do you think Lu Yu is really Chen Lian's girlfriend? There are two main figures at this class reunion, one of whom is Lin So, who transformed from a homebody into a heartthrob. Another focus, without a doubt, was Chen Lian, who brought his girlfriend to the party. The pairing of a fat, nerdy guy with a goddess is like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin So glanced casually at Chen Lian, who was surrounded by people and treated like a star, then his lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. What? Do you think old Chen doesn't deserve such a beautiful and charming girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Lu Hu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing an inscrutable expression. Honestly, Lao Lin, do you think he's worthy? Lin So answered without hesitation, of course. Lu Hu frowned. Old Lin, have you lost your mind? Lin So calmly replied, even if I'm completely out of my mind, I would never lay a finger on my brother's woman. Perhaps Lin So had touched a nerve, because Lu Hu's face instantly turned bright red, as if it had been roasted by fire. Even his speech became stammering. Old Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do something to betray my brothers? However, Lin So ignored Lu Hu's reaction and didn't even glance at Lu Hu again. Because he knew Lu Hu extremely well. Often, he only needs a glance to see through Lu Hu's true thoughts. At this moment, Lin So was 100% certain that Lu Hu had definitely developed feelings for Lu Yu. Otherwise, he would never have gone out of his way to whisper this in my ear. However, he had no right to judge others, because he, like Lu Hu, had also regarded Lu Yu as his prey. Now we'll see whose hook Lu Yu takes. Time quickly passed to 8:30 p.m., half an hour before the agreed time. Those who haven't come yet mean they won't come. There are 55 students in their class, and 25 of them have arrived so far. Although it didn't even reach half, it's already quite an achievement that so many people came. However, Lu Hu, sitting next to Lin So, was not happy at all. Because the person he wanted to see didn't come. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Class monitor, didn't you say you'd give us a surprise once everyone was here? Now that everyone's here, isn't it time for your surprise to make its grand entrance? In an instant, everyone's eyes were drawn to the handsome man with gold-rimmed glasses and a dignified appearance, as if drawn by a magnet. He was the initiator of this class reunion. Class monitor Tao Ran. Tao Ran smiled slightly, the curve of her lips perfectly upturned, appearing both approachable and elegant. He slowly stood up, his movements elegant and composed. Since everyone is so eager to come, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Please wait a moment, I'll go and bring you the surprise I've carefully prepared. However, no sooner had Tao Ran left than Lu Hu, like a nimble cheetah, quickly sidled up to Lin Su. Old Lin, what exactly is Tao Ran up to? If he's going to prepare a surprise, why does he have to wait until everyone is here before bringing it out? Even you, the social butterfly, don't know this. Do you think I would? Lin Su's tone was indifferent, seemingly not very interested in Tao Ran's surprise. Lu Hu sighed softly, I'm just a social butterfly, not an omniscient god. If I knew everything, how could I not have predicted that she wouldn't be coming to the class reunion today? Lin Su knew, of course, that she was the one Lu Hu was talking about, the one he had always thought about, Wang Bing. Even if Wang Bing weren't his woman now, he wouldn't push her back to Lu Hu. Don't ask why, the answer is simply that Land Rover doesn't deserve it. It's finally here after much anticipation. After waiting for who knows how long, the surprise Tao Ran had prepared was finally revealed to everyone. It's not a game that boys treasure, nor is it the cosmetics that girls spend a lot of money on every month. They are real, living people. And this living person was a familiar face to everyone at the scene, except for her family members. That's right. The so-called surprise Tao Ran mentioned was none other than their class advisor for 4 years, Li Xinrui. Class teacher. The moment Li Xinrui appeared, almost everyone in her class stood up excitedly. Even Lin Su, who appeared indifferent to worldly affairs, couldn't hide the excitement on his handsome face. Long time no see, classmates. Chapter 129 Lu Yu's amazing proposal. The appearance of class teacher Li Xinrui instantly stole all the attention that originally belonged to Lin Su and Chen Lian. In just a short while, Li Xinrui was surrounded by this group of enthusiastic students. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a celebrity autograph session. As Lin Su gazed at Li Xinrui, who shone brightly in the crowd, his eyes gradually became unfocused. If Su Yun is likened to a sex mentor who helped him grow into adulthood, then Li Xinrui at this moment is his true enlightener on his sexual journey. Before going to university, Lin Su knew nothing about matters between men and women and had no interest in them whatsoever. But ever since he came to university and saw the dazzling Li Xinrui, he has been completely captivated. Countless nights, he drifted off to sleep by fantasizing about Li Xinrui. He had thought about confessing his feelings to Li Xinrui more than once, but Li Xinrui was too popular at school. Whether they are students, teachers, or people outside the school, she has a large number of loyal fans. But he was just an ordinary country bumpkin, so how could he possibly win the favor of a goddess? Even today, he still doesn't have the courage to step forward. She could only stand far away on the periphery, watching her old classmates greet her warmly and ask about her well-being. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang in Lin Su's ears. Why aren't you going up? Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw that Lu Yu, who had been sitting steadily in her seat, had somehow walked up to his side. Lin Su glanced at Lu Yu with a hint of doubt, then spoke with a touch of helplessness. Do you think I can squeeze in with so many people? If you can't squeeze in, come outside with me for a bit. I have something to tell you. After saying that, Lu Yu walked out of the private room without looking back. Lin Su looked back at Li Xinrui in the crowd again, and finally left with Lu Yu. Before long, the two arrived at an open-air balcony. Just as Lin Su was about to ask Lu Yu a question, Lu Yu suddenly turned around and asked in an extremely serious tone. How much money can you give me? How much? What do you mean? Lin Su asked, puzzled. You don't need to play dumb, I know you want to sleep with me. Lin Su frowned. So, the money you're talking about is? 50,000, and I'll spend the night with you. 50,000 a night? That's a bit pricey. I'm still a virgin. Lin Su fell silent. He truly had no way to refute this. After a long while, he finally spoke and asked. You said those things to Lu Hu just now, didn't you? Lu Yu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. That's right. I've told him that too. He didn't agree? Lin Su asked again. He said he needed to think about it. I have one last question. What's the problem? Miss Lu, you have a great figure and a beautiful face, so why have you fallen to such a state? Lu Yu took a deep breath first, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she slowly spoke. Because I desperately need the money. You really need money? How much? Lin Su asked curiously. Lots and lots of money. How much is a lot? Around 3 million. Lin Su was taken aback. Why would you need so much money? Did you gamble? Lu Yu shook her head. It wasn't me gambling, it was my dad. Your dad? Then, Lu Yu began to recount her tragic past. It turns out that Lu Yu is a recent graduate who has only been in the workforce for a year. At first, everything was wonderful. She has a great career and a happy family. Until one day, her father was taken to an underground casino by his bad friends, and from then on, her family was ruined. His father not only gambled away everything the family had, but also borrowed millions of dollars in high-interest loans. Those creditors came to her house to cause trouble every day. Her mother was pushed down and hit the wall, becoming a vegetable. She was forced to lose the job she had worked so hard to get because creditors came to her company to collect their debts. Her father disappeared due to debts, and her mother was seriously injured and in a coma. She originally wanted to end her life. But when she actually stood atop the towering building, she suddenly felt afraid. Finally, after crying her heart out on the rooftop, she decided to face this damn reality. After that, she began to take on various part-time jobs. For example, personal shopping agent, local guide, pretending to be a girlfriend, etc. Chen Lian was one of her clients. Despite holding multiple jobs, she still felt that earning money this way was too slow. So when she saw the greed in Lin's eyes today, she thought of a new business opportunity. Although this way of making money is very unseemly, she is someone who was once unafraid of death and doesn't care about such things at all. She just wanted to save enough money quickly to start a new life. After hearing Lu Yu's tragic story, Linsa felt a mix of emotions. From Lu Su at the beginning, to Wang Bing before, and now Lu Yu, they are all people who have been dragged down. But the most important thing in life is the bond between friends and family. That's something they can't sever or give up. If anyone's to blame, it's just that God is too cruel. This rare and distressing misfortune has befallen a small and helpless woman. I have a solution that satisfies both parties. Would you like to hear it, Miss Lu? What method? I want you to be my woman. What did you say? Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. She just wanted to sell her virginity, but this guy actually wanted her whole body. It's outrageous. Miss Lu, please let me finish speaking before you make a decision. Okay. You go first. Meanwhile, as the crowd gradually dispersed from Li Xinrui's side, Chen Lian, belatedly realizing that his girlfriend had disappeared. Huh? Where did she go? Could he have sneaked away while I wasn't looking? Damn it. This is unfair. I paid for it. Similarly, Lu Hu also discovered that Lin Su had disappeared. Where's Lao Lin? Why is he nowhere to be seen? Could it be that he got so excited when he saw the homeroom teacher that he ran to the bathroom? Possibly. After all, this kid used to go crazy every day. Lin Su, you're the one who's going crazy. Just then, Li Xinrui, admired by thousands, approached Lu Hu with a broad smile. Lu Hu, where's Lin Su? I heard from Tao Ran that Lin Su has changed a lot, and I'd like to see him for myself. Tao Ran, who had followed along, immediately chimed in. It's not just that things have changed a lot, it's that we old classmates almost don't recognize them anymore. Lu Hu was a seasoned veteran, how could he not understand the hidden meaning in Tao Ran's treacherous words? But with Li Xinrui there, he couldn't afford to turn against her. He could only smile and say it to Li Xinrui. Class teacher, Lao Lin went out to make a phone call. I'll bring him to see you as soon as he gets back. Alright. Chapter 130 Lu Yu's decision. You're really willing to pay 3 million to buy me? On the balcony, Lu Yu looked at Lin Su in disbelief. What? You don't think you're worth that much money? Lin Si said jokingly. Lu Yu fell silent. Even if she had nothing now, she wouldn't be worth that much money, not even in her heyday. 3 million. How many jobs would she have to work to earn that? After a long while, Lu Yu finally raised her head with a complicated expression. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run away? Lin Si shook his head firmly. I'm not afraid. Lu Yu felt a surge of curiosity and stared at Lin Si, pressing him for an answer. Why? Lin Si's gaze met Lu Yu's. His eyes were clear and bright, as if they could penetrate Lu Yu's heart. He smiled slightly. Because I believe in you. Lu Yu was taken aback at first, then a miserable smile flashed across her face, and she said self-deprecatingly. If I'm capable of betraying myself, what can I possibly be trusted with? Lin Si looked at Lu Yu quietly, his voice calm and gentle. But you still chose to believe me, didn't you? Lu Yu was slightly taken aback. Trust you? What do you mean? Lu Hu, with your methods and abilities, getting him to pay for your shouldn't have been difficult, right? Yet, you didn't do that, and instead turned to me. Lu Yu's heart was like a stormy sea, and she could not calm down for a long time. So you knew everything. After a long while, Linsa spoke again. So, Miss Lu, what do you think of my suggestion? Lu Yu was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. The suggestion is good, but I have one last question, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. Miss Lu, please speak. Lu Yu's gaze grew increasingly intense as she stared at Lin Su, seemingly trying to see something through his eyes. Finally, she asked slowly, if I hadn't contacted you today, would you have contacted me? Lin Su answered without hesitation, yes. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She pressed on, asking, why? From the very first moment I saw Miss Lu, I considered you my woman. Lu Yu's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Su to express his thoughts so directly. She composed herself and then asked, what if I reject you today? Lin Su raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Then I have no choice but to take forceful measures and forcibly take Miss Lu back. Lu Yu frowned. This is a public place. Aren't you afraid things will escalate? Also, aren't you and Chen Lian good friends? Even if I'm an imposter, it's still unreasonable for you to treat him like this, isn't it? Lin Su smiled nonchalantly. How big of a fuss can it get? At worst, I'll just have a short stay at the police station, and I can get out after paying some money. As for Chen Lian, although he is my good brother, some people cannot be replaced by brothers. As he spoke, Lin Su kept his eyes fixed on Lu Yu, his greed almost overflowing. Lu Yu stared blankly at the man in front of her. After a long while, she finally spoke. I hope you won't regret it. Regret? Those two words don't exist in my dictionary. The scene shifts, and Lin Su returns to the private room. As for Lu Yu, she left after completing her transaction with Lin Su. I could only feel sorry for Chen Lian for a few seconds. Lin Su had just entered when Lu Hu, brimming with resentment, arrived. Old Lin, where have you been? Why are you only just getting back? I'm just going to the restroom, what's wrong? Old Lin, let me tell you, that Tao Ran is a real scoundrel. He keeps talking bad about you to the class advisor. Lin Su said dismissively, he's been acting like a scoundrel for a long time now. Let him talk if he wants to. No, Lao Lin, you're just going to let him go like that? Lu Hu asked incredulously. Otherwise, do you want me to rush over and beat him up? He's the class monitor, you know. Old Lin, you still don't understand the seriousness of the matter. Lu Hu suddenly became serious. What do you mean? Lin Su didn't understand. Lu Hu looked around, then pulled Lin Su into a corner and said mysteriously. Old Lin, did you know that Tao Ran is pursuing our homeroom teacher? Lin Su's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? By the time you left, almost all of us classmates present knew. I now seriously suspect that Tao Ran held this class reunion just to show off. What's there to brag about? It's just a pursuit, we're not actually together. Despite Lin Su's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, his mind was in complete turmoil. Tao Ran pursuing Li Xinrui. Its impact is no less than that of Chen Lian and Lu Yu getting together. It's one thing if it's anyone else, but it has to be Tao Ran. Although Tao Ran is not as promiscuous as Lu Hu, his character is really questionable. His classmates have been gossiping about this guy behind his back countless times. They even gave him a nickname, Hypocrite. Just then, Lu Hu dropped another bombshell. What if I told you he'd been pursuing our homeroom teacher for 5 or 6 years? 5 or 6 years? Are you sure? Lu Hu nodded solemnly, absolutely certain. That guy started making moves back in college. Lin Su's face visibly turned ugly. If it were just the beginning, he really wouldn't mind, but if he's been pursuing her for 5 or 6 years, then it's a different story. Even an iceberg will slowly melt. The thought of Tao Ran defiling his first love made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. Absolutely not. Our homeroom teacher can only be mine. I can't just hand her over to someone like Tao Ran. After making up his mind, Lin Su's gaze became exceptionally firm. He looked at Lu Hu and said solemnly. Old Lu, can you do me a favor? We're all brothers, just tell me what's on your mind. Lu Hu said, patting his chest. Lin Su took a deep breath and then said to Lu Hu. Then could you call my homeroom teacher out for a moment? I have something important to tell her. Upon hearing this, Lu Hu's expression instantly changed. Old Lin, you wouldn't be thinking of. I've already missed it once, and I can't afford to miss it again this time no matter what. Lin Su interrupted Lu Hu, speaking firmly. Good brother. I support you. Just go for it. Thanks, Lao Lu. Lin Su said gratefully. If you keep being so polite, I might lose my temper. Lu Hu pretended to be angry. Alright, I'll go out and wait there. After saying that, Lin Su walked out of the private room without looking back. However, no sooner had Lin Su left than Lu Hu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wait a minute. Doesn't Lao Lin have a girlfriend? Lu Hu muttered to himself. So, does that mean old Lin is playing both sides? Lu Hu frowned. However, with a face like old Lin's, it would be a real shame if he didn't have a few more affairs. Besides, Lao Lin has liked the class teacher for so many years, it's time to let him have his wish. As for you, you hypocrite, you can go starve.